In a high martial world, a peerless genius in swordsmanship emerges, who turns out to be a transmigrator with a marriage contract to the daughter of a martial arts family. The Federal Morning News published a groundbreaking article titled, "Who is the Hunter? Who is the Prey?" Numerous experts in demonic studies co-authored an analysis of the truth of humanity's inevitable victory. The article sparked a nationwide debate, instilling a belief in certain victory among martial artists. At Suhai City's #1 high school, this news was broadcasted throughout the campus. At the edge of the field, Bai Yingxue gazed at Chen. She wore a fitted white t-shirt and tight jeans, accentuating her slender waist and impressive figure, with long legs and a peach-shaped bottom adding to her allure. Her stunning appearance naturally drew the attention of passing students. Chen, you still haven't answered me about the marriage contract, Bai Yingxue asked softly. Seeing Chen lost in thought, she called his name several times. Since morning, Chen had been troubled by a faint voice in his mind. Sorry, I've been having auditory hallucinations lately, Chen admitted, snapping back to reality. Facing Bai Yingxue's question, he confessed, I'm not yet a formal martial artist, lacking both strength and assets. Besides, I'm just a poor kid from a small town, not a match for your prestigious Bai family. Chen was able to attend Suhai City's #1 high school, thanks to the friendship between his late father and Bai Yingxue's father. Fortunately, he was gifted and diligent, achieving outstanding results. Is the lack of strength more important, or the disparity in family status? Bai Yingxue asked with a complex expression. The disparity in family status, Chen replied bluntly. Even if we married, I would still be at the mercy of the Bai family. Instead of relying on others, I'd rather carve out my own path. Bai Yingxue smiled at his response. The marriage contract can wait. Let's focus on getting into a martial arts university first. At that moment, Chen was struck by a severe headache, with scattered memories flashing through his mind. He realized he was a transmigrator in a world where everyone could cultivate martial arts. Here, martial artists bled and sacrificed to fight against demons, holding a status far above ordinary people. A joyful announcement came over the broadcast. Wei Tianlu from Jining City's #1 high school in Jiangnan Province has broken through to a first-order, one-star martial artist, earning a scholarship of 30,000 wealth points. The benefits for martial artists are indeed generous, Bai Yingxue remarked. For example, a first-order martial artist can enjoy a free 70-square-meter studio apartment in the city center. Renting it would cost over 8,000 wealth points per month, while the average monthly salary in Suhai City is just over 5,000. Next came the highly anticipated professional aptitude test. Bai Yingxue amazed the crowd by awakening a rare AS fluctuation-level magic talent. When Chen stepped onto the testing stage, Su Qing, a teacher in a teal knit sweater, clenched her fists within the mentor group. Her slender legs wrapped in black stockings and graceful figure were striking even in a modest outfit. Chen, martial arts professional aptitude, swordsmanship practitioner, maximum SSS, difficulty SSS. The audience fell into a stunned silence. It had been decades since a top-tier swordsmanship practitioner had appeared, with many experts declaring the inheritance of swordsmanship extinct. As everyone was in shock, a system voice suddenly echoed in Chen's mind. Master, the cultivation growth system has been bound for you. You gained 3 cultivation points yesterday, with 1.2 from normal sources and 1.8 from a critical hit. Acknowledging your awakening of the swordsmanship professional aptitude, a special gift package has been carefully prepared for you. Open it now. The notification sound of the cultivation growth system echoed in Chen's mind, but he didn't rush to open the starter pack. Instead, Chen frowned in thought, trying to comprehend the system's function. After a moment, he suddenly realized, the core of this system is to continuously become stronger. Whether eating, walking, or even sleeping, it all contributes to cultivation growth. The acquisition of cultivation points is closely related to the current level of cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the more points and critical hits are gained each day. The system skipped over the complex calculation formulas, merely mentioning that they involved various fields such as category theory, superlinear algebra, and quantum computing. Chen couldn't help but marvel. This is unbelievably powerful. What are cultivation points used for? Chen inquired. The system explained that cultivation is essentially another term for energy. To simplify, the system unified complex attributes like strength, agility, spirit, and endurance into cultivation. This way, there are fewer words on the panel. Aren't I considerate? The system said with a hint of pride. Chen nodded in understanding. The higher the cultivation, the greater the energy storage, and the stronger the martial artist. Cultivation can also measure the power and damage of martial skills. The system continued to explain that cultivation indicates the energy limit, which can be replenished when depleted, but complete depletion could lead to death. Don't worry, the human body has self-protection mechanisms. Unless you suffer fatal injuries or actively burn life energy, cultivation won't be completely depleted under normal circumstances, the system added. And cultivation points are my special ability, the system said excitedly. They can be used to enhance the owner's cultivation, improve martial skill proficiency, and accelerate training. Chen nodded thoughtfully. As a comprehensive attribute, increasing cultivation would enhance all abilities. Furthermore, cultivation determines the damage of martial skills. While Chen was pondering, the system added, for instance, using 10 cultivation points to throw a punch, you could theoretically kill a martial artist with 10 cultivation. However, the reality is more complex, as strong individuals have damage reduction methods. Even if two martial artists with 1,000 cultivation team up, they might struggle against a master with 2,000 cultivation. Chen focused his thoughts and brought up the panel. Chen level, novice martial artist. Cultivation, 5.00. Cultivation points available, 3. Daily settlement, at 8 a.m. Basic swordsmanship, grade active martial skill, with a chance to deal 1.1 times cultivation in attack at full proficiency. Heaven and Earth Sword Heart, grade passive martial skill, doubles cultivation when holding a sword. Heaven and Earth Sword Intent, grade passive martial skill, requires holding a sword to activate, reduces enemy's cultivation by half within a 50-meter range. Chen was taken aback by the panel. When did I learn these martial skills? The system explained, because of your extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, rated SS grade, you were born with these passive martial skills. As for basic swordsmanship, it's the most fundamental grade skill, comprising basic sword techniques. You can start training as soon as you get a sword. The higher the proficiency, the greater the skill's power. Chen nodded in understanding. Then his gaze fell on the cultivation section. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Why is my cultivation only 5? That's just pitiful. The master is a novice martial artist, and having 5 points of cultivation is already quite impressive. Even a first-tier martial artist only has about 20 points. Every point of cultivation added results in a noticeable increase in strength. If you don't believe it, master, you can give it a try. Upon hearing this, Chen decisively consumed 1 cultivation point. Instantly, a surge of warmth erupted from his dantian, flowed through his meridians for a moment, and then dissipated. When he came to his senses, he noticed a significant change in his body. His meridians had expanded, his muscles felt firmer, and even his thoughts were a bit clearer. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Chen felt relieved that this enhancement came with no side effects. It was truly exhilarating. However, perhaps it wasn't entirely without side effects, as he suddenly felt a bit hungry. Let's open the novice gift pack, Chen said. Novice gift pack. Open, the system responded. By the way, the so-called novice gift pack is actually me helping you unlock some of your body's potential. The master's proficiency in basic swordsmanship has been automatically increased. Additionally, the master has been gifted in strength active martial skill the 10,000 sword treasury. Currently, the highest storage level is E, with a storage quantity of 0. The 10,000 sword treasury allows swords to be stored in a different dimension and summoned from any spatial position to attack enemies, adding extra damage during the attack. However, at present, the master can only use this martial skill within a range of 100 meters. And strength active martial skill. Chen's eyes burned with excitement. Strength active martial skills only appear in auctions. He remembered that the last strength active martial skill was auctioned off 2 years ago at the Magic City auction, with a price close to 10 million wealth points. To have directly acquired in strength active martial skill was unbelievable. Chen thought to himself, it's a pity this isn't a martial imprint. Otherwise, I could sell it and achieve financial freedom. Typically, martial skill inheritance knowledge is sealed within a martial imprint, and by using the imprint, one can learn the skills contained within. The existence of martial imprints allows martial skills to be bought and sold on the market. But then Chen shook his head and thought, that's small thinking. The future is long, and maybe 5 million will be just a small number for me one day. Meanwhile, the crowd on the field was growing uneasy. What's with the senior? Why is he just standing there on the platform? Could he have experienced an emotional roller coaster and suffered a mental shock? After all, awakening a profession talent with an SSS limit is more exhilarating than winning a billion-dollar lottery. But then, awakening to the most challenging swordsmanship profession, with a difficulty of SSS, is like being told you need to earn $1 billion before claiming your lottery prize. Such highs and lows could easily drive someone to a mental breakdown. Bai Yingxue, full of concern, walked up to the testing platform and said to Chen, Chen, are you okay? Chen snapped out of it, looked at Bai Yingxue, and noticed her cultivation was 4.80, realizing he could see others' cultivation levels. He shook his head and smiled, I'm fine. With that, Chen walked down from the testing platform, focusing all his attention on how to become stronger. At this moment, Su Qing pushed through the crowd and approached Chen. Chen, don't be discouraged. So what if the difficulty is SSS? There's still a chance. Su Qing thought Chen was disheartened by the SSS difficulty and offered words of comfort. Chen didn't answer Su Qing immediately. He paused for a few seconds before asking, Sister Qing, do you know where I can get a sword? Preferably for free. The onlookers around them began whispering among themselves, wondering, is he really planning to practice swordsmanship? At Suhai City's first high school, Zhou Tao, the head of the martial arts equipment department, scratched his head in confusion as he looked at Su Qing and Yun Shun. He asked, Teacher Su, Yun Shun, are you serious? Yun Shun nodded firmly and replied, Mr. Zhou, I'm serious. I want to borrow all the practice swords from the martial arts equipment department. Zhou Tao's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Are you really going to pursue the SS-level difficulty path of swordsmanship? That's incredibly challenging. He turned to Su Qing with a hint of reproach, saying, Teacher Su, why didn't you try to talk him out of it? Su Qing chuckled softly. I tried, but it didn't work. So, I chose to believe in him first. Zhou Tao sighed helplessly. All right, I suppose there's no harm in trying while you're young. The practice swords in the school haven't been used for years. They're all stored in the warehouse. Here's the key. You can take them yourself. Yun Shen expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. By the way, when should I return them? Zhou Tao thought for a moment and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. No need to return them. Just take them all. No one else uses swords anyway. If you actually manage to achieve something, it would be a pride for Suhai First High School. I'd also feel I've contributed to nurturing talent. Hearing Zhou Tao's words, both Su Qing and Yun Shen thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. With the warehouse key in hand, Yun Shen and Su Qing headed to the warehouse. As the door creaked open, a musty smell greeted them. Yun Shen stepped inside, surrounded by various martial arts equipment, with swords, spears, and staffs aplenty, along with some books on incantations. He quickly found where the swords were stored. Several wooden practice swords lay there, covered in dust. These wooden swords were of the lowest F grade. Su Qing picked up one of the wooden swords and smiled. This one looks good, Yun Shen. How about choosing this one? Yun Shen's eyes burned with determination as he replied. No, I want them all. He was eager to test the power of the S-level martial technique, the vault of 10,000 swords. Yun Shen carried out 5 ordinary wooden swords one by one, and Su Qing's beautiful eyes blinked slightly, revealing a look of surprise. Yun Shen chuckled and said, wooden swords aren't very effective, so it's better to have a few spares. Su Qing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic. The two walked out of the storage room, returned the key to Zhou Tao, and left. Zhou Tao watched Yun Shen's back, reflecting, a young man choosing the path of the sword. Su Qing and Yun Shen arrived at the base of the teaching building, and Su Qing spoke up. Yun Shen, in a few days, the provincial independent martial arts exam will take place. Those who excel can gain direct admission to the martial arts university. Our school has 4 exam slots, and you're one of them. She continued, explaining that after today, top students from various high schools would awaken their vocational talents, and many would quickly delve into martial arts training. As far as I know, students in Jinning's high school have already started training in level martial arts. But don't worry, even though sword training is challenging, I'll support you. But are you truly confident? After all, in martial arts, giving up halfway is the biggest taboo. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with concern as she looked up at Yun Shen. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, Su Qing appeared somewhat petite beside Yun Shen. Yun Shen smiled slightly and said confidently, Sister Qing, don't worry, since I've chosen the path of the sword, I have the confidence. Just wait and see my performance. Seeing Yun Shen's confident expression, Su Qing felt reassured and then smiled helplessly. All right, it seems I have no choice but to believe in you. However, she crossed her arms and adopted a serious demeanor, saying, and how many times have I told you, call me teacher at school? Yun Shen laughed heartily, teasing, we're almost graduating, why bother? Su Qing, being a few years older than Yun Shen, knew how challenging it was for him to study alone in a big city, so she often looked after him. At this moment, Yun Shen's thoughts drifted to the upcoming provincial independent martial arts exam, where top students from various high schools would compete. The exam was expected to involve thousands of participants, and only the top 10 would receive direct admission to the martial arts university. Securing a spot would mean Yun Shen wouldn't have to wait until next June's college entrance exams, giving him more than half a year to pursue his own interests. Naturally, Yun Shen was determined to give it his all for this opportunity. However, the independent martial arts exam was no easy feat. Firstly, the participants were all prodigies from their schools, with exceptional talent and strength. Secondly, the format and venue of the exam changed every year, making it impossible to prepare in advance. After school, Yun Shen planned to head to the school's back mountain to try out the new martial skills he had learned. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, a voice called out, Yun Shen, wait a moment. Yun Shen turned around to see a boy in a white shirt, neatly dressed. Running towards him it was Lu Yingkai from Class 1, the top student in the class. They were both from the same hometown, having come from a small county to study at Suhai High School. They had briefly interacted when they first enrolled but lost touch after being placed in different classes. Yun Shen, I heard you've awakened the sword path vocational talent. Lu Yingkai jogged up to Yun Shen, slightly out of breath. Yun Shen nodded, and Lu Yingkai, eyes bright, pulled a long sword in its sheath from his backpack to show Yunchun. Yunchun looked at the long sword in Lu Yingcai's hand and asked in surprise, "Where did you get this?" Lu Yingcai smiled slightly and replied, "I brought it from my hometown. I haven't used it, so I'm giving it to you." Yunchun politely said, "This is too valuable. I can't accept it." But Lu Yingcai, unusually firm, pushed the sword into Yunchun's arms and said, "It's not that valuable, and I can't use it anyway. Since you've chosen the path of the sword, you need it more than I do. Don't forget, the independent martial arts exam for Jiangnan province is in a few days, and we're both representing our school. I'm giving you this sword for the school's honor." Yunchun, with no other choice, accepted the sword and gratefully said, "Thank you, Yingcai." Lu Yingcai's face lit up with a happy expression, and he replied, "No need to thank me. Aren't we from the same hometown? Out here, we rely on each other." Yunchun chuckled, gave Lu Yingcai a fist salute, and then headed to the back mountain of the school. Lu Yingcai stood there with a shy smile on his face, thinking to himself, finally, I have a chance to be friends with him." At the back mountain, Yunchun laid out the 6 swords before him, thinking, "I should test the power of the 10,000 sword vault." Among these 6 swords, 5 were wooden, and 1 was made of iron. The iron sword was of slightly higher grade, classified as a level. Yunchun felt relieved that it didn't exceed the storage capacity of the 10,000 sword vault. With a thought, the 6 swords vanished into thin air, and he marveled, "This is incredible. Is this the power of its-level martial skill?" As Yunchun was in awe, he suddenly heard rustling sounds from a nearby bush. He stepped forward to investigate and found an open area where a couple was leaning against a large rock, talking. The girl was complaining to the boy, "It's your fault for dragging me to this awful place. Now my backpack was snatched by monkeys." The boy awkwardly replied, "I didn't expect the monkeys on this mountain to be so mischievous. Come on, don't be mad." He reached out to comfort her, but she angrily brushed him off and ran away. The boy's face stiffened, and he hurriedly chased after her, feeling frustrated. "I was so close to winning her over, and now this mishap ruined everything." As soon as they left, Yunchun noticed the large rock, which was covered with fist marks, some new and some old. Clearly, this rock had been used by martial artists for training. An idea sparked in Yunchun's mind. He could use this rock to test the power of the 10,000 sword vault. At that moment, the couple reappeared at the edge of the bushes. The girl whispered, "Hey, isn't that the senior who awakened the sword talent today?" The boy glanced at Yunchun and said indifferently, "Seems like it." "So what? Let's go." He felt a bit annoyed that his girlfriend showed interest in Yunchun. The girl said, "Aren't you curious? A sword martial artist with an SSS potential. I've never seen one before." The boy pouted, showing a disdainful expression. "What's there to be curious about? Don't forget his cultivation difficulty is also SSS." Hearing this, the girl pursed her lips, not arguing back, but she understood that with an SSS potential offset by an SSS difficulty, Yunchun's strength might not be that impressive. At that moment, Yunchun's mind stirred, causing a ripple in the space beside the rock. Suddenly, a wooden sword appeared. With a soft thud, it lightly tapped the stone without causing any damage. The boy behind the bushes crossed his arms, his expression of disdain growing more pronounced. The girl sighed. "Oh, it's a bit powerless. But what technique did he just use? It was so cool, like it appeared out of thin air." The boy pulled the girl, ready to leave. "All right, stop watching him." At this point, Yunchun focused intensely, expending his inner energy. The wooden sword once again struck at the rock. This time, Yunchun used a significant amount of his power, and the additional damage from the 10,000 sword treasury came into play. With a loud bang, the massive stone and the wooden sword shattered into countless tiny pieces. The boy and girl behind the bushes were left stunned, their mouths agape in shock. Both of them involuntarily opened their mouths wide, utterly astonished. The girl looked at Yunchun, her eyes sparkling, and stammered, "What just happened?" That huge, hard rock was shattered by a wooden sword. Meanwhile, Yunchun thought to himself, "This strike can smash such a massive rock to pieces. If it hit an ordinary person, they'd probably end up in the ICU." He concentrated once more, allocating 1 remaining point of his energy to enhance the proficiency of the 10,000 sword treasury. Its proficiency improved, transitioning from cluelessness to a basic level. Yunchun was amused by the system, which, despite calling itself a system, seemed so human-like. It was truly peculiar. Suddenly, Yunchun noticed a minor issue. Why hasn't my passive sword technique, Heaven and Earth Sword Heart, activated? Does it require me to actually hold a sword for it to be considered a sword-wielding state? As he pondered this, a longsword suddenly appeared beside him, the very one gifted to him by Lu Yingcai. Yunchun grasped the hilt, ready to continue his exploration. Yunchun's cultivation level flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Just as he suspected, he suddenly thought, if he added points now, would he enjoy the passive double enhancement of the Heaven and Earth Sword Heart? He decided to conduct an experiment. After adding a point to his cultivation, Yunshun was delighted to find that adding points wasn't affected. Immediately, he allocated all his cultivation points to his level, raising it to 147.000100. However, Yunshun realized that he was still just an entry-level martial artist, needing 20 points to become a full-fledged warrior. No one at Suhai City High School had ever reached the first stage of martial arts, as the chances of advancing to a formal warrior during high school were incredibly slim. Yunshun thought that, first and foremost, one must have extraordinary talent, and secondly, enough family wealth to invest in resources. Martial arts training required expensive resources. Even a single qi and blood pill could cost tens of thousands of wealth points, which was unaffordable for an average working-class family. Moreover, Suhai City High School wasn't a private school, so the emergence of a first-stage warrior was unlikely. Yun Chun stroked his chin, pondering that becoming the first in history would be quite an achievement. However, he shelved such fantasies for the time being, knowing that staying grounded was crucial. At that moment, his stomach growled. The boost in his cultivation had significantly enhanced his physical condition, making his hunger more pronounced. He decided to head home and reward himself with a hearty meal at the beef noodle shop downstairs. Just then, he heard a sudden squeaking sound behind him. Yunshin quickly turned around to see two gray-furred monkeys charging at him, clearly eyeing the sword in his hand. These monkeys lived in the back hills of the school and were notorious for stealing. They often snatched food and drinks from students leaving school, and their behavior had become increasingly audacious, even stealing backpacks and eventually anything they could find. They particularly enjoyed bullying female students. Damn it, they dare to rob me, Yunshin thought. With a flick of his mind, a wooden sword suddenly appeared behind the two gray monkeys. Thud! The sword pierced through one monkey's head, causing it to dive headfirst into the ground and fall into a deep sleep akin to that of a baby. The other monkey, terrified, turned to flee, leaving its companion's body behind. Trying to escape? Yun Chen's heart turned cold as a wooden sword mysteriously appeared before the fleeing monkey. Thud! The monkey collided head-on with the sword's tip, dying instantly and dropping lifelessly like a puppet with its strings cut. From the trees in the distance, several other gray monkeys witnessed the scene with fear in their eyes. Monkeys don't mess with me. I don't mess with monkeys. Yun Chen felt no remorse after killing the two monkeys. They had long needed to be dealt with. At their best, they were mischievous. At their worst, they were thieves. Who knew when they might turn murderous? They needed to understand that humans were in charge. After this lesson, those monkeys would surely think twice before causing trouble again. At that moment, Yun Chen suddenly noticed a monkey's corpse clutching a backpack. He picked up the backpack, curious, when he heard a girl's voice from the bushes. Oh. The bag Yunshun was holding was the one snatched by the monkey from her. The girl slowly emerged, her cheeks slightly flushed, looking a bit bashful. Is this your bag? Yunshun asked. The girl looked at him in shock, a blush spreading across her face as she shyly nodded. Yunshin's earlier actions had deeply impressed her young heart. Just then, another boy suddenly rushed out. Senior, that's her bag. You should give it back to her. Hearing this, Yunshin frowned and asked, Are you both from Yizhong? The girl suddenly elbowed the boy in the waist, angrily saying, How can you speak to the senior like that? The boy cried out in pain and crouched down. Yun Chen chuckled, tossed the backpack to the girl, and softly said, All right, since it's yours, it should return to its owner. With that, he turned and left gracefully. The girl watched Yun Chen's retreating figure, her eyes twinkling and a slight blush on her face. Yun Chen unlocked a shared bike and rode home. He lived on the outskirts of Suhai City. Although it was the outskirts, the area was densely populated, with many migrant workers living there because the housing prices in the inner city were prohibitively expensive for ordinary people. Back at his apartment complex, Yunshun was about to enter Lan Family Beef Noodle Restaurant when he suddenly heard a commotion from the street. It was late at night, and several short, brawny martial artists were swaggering down the street, clearly having drunk a lot. The leading man passed by a young couple and audibly slapped the girl's butt. The boy beside her looked livid and was about to step forward, but the man's companions immediately surrounded him, gripping their knives. The girl quickly pulled her boyfriend's hand, whispering, Forget it, let's go. The couple hurriedly left. Seeing this, Yun Chen sighed, lamenting the dire state of the world's security. With so many powerful martial artists, many of them committing crimes were often untouchable. As the saying goes, when a good person gains great power, the likelihood of them remaining good is small. The Human Federation focuses most of its efforts on repelling monsters and reclaiming living spaces, leading to rampant martial artist gangs and frequent vendettas among them, with no one addressing the harassment and bullying. Sighing, Yin Chen turned and entered the noodle shop. Sister Lan, one bowl of braised beef noodles, please. He placed his long sword on the table and took off his gloves, calling out to the kitchen. Shortly after, a girl in her early 20s emerged with a bowl of beef noodles. She had a pretty face, a sheen of sweat on her forehead, and an apron tied around her waist, accentuating her slender figure. Despite her simple attire, She was undoubtedly beautiful. Her name was Lon Lon, and she ran the noodle shop with her parents. The whole family lived in the public housing community and were neighbors with Yun Chen. Lon Lon, carrying a bowl of noodles, asked with concern, Xiao Chun, why are you home so late today? Yun Chen shrugged and replied, Oh, there was something at school today, so I got delayed. Lon Lan's eyes fell on the long sword on the table, and she asked in surprise, Xiao Chun, have you awakened a martial arts talent? Yun Chen nodded and said softly, Swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Lon Lon exclaimed, a look of shock in her eyes. Although she had no connection to martial arts, she had heard stories about the interruption of the swordsmanship lineage. Just as she was still in shock, a middle-aged couple emerged from the back kitchen. Xiao Chen is back. Uncle Lon greeted with a smile. Yun Chen smiled slightly and greeted Lon Lan's parents. Uncle Lon, Aunt Lon. Uncle Lon teased. Lon Lon, why are you standing there? Hurry and bring Xiao Chen a bowl of hot soup. Lon Lon finally came to her senses and hurriedly said, Dad, Xiao Chen. He has awakened the swordsmanship talent. As soon as she finished speaking, the shop fell silent. Uncle Lan's voice was a bit hoarse. Swordsmanship? Xiao Chun, is what Lon Lon said true? Yun Chen nodded, pointing to the long sword on the table, and said firmly, Yes, it's indeed swordsmanship. Lon Lon looked at Yun Chen with concern and asked, What is the upper limit of your talent level in the test? She was anxious at heart, knowing that the swordsmanship lineage had been interrupted and that practicing it was as difficult as climbing to the sky. If the upper limit wasn't high, wouldn't Yun Chen's future be as disconnected from martial arts as hers? Yun Chen took a bite of noodles, pondered, and answered, the upper limit? 3 S's. Uncle Lon gasped, his eyes wide with shock. And level talent upper limit. I've only seen that in the news. Quickly, Uncle Lon regained his composure and excitedly asked, Xiao Chun, how many S's did you say? Lon Lon also exclaimed, Dad, I heard it clearly. It's 3 S's, SSS. An SS level swordsmanship talent. Yun Chen smiled slightly, savoring the food, and felt secretly proud. I can feel the owner's pleasant emotions, and my cultivation points have increased again. Enjoying delicious food can also help gain cultivation points. He pondered for a moment, thinking to himself, can I really get stronger just by eating? So he decided to always enjoy his meals properly and not just eat casually. Just then, a disheveled girl suddenly burst into the shop. A disheveled girl burst into the shop, her face a mix of terror and tears, clearly having been assaulted. Yun Chen immediately recognized her as the girl who had been harassed by the gang of armed thugs earlier. He had assumed she and her boyfriend had managed to escape. Lon Lon quickly removed her apron and draped it over the girl to cover her exposed areas. The girl sobbed, My boyfriend is still out there. At that moment, a gruff voice sounded from outside the shop. Haha, what did I just hear? An SS-level swordsmanship talent. A burly man entered, followed by 3 knife-wielding thugs. Yun Chen realized they were the same bullies who had harassed the young couple. The leader glanced at Yun Chen and noticed the sword by his table, smirking mockingly. Oh, so you're the kid, huh? An SS-level swordsman? Ha ha. His words prompted laughter from the 3 henchmen. Lon Lon, with a serious expression, said, We're closed. We don't serve customers anymore. Please leave. The leader of the thugs just laughed dismissively. Closed, huh? Then why is this guy eating here? Little girl, how are you playing favorites? The henchman echoed his sentiment. The leader leered at Lon Lon, licking his lips with a sinister grin. I won't blame you. Come with me. Let's get a room, and you can make it up to me. Uncle Lon stepped in front of Lon Lon protectively and signaled Yun Chen to leave quickly. If you don't leave, we'll call the law enforcement. The thug leader spat on the ground, unfazed. Pa, who are you trying to scare? He then propped a foot on a stool, leaning towards Yun Chen. Kid, just because you have a sword, you think you're a swordsman? I hate posers like you. Enjoying your meal, huh? Have another bite. Before he finished, he spat into Yun Chen's bowl. Bang! The thug's body arched into a C shape and flew out of the shop. Everyone was stunned, and then one of the thugs charged at Yun Chen with a knife, only to be knocked out with another bang. The remaining 2 henchmen stood frozen, their mouths agape in fear. Yun Chen, gripping his sword, walked towards the exit. As he passed them, the 2 thugs flinched. Despite their bulky build, they seemed small next to Yun Chen's towering height. Yun Chen suddenly stopped, glanced at them, and smiled chillingly. Don't even think about sneaking away, or you might end up dead. The henchmen's faces went rigid with fear. Outside, Yun Chen looked at the lackey sprawled on the ground, then turned his attention to the lead thug not far away. The thug roared, Damn it, kid, you're asking for it. But before he could finish, a sudden spatial ripple appeared, and a wooden sword shot out, piercing his core. The strike, enhanced by the power of the 10,000 swords treasury, instantly turned the tide. The bully clutched his stomach and fell to his knees. Yun Chen could feel the bully's martial arts power diminishing rapidly. His gaze shifted across the street, where a young man lay quietly, covered in knife wounds and bleeding heavily. The thugs had nearly beaten him to death, showing no regard for human life. Chen approached the bully and delivered a fierce kick to his jaw. A cracking sound echoed as the bones shattered. Chen grabbed the bully's hair and dragged him a few meters. Do you know what pisses me off the most? Chen shouted, slapping the bully's face with his sword. The bully was too weak to respond. Chen continued to roar. It's when someone ruins my meal. Damn you. He smashed the bully's head into the ground and stomped on his face repeatedly until it was unrecognizable. Xiao Chun, stop. You're going to kill him. Uncle Lon rushed out to restrain Chen. Although Uncle Lon, nearly 50, knew that brawls among martial artists often went unpunished, Chen wasn't a formal martial artist yet. If someone died, it would be a serious issue. Chen gave the bully's head one last kick, leaving it to loll lifelessly on the ground. He then returned to the shop with his sword. The two remaining thugs watched Chen with terror-stricken eyes. The girl who had been assaulted was too shocked to even cry. Chen pointed to the messy footprints on the shop floor and said to the thugs, lick the floor clean, and my shoes too. The two thugs exchanged glances and obediently knelt down, licking the footprints. They didn't want to die. One of them crawled to Chen's feet and began licking the soles of his shoes. What the hell is with that creepy expression? Chen snapped, kicking the thug in the face and sending him flying. He then stared at the floor, lost in thought. Lon, a bit frightened, approached Chen and gently tapped his shoulder. It was the first time she had seen him so angry. Xiao Chun. Chen turned to Lon and asked, Xiao Lon. You. Don't worry, we're all fine. I'll make you another bowl. He smiled and said, it's okay, Xiao Lon. Go rest in the kitchen with Uncle Lon and Aunt Lon, and take this girl with you. Lon hesitated. What are you going to do? Chen patted her waist and said, go on. Be good. Lon blushed and led Uncle Lon, Aunt Lon, and the girl to the kitchen. Uncle Lon looked back at Chen, concern in his eyes. After everyone had gone to the kitchen, Chen re-entered the shop about 10 minutes later. Xiao Lon, Uncle Lon, Aunt Lon, it's getting late. I'm heading home. Hearing Chen, they quickly came out. The thugs had vanished without a trace. Xiao Chun, those guys. Chen chuckled. Oh, them? I gave them a piece of my mind and let them go. Everyone looked at him with mixed emotions. Really? Chen said, of course. I bet they'll be more careful next time. Then he turned to the girl and said, your boyfriend might not make it, but I called an ambulance. Hopefully, he can be saved. Chen returned home and collapsed onto his bed. Master, why? A voice asked. Chen replied calmly. If you don't eliminate the roots, the problem will come back. I can move away, but Xiao Lon and her family can't. Understood, Master. By the way, earlier, I sensed you were very focused, so I didn't interrupt. You've gained quite a few cultivation points. I sensed emotions like shock, fear, despair, and even satisfaction. Chen smiled. Let's settle it tomorrow morning at 8. For now, I need some sleep. Hopefully, today's events will yield a good number of cultivation points. Ding, Master, your trusty little alarm clock is online. After yesterday, you gained 5 cultivation points, with 1.4 from regular activities and 3.6 from critical hits. Lying in bed, Chen brought up his status panel. Level, beginner martial artist, cultivation points, 5. Currently, Chen was in a no-word state, with a cultivation of 7. He looked at the martial skills panel of the 10,000 Swords Treasury and thought to himself. Despite using it so many times yesterday, the proficiency increased very slowly. It's really hard to improve proficiency in these martial skills. No wonder everyone says mastering swordsmanship is as hard as reaching the heavens. It's just too difficult. The system responded, Master, without guidance from a swordsmanship master, you've managed to improve the proficiency of an S-level swordsmanship skill. Your talent is extraordinary. Please, don't be so modest. Chen chuckled, got out of bed, and washed up. Before leaving, he allocated all 5 cultivation points. At this moment, he realized that without holding a sword, his strength was still below the first tier and first star. The good news, however, was that with a sword, his cultivation could reach the level of a first-tier martial artist. With his sword in hand, Chen set off for school. At the school gate of First High, it was supposed to be the first day of winter break for the students, but a crowd had still gathered because the provincial independent martial arts exam was only a few days away. The school was organizing students to go to the provincial capital for training. Chen rode his bike and stopped at the school gate. There were 4 spots available for this independent martial arts exam, and the other 3 students were already there. Lu Yingkai, Bai Yingxue, and Li Yun. In the last school-wide martial arts assessment, they had ranked 1st, 2nd, and 4th respectively. Chen, Lu Yingkai, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, waved at Chen as soon as he saw him. Today, Bai Yingxue was wearing a loose pink combat suit and cast a glance at Lu Yingkai with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Li Yun, who wore her hair in a high ponytail and had a tall build, slightly frowned and asked, Chen, why are you late? Didn't we agree to meet at 9? Chen sincerely apologized. Sorry, something came up last night, and I didn't sleep well, so I woke up late. He disliked being late himself, and since he was in the wrong, he felt he should apologize. It was no big deal. Just as Bai Xue was about to say something, Lu Yingkai interjected. Li Yun, don't be so strict. The teachers aren't here yet either. Why do you always seem to target Yun Chen? Li Yun stopped talking but muttered under her breath. I'm not targeting him. In truth, Li Yun was a bit frustrated. She knew about Yun Chen's awakening of the swordsmanship career talent. To be honest, she felt it was a pity for Yun Chen. Over the past 2 years, his performance had consistently been among the top 3 in the school, and she had thought he had a good chance of getting into a prestigious martial arts university. But then he awakened the challenging SS-level swordsmanship career talent. Awakening such a talent wasn't inherently bad, but what Li Yun couldn't stand was Yun Chen's stubbornness. Even though the swordsmanship tradition had been lost, he insisted on training in it. The opportunity for this independent martial arts exam was precious, and she didn't want to see Yun Chen waste it. Thinking about this, Li Yun gave Yun Chen a resentful glance. Yun Chen felt her intense gaze and discreetly made a face at Lu Yingkai, blinking as if to say thanks. Lu Yingkai noticed Yun Chen holding the long sword he had gifted and smiled shyly. Bai Xue watched the two and thought to herself. She strode over to Yun Chen, her long legs moving gracefully, and said, Yun Chen, you broke off our engagement. Could it be your preference is? Yun Chen looked puzzled and replied seriously. What are you talking about? I'm a man, and I like women. As the 4 of them were chatting idly, a long black luxury car suddenly pulled up at the school gate. Passers-by exclaimed, wow, that's a limited edition car. How much would that cost? At least a few million. An elderly man who looked like a butler got out from the front seat, walked to the back, and respectfully opened the door. A pair of beautiful legs and black stockings emerged, followed by a woman in a teal knit sweater and a knee-length skirt. The crowd gasped. Teacher Su Qing. Lu Yingkai and the others were shocked, and Yun Chen was also surprised. Lu Yingkai whispered to Yun Chen, Hey, Yun Chen, is your homeroom teacher this rich? Yun Chen smiled wryly and shook his head. I have no idea. Never noticed before. After getting out of the car, Su Qing complained to the elderly man. Uncle Zhu, I told you not to drop me off. It's too flashy. Uncle Zhu smiled wryly and replied, Miss, you kept saying you were going to be late, so the master sent me to drive you. Su Qing sighed and muttered softly, Grandpa is just like that. Yin Chen and the others couldn't hear the conversation between Su Qing and Uncle Zhu, but from their behavior, it seems Su Qing held a significant status. Yun Chen looked at Uncle Zhu and marveled. A 3rd level, 1-star warrior. In Suhai City, that's quite a notable figure. Not only Yun Chen, but even passers-by couldn't help but glance at Su Qing. Wealthy, beautiful, and with such a great figure. People naturally wanted to take a few more looks at someone like her. After seeing Uncle Zhu off, Su Qing turned and headed towards the school gate. As she looked up, she saw the crowd at the entrance and paused slightly, asking, Yun Chen? And everyone else? You're all early. Lu Yingkai and the others suddenly felt a bit awkward and bowed. Hello, teacher Su Qing. Unconsciously, they started using polite language. Su Qing smiled a bit awkwardly. Sorry, I'm late. Then she walked over to Yun Chen. Seeing his dazed look, she teased. What are you staring at? Don't I look good today? Yun Chen rubbed his nose and earnestly said, You look great. But Sister Qing, are you a rich lady? Su Qing chuckled. So what if I am? Yun Chen said seriously, Sister Qing, I don't want to work hard anymore. Su Qing couldn't help but laugh and gave Yun Chen a playful pinch on the waist. You rascal, joking with your teacher, huh? The onlookers on the street watched the interaction between Su Qing and Yun Chen with envy and jealousy, thinking, damn, I'm so jealous of this kid. Sister, let go of that kid, come to me. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out from the school gate. Lu Yingkai saw him and immediately approached. This man, named Zhong Lin, was the homeroom teacher of Class 1 at Suhai City's first high school. Following Zhong Lin was a kindly old man. The security guard at the school gate straightened up in surprise upon seeing the elder and exclaimed, Principal. Everyone was taken aback. Could it be that the principal was joining the training camp as well? Such treatment had never been seen in previous years. Li Yun asked in surprise, Grandpa, why are you here? The principal of Suhai City's first high school was none other than Li Yun's grandfather, Li Song, which was no secret. Li Song looked at Li Yun with a smile and asked, Why? Can't your grandpa come? Li Yun pouted. I didn't say that. Really, you adults are all late. It's us students who are the most punctual. Can't you set a better example? As she spoke, she glanced at Yun Chen, thinking to herself, except for you. Li Song then turned to Yun Chen and said with a smile, You must be Yun Chen, right? You've got yourself into something big. Hearing this, everyone looked shocked. Su Qing was the first to ask, Principal, what do you mean by that? With the independent martial arts exam approaching, Su Qing didn't want Yun Chen to get into trouble at such a critical time. Li Song chuckled and said, Mr. Zhong, why don't you explain? Zhong Lin nodded and carefully took a banner out of his bag, handing it to Yun Chen. Yun Chen, this is from the Arbitration Bureau of Suhai City, he said. The Arbitration Bureau, formerly known as the Martial Arts Arbitration Bureau, is responsible for maintaining basic order in Suhai City. The banner read, "Bravery in the face of danger," in large characters. Chen took the banner, puzzled, and asked, "Principal Li, Mr. Zhong, what does this mean?" Li Song explained with a smile. "You saved a couple last night, didn't you?" Lu Yingkai and the others looked at Chen in surprise and asked, "Chen, you went to save someone last night?" Zhong Lin continued, "Last night, four rogue martial artists were causing trouble in the city, attempting to harm an innocent woman and seriously injuring a man. According to street surveillance, it was Chen who saved them." Everyone's expressions froze upon hearing this. Four martial artists, one against four? Su Qing looked at Chen with a complex expression. This guy was so formidable, taking on four martial artists at once, and those street fighters weren't weak. Chen then asked, "Did the girl's boyfriend make it?" Zhong Lin nodded. "Fortunately, he was taken to the hospital in time and is out of danger." Chen breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "That's good." Lu Yingkai praised Chen. "Chen, one against four? That's impressive." Chen replied with a smile. "Luckily, I won." Lu Yingkai paused, then smiled and gave a thumbs up. "That's right." At this point, Su Qing, worried, hugged Chen's arm and asked with concern, "Chen, are you hurt?" Chen easily pulled his arm away and said with a grin, "I'm fine. Not a scratch." Buying Xue then came to Chen's other side, mimicking Su Qing by holding his arm, and seriously said, "No way. With the martial arts exam coming up, I need to check your condition." Chen chuckled helplessly. "Go on. How do you plan to check?" Li Yun watched Chen, feeling very conflicted, thinking to herself, "So, when he said he had something to do last night, he was actually saving someone. I thought he was just making an excuse. Sigh. He saved people, and yet I treated him that way just now." With this thought in mind, Li Yun approached Chen and said sincerely, "Chen, I'm sorry. I didn't know you went through such a big ordeal last night, and my attitude earlier wasn't great. Please don't take it to heart." Li Yun always believed that admitting a mistake wasn't shameful. Chen waved it off, responding lightly, "Oh, it's nothing. We're all classmates and comrades here. It's good to speak openly. Being late was my fault anyway." Just then, Li Song came over, interrupting their conversation. "All right, enough about being late. Let's get going to Jining City." Jining is the capital of Jiangnan Province. Li Yun gave Li Song a disapproving look and muttered, "Humph, Grandpa, you're the one who was the latest." Li Song's smile froze, reflecting on how his granddaughter spared no criticism. Everyone boarded the school bus, and as Chen passed Li Song suddenly said, "Don't worry about those four troublemakers. The arbitration department doesn't plan to pursue it." Hearing this, Chen felt a sense of relief, thinking to himself that they were just scoundrels and it was a good riddance. Li Song smiled at Chen, who nodded without saying more and found a seat. The bus set off, and after several hours, it was 2 in the afternoon. The bus stopped in a field in Jining City. Li Song energetically called out from inside the bus, "Students, get off." His shout jolted everyone awake. Stepping off the bus, Chen looked up to see the Jining Martial Arts Training Camp, where fierce demons were kept for training entry-level and first-tier martial artists. As soon as Chen entered the camp, he heard the chilling roars and growls of the demons. In the training camp's lobby, a female voice broadcasted, "Demons are a detestable species invading our human homes. To drive them out and reclaim human territory, countless martial arts pioneers have sacrificed their lives. To instill the will and determination to fight demons, the Human Federation has bred a batch of training demons. These demons have low attack power, but high defense. In the training camp, killing demons earns points, and the more points you have, the richer the rewards. May you all have good fortune in your martial pursuits." Chen first went to the equipment section and glanced at the price list, surprised to see the price of swords in the last column. So cheap. And a grade-long sword was only 50 wealth points. The shopkeeper explained, "Nothing surprising. The number of sword practitioners has dwindled, and demand for swords decreases every year. These swords were made over a decade ago. Oversupply has driven the price down." Chen took out 200 wealth points and said, "I'll take 4 grade swords, with good durability." His peripheral vision caught sight of a grade alloy long sword priced at 5,400 wealth points, and he thought, so tempting. Alloy is a mid to high-level material suitable for crafting weapons. Grade weapons are typically used by third-tier martial artists, and other grade weapons usually cost tens of thousands. This grade alloy long sword was a steal at 5,400 points. Chen proposed to the shopkeeper, "How about this? I'll buy the sword, but can you let me pay later after I earn some reward points?" The shopkeeper hesitated, then shook his head. "Sorry, we don't offer credit." Chen felt a pang of anxiety, having only 4,000 wealth points. Should he wait until he earned reward points to buy it? But he didn't want to risk someone else buying it. Opportunity is about seizing the moment. Seeing Chen's dilemma, the shopkeeper said, "All right, I'll reserve the sword for you. Come back and buy it after the trials, okay? Let's consider it a goodwill gesture." Yin Shun was delighted and thanked the shopkeeper profusely. The shopkeeper muttered, "Don't thank me yet. You need to earn those reward points first." Yun Chen chuckled, picked up the 4 grade swords, and headed into the training camp. The shopkeeper watched him go, thinking, people still practice swordsmanship these days, huh? He turned to look at the leaderboard on the wall, sighing. I wonder if this young man knows the kind of prodigies he's up against today. Can he really earn any rewards? I hope so, because if he doesn't, who knows when I'll sell this sword. Yun Chen stepped into the entrance of the trial camp, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Lu Yingkai and Li Yun had already gone in, leaving Bai Yingxue waiting at the door. With anticipation in her eyes, she softly asked, Yin Shun, would you like to go together? Yin Shun shook his head slightly, speaking calmly. No, you go ahead. A hint of disappointment flashed in Bai Yingxue's eyes, but she quickly returned to her usual demeanor, nodding. All right, suit yourself. Yun Shun glanced down at his sword treasury, calculating silently. The treasury could currently only store 11 swords. He had 8 already, and with the one in his hand, he had a total of 9. He nodded to himself, barely enough. Taking a deep breath, Yun Chen stepped into the trial camp. Outside the camp, Li Song, Zhong Lin, and Su Qing waited for news. Zhong Lin adjusted his glasses and curiously asked, Principal, which of the 4 do you think will score the highest? Li Song pondered for a moment. Based on paper strength, Lu Yingkai should be first. However, a hint of interest flickered in his eyes. I'm a bit curious about that kid Yin Shun. Zhong Lin agreed. Me too. Both turned to Su Qing. What do you think, Teacher Su? Su Qing smiled slightly, answering without hesitation. Yin Shun will be first. Zhong Lin raised an eyebrow. You're that confident, Teacher Su? Don't underestimate our class 1's top student. Su Qing just smiled silently, repeating, no matter what, I only believe Yin Shun will be first. Inside the trial camp, Yin Shun moved swiftly through the dense forest. Suddenly, a wave of malice rushed towards him. A monkey with a blue face and red buttocks leaped out. It was a green-faced, red-bottomed monkey. Due to Yun Chen's sword intent, the monkey's strength was halved, posing little threat. With a flash of his sword, the monkey fell. The score counter beeped, 10 points. Yun Chen quickly checked the leaderboard, noticing the first place had already surpassed 1,000 points. He thought to himself, at this rate, I won't catch up. Pulling up the map, he decisively decided, I need to head to the central area. Before he could finish his thought, several presences appeared around him. 5 green-faced, red-bottomed monkeys gathered, with the leader roaring as the others lunged at Yun Chen. Just as they leaped, the space around them fluctuated. In an instant, several iron swords flew through the air, precisely piercing the monkey group. The sound of thud echoed, adding another 50 points. Without pausing, Yun Chen headed straight for the central area. Meanwhile, outside the camp, the 3 were reviewing the leaderboard. Zhong Lin frowned. It seems letting them face the fierce demons directly was too soon. Li Song nodded in agreement. Yes, Lu Yingkai has been in for over 10 minutes, and only has 20 points. Zhong Lin added. Even the lowest level 1-star training demons inside have a strength of 4 points. Even with their attack power reduced, it's quite a challenge for high school students. However, Su Qing was focused on the leaderboard in his hand, his brow furrowed in thought. Teacher Su, how is Yun Chen doing? Su Qing said. His score has already surpassed 100. Upon hearing this, Li Song and Zhong Lin quickly moved to Su Qing's side, their eyes fixed on her screen. It clearly displayed, Yun Chen, 11 minutes, score 190. Zhong Lin's eyes narrowed, and he twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. Ms. Su, if it's close to 200, just say 200. Don't say over 100. Otherwise, I'll think you're being pretentious. Su Qing smiled and teased. Because I am being pretentious. Zhong Lin was taken aback. Ms. Su, I've had a change of heart about you. Li Song also came over eagerly. Let me see. When he saw Yun Chen's record, the wrinkles on his face twitched slightly. 11 minutes, 190 points. Su Qing watched the screen as the numbers suddenly jumped. Now it's 200. Zhong Lin and Li Song were stunned. At this moment, their discussion caught the attention of the people around them. What? 200 points? Which high school are you from? Your students are impressive. A few curious onlookers gathered around. When they saw the data on Su Qing's screen, their expressions froze. No, I must be seeing things, right? 11 minutes? 200 points. Are you kidding? Is the machine broken? Li Song's face suddenly darkened. You little punks, what nonsense are you spouting? Clearly, it's our school's Yin Shun who's just that outstanding. Zhong Lin adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's understandable if you're envious of us, but accusing us is just wrong. Su Qing glared coldly at them. Scram. The onlookers quickly slunk away. Once they left, Li Song whispered to Zhong Lin and Su Qing. Maybe the machine really is broken. But broken or not, Yin Chen's just lucky. As long as he makes it into the top 10 on the leaderboard, he can exchange for a cultivation resource. Let's keep this quiet. Zhong Lin nodded. Principal, we'll follow your lead. At this point, Su Qing raised her hand quietly, Principal Li, Mr. Zhong, is there a possibility that Yun Chun is just that amazing? Li Song and Zhong Lin exchanged a glance, falling into silence. Just then, Su Qing noticed the numbers on the screen rising sharply again. 200, 240, 280, 320. She quickly reminded them, Principal Li, Mr. Zhong, let's keep a low profile and not let the administrator notice anything unusual. Now, even Su Qing had to admit that Yun Chen's score tracking machine was indeed malfunctioning. Meanwhile, Yun Chun was in an open area surrounded by dozens of ferocious blood hyenas, drooling blood like saliva. The system reminded him, Master, be careful, these blood hyenas love to perform rectal surgeries on their enemies. Yun Chun tensed up and immediately summoned all the swords from the 10,000 sword treasury, launching an attack from all directions at the blood hyenas. To conserve his power, he precisely controlled the consumption of each sword strike, relying mainly on the additional damage from the 10,000 sword treasury. Before long, 20 blood hyenas lay on the ground, though not dead. Yun Chun had only incapacitated them, using up half of his power. He took a deep breath, summoning a long sword to deal with the blood hyenas in the most primitive way. Power was too precious, saving even a little was crucial. Manually severing the blood hyenas' necks required no power. With 20 blood hyenas defeated, Yun Chen's score would increase significantly. His current score was 410, while the first place score was 1020, leaving a gap of 610 points. Filled with anticipation, Yun Chen walked towards the blood hyenas with his sword. Yun Chen's sword flashed, and the bodies of 20 blood hyenas lay at his feet. He quickly glanced at the leaderboard, and his score was conspicuously at the top, 1,210 points. In just over an hour, he had climbed to the top of the leaderboard. Yun Chun found a safe corner, sat cross-legged, and began to restore his energy. Half an hour later, he felt invigorated, his state reaching its peak. This round of trials not only improved his proficiency with the 10,000 sword vault, but also made a slight advancement in his cultivation. Thanks to the augmentation of the sword heart of heaven and earth, his cultivation increased by 0.5. For others, it might take days of hard practice to achieve such an effect. After resting, Yin Chun decided to head towards the core area. Killing the fierce demons not only earned him points, but also provided opportunities to gain cultivation point critical hits and improve skill proficiency. He secretly anticipated a fruitful day. As he stepped into the 02 core area, a strange scene unfolded before him. A group of people was filming something ahead. Hey everyone, show some love, a male martial artist enthusiastically said into his smartphone camera. We're about to enter the core area, and Zhang Yang is inside. If you have any questions for him, send them in the comments, and I'll randomly pick 3 to ask him. Get over 100,000 likes, and I'll add another question. Thanks to the generous boss for the gifts. Yunchen shook his head and sighed, thinking, so it's a live stream. Suddenly, a man in a dark green robe stormed out of the 02 core area. Zhang Yang. The streamer's eyes lit up as he quickly approached. Zhang Yang, I'm from Douyin. Get lost. Zhang Yang shouted angrily, leaving without looking back. The streamer stood there stunned, then broke into a bright smile. Everyone. Zhang Yang, did you see that? I just talked to him. He told me to get lost. Can you believe it? As Yunchen walked by, he glanced at the streamer's screen, where comments were flooding in and the like count was skyrocketing. Apparently, Zhang Yang's insult had brought the streamer a surge of traffic. Yunchen didn't stop and headed straight for the 01 core area. The training demons there were the strongest, and he had realized that the stronger the enemy, the higher the cultivation points gained from critical hits. To become stronger, he had to challenge those who were even stronger. At that moment, a flurry of comments suddenly appeared on the streamer's screen. Wow, who was that guy in the white combat robe just now? So handsome. And he was holding a sword, so cool. Sensing an opportunity, the streamer excitedly said, Everyone, keep the gifts coming. I'm going to find that handsome guy right now. Let you all have a good look. The streamer hurriedly followed into the 02 core area, only to see Yun Chen's silhouette disappearing into the entrance of the 01 core area. No way. Is he really going into the 01 core area to train? Is he crazy? The streamer exclaimed. He knew that the 01 core area was not meant for beginner martial artists. As Zhang Yang stepped out of the core area 02, a voice suddenly came through his headset. Zhang Yang, why did you exit? You're in second place now, did you know? Zhang Yang replied angrily. I know. The voice in the headset continued to urge him. Then why aren't you catching up? Don't you want the rewards? Zhang Yang frowned and said, the fierce demons in the core area 02 are too strong. I want to find a place with more, but weaker demons to farm points. The voice in the headset went silent for a moment, and Zhang Yang quickly added, Don't worry, I'm not far behind in points. I'll catch up soon. The voice in the headset spoke again. No, wait a moment. Zhang Yang was taken aback and quickly pulled out his device to check the leaderboard. The board showed, first, Yin Chun, 2,480 points. Second, Zhang Yang, 1,300 points. Zhang Yang exclaimed. I only rested for a few minutes. How did the point gap widen so much? The voice in the headset said, there's only one possibility. This Chen must have entered the core Area 01. Zhang Yang was shocked. Is he a first-tier warrior? No way. The trial camp's requirement is that anyone above first-tier 1-star can't enter. Who on earth is this Chen? The voice in the headset replied. You continue with the trial. I'll find out more about this Chen. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man sitting outside the trial campsite. Who exactly is this Chen? In Jining City, Yuan Ma, the grade director of Jining Yingwu High School, was feeling anxious. He originally thought Zhang Yang would surely take first place in today's trial, which would have been great publicity for the school. Zhang Yang was the school's top seed candidate. Yuan Ma wondered, is this Chen from somewhere else? As he pondered, he overheard the surrounding discussions. Hey, the machine must be broken, right? Otherwise, how could Chen score over 2,000 points in less than 2 hours? Almost 3,000. That's ridiculous. Yuan Ma noticed Li Song, Zhong Lin, and Su Qing in the distance, and upon seeing Li Song's armband, he was startled. They're from Suhai No. 1 High School. Suddenly, it all made sense. They're here for the independent martial arts exam. With this realization, Yuan Ma gritted his teeth. Chen is from Suhai No. 1 High School. Are you kidding me? Suhai No. 1 High School is only ranked mid-level. How could they have such an extraordinary student? As Yuan Ma's thoughts raced, Li Song was also sweating anxiously. This Chen guy, doesn't he know to keep a low profile? How did he rack up over 3,000 points so quickly? The tall poppy gets cut down. Zhong Lin adjusted his glasses and said in a low voice, I feel like several eyes are on us already. Su Qing widened her beautiful eyes slightly and muttered to herself, Chen, what's going on with his score? Time ticked by, and today's trial camp waiting hall was unusually quiet, with everyone's eyes on the leaderboard. At this moment, Chen's score had soared to 5,900, while Zhang Yang's was 1,600. The announcement came over the speakers. Dear warriors, today's trial is about to end. Please return to the waiting hall as we prepare for the final point tally. A group of warriors gradually exited, with Lu Yingkai, Li Yun, and Bai Yingxue scoring 810, 690, and 890 respectively, decent performances. Just then, Zhang Yang, clad in a dark green battle robe, emerged, prompting some young girls in the hall to scream, Master Zhang Yang. In Jining City, he was quite the celebrity with a large fan base of young girls. However, Zhang Yang had no mood to acknowledge them at the moment. His gaze turned to the back, where most of the attention was focused on Chen, dressed in a white battle robe, walking slowly towards them, the first on the leaderboard, sword in hand. Chen slowly walked out of the trial camp, feeling the eyes of everyone on him. He frowned slightly and walked over to Lu Yingkai and the others. Li Yun whispered, You still ask what's wrong? What's with your points? Over 5,000. Are you trying to defy the heavens? Lu Yingkai frowned, saying, A lot of people are saying that there must be an issue with your points machine. Bai Yingxue was slightly angry. Someone's targeting us. Chen was about to speak when a manager hurried over to him. Hello, are you Chen? Sorry, but we need to check your points machine. Chen frowned, asking, Are you checking everyone else's too? The manager hesitated. No, just yours. Li Yun angrily exclaimed, Why? The manager stammered. Because many people reported to us, and Chen's points are indeed quite high. Lu Yingkai calmly criticized. Isn't this a bit of a double standard? Why don't you doubt others who come in first? Why only us? The manager began to sweat nervously. At this moment, Zhang Yang suddenly spoke up. If you're so against checking the machine, there's only one possibility that Chen's points machine is indeed malfunctioning. Jining High School's grade director, Yuan Ma, also stepped forward, saying, Let me be frank, integrity is the most important thing in life. You won't get far with cheating. You're from Suhai City First High, right? Since you're in Jining City, you represent Suhai City. Admit your mistakes and don't disgrace Suhai City. Hearing this, Principal Li Song from First High immediately stood up, pointing at Yuan Ma. You brat, what are you talking about? How dare you accuse our students of cheating? Yuan Ma smirked. If you didn't cheat, why are you being so evasive? The audience in the hall began to buzz with speculation about what was going on, with some even questioning. Did he really cheat to get such a high score? Zhang Yang watched with a smug smile. Bai Yingxue looked at Zhang Yang, and after a few seconds of silence said, Exclamation point. Zhang Yang's face stiffened. What did you say? At this moment, Chen spoke to the manager. All right, if you want to check, then check. But before that, I want to know what the first place prize is. The manager replied. It's an 11 cultivation resource bundle, plus a reward of 30,000 wealth points. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a gasp from the hall. An 11 cultivation resource bundle? Wow, that's worth tens of thousands. The trial camp is really generous. The manager smiled wryly. Yes, it is an 11 resource bundle, but it can't be sold in the market, only used personally. Chen nodded. Okay, you can take my machine for inspection. If there's an issue, you can deal with me as you see fit. Make me pay, blacklist me, or even call the enforcement team to arrest me. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's smile widened slightly. Yun Chen continued, but if there's no issue, you owe me double the points reward, okay? The manager's face froze. I'll need to consult with my superiors. Yun Chen said, if you don't agree, then just exchange my rewards quickly. I can't waste time waiting here. The administrator hurried into the office and came out moments later, saying urgently, student, we agree. Hearing this, Yun Chen quickly dismantled the points machine and handed it to the administrator, saying, take it for inspection. Zhang Yang, standing nearby, snorted and muttered under his breath. Pride comes before a fall. Yun Chen and his friends went over to sit beside Li Song and the others. Li Song and Zhong Lin looked at Yun Chen, their fists clenched. Though they remained silent, the tension was palpable. Li Yun said to Li Song, Grandpa, relax a bit, or I'm afraid you'll have a heart attack. Li Song retorted, you brat, can't you wish your grandfather well for once? Zhong Lin frowned, looking troubled. Lu Yingkai chuckled and said, old classmate, don't stress yourself out. We just have to wait for the results now. Bai Yingxue suddenly said, no matter the outcome, we'll face it together. Her words brought everyone back to their senses. Li Song nodded in agreement. Bai is right. We're from Suhai City High School. We can't let outsiders push us around. Su Qing looked at Yun Chen and asked softly, is there really no issue with your points? Yun Chen smiled wryly. Qing Jia, don't you trust me? Su Qing sighed. It's just too astonishing. Yun Chen reassured her, don't worry. He fell silent then, focusing on sensing the cultivation within himself. In his mind, Yun Chen thought, without using my sword, my cultivation is still not at the first tier, first star. If I were to specify, I'm still 7.5 points away from becoming a first tier, first star warrior. In high school, reaching this level is extremely rare nationwide. He hoped today's settlement of cultivation points would reach 7.5, concentrating intently on the panel, silently wishing. Just then, a female voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, what are you staring at? Yun Chen frowned and looked up, seeing a young woman in a short skirt pointing at him angrily. Why are you staring at my legs, you pervert? If you don't give me an explanation today, this isn't over. Yun Chen put away the panel and looked at her. She was short, with average looks, but her expression was fierce. Yun Chen said helplessly, I wasn't looking at you. I was deep in thought. The woman in the short skirt retorted, still trying to lie. I've been standing here for several minutes, and you've been staring at my legs the whole time. You look decent, but you're such a creep. So gross. Yun Chen rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Are you crazy? The woman's face hardened. Who are you calling crazy? At this point, Su Qing, sitting next to Yun Chen, spoke up. Miss, stop making baseless accusations. Don't imagine everyone is spying on you. Bai Yingxue added calmly. I can assure you, Yun Chen wouldn't be interested in you. Li Yun chimed in. Exactly. Have you looked in a mirror? The woman in the short skirt pointed at the three women, angrily exclaiming. You're all in cahoots. Why are you siding with him? Lu Yingkai couldn't hold back, interjecting. You're being unreasonable. The woman snapped. Hey, pretty boy, who are you calling unreasonable? At this point, bystanders also started criticizing her. Come on, give it a rest. He's sitting with two beautiful women. Why would he be looking at you? Don't be so full of yourself. The woman's face froze, and seeing the crowd's disapproval, she stormed off, muttering. Who would understand? Another disappointing guy today. Honestly, I'm speechless. While everyone was still discussing this little incident, Yuan Ma muttered, why is the report on Yun Chen's points taking so long? Zhang Yang casually remarked, there must be an issue, what else? Just then, a supervisor from the training camp rushed out of the office. Which one of you is Yun Chen? Please come over here. Yuan Ma and Zhang Yang from Yingwu High School looked on with smug expressions, secretly pleased with themselves. Yun Chen saw the supervisor and calmly said, if there's something to discuss, let's do it here so everyone can hear. Hearing this, Yuan Ma, the grade director at Yingwu High School, sneered. Yun Chen, you shouldn't be so confident. The supervisor wants you over there to save face for you. Why don't you appreciate it? The supervisor's smile stiffened, and he quickly said, no need to get upset, Yun Chen. I'll say it here. Yuan Ma's face turned rigid, thinking to himself, why is the supervisor being so polite to Yun Chen? Meanwhile, Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed as he focused intently on the report in the supervisor's hand. After thorough verification and reviewing the surveillance footage, we've confirmed that there was indeed a minor error in Yun Chen's score, the supervisor announced. Yuan Ma breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, that was close. Zhang Yang's expression relaxed as he looked at Yun Chen with schadenfreude. Huh, I knew it. How could someone from Suhai City's first high school think they'd take first place? The hall buzzed with chatter. Wow, there really was an issue. Makes sense though. Suhai City's GDP is only a third of Jining City's, and their martial arts resources are meager. How could they possibly compete with us? It's one thing to be from a poor area, but to resort to cheating for points. At this moment, the faces of Li Song and others from Suhai City's first high school turned serious. The supervisor continued. After recalculation, Yun Chen's score should be 6,010 points. Some points for defeating fierce demons weren't counted. We apologize, Yun Chen. The hall fell silent. The woman who had accused Yun Chen of peeping was now staring at him, mouth slightly agape. Zhang Yang's smug smile froze, and his lips twitched. What did you just say, supervisor? The supervisor repeated. Yun Chen's score is 6,010 points, ranking first. Not only that, but he also broke the record in our training camp. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall erupted. Over 6,000 points. Are you kidding? What kind of concept is that? Are you sure you're thinking straight, supervisor? The supervisor nodded. I didn't believe it at first either, but after reviewing the footage, I understood. Yin Shun cleared the entire 0-1 core area by himself. Silence. A silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. The 0-1 core area? Someone in the hall rasped. He did it alone. Everyone was in shock. Even Li Song and his colleagues wore expressions of disbelief. They had no idea someone of such caliber was among them. It felt like being told they won a billion-dollar lottery, yet they couldn't remember buying a ticket. Principal Li Song looked at Su Qing with a complex expression. Teacher Su, were you hiding Yun Chen's abilities from us? Su Qing's eyes were still trembling as she quickly explained. I swear, Principal, I had no idea he was this incredible. At this moment, the supervisor approached Yun Chun and bowed deeply. I'm really sorry, Yun Chun, for the unpleasant experience. To make it up to you and your companions, we've prepared some gifts as a token of our respect. The supervisor clapped his hands, and several administrators came out carrying a few briefcases. These are 2 sets of A-level martial arts training resources, he announced. Each set contains 5 A-level chi and blood pills, 10 kilograms of A-level alloy, and a B-level martial seal. Additionally, your companions will each receive a set of B-level martial arts training resources as an apology. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall gasped, thinking to themselves, 2 A-level and 3 B-level martial arts training resources must be worth a fortune. The supervisor approached Yun Chun with a smile and whispered, and Yun Chun, we've also prepared a compensation of 100,000 wealth points for you. How does that sound? Yun Chun thought to himself. Running a trial camp is really profitable. But he remained composed and replied, it's barely acceptable. The supervisor chuckled, as long as you're satisfied. If you need anything else, just let me know. At that moment, Yuan Ma slapped his chair and stood up, exclaiming, Suhai City's first high school. Did you hire someone to boost your scores? He pointed at Yun Chun and questioned, I bet you're not Yin Chun. Based on your strength, you must be at least a first-tier, 1-star martial artist. How many high school martial artists of that level are there in Jiangnan province? I've never heard of someone named Yun Chun. His words didn't stir much reaction, as everyone knew that entering the trial camp required identity verification, which was directly linked to the arbitration department's database. Questioning Yun Chen's identity was akin to questioning the arbitration department. Principal Li Song stood up and reprimanded. You brat, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Yuan Ma retorted angrily. Old man, don't act so arrogant just because you're older. I'm the grade director at Jining Ingwu High School. Do you know how much I'm worth? The supervisor glanced at Yuan Ma and firmly stated, Director Yuan, Yun Chen's identity is definitely verified. I guarantee it. You should leave with some dignity. The crowd in the hall looked at Yuan Ma with disdain, thinking, please, don't disgrace Ingwu High School. Realizing he wouldn't gain anything by continuing, Yuan Ma exchanged a look with Zhang Yang, and the two quickly left. Outside, Yuan Ma lit a cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and bitterly said to Zhang Yang, Zhang Yang, they're also here to take the independent martial arts exam. Zhang Yang clenched his fist, eyes determined. I guessed it. Are you confident? Yuan Ma took a deep drag on his cigarette, stomped it out under his foot, and nodded. All right, let's go. We have a few days until the independent martial arts exam. Let's prepare well. Inside the hall, people were still buzzing with discussion. It seemed this year's independent martial arts exam would be intense. Besides the prodigies from Jining City, it was surprising that Suhai City had produced such talents this year as well. Those 3 students from Suhai City had impressive scores, in the 700 to 800 range. But that Yun Chun was truly extraordinary. Just then, the owner of the equipment department approached Yun Chun somewhat nervously and respectfully said, Yun Chun, this sword is for you. Yun Chun glanced at the level alloy longsword he had his eye on and smiled. How could I accept this, boss? We agreed I'd buy it with my points reward. I can't let you give it to me for free. The owner quickly shook his head. No need. No need. The supervisor already informed me. This sword is a gift for you. How could I charge you? Refreshing the points record, a genius high schooler, a sword martial artist. Your future is limitless. At this moment, someone lightly tapped Yin Chun on the back. He turned to see the woman in the short skirt who had falsely accused him earlier. She smiled ingratiatingly and softly asked, Hey handsome, can we exchange contact information? Yin Chun suddenly exclaimed, Why are you touching me? The woman in the short skirt panicked. No, I wasn't. Yin Chun stepped back 3 paces, thinking, I'm going to report you for sexual harassment. What a troublesome woman. The woman's face turned extremely awkward. After receiving the reward, the supervisor excitedly pulled Chen aside to take several photos, laughing as he said, hee hee, let's keep this as a memento. Chen and the others gradually boarded the school bus. Once on board, Chen noticed Li Yun continuously glancing back at him. She bluntly asked, what are you staring at? Li Yun's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Staring at a strong guy. Inside the bus, everyone was still savoring the excitement from earlier, finding it hard to believe that it had all been real. As the bus started, Li Song gazed out at the passing scenery, unable to suppress a shout from within. Our luck is changing. Suhai High School is really turning things around this time. Maybe Chen will even get a direct entry into one of the top 5 universities. What a find. What a treasure. At this point, Zhong Lin, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, sitting next to Li Song, remarked helplessly, Principal, could you tone down your expression a bit? Li Song started, quickly massaging his facial muscles. He turned to Zhong Lin and asked, Mr. Zhong, what do you think? Zhong Lin chuckled wryly, saying, it seems we've all underestimated the terrifying potential of an SS-level ceiling. Li Song continued, what do you think Chen's current strength is? Zhong Lin replied, a first stage, 1-star formal warrior. I reckon that's about right. Li Song nodded, pressing further, what do you think his chances are of getting into the top 5 universities? Zhong Lin analyzed calmly. As long as he maintains this state until the independent martial arts exam, there's a 90% chance he'll be directly admitted to a top 5 university. It's exceedingly rare for a high school student to become a formal warrior. In the entire Jiangnan province, only a few emerge each year. Li Song laughed. Looks like your class 1 is going to be overshadowed. Zhong Lin's mouth twitched, but then he sighed with a smile. Principal, don't tease me. I'm genuinely happy that our school has produced a genius like Chen. Moreover, thanks to Chen, we've also received 3-level martial arts resource bundles, which will enhance the strengths of students like Lu Yingkai, Li Yun, and Baiying Xue. I think this year's independent martial arts exam is our best hope yet for Suhai High School. Li Song's expression turned serious as he said, time waits for no one. We must consider whether this is the only opportunity of our lifetime. We must seize this chance and make it the most remarkable victory since the school's founding. Zhong Lin nodded in agreement. Li Song quietly dialed a number. Hello, Finance Department? It's me, Li Song. Double the budget for this year's independent martial arts exam. Yes. Don't ask me why. Just believe me when I say our school has produced a prodigy. Hurry up and transfer the funds. Zhong Lin, overhearing the conversation, was stunned. Doubling the budget? The principal is really going all out. After hanging up, Li Song instructed the driver, Old Zhao. Old Zhao, let's change our route to Jining Hotel. From today onwards, we're all moving into Jining Hotel. Li Song announced loudly. The bus erupted with excitement. Li Yun exclaimed, Jining Hotel? That 5-star luxury hotel. Lu Yingkai checked his phone and exclaimed, wow, a single night costs 8,000 to 9,000 wealth points. Li Song laughed and waved his hand. Everyone, eat well, drink well, and sleep well. Rest up, and let's give our all for the independent martial arts exam. Everyone on the bus raised their hands in agreement. Understood. At this moment, Su Qing cast a playful glance at Chen and teased, you've really stolen the spotlight this time. Chen smiled slightly and replied, this is nothing. The independent martial arts exam hasn't even started yet. Su Qing chuckled, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I must admit, I'm really looking forward to the day of the independent martial arts exam. The audience's reactions will surely be priceless. Chen laughed and said, Qing, are you trying to put pressure on me? Su Qing blinked her beautiful eyes, playfully twirling her black hair, and suggested, how about this? If you achieve good results in the independent martial arts exam, I'll grant you one request. Chen was taken aback and excitedly asked, really? Su Qing nodded seriously, of course. Chen joked, you better not regret it. Su Qing's expression froze slightly as she reminded him. Just to be clear, I won't agree to anything strange. Chen laughed heartily, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes, while secretly thinking, in Jining City, I wonder if there's a chance to meet someone from the Qin family? Meanwhile, at the front desk of the Jining Hotel, a few female students were chatting. They were college students from martial arts universities, working part-time at the front desk during their winter break. Although the job was relatively easy, since Jining Hotel was the most luxurious hotel in the Jiangnan province, they could earn several thousand wealth points a month. Look, a handsome guy. One of the girls exclaimed excitedly while scrolling through short videos on Douyin. The other girls curiously gathered around. What? A handsome guy? Let me see. They all focused on the phone screen, where a handsome young man in white, holding a long sword, appeared against a backdrop of catchy traditional-style DJ music, making a memorable impression. The video's description read, Jining Martial Arts Training Camp, record broken, mysterious sword-wielding high school student. Who is he? Jiang an independent martial arts exam. Excitement unfolds. Come explore the training camp. The main character in the video was Chen. The training camp supervisor had taken his photo, created a short video, and posted it online, garnering over 10,000 likes in just a few hours. The girls were mesmerized, staring at the screen with wide eyes. Wow, is he an actor? He's so handsome, one of them exclaimed in awe. Not an actor. Look at the video description. It says he's a high school student. The others chimed in with surprise. A high school student? They exclaimed in disbelief. Wow, isn't that a fresh-faced young guy? The university girl's eyes sparkled with interest. Look at that physique. That look, he's like the perfect mix of fierce and gentle, just the type I like, another girl teased. Hey, Shaolin, wipe your drool, will you? The girls whispered among themselves, fully engrossed in the video of Chen, nearly forgetting their work. Just then, a male manager approached, tapping the desk with his finger and sternly saying, Hey you all, focus on your work. Customers are coming soon. The girls were reluctantly brought back to reality by the manager's warning, putting away their phones with a drawn-out sigh. Yes, after the manager left, they grumbled. So annoying, interrupting my eye candy time. Of all times to come, it had to be now. What kind of guests are arriving this late? Just then, they noticed a bus pulling up outside the hotel, with several people carrying luggage getting off. Despite their annoyance, they quickly put on professional smiles. One of the girls looked down to find a room card, then looked up with a smile. Hello, welcome to Jining Hotel. However, when she saw the young man in white standing in front of her, she froze in shock. Chen looked at the stunned expression of the front desk girl and asked, puzzled, Hello. After Chen and his friends finished checking in, they headed to the restaurant for a meal. Li Yun playfully tapped Chen on the shoulder and teased. Hey, Chen, did you notice those girls at the front desk? They couldn't take their eyes off you. Chen smiled wryly, thinking to himself that no one would have guessed the manager would turn his photo into a short video. At that moment, Bai Yingxue and Su Qing were following closely behind Chen, looking a bit uneasy. The enthusiasm of the receptionists towards Chen had left them feeling unsettled. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go eat, Bai Yingxue suggested. The second floor of the Jining Hotel featured a Michelin-level buffet restaurant, with an average cost of over 2,000 wealth points per person. Chen was looking forward to it. As they were about to head to the restaurant, a soft voice suddenly called out, Chen. Chen turned around and was taken aback to see a girl in a black dress, her skin as white as snow, adorned with luxurious designer items. Qin Mingyue, he exclaimed, recognizing his cousin whom he hadn't seen in years. Chen had wondered if he might encounter someone from the Qin family during his visit to Jining City, but he hadn't expected it to actually happen. Qin Mingyue looked at Chen, as if she had a lot to say but couldn't find the words. Her companion whispered, Mingyue, is he a friend of yours? Qin Mingyue shook her head slightly and said, Let's go. With that, she and her friends walked away. Bai Yingxue asked Chen, Who was that girl? Sensing the emotional shift in Bai Yingxue, Chen felt a surge of emotional energy. My cousin, he replied. Su Qing remarked in surprise. Chen, your cousin seems really wealthy. She's wearing all limited edition stuff. Chen chuckled bitterly. She's my uncle's daughter. Our families haven't been in contact for 3 or 4 years. In the elevator, one of Qin Mingyue's friends asked, Hey, Mingyue, what's your relationship with that guy? You obviously know each other. Qin Mingyue frowned. Why do you ask? Are you interested in him? Her friend pouted. I'm just curious. Qin Mingyue sighed. He's my cousin. Her friends were shocked. Mingyue, he's your cousin? And so handsome. They began to chatter excitedly. Everyone knew that Qin Mingyue's family was among the top 10 in Jining City's business circles, so her cousin was at least a wealthy heir. Her friend's eyes sparkled with interest. Mingyue, can you introduce us? Qin Mingyue gave them a cold look and said, He's from Jian County. Can you handle that? Her friends immediately lost interest in Chen, believing that a man from a county town had no future prospects. Even if he was handsome, it didn't matter. A good-looking face was no match for power and wealth. Qin Mingyue glanced at her friends, slightly disdainful, but said nothing more. Just then, one of her friends at the back of the elevator was browsing her phone and suddenly asked, Hey, Mingyue, is this guy your cousin? As her friend handed over the phone, Qin Mingyue glanced at it and felt a pang in her heart, just as she suspected. Huh? Mingyue, your cousin is actually into short videos. A group of her friends gathered around, eager to see for themselves. In the video, Chen's impressive sword-wielding skills, set to rhythmic traditional music, were captivating and almost hypnotic. Mingyue, I must say, your cousin is indeed handsome. It's just a pity he's not well off, one friend remarked. Yeah, if he had a bit of money, he'd be the perfect man. The others agreed, noting the video had already garnered tens of thousands of views, which was quite impressive. Then, one sharp-eyed friend pointed out, Hey, look, this is from the Jining Martial Arts Training Camp account. Everyone turned their attention back to the phone, confirming it was true. They were familiar with the camp, having trained there in their childhood. Wait a minute. The video claimed he broke the camp's record? Qin Mingyue exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. Her reaction stirred excitement among her friends. Breaking the record? Though they had attended the camp, they mostly had unknown sessions with martial arts instructors. Their skills weren't up to par to participate in the official trials. They remembered that only adult martial artists or top martial arts students from senior high school, who were highly skilled, could enter the training camp. The record at Jining Martial Arts Training Camp hadn't been broken in 2 or 3 years, and now Yunshin had done it. Hey, Mingyue, are you sure this is your cousin? Someone questioned, skeptical. Coming from the county, how could he break the record of the training camp in Jining City? Jining City was the provincial capital of Jiangnan Province, with a resident population of 20 to 30 million. In martial arts, people might think it's about talent, hard work, and sweat, but those like Qin Mingyue understood that resources were the true essence of martial arts. Thus, they found it hard to believe someone from a small county could break the record in the provincial capital. Yes, it's him. Qin Mingyue's eyes widened slightly. Though she found it hard to believe, she recognized Yin Chen's face clearly. Her friends gasped. Mingyue, what's your cousin's story? Is he really from a small county? How did he manage to break the record in Jining City? Qin Mingyue felt a wave of frustration and murmured, I haven't been in touch with him for years, so I have no idea how he did it. She bit her lip, feeling conflicted, wishing she'd talked to Yin Chen more earlier. Just then, one of Qin Mingyue's friends spoke up. You all go ahead. I need to head out for a bit. It was her friend Yaoya, whose father was a famous entertainment producer in Daxia. Influenced by her father, Yaoya dressed fashionably and elegantly, with tattoos and earrings, her style different from typical 16 or 17-year-old girls. She was slender and had delicate features. Yaoya, what are you up to? Are you planning to meet your cousin yourself? A few friends curiously asked. At this, a hint of a frown appeared on Qin Mingyue's face. That's my cousin. Yaoya smiled slightly and said, I just feel like it would be boring to go back. I want to go downstairs for a smoke and get some fresh air. Do you want to join me? Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyue and the others frowned. None of them smoked, so they probably wouldn't go. Yaoya chuckled, stepped out of the elevator, and took another one going down. On the second floor, she exited the elevator and entered the buffet restaurant. By this time, Yun Shun and his group were already seated, with plates of exquisite dishes before them. Bai Yingxue and Li Yun had chosen Western cuisine, with seafood, pasta, and steak on the table, while Lu Yingkai and Yunshin opted for more traditional Eastern dishes, such as rice, stir-fried, and braised dishes. At the table next to Yunshin's sat 4 young men and women, dressed lavishly, clearly from wealthy backgrounds. At this moment, a young man with yellow hair glanced at Bai Yingxue and Su Qing beside Yunshun, a hint of envy in his eyes. He then looked at Yunshun and Lu Yingxai's plates and sneered. Bumpkins, coming to a place like this and only eating these. His voice was loud enough, clearly not caring if Yunshun and the others heard. Lu Yingkai looked a bit embarrassed after hearing this. Li Yun slammed her cup down on the table, glaring angrily at the yellow-haired guy. Hey, what's your problem? The yellow-haired man replied disdainfully. Huh? What's it to you? At this moment, Yunshin also looked at the yellow-haired guy and said coldly, we indeed don't know how to eat. Unlike you, who even finds eating crap delicious. As soon as he said that, Su Qing and Bai Yingxue couldn't help but burst into laughter. The yellow-haired man's expression changed, and he angrily said, poor kid, what did you just say? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the yellow-haired man's female companion suddenly stared behind Yunshun and exclaimed, Yaoya. Yunshin turned around to see Yaoya standing behind him, smiling slightly, and asked, hello, you're Qin Mingyue's cousin, right? She handed him a business card and continued, I'm the daughter of producer Yao Xiaomon, and I'd like to invite you to join our company as part of our martial arts idol project. Cousin, are you interested in entering the entertainment industry and becoming a martial arts male idol? The people around Yunshin were all taken aback, but Yunshin responded without hesitation. I refuse. He noticed Yao Ya's awkwardness and surprise, feeling secretly pleased, as if he had gained some sort of cultivation point. Yao Ya's smile froze instantly, with a hint of unease in her voice. Cousin, the artists in our company earn a lot. Their average annual income is in the millions. However, Yunshin shook his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I'm not interested. At this moment, the blonde man's female companion chimed in. She is Yao Xiaomon's daughter. In the top 10 of Daxia's artists, 8 out of 10 are under Yao Xiaomon. How can you refuse such an opportunity? What surprised them even more was why Yaoya was here and offering an olive branch to Yunshin. Feeling the surprised gazes around her, Yaoya felt a slight unease. She pulled out her phone, found a short video, and pointed at Yunshin. This is you, right? Yunshin sighed, thinking to himself, it's hard to stay out of the limelight. He nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, it's me. Yaoya put away her phone, a trace of expectation in her eyes. Then may I ask why you refused? Yunshin spoke earnestly. I'm not interested in the entertainment industry. First, let me clarify, I have nothing against entertainment. It's just that humanity still faces survival crises, with demons potentially invading at any time, and warriors constantly sacrificing at the borders to protect our homeland. In such a context, I won't consider any profession other than a professional warrior. These words made Su Qing beside him widen her beautiful eyes, and Bai Yingshue's eyes also flashed with admiration and affection. Hearing this, Yao Ye bit her lip, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. If you don't want to come, that's fine, but there's no need to press me with such patriotic sentiments. Yun Chen shook his head, speaking gently. I didn't mean to criticize anyone. I just wanted to say that people have different choices. He looked at Yao Ye and smiled slightly. If the world is at peace in the future, maybe I'll consider it. Hearing this, Yao Ye's expression softened slightly, and she nodded. All right. Yun Chen then asked, are you Qin Mingyue's classmate? Yao Ye nodded. Yes. Are you here for the independent martial arts exam? Yun Chen and the others nodded in agreement. Yao Ye smiled, bowed slightly. Then I wish you all good luck in the martial arts exam. Yun Chen and the others replied in unison. Thank you. With that, Yao Ye and her companions turned and left. As she left Jinning restaurant, Yao Ye lit a cigarette and exhaled with a bitter smile. Ah, the feeling of being rejected is really unpleasant. After she left, a girl at the blonde man's table opened her phone, quickly found Yun Chen's short video, and exclaimed, it really is him. The video had already reached 1.02 million views, with over 100,000 likes. The female companion quickly pulled the blonde man. Let's go. This is so embarrassing. We've offended someone we shouldn't have. Anyone who knows Yao Yu is surely not ordinary. Not to mention the viral video. He might be a rising star. The blonde man was dragged away from the table, and before leaving, he shot a vicious glare at Yun Chen. Just you wait. At that moment, Bai Yingxue suddenly grabbed a lobster head from the plate and hurled it at the blonde man's face, shouting angrily, who do you think you're waiting for? Everyone was stunned, and Yun Chen, standing nearby, said helplessly, Aunt Bai, your temper really flares up instantly. Bai Yingxue came from a martial arts family and usually had a cool demeanor, but when someone hit her sore spot, she would explode without mercy. The blonde man quickly wiped the lobster juice off his face with a napkin. Just then, a female manager approached with a clipboard in hand, frowning slightly as she asked, hello everyone. May I ask what's going on here? Li Yun stood up and bluntly stated, these guys have been provoking us. They're clearly looking for trouble. The female manager glanced at the blonde man and his companions, her brows furrowing. At this moment, Su Qing stood up, walked over to the manager, and whispered a few words. The manager's expression shifted from puzzled to shocked, and finally to respectful. She then approached the blonde man and whispered something to him. His companions immediately looked stiff and terrified, glancing at Su Qing before slinking away. The blonde man gave Su Qing a resentful look, glanced at Yun Chen, and eventually decided to leave as well. Lu Yingkai quietly said to Yun Chen, who exactly is your boss? Yun Chen replied with a wry smile, I have no idea. When Su Qing returned, Yun Chen asked softly, Sister Qing, be honest, you're not just an ordinary wealthy woman, are you? Su Qing chuckled mysteriously, not telling you. Yun Chen responded helplessly, why not? Su Qing teased, I'm afraid you might stop trying. At this point, Bai Yingxue leaned on Yun Chen's shoulder and asked, Yun Chen, have you used that level cultivation resource pack yet? Yun Chen replied, oh, not yet, but I know it contains a few first-grade blood pills, a level alloy, and a level martial seal. Lu Yingkai and Li Yun looked envious. Blood pills can instantly restore the strength of a first-grade 3-star martial artist. A level alloy can be used to forge a level weapons, and a level martial seal contains sealed level martial skills, which are extremely valuable. Li Yun, knowledgeable as ever, sighed. Yun Chen, I'm so envious of you. Yun Chen replied with a wry smile. What about your level cultivation resource packs? Lu Yingkai said, we have 2 first-grade blood pills, level alloy, and a level martial seal. That's pretty good too. Bai Yingxue laughed. In the end, we're benefiting from Yun Chen's good fortune. If it weren't for you, the training camp wouldn't have given us anything. Li Yun raised her glass of orange juice and suggested, Bai Yingxue is right. Let's toast to Yun Chen. Lu Yingkai, Bai Yingxue, and Su Qing also raised their glasses, saying in unison, cheers. Yun Chen quickly said with a wry smile, don't make a fuss. I'm flattered. After the toast, Su Qing crossed her arms and said, classmates, do you know why you weren't allowed to train in martial arts during your 3 years of high school? Yun Chen and the others asked in unison, why? Su Qing continued, in the early stages of martial arts training, improving your basic strength is crucial. Without a strong foundation, some martial skills can't be trained at all, and even if they are, they won't be very effective. Yun Chen listened as he sipped his iced cola. The basic strength Su Qing mentioned was indeed cultivation level. As she said, if a martial artist's cultivation is low, even learning high-level martial skills won't allow them to unleash their full potential. For example, a few days ago, Yun Chen only had 5 points of cultivation. Even if he learned this level active martial skill, 10,000 sword treasury, After using it a few times, his cultivation would be nearly depleted, leaving him exhausted. Su Qing went on, but I must remind you, in a provincial capital city like Jining, a few students start training in martial arts as early as their first year of high school. They rely on their family's wealth and resources to support them, and these students are likely to take independent martial arts exams. So, don't relax these next few days. Keep training hard. Lu Yingkai and the others, hearing this, looked slightly changed and then nodded seriously. At this point, Su Qing leaned over to Yun Shun and whispered, "You need to work hard too, got it?" Yun Shun chuckled, teasing, "Sister Qing, you really want to fulfill one of my requests, don't you?" Su Qing playfully scolded, "What nonsense. I'm just worried you'll get too cocky." As they ate and chatted, time quickly passed, and soon it was 9 p.m. Everyone prepared to head back to their rooms to rest. Before leaving, Lu Yingkai, Li Yun, and Bai Yingxue looked serious and tense. They knew the next few days were crucial for them to secure a guaranteed spot at the martial arts university. As Yunshin lay on his bed, he felt relaxed and full of anticipation. How many cultivation points would he receive in tomorrow's settlement? Ding ding ding. I'm the expert at waking you up. Yunshin was awakened by a burst of music. Ding. Master, you gained cultivation points yesterday, 9.5. Normal gain 2. Critical gain, 7.5. Yunshin sat up in bed, delighted. 9.5 cultivation points. This means my cultivation level is enough to break through to the first tier, 1 star? Without hesitation, he added all the cultivation points to his panel. At this moment, Yunshin's level was first tier, 1 star, with a warrior cultivation of 22 and 0 cultivation points remaining. He then checked his martial skills section and found that his proficiency in basic swordsmanship was maxed out, while Heaven and Earth Sword Heart and Heaven and Earth Sword Intent were passive skills with no proficiency level. Now, he only needed to focus on the 10,000 Swords Treasury. The status of 10,000 Swords Treasury showed level active martial skill, storage level E, storage quantity 9. Yunshin thought for a moment and took out 4 wooden swords from the treasury. The wooden swords were already battered, with visibly broken hilts. After all, they were school training swords, and it was remarkable they had lasted until today. Yunshin felt a sense of nostalgia as he took out the 4 wooden swords, realizing they could no longer be used. Then, he retrieved a Blevel longsword from his storage bag, which he had obtained at the trial camp, and checked its effects. The passive effect was that it could slice through iron like mud, causing fatal damage to weapons below D level. The active effect was Sword Cry, which could weaken the cultivation of enemies within 3 meters. Yun Shun was amazed by the weapon's power, observing the blue-black alloy longsword, its blade emitting a faint metallic sheen. He tried swinging it twice, and crack. By accident, he chopped off a corner of the nightstand. Yunshin quickly put away the alloy longsword. It was already past 8, so Yunshin decided to have breakfast first. He intended to find Lu Yingkai and the others, but their room was already empty, making him wonder, did they get up so early? Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "You're the one who got up late." Yunshin turned around and saw Su Qing in her pajamas. Her nightwear accentuated her stunning curves, especially the long black stockings beneath the hem, making it hard to look away. "Sister Qing?" Yunshin was startled. Su Qing walked up to him, her charming face slightly frowning. "You lazybones, I told you to work harder last night, and here you are, sleeping in." Yunshin smiled awkwardly. "Sister Qing, you just woke up too, haven't even dressed properly." Hearing this, Su Qing blushed, quickly adjusting her pajama top. "Stop talking nonsense. As your class advisor, I must guide you well." Yun Shun waved his hand. "Please guide me harshly. But how about letting me have breakfast first?" Su Qing went back to her room to change, and then they both went downstairs to the dining hall for breakfast. Yunshin asked, "Where are Principal Li Song and Teacher Zhonglen?" Su Qing replied, "They went with Lu Yingkai, Li Yun, and Bai Yingxue to train." Then, Su Qing took a sip of soy milk, looking at Yunshin. "Yunshin, I know your swordsmanship is strong now, but you can't let your guard down. The independent martial exam gathers geniuses from the entire province, and a slight mistake could mean elimination." Yunshin nodded while biting into a bun. "Got it." At that moment, Yunshin took out his phone, scrolled a bit, and with a smile, asked Su Qing, "Hey, Qing Jia, do you have some free time later?" Su Qing paused, then asked, "Why?" Yunshin suggested with a grin, "How about I take you to a movie? It's my way of showing admiration and gratitude." Su Qing responded helplessly, "Ew, didn't you listen to what I just said at all?" Yunshin chuckled and explained, "I did listen, but you need to balance work and rest. I've been exhausted in the training camp and haven't fully recovered yet." Su Qing pouted and said, "All right, I'll reward you this once." In the martial arts hall, Lu Yingkai, Li Yun, and Bai Yingxue were diligently training. Earlier that morning, they had just absorbed martial techniques from a clever martial imprint. Lu Yingkai learned the clever technique, weakness perception, allowing him to see the vulnerable spots on an opponent's body and deal multiplied damage when hitting them. Li Yun acquired the clever technique, perception disruption, which can temporarily confuse an opponent's senses, such as making them lose vision. Bai Yingxue mastered the clever technique, ice spike, which allows her to condense water molecules in the air to form ice spikes for attacking opponents. Knowing they might face opponents who have already mastered martial techniques in the upcoming independent martial arts exams, the three of them also learned the techniques included in the resource bundle. They had been training since 5 in the morning for 6 or 7 hours. At this point, Zhonglin clapped his hands and announced, "All right, you three, take a break. I've ordered some lunch boxes, and they'll be here soon." Lu Yingkai, Li Yun, and Bai Yingxue sighed in relief and collapsed onto the floor. As Li Yun got up, she checked her phone and scrolled through her social media feed, her mouth twitching as she exclaimed, "This guy." Lu Yingkai quickly leaned over and asked, "What's up?" Li Yun shouted in frustration, "Yun Chun, that guy, went to the movies with teacher Su Qing. While we're here training hard, he's out there flirting." Lu Yingkai chuckled bitterly. "There's nothing we can do about it. Yun Chen's skills are way ahead of ours now." Suddenly, Lu Yingkai and Li Yun sensed a cold aura nearby. Bai Yingxue sat up slowly, her expression stern as she said, "Get up. Let's continue training." Lu Yingkai and Li Yun responded in unison, "Yes, ma'am." After leaving the cinema, Yun Chun and Su Qing walked side by side. Su Qing cheerfully said to Yun Chun, "That movie was pretty good, wasn't it?" Yun Chun nodded and asked, "Qing Jia, do you want to take a walk in the park with me?" Su Qing instinctively replied, "Sure," but then quickly added, "No, you need to get back to training." Yun Chun smiled and said, "Let's rest a bit more." Su Qing replied sternly, "No, I can't let you slack off on your training." Yun Chun teased, "What if I told you I automatically get stronger every day?" Su Qing widened her eyes in disbelief. "Stop talking nonsense." Despite her words, Su Qing ended up spending the whole day wandering around with Yun Chun. When they returned to the hotel, it was already dark. Laughing and chatting, they approached the hotel entrance and suddenly noticed a white figure standing in the distanced was Bai Yingxue. Her expression was not very pleasant when she saw Yun Chun and Su Qing. Bai Yingxue glared at Su Qing, who stiffened and said to Yun Chun, "Yun Chun, it looks like Yingxue has been waiting for you for a while. I'll head up first." With that, Su Qing walked into the hotel alone. "Yingxue, were you waiting for me?" Yun Chun asked. Bai Yingxue was dressed in a white sports jacket and tight blue jeans, which accentuated her figure. Bai Yingxue coldly remarked, "Had fun with teacher Su?" Yun Chun was about to respond when a voice came from behind. "Big brother, that's him." Yun Chun and Bai Yingxue turned to see the blonde-haired young man from before, leading a man in a black combat suit toward Yun Chun. Yun Chun frowned, thinking, "This doesn't look good." Bai Yingxue quickly moved beside Yun Chun and warned, "Yun Chun, let's head back to the hotel." She had noticed that the man in the combat suit had an insignia of a first-level warrior on his arm, indicating he was a formal martial artist. The blonde-haired guy pointed at Bai Yingxue and sneered, "You're not going anywhere. I remember you. You're the one who threw a lobster head at me." He gave Bai Yingxue a once-over, licked his lips, and smirked sinisterly. "You're quite pretty. Once you're in the car, I'll make sure you cry." He then turned to Yun Chun and taunted, "But before that, I'm going to cripple you." Yun Chun stood straight with his hands in his pockets, staring at the blonde-haired guy and the combat-suited man with determination, thinking, "For what you just said, you're going to end up in the ICU." Yun Chun's words carried an undeniable authority that made the blonde-haired man shiver. Immediately, the blonde-haired man was filled with rage, gritting his teeth as he said, "Damn you, still pretending to be tough." At this moment, the man in the combat suit stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Yun Chun, and said in a low voice, "I've seen your short videos. You should be a first-rank, one-star martial artist, right? Apologize, admit your mistake, and we'll only break one of your legs." Hearing this, Yun Chun sighed and replied, "You'll be spending half a month in a hospital bed for saying that." The man in the combat suit's face changed, and he immediately attacked Yun Chun, while the blonde-haired man charged directly at Bai Yingxue. With a thought, Yun Chun caused a ripple in the space behind him, and an iron sword suddenly appeared, putting him in a sword-wielding stance. The man in the combat suit felt a wave of helplessness and fear washed over him. The blonde-haired man suddenly felt uneasy, stumbled, and fell flat on his face. "What the hell?" the blonde-haired man shouted as he got up from the ground, glaring at Yun Chun. At this point, the man in the combat suit squinted and asked, "Are you a sword martial artist?" Yun Chun sneered, "None of your business. If you want to fight, then fight." The man in the combat suit focused, gathered all his strength, and punched towards Yun Chun, shouting, "Bone-crushing punch. Level body technique." However, announcing the name of his move and its level seemed rather ridiculous. The man in the combat suit's punch cut through the air, aiming straight for Yun Chun's temple. Just then, with a snick, a long sword pierced directly into the man's body, accompanied by his heart-wrenching scream as he fell to the ground in agony. This strike was a perfect defense-breaking move. Yun Chun walked over to the man, squatted down, and slapped him hard across the face, saying, What are you pretending for? Planning to break my leg, huh? He continued slapping the man back and forth. The man in the combat suit was so dizzy from the slaps that he couldn't speak. At this moment, Yun Chun turned to the blonde-haired man, who was trembling and stammered, "Misunderstanding." Yun Chun kicked him in the stomach and coldly said, "Misunderstanding, my ass." The blonde-haired man fell to the ground in pain, and Yun Chun stepped on his abdomen, causing a piercing scream, effectively ruining his lower body. "Who are you going to make cry, huh?" Yun Chun said as he kicked the blonde-haired man's groin. "Why aren't you acting tough now? Weren't you arrogant just a moment ago? Damn, I hate useless people like you." Seeing the color spread on the blonde-haired man's groin, Yun Chun felt a wave of disgust and moved his foot away. Then he spat on the blonde-haired man's face and ground it in with his shoe. Afterward, Yun Chun turned to Bai Yingxue and said, "Let's go back." Bai Yingxue looked at him and smiled slightly, nodding like an obedient kitten. "Okay." As for the two men on the ground, Yun Chun hoped that someone kind would find them and call an ambulance. Yun Chun and Bai Yingxue walked into the restaurant, and Bai Yingxue quietly tugged at Yun Chun's hand, asking, "Yun Chun, were you standing up for me just now?" Yun Chun touched his nose and replied indifferently, "I guess so." Bai Yingxue looked up at Yun Chun, her lips curling slightly as she thought to herself, "A man only gets this angry when his woman is insulted." Bai Yingxue felt secretly pleased, as it seemed Yun Chun still cared for her. Looking at Bai Yingxue, Yun Chun said seriously, "Yingxue, to be honest, I haven't figured out my future plans yet, especially regarding our engagement." Bai Yingxue shook her head gently and replied softly, "It doesn't matter. The engagement is just a piece of paper. As long as you're by my side, that's enough." Yun Chun smiled slightly and said no more. At this moment, the host couldn't help but interject, "Do you know what a sea king is?" Yun Chun was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" The host sighed, neither taking the initiative nor refusing. "Does that make you a sea king?" Yun Chun chuckled wryly. "Does that make me a sea king? I'm just short of being irresponsible." As a martial artist, he knew that life was unpredictable, and only by becoming strong could he protect those around him. The next morning, around 6 or 7 o'clock, there was a knock on Yun Chen's door. Yun Chen opened it to find Su Qing standing outside, looking upset. "Qingjie, did you get into a fight last night?" Su Qing asked directly. Yun Chen nodded. "Yes, that blonde guy came looking for trouble again, so I taught him a lesson." Su Qing's mouth twitched. "Just a lesson?" Yun Chen replied earnestly. Yes, he realized his mistake and was crying, promising never to do it again. Su Qing sighed. "I heard that blonde guy's family has some influence. You were too heavy-handed, and now he's in the ICU. This might escalate to the arbitration department and the education bureau." Yun Chen then asked, "Where's Yingxue?" Su Qing answered, "She went to the arbitration department to give a statement. It'll probably take all day." Yun Chen's expression hardened. "That's not good. The independent martial arts exam is coming up. She can't waste time." Su Qing asked helplessly, "So what do we do?" Yun Chen firmly replied, "I'll handle the arbitration department. Yingxue should focus on her training." Su Qing's expression changed. "What about you?" Yun Chen patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll get stronger every day." When Yun Chen reached the first floor of the hotel, several enforcement officers from the arbitration department were already waiting for him. "Are you Yun Chen?" one officer asked politely. Yun Chen nodded. "Let's go." Just then, Lu Yingkai and Li Yun hurried over, their eyes full of concern. They were worried this incident might affect Yun Chen's independent martial arts exam. Yun Chen reassured them with a smile. "Don't worry, just focus on your training. I'll be back soon." At that moment, a female voice called out, "Back soon? Do you know you put someone in the ICU?" Yin Chun turned around to see his cousin Qin Mingyue. "Mingyue," she frowned, "don't call me that. You know you're here for the martial arts exam, so why not keep a low profile? You're wasting your opportunity." Yun Chen sighed. "It's been years since we've seen each other, and this is how you talk to your cousin?" Qin Mingyue was momentarily at a loss for words and glared at him angrily. Qin Mingyue had been on her way to check out with a few female friends when she noticed the arbitration department officers. After finding out it was related to Yun Chun, she hadn't completed the checkout process and instead waited for him. At this time, Bai Yingxue stepped in front of Qin Mingyue and said firmly, "You're Yun Chen's cousin, right? Let me tell you, those two came to bully us first. Yun Chen stepped in to protect me." "Got it." Qin Mingyue's demeanor softened upon hearing this, and she sulked silently. The arbitration officer spoke up. "All right, let's find out what really happened. Those not involved can leave." Lu Yingkai and the others watched anxiously as Yun Chun was taken away, their hearts filled with worry. "Where's the principal? Help him." Meanwhile, in the office of the director of the Suhai City Martial Arts Education Bureau, a burly middle-aged man was on the phone. "Hello? Oh, Principal Lee? What made you call me suddenly?" "What? A student from our school was bullied. Don't worry. I'll call old Lin right away." Jining City, Arbitration Bureau. Yun Chen sat in front of a coffee table, holding a cup of hot tea, and took a small sip. Yesterday, he gained 9 cultivation points and was contemplating whether to add them to his cultivation level or to enhance his proficiency in the 10,000 swords treasury. Just then, a voice beside him said, "This is a tough case to handle, Yun Shun." The speaker was Zhao Ping, an enforcement martial artist. You know, that blonde kid's father is the owner of a renowned martial arts supplies company in Jining City, sponsoring numerous martial arts institutions, quite influential. And you're just a poor student from a county town with little background. Zhao Ping sat next to Yun Shun and continued. Martial artists can use force for a short-lived thrill, but after the thrill, you have to be prepared for retaliation. He was under great pressure, having been assigned to this case. Zhao Ping knew he couldn't afford to offend either side. He had looked into Yun Shen's background and knew that this swordsmanship prodigy from Suhai City's top high school had just broken Jining City's martial arts training camp's record. Normally, Zhao Ping would have been eager to befriend him, as such a talent was destined to become a powerhouse. However, Zhao Ping sighed, lamenting internally, "What a pity. You'll probably have to hide out in the arbitration bureau for a few days." Just then, Zhao Ping's office phone rang. "Hello," he answered, his expression turning complex upon hearing the voice on the other end. "Oh, your principal Lee? Go ahead." As if I would bully him. "Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. I wouldn't dare." After hanging up, Zhao Ping looked at Yun Shun, his expression tinged with complexity. "Is the principal of Suhai City's top high school a relative of yours?" Zhao Ping asked. Yun Shun felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that the call was from Principal Li Song, clearly made to protect him. He smiled and replied, "Why does it have to be a relative? Isn't it normal for a principal to protect their student?" Just as Zhao Ping was about to continue speaking, another call came in. He looked at Yun Shun, his expression even more complicated. After picking up the call, Zhao Ping asked tentatively, "Hello? Who is this?" The noise on the other end made Zhao Ping's face gradually stiffen. "Ha ha ha, how could I dare? Rest assured, I won't let him suffer any injustice, rest assured." After hanging up, Zhao Ping let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that he had treated Yun Shun with sufficient courtesy. "Yun Shun, are you satisfied with our handling of the case?" Zhao Ping asked with a smile. Yun Shun nodded and replied, "It's quite good. Brother Zhao, you're pretty nice, just a bit talkative." Since entering the arbitration bureau, Zhao Ping had been hospitable and had a good attitude towards Yun Shun. As for Zhao Ping's words, Yun Shun understood they were all true. He was a magnanimous person and wouldn't hold a grudge over Zhao Ping's remarks. Zhao Ping rested his chin on his hand, frowning. Sigh. What excuse can I find to close this case? The person who had just called Zhao Ping was Zheng Gong, director of the Education Bureau in Suhai City. Zheng Gong called Zhao Ping and immediately started scolding him. Zhao Ping felt bitter but had nowhere to vent his feelings. He silently thought to himself, "Yun Shun, please don't speak ill of me after you leave." Facing the wrath of his superior, Zhao Ping felt immense pressure. Yun Shun took a sip of tea and casually remarked, I'm a bit hungry." Zhao Ping was speechless, thinking, how can you think of eating at a time like this? He pulled out his phone and sent a message for someone to deliver a few lunch boxes, one with extra braised pork, accompanied by a KFC fried chicken and a bottle of iced cola. Putting down his phone, Zhao Ping couldn't help but chuckle. "Yun Shun, the food will be here soon." He was eager to send Yun Shun on his way, but was also wary of Huang Mao's father, knowing he needed to provide an explanation. Otherwise, his future in Jining City would be difficult. Just then, Zhao Ping's phone rang again. He glanced at Yun Shun, feeling a sense of resistance. On the other end, the director's voice came through. "Hello? Yes. Yes, director, your instructions are clear. Don't worry, I understand." After hanging up, Zhao Ping's eyes widened slightly as he nervously asked Yun Shun, "Do you know Director Lin?" Yun Shun looked puzzled. "Who?" "The director of Jining City Martial Arts Arbitration Bureau. My big boss. Are you related to him?" Zhao Ping inwardly cursed his luck, wondering why he had to handle this case. Yun Shun shook his head. "No, I don't know him." Zhao Ping couldn't help but grumble. "Don't mess with me. If you don't know him, why would he call me to give you special attention?" Yun Shun was equally confused, wondering what was going on. Meanwhile, Lin Hai, the director of the Jining City Martial Arts Arbitration Bureau, was making a call from his home. "Old Zheng, don't worry. I've already spoken to them. Rest assured, I won't let Yun Shun have a criminal record." On the other end was Zheng Gong, the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau and a longtime comrade of Lin Hai. Lin Hai continued, "But I have to say, Old Zheng, is it true that Yun Shen's professional aptitude is an SS-level swordsman?" Zheng Gong scoffed. "Of course, why would I lie? Luckily, Principal Li Song called me in time. If I found out our top student was being bullied by you guys, I'd blow up your house." Lin Hai chuckled wryly. "You haven't changed a bit. I must tell you, this year's independent martial arts exam isn't as simple as before. I heard the military set the questions." Zheng Gong was taken aback. "The military?" "From Jiangnan Province's Military and Martial Arts Department." Lin Hai nodded. "Yes, and this year there are quite a few prodigies participating in the exam. It's uncertain who will come out on top." Zheng Gong paused, then firmly said, "In any case, Get Yunchen out quickly and let him train. Lin Hai sighed. Everything has to be done according to protocol. Releasing him directly isn't easy. Lin Hai understood that Huang Mao's father was quite influential. Zheng Gong angrily retorted. At a time like this, are you still worried about your position? Don't you realize that the Human Federation has been repeatedly defeated on the battlefield in recent years? The future depends on promising talents like Yunchen. If anything happens to him, we'll be history's villains. Seeing Zheng Gong's serious demeanor, Lin Hai sighed. I know. I'll release him tonight, all right. Zheng Gong snorted. That's more like it. Lin Hai hung up and was about to call Zhao Ping when he suddenly received a call from Zhao Ping. Director Lin, we've got a problem. Someone's surrounded our bureau. Lin Hai was shocked. Surrounded the Jining City Martial Arts Arbitration Bureau. Outside the bureau, dozens of black SUVs were parked, their license plates indicating they were from Suhai City, and the SUVs were military models, over 3 meters tall. A middle-aged man with a weathered face, wearing a white leather jacket, stepped out of the leading SUV, followed by hundreds of men in black. The man removed his sunglasses and shouted loudly, "Release him!" The men in black echoed in unison, "Release him!" Inside the arbitration bureau, Zhao Ping was trembling as he peeked out the window. He turned to Yin Chun, tears in his eyes. "Who are you really?" Yin Chun took a sip of iced cola and casually replied, "Just a poor student." Zhao Ping cried out, "I don't believe you. All these big shots are backing you." Seeing Zhao Ping's breakdown, Yin Chun shook his head helplessly. Yin Chun glanced out the window and was slightly taken aback to see a middle-aged man in a white leather jacket. He thought to himself, Uncle Bai. It was Bai Yinshua's father, Bai Qi, the head of the Bai family, a martial arts family in Suhai City. At that moment, Zhao Ping nervously said to Yin Chun, "Yin Chun, if they break in, you have to speak up for me." Just then, more commotion could be heard from the street outside the arbitration bureau. Zhao Ping quickly looked out the window and excitedly said, "Chief Lin is here." It turned out that Lin Hai, the director of the arbitration bureau, had arrived with a group of law enforcement martial artists. Lin Hai had just stepped out of the car when he felt a pang of regret, thinking to himself, what on earth is this situation? Hundreds of people in black? Are they here for a battle? He composed himself, walked over to Bai Qi, and asked, "Sir, who might you be?" Bai Qi took off his sunglasses and coldly replied, "Suhai City, Bai Qi." Lin Hai looked at the hundreds of people in black behind Bai Qi and felt a bit panicked, thinking, who is this guy? And what is his background? Lin Hai forced a smile and said, "Brother Bai, you're from Suhai City. What brings you to our Jining City?" Bai Qi, with a stern expression, replied, "I heard you detained my nephew. I'm here today for an explanation. By the way, I retired from the military." Lin Hai's face twitched slightly, thinking, could he be a big shot in the military? Damn, what is Yin Chen's background? Wasn't it said he had no connections? First, the Education Bureau director called to vouch for him, and now a military bigwig is here to back him up. Lin Hai quickly smiled and said, "It's a misunderstanding. We almost had a case of mistaken identity. To be honest, I was just about to have him released." Bai Qi gave Lin Hai a sharp look and coldly said, "The independent martial arts exam is about to start. If my nephew is delayed, can you bear that responsibility?" Lin Hai then walked into the arbitration bureau, where Zhao Ping hurried out to meet him, calling, "Chief Lin." Lin Hai saw Yun Chen feasting in the office. His expression darkened, and he said to Lin Hai, "Release him immediately." Zhao Ping, how could you handle things so recklessly? Without understanding the situation, you just brought Yin Chen here. Do you know he's a top candidate from Suhai City? Zhao Ping, puzzled, replied, "But Chief Lin, it was you who." Lin Hai, with his hands behind his back, gave a cold look and asked, Zhao Ping understood and quickly said, My fault, my fault. Chief Lin, I didn't investigate thoroughly." Lin Hai nodded, his tone softer. "It's good that you know your mistake." He then walked into the office, smiled kindly at Yun Chun, and said, "Yun Chun, you can leave now." Yun Chun wiped his mouth, stood up, patted Zhao Ping on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Thanks for the hospitality, brother Zhao." Zhao Ping's expression froze immediately. After watching Yun Chun and Bai Qi leave with their group, Zhao Ping finally spoke. "Chief Lin, that blonde guy's father won't let this go easily." Lin Hai's expression stiffened slightly, thinking, Yin Chun can leave Jining City after the martial arts exam, but I can't. Life in Jining City won't be easy. Lin Hai shook his head bitterly and said, "I meant your life won't be easy." Zhao Ping's face turned extremely stiff. Just then, Lin Hai's phone rang, and he answered, "Hello." The phone rang suddenly, and Lin Hai's expression changed when he answered. "Mr. Chen," he said with a hint of surprise in his voice. "What prompted you to call me?" Lin Hai quickly explained, "Something did happen today, but it's been resolved. Yes, I've already released the person. Rest assured." His tone grew more respectful. "That's great then. I'll leave it in your hands." Thank you, thank you." After hanging up, Lin Hai's expression was complex and hard to read. Beside him, Zhao Ping noticed something was off and tentatively asked, "Director Lin, is it about Yun Chen again?" Lin Hai nodded silently. Zhao Ping mused aloud. What is Yun Chen's background, really? Lin Hai interrupted his thoughts, his tone firm. This matter ends here. You don't need to worry about that guy's father. Someone will handle it for us. Zhao Ping was stunned into silence. Meanwhile, an off-road vehicle sped down the highway, heavy metal music blaring inside. Bai Qi was driving, nodding along to the beat. Yun Chun, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't take it anymore and covered his ears, pleading, Uncle Bai, can you turn it down a bit? Bai Qi glanced at Yun Chun and turned off the music. He teased, you really did a number on him. Took out his family jewels. Yun Chun remained silent, his face a mix of emotions. Seeing this, Bai Qi softened his tone. All right, stop with the sour face. I know you did it to protecting Shui. Yun Chun suddenly asked, Uncle Bai, you're so busy. Why come all the way to Suhai City for this? Bai Qi cut him off. Nonsense. What could be more important than my daughter and my nephew? Hearing this, a warm feeling welled up inside Yun Chun, and he couldn't help but smile slightly, though he said nothing. Soon, Bai Qi's convoy arrived at the Jinning Hotel. A line of military SUVs parked along the road, drawing curious glances from passers-by. People whispered, who are they? Such a grand display. They're driving military vehicles. Don't stare, you might get in trouble. As Yun Chun and the others got out of the car, Bai Xue, Su Qing, and others rushed over. Yun Chun, are you all right? They asked anxiously. Yun Chun waved his hand to reassure them. I'm fine. I'm fine. At that moment, Principal Li Song and Class 1's homeroom teacher Zhong Lin, along with Lu Yingkai and Li Yun, hurried over. Li Song asked with concern. Yun Chun, they didn't give you a hard time, did they? Yun Chun responded with a smile. No, Principal, they were quite polite to me. Relieved, Li Song let out a sigh. Looking around, Yun Chun felt a bit embarrassed and said, sorry everyone. Did I interrupt your training? Li Yun stood with her arms crossed, her tone firm. What are you saying, Yun Chun? We're comrades. Your issue is everyone's issue. At this moment, Bai Qi spoke up. Yun Chun, look who's here. Following Bai Qi's gaze, Yun Chun saw a familiar figure standing at the back of the crowd, a slender, simply dressed middle-aged woman. Mom! Yun Chun exclaimed in surprise. Qin Zhu smiled warmly at her son. Xiao Chun. Yun Chun quickly ran over. Mom, what are you doing here? Qin Zhu explained. Your uncle Bai brought us over. She gestured to a plump woman standing beside her. This is Aunt Wang. Wang Rong smiled kindly. You must be Xiao Chen? I'm Lu Yingcai's mother. Yun Chun greeted politely. Hello, Aunt Wang. Bai Qi waved everyone inside the hotel. As Yun Chun and Qin Zhu walked together, Qin Zhu suddenly said, Xiao Chun, I want you to meet someone. Yun Chun asked curiously, who? They entered the hotel and saw a burly middle-aged man at the front desk, his eyes fixed on Qin Zhu and Yun Chun. Standing next to him was Qin Mingyue. Yun Chun exclaimed in surprise, Uncle? This man was Yun Chen's uncle, Qin Wujing. Qin Wujing looked Yun Chun up and down with piercing eyes and said in a harsh tone, already causing trouble as soon as you arrived in Jinning City, huh? Yun Chun nodded silently, feeling a bit uneasy. Qin Wujing glanced at Yun Chun again and continued, haven't seen you in a few years, you've grown taller. I heard you broke the record at Jinning City's martial arts training camp. Yun Chun nodded again, feeling a bit proud. Don't get too full of yourself, Qin Wujing warned. Jinning City is full of talented prodigies, and they all have their tricks. With that, he prepared to leave with Qin Mingyue, leaving a warning behind. I'll be waiting to see your results in the independent martial arts exam. Don't embarrass us. Qin Mingyue turned back to look at Yun Chun before obediently following Qin Wujing away. After Qin Wujing left, Yun Chun breathed a sigh of relief and turned to his mother, Qin Zhu, asking, Mom, why did he come? We haven't seen him in years. It was so awkward. Qin Zhu smiled gently and reassured him. Don't say that. Your uncle has helped us a lot over the years. We owe it to him this time, even though he can be a bit harsh. Hearing this, Yun Chun sighed softly, understanding that the Qin family's affairs were indeed a mess. He knew that before he was born, his grandparents had always opposed his parents' marriage, which led to a fallout ending with Qin Zhu severing ties with the Qin family. Later, his father was killed in action, leaving Yun Chun and his mother Qin Zhu to rely on each other. At that moment, Qin Zhu looked at Yun Chun, who was a head taller than her, and smiled with relief. Xiao Chun, you've been working hard lately, haven't you? Wang Rong, standing nearby, pulled Lu Yingkai over excitedly and said, Xiao Chun, everyone in Jian County has heard about your glorious achievements. I heard you've reached the level of a first-tier, one-star warrior? You're our county's hope now. Upon hearing this, Yun Chun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Qin Zhu chuckled and said, of course it's true. Your elementary school teacher even called me at noon to ask if you really broke the record in Jinning City and advanced to a first-tier, one-star martial artist. At that moment, Lu Yingcai's mother, Wang Rong, chimed in. Oh my, Xiao Chun, since you've already advanced to a first-tier martial artist, why haven't you gone for certification yet? I heard you can enjoy many benefits after certification. Her tone was full of curiosity and anticipation. Hearing this, Lu Yingkai explained helplessly to his mother, "Mom, Yunchen still has to prepare for the independent martial arts exam. How can he find the time for certification?" His voice carried a hint of helplessness, as if he was overwhelmed by his mother's enthusiasm. Wang Rong suddenly realized, laughing, "Yes, yes, I forgot about that. The independent martial arts exam is the most important thing right now." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she continued, "I heard there are fewer than 10 first-tier martial artists among all the high schools in Jiangnan province. Xiao Chen, you're really impressive." Then she added with a laugh, "Our Inkai has been telling me he wants to be friends with you, but he's always too shy to say it." "Oh, my Inkai is so bashful." Hearing his mother's words, Lu Yingcai's face turned bright red, and he quickly said, "Mom, stop talking about this nonsense." His voice was filled with obvious embarrassment and shyness. Seeing this, Yunchen smiled and said to Wang Rong, "Aunt Wang, Inkai and I have been good friends for a while now." His tone was sincere and friendly. At this moment, Class 1's homeroom teacher, Zhong Lin, adjusted his glasses and said seriously to everyone, "Everyone, the independent martial arts exam is the day after tomorrow. We encountered some minor setbacks today, and our training progress is a bit behind. We need to catch up tomorrow. Be mentally prepared." Yun Chun, Bai Yingxue, Lu Yingkai, and Li Yun responded in unison, "Yes." Their voices were firm and strong, showing their seriousness about the upcoming exam. Yun Chun then turned to Qin Zhu, Bai Qi, and Wang Rong, asking, "Mom, Uncle Bai, Aunt Wang, how long do you plan to stay in Jining?" Bai Qi replied steadily, "Since the independent martial arts exam is about to start, we might as well stay until you finish the exam." Qin Zhu and Wang Rong nodded in agreement. Finally, Bai Qi, Qin Zhu, and Wang Rong left to stay at a 4-star hotel next to Jining Hotel. The expenses at Jining Hotel were too high, and with Bai Qi bringing many companions, there weren't enough available rooms, so they had to find another place to stay. The next morning, Yun Chun was getting dressed, preparing to leave. Before heading out, he habitually checked his status panel. Yun Chen's cultivation, level 22, first tier, 1-star martial artist. Cultivation points, 16.5. Over the past few days, Yun Chen had gained a total of 16.5 cultivation points. He knew that besides enhancing his own cultivation, he urgently needed to upgrade the level of the 10,000 sword treasury, otherwise, his strength would be wasted. 10,000 sword treasury, level active martial skill. Storage level, E. Storage capacity, 5. With a thought, Yun Chen decisively invested 8.5 cultivation points into the 10,000 sword treasury. Level active martial skill, 10,000 sword treasury proficiency increased. 10,000 sword treasury has been upgraded. Current storage level, D. The system prompt sounded in Yun Chen's mind, and the extra damage coefficient increased to a maximum of 2.5 times. The remaining 8 cultivation points were not forgotten by Yun Chen, who added them all to his cultivation. Cultivation, 3,030. With the enhancement of his cultivation, Yun Chen felt a surge of warmth in his dantian, instantly sweeping away the fatigue and drowsiness of waking up. He felt incredibly clear-headed and completely refreshed, a feeling that could only be described as utterly invigorating. Yun Chen reached for the Blevel alloy longsword, feeling the weight of the weapon in his hand, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes, fully prepared for the challenges ahead. With 60-100 cultivation level, Yun Chen couldn't help but ponder how much cultivation was needed for a first-stage 1-star martial artist to break through to a first-stage 2-star level. It seemed that such a high-school martial artist had never appeared in Jiangnan province, and this thought sparked a bit of anticipation in him. Setting aside this pleasant fantasy for the moment, Yun Chen packed his things and prepared to go out. Time flew by, and night fell. In the training room, after a whole day of intensive training, Lu Yingkai, Li Yun, and Bai Yingxue were exhausted and could barely stand straight. Their cultivation states were different. Lu Yingkai was at 4.59.3 and very fatigued. Bai Yingxue was at 4.09.5 and equally exhausted. Li Yun was at 3.18.9, reaching an extreme level of fatigue. Yun Chen looked at the three with satisfaction and nodded, saying, "Not bad. Everyone, take a qi and blood pill and continue training." Principal Li Song and Class 1's homeroom teacher Zhong Lin, watching from the side, couldn't help but shake their heads with a wry smile, whispering, "Yun Chun is really relentless. These three have been pushed hard." Su Qing stood nearby, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Chun, deeply drawn to his serious demeanor. Lying on the ground, Li Yun couldn't help but complain, "It's not fair. Why are we the ones being trained while Yun Chun gets to instruct? I want to train Yun Chun. I want to be the instructor." Lu Yingkai, after taking a qi and blood pill and recovering his cultivation, stood up and joked to Li Yun, "Li Yun, if you don't agree, you can challenge Yun Chun." Li Yun bit down on the qi and blood pill, leaped up like a carp flipping out of water, and provocatively said, "Yun Chun, come on. Let me see if you've slacked off these days." Principal Li Song's eyes lit up at the scene. Oh, the girl wants to spar with Yunchen? Yunchen looked at Li Yun and smiled. Bring it on. Li Yun adjusted her high ponytail and said, Yunchen, don't underestimate me. I've been training hard these past few days. In terms of effort, you can't beat me recently. Yunchen nodded in agreement. Indeed. Li Yun assumed a stance and warned. Yunchen, be careful. Yunchen chuckled, gesturing for Li Yun to bring it on. Li Yun suddenly paused. You're not using a sword? Yunchen explained. If I use a sword, you won't stand a chance. Li Yun laughed defiantly. Underestimating me. With that, her figure vanished and reappeared beside Yunchen. Clever martial skill, perception disruption. Li Yun unleashed her special move. Yunchen suddenly felt his left hand go numb, losing sensation. This strange feeling surprised him. Before he could react, Li Yun's long leg was already kicking towards him. Yunchen quickly lifted his leg, using his shin to block Li Yun's attack. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding echoed, and the powerful impact sent Li Yun retreating several meters. Hiss! Li Yun couldn't help but gasp, her leg aching. Yunchen looked at Li Yun and praised. Li Yun, your perception disruption move is quite interesting. Li Yun smiled proudly. I awakened the illusion path martial artist talent. Did you forget? Yunchen nodded. Although illusion martial artists weren't strong in direct combat, they could play a significant role in a team. Li Yun assumed her stance again. Yunchen, watch out. I'm going all out. Yunchen laughed. Bring it on. Li Yun charged again. Perception disruption. Suddenly, Yunchen found his vision completely blacked out. His heart skipped a beat, and he tensed up. Li Yun seized the opportunity, launching a fierce kick at Yunchen's side. Bang! Ouch! Li Yun cried out, clutching her foot and rolling on the ground. Yunchen's cultivation showed 2430, and the perception disruption effect dissipated, restoring his vision. He looked at Li Yun, who was rolling on the ground, and asked with concern, Are you okay? Tears welled in Li Yun's eyes as she looked at Yunchen and complained, Why are you so tough? Bai Yingshue's expression slightly changed upon hearing this, while Su Qing, sitting in the distance, blushed slightly. Yunchen helped Li Yun up with a smile. Sorry. I didn't expect you couldn't even break through my defense. Li Yun was immediately annoyed. You. Principal Li Song and Class 1's homeroom teacher Zhong Lin watched the duo's sparring and shook their heads with a wry smile. Yunchen's strength clearly surpassed Li Yun by far. Zhong Lin adjusted his glasses and analyzed. Not only that, I feel even if Lu Yingkai, Bai Yingxue, and Li Yun all joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Yunchen. Principal Li Song raised an eyebrow at this. Mr. Zhong, isn't that a bit much? Although Lu Yingkai and the others aren't as strong as a first-stage one-star martial artist, they are excellent beginner martial artists, and if they work well together, they might defeat a first-stage one-star martial artist. Zhong Lin chuckled, turning to Su Qing. Miss Su, what do you think? Su Qing smiled faintly. Let them try. Anyway, I firmly believe in Yunchen. Principal Li Song laughed heartily and suggested. In that case, you three should team up against Yunchen. Yunchen chuckled wryly. Ganging up on me, huh? Su Qing playfully stuck her tongue out at Yunchen. After several minutes, Yunchen looked at Lu Yingkai, Bai Yingxue, and Li Yun, who were lying on the ground, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let out a long breath. He mused that if he hadn't used his sword to fend off their simultaneous attacks, it would have been quite exhausting. Yunchen's cultivation level was at 1730, indicating a state of moderate fatigue. In truth, the abilities of Lu Yingkai and the others were nothing to scoff at, as they were considered outstanding among high school students. Lu Yingcai's martial arts talent was in physical combat, with a potential cap of level and a training difficulty of D. His passive skill weakness perception was remarkably effective. Bai Yingshue's technique, Ice Spike, allowed her to launch ice spikes at her enemies with impressive speed and power. At that moment, Li Yun, lying on the ground, muttered, I'm done playing. Yunchen, you're just too overwhelming. Lu Yingkai, panting heavily, added, I'm exhausted. Bai Yingxue, lying at Yunchen's feet, let out indistinct murmurs. Feeling their genuine admiration, Yunchen glanced at their cultivation levels and was pleasantly surprised to see that their limits had increased. Through sparring with Yunchen, the three gained new insights into martial arts, not only improving their skill proficiency, but also advancing their cultivation levels. For martial artists, the quickest way to enhance their abilities is through guidance from a stronger opponent. The greater the disparity in strength, the faster the progress. Additionally, Yunchen gained emotional feedback from his sparring with them. It was a fruitful day of training for all four. Yunchen clapped his hands and said, All right, let's take a break, and then continue. Lu Yingkai, Li Yun, and Bai Yingxue. At that moment, Zhong Lin watched Yunchen in amazement and remarked, I feel like Yunchen has gotten even stronger. Principal Li Song looked at the four and murmured, The prospects for this year's independent martial arts exam at Suhai City No. 1 High School are looking brighter. Su Qing watched Yunchen intently, her lips slightly parted. Time flew by, and soon it was the day before the independent martial arts exam. In the training room, Class 1's head teacher, Zhonglin, entered with a document in hand. He said, "Everyone, let's pause for a moment. The process for tomorrow's independent martial arts exam has been finalized. Let me explain it to you." Yunchun and the others stopped what they were doing and gathered around Zhonglin, listening attentively. After several minutes, everyone finished listening to the exam process and fell silent. Zhonglin adjusted his glasses and said, "I know you're all surprised by this news. I am too. This year's independent martial arts exam is organized by the Jiangnan Provincial Military and Martial Arts Department, and the test involves real combat with ferocious demons. These demons are not the training kind, but actual wild ones. The location is in the northeast of Jiangnan Province, in Yinshan Town. You might not know, but Yinshan Town was originally occupied by these demons and was only reclaimed by the Federation earlier this year. It's still largely desolate. To provide candidates with the most authentic combat experience, Yinshan Town was specifically chosen." Zhonglin explained. Lu Yingkai then asked, "Sir, in real combat with demons, how is personal safety ensured?" Zhonglin paused before replying. "This independent martial arts exam carries risks of injury or even death, so before the official examination, candidates must sign an informed consent agreement." With that, he produced 4 agreements. Yunchun and the others fell into silent contemplation. Ever since the news of the independent martial arts exam was announced, Zhonglin's face showed a hint of concern. He addressed the students, saying, "Everyone, think carefully. While the school values this independent martial arts exam, your safety is the top priority. If you're uncertain, I suggest you withdraw from this exam. After all, there's always next year's college entrance exam. Even if you don't participate this time, with your abilities, you'll certainly achieve good results in the college entrance exam." After speaking, he handed 4 agreements to Yunchun and the others, his tone filled with care. "Consider it well, and discuss it with your families." The group took the agreements and left the training room. Before they left, Zhonglin called out to Yunchun, "Yunchun, wait a moment." Yunchun asked curiously, "What's up, Mr. Zhong?" Zhonglin adjusted his glasses and asked seriously, "What are your thoughts?" Yunchun smiled slightly, "I'll participate." Zhonglin asked again, "Will your mother agree?" Yunchun replied firmly, "It's my life, and I'll make my own decisions." Zhonglin nodded, his tone softening. "Your skills have already surpassed the average high school student. This independent martial arts exam won't pose much danger to you. Fighting against real demons will give you an initial understanding of their strength, which will be beneficial for you." Yunchun nodded earnestly, and Zhonglin smiled. "The principal and I were worried you might hesitate, but it seems we were overthinking it." His expression turned serious. "Yunchun, do your best. Make Suhai City High School proud. For years, our school's performance has been mediocre across Jiangnan Province, and the martial arts resources we receive are dwindling. If you can secure a spot in the top 5 martial arts colleges, it will be a turning point for our school." Yunchun responded with determination, "I'll do my best." Time passed quietly at the Jinning Hotel. Lu Yingkai was having a quiet conversation with Wang Rong in their room, while Li Yun was arguing with her grandfather, Li Song. Bai Yinxue was in her room, talking to her father, Bai Qi, with a serious expression. At 10 p.m., Yunchun, feeling bored, decided to take a walk downstairs. As he passed Li Yun's room, he heard the sounds of an argument and shook his head. Li Yun, being an illusionist warrior, had the weakest personal strength among the 4, and it seemed her grandfather did not support her continued participation in the exam. However, knowing Li Yun's character, she wouldn't easily give up this opportunity. Yunchun walked to the fountain at the Jinning Hotel and spotted a familiar figure. It was Bai Yinxue, sitting on a bench by the fountain, gazing up at the bright moon. Hearing Yunchun's call, Bai Yinxue's eyes widened in surprise. "Yunchun?" Yunchun sat beside her and asked with concern, "Have you made your decision?" Bai Yinxue nodded. "I'll participate." Yunchun pressed further. "Did Uncle Bai agree?" She replied, "He agreed." At that moment, Yunchun noticed Bai Yinxue's hands. Her fair fingers were slightly clenched, seemingly suppressing inner tension. Yunchun asked softly, "Nervous?" Bai Yinxue shivered slightly and responded, "A little." Then she looked up at the night sky and softly said, "Yunchun, the moonlight is beautiful tonight." Yunchun looked up as well and nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is." Moonlight cast a gentle glow in Bai Yinxue's clear eyes as she softly asked, "What do you think is on the moon? I'd love to see it someday." In this era, humanity had yet to launch satellites or rockets, let alone land on the moon, making the sky full of mystery. Yunchun smiled slightly and replied, "One day, humans will set foot on the moon. Not just the moon, but the vast expanse of the stars and the sea beyond." Bai Yinxue smiled at this. "Are you so sure?" Yunchun nodded firmly, "Absolutely." Bai Yinxue paused for a moment, then laughed. "I hope that day comes soon." Just then, the voice of Li Yun came from behind. "Are we interrupting?" Yunchun and Bai Yinxue turned to see Lu Yingkai and Li Yun, their faces tired but smiling. "Why are you out here so late?" Yunchun asked. Lu Yingkai chuckled. It was too stuffy in the room, so we came out for some fresh air. Yunchen looked at them and asked, "Have you made up your minds?" Lu Yingkai and Li Yun exchanged a glance, and then smiled as they pulled out the informed consent for the independent martial arts exam, with their names clearly written on it. After all this effort, there's no way we'd back down over something small, Li Yun stated, crossing her arms. Lu Yingkai added with a gentle smile, "I agree with Li Yun. After coming this far, there's no turning back." Yunchen nodded. "All right, let's all work hard together." The four of them put their hands together. Bai Yingxue looked at Yunchen and playfully asked, "Aren't you going to boost our morale, big guy?" Yunchen smiled wryly, thinking for a moment before saying, "I can't think of anything grand. Let's just wish for eternal life." This remark made the other three laugh. Li Yun teased, "That's a strange way to boost morale." Lu Yingkai laughed, "I think it's perfect. Here's to eternal life." The four of them shouted together, "Eternal life." The next morning at 9, a massive crowd had gathered on the outskirts of Yinshan town. The bus from Suhai City's #1 high school slowly pulled up by the roadside, and the four of them stepped off. The independent martial arts exam was about to begin. "So many people," Lu Yingkai exclaimed as he gazed at the sea of people. Principal Li Song approached, his tone filled with pride. "Throughout Jiangnan province, over 300 high schools and 2,000 top students are all gathered here." Class 1's homeroom teacher, Zhong Lin, added, "It's worth mentioning that out of these 2,000 examinees, fewer than 20 chose to skip this independent martial arts exam." Upon hearing this, Yunchen and his three companions grew serious. Only 20 students opted out, which indicated what? It showed that these top students were confident in their abilities and eager to win in the martial arts exam. At that moment, a group of reporters surrounded a man in a black robe, cameras flashing incessantly, making him the center of attention. This man was none other than Zhang Yang from Jining Yingwu High School. A pretty female reporter stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Zhang Yang, what are your thoughts on this independent martial arts exam?" Zhang Yang smiled slightly and replied, "This exam involves real combat with fierce demons, and its value is incomparable to previous exams." The female reporter nodded in agreement and continued, "Who do you consider your main competitor?" Zhang Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he nonchalantly said, "Sorry, I don't have any." Zhang Yang's words drew gasps of admiration from the reporters. Zhang Yang is truly confident. The female reporter pressed on, "We've heard that Wei Tianlu from Jining First High School has already advanced to a first level, one-star martial artist. What are your thoughts on that?" Zhang Yang laughed heartily and replied, "If he were a first-level, two-star martial artist, perhaps I'd be concerned." The crowd murmured in awe, realizing that even a first-level, one-star martial artist didn't impress Zhang Yang, heightening their anticipation for his performance. Li Yun, unable to hold back, crossed her arms and remarked, "Humph, what a show-off. He performed so poorly in the training camp, trailing Yunchun by nearly 5,000 points, yet he dares to look down on a first-level, one-star martial artist." Yunchun, however, watched Zhang Yang with curiosity. Zhang Yang was a 15th level beginner martial artist. Was his confidence all for show? Yet, he didn't seem like he was pretending. Just then, a male reporter suddenly asked Zhang Yang, "Zhang Yang, we've heard that a high school martial artist named Yunchun from Suhai City surpassed you in the training camp to take first place. What do you think of this rumor?" Zhang Yang's mouth twitched slightly before he casually admitted, "It's true." Seeing Zhang Yang's candid acknowledgement, the onlookers began to chatter. "Who is this Yunchun?" Zhang Yang continued, "But what does a training camp really represent? He gave it his all, while I held back. Honestly, I think Yunchun is quite promising. For a high school student from a small city, his achievements are impressive. But frankly, he still doesn't warrant my concern." Once again, Zhang Yang's words elicited admiration, while Yunchun's mention was brushed off. Bai Yingxue glared at Zhang Yang in frustration, thinking, "This guy." Su Qing approached Yunchun, offering comfort. "Don't let him get to you." Yunchun replied with a smile, "Qing Jia, you're underestimating me. Do you think I care about his opinion?" Su Qing nodded with a gentle smile. "Let your strength do the talking." Just then, a sudden rumbling sound echoed from the sky. Dozens of helicopters flew across the sky, each carrying a massive crate beneath it. Yunchen watched one of the crates intently and clearly saw that it was filled with ferocious demons, all of which were wild. He paid special attention to one crate containing a beast that looked like a cross between a wolf and a dog, classified as a wolf Qing, a low-level demon. The eyes of the 10 wolf Qings were blood red, and they suddenly fixed their gaze on Yunchen, growling with murderous intent. Yunchen's expression grew serious, realizing that these were just low-level demons. Higher-level ones would be even more terrifying. The helicopters, carrying these demons, quickly disappeared over the skies of Yinshan town, evidently deploying the demons. At that moment, Yunchen's mother, Qinzhu, Bai Yinshua's father, Bai Qi, and Lu Yingsai's mother, Wang Rong, arrived. They all offered their advice. "Xiao Chen, be sure to stay safe once you're in the exam area. Yinshue, Don't be reckless if there's danger, run immediately. Inkai, Mom is a bit worried. After a while, a warrior in military uniform, holding a long spear, slowly walked out of Yinshan town and announced, "Students and teachers, the independent martial arts exam is about to begin. The rules are simple. Kill the demons to earn points. Those with excellent results will receive a guaranteed spot at the martial arts university. Remember, if you encounter any unmanageable danger during the exam, press the emergency button and someone will come to rescue you. Students, please enter the area. The exam will officially start in half an hour." Yinshan town was divided into 3 major zones, and Yunshun was assigned to the southwestern area, considered the outer zone. The closer to the core area, the stronger the demons, and the higher the points for killing them. At this moment, a wolf Qing stood in Yunshen's path, staring him down before suddenly lunging at him with force. Yunshun, wielding a grade alloy longsword, swiftly thrust it toward the wolf Qing's abdomen. Just then, the wolf Qing slightly opened its mouth, seemingly mocking him, revealing its sharp, white fangs. It suddenly twisted midair, dodging Yunshen's attack and lunging at him, its bloody jaws aiming for his neck. At this critical moment, a longsword suddenly flew out from a spatial ripple above the wolf Qing's head, piercing through the back of its skull with precision. The wolf Qing instantly died, without a struggle, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Points 100. Yunshen successfully killed the wolf Qing, earning 100 points. He approached the wolf Qing's body, searching but finding nothing worth carrying. The only valuable part was its pelt, but Yunshen wasn't there to hunt, and there was no need to waste time skinning it. Without hesitation, he moved toward the central area. Soon, Yunshen reached the edge of the central zone. Suddenly, several auras surrounded him. Squinting, he looked around. The streets were lined with abandoned shops, and broken-down cars were parked on the road. Several figures slowly emerged from behind the car set was a pack of wolf Qings. 1, 2, 3, a total of 6 wolf Qings. It seemed that Yunshen's calm demeanor had infuriated the wolves, as the 6 wolf-like creatures suddenly went berserk and charged at him from all directions. This was a common tactic for them. First surround the enemy, then launch a simultaneous attack. The wolves at the front would distract the enemy, while those at the sides and rear prepared for a lethal strike. In the wild, being surrounded by such a pack would leave even a skilled warrior with little chance of survival. As several of the wolves closed in, coming within 10 meters of Yunshan, the space around him suddenly rippled violently. Swish, swish, swish. Several flying swords emerged from the spatial distortion, piercing through 5 of the wolves behind and beside Yunshan in an instant. Holding a grade alloy longsword, Yunshan advanced toward the lone remaining wolf in front of him. Howl! The lone wolf looked at Yunshan with fear in its eyes. Sensing the creature's fear, Yunshan decisively swung his sword, and the wolf's head flew off. Points 600. His score immediately reached 700 points. Outside the examination arena, the crowd watched the projected leaderboard in the air, buzzing with excitement. In just a short time, many high-scoring candidates had emerged, leading to fierce competition. The top candidate had already surpassed 2,000 points. Principal Li Song and others kept a close eye on the leaderboard, their expressions tense. Why hadn't Yunshen's name appeared yet? Su Qing, feeling uneasy, asked. Principal Li Song reassured her. Don't worry, Yunshen is surely making his way to the central area. Class 1's homeroom teacher, Zhong Lin, nodded in agreement. That's right, the high scorers are mostly in the outer areas. The outer areas have the weakest fiends. As long as their density is high enough, scores can climb quickly. At that moment, Bai Yingshue's father, Bai Qi, suddenly brightened up. There it is. Yunshen's name has finally appeared. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the leaderboard. Yunshen's name appeared at the bottom of the scoreboard. Although his name was listed, he was not visible in the broadcast, which was showing candidates from the outer regions. After all, 99 of the candidates were in the outer areas, while Yunshen's score was 900, placing him in the middle region. Principal Li Song focused intently on Yunshen's score and repeated it. At this moment, Class 1's teacher, Zhong Lin, remarked, Look, Yunshen is indeed in the middle region now. Su Qing glanced at the scoreboard and exclaimed, Most of the candidates on the scoreboard are from the outer regions, with Yunshen being the only one in the middle. Principal Li Song clenched his fist, a mix of pride and concern in his voice. This kid is really bold and skillful. Just then, a voice came from behind. Oh, isn't this the folks from Suhai City? Turning around, they saw it was Yuan Ma, the grade director from Jining Yingwu High School. He had previously slandered Yunshen at the Jining martial arts training camp. Principal Li Song frowned and said, It's you again? Yuan Ma sneered. What do you mean? Our Jining Yingwu High School is the top martial arts private high school in Jining City. Isn't it normal for me to be here? He approached Li Song, boasting. Do you know how many of our students qualified for the independent martial arts exam? 100. Ha, your little local high school can't even imagine that, can you? Hearing this, Principal Li Song's old face trembled slightly. Suhai City Number 1 High School had worked hard to secure 4 exam spots, while Jinning's Ingwu High School effortlessly sent 100 students to the independent martial arts exam. Does this mean Ingwu's students are much better than those from Suhai City Number 1? Not necessarily. It's a matter of resources, which frustrated Li Song the most. His students were talented, but the school lacked the resources to support their training. Yuan Ma taunted Li Song. Oh, old man, I was just saying, don't get so upset you end up in the hospital. At this, Zhong Lin stepped forward, his aura surging. Enough already. Yuan Ma squinted and replied. What? Want to fight? Li Song said sternly. Mr. Zhong. Zhong Lin withdrew his aura, glared at Yuan Ma, and said nothing more. Yuan Ma mocked. Humph. Just look at which high schools the candidates on the scoreboard are from. Open your eyes wide and see. 40 are from our Ingwu High School. Remember, this is our home turf in Jinning City. With that, Yuan Ma arrogantly walked away. Once he was out of sight, Yuan Ma's smug expression vanished, replaced by a look of deep concern. He thought to himself, how did that Yunqin kid get to the middle region so fast? Did he not encounter any fierce demons along the way? Yuan Ma was visibly upset, and seeing Yunqin's name on the scoreboard ignited a fire of jealousy within him. His earlier taunts towards Li Song and the others were actually an outlet for his envy. 4 top students. Being the first to enter the core area means gaining the upper hand. Zhang Yang's rank is 9th, a commendable achievement for most. However, in Yuan Ma's eyes, it is Yun Chun, who has already entered the middle area, who truly holds the advantage. Yuan Ma is eager to see Yun Chen's broadcast, but he can't find it, feeling as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Principal Li Song and others watch Yuan Ma's back with dark expressions. The tense atmosphere is further strained by Yuan Ma's provocation. At this moment, Su Qing's eyes light up as she points to the score leaderboard and exclaims, Look, everyone! Lu Yingkai and Bai Yingshue's names have appeared. Everyone turns to look. Lu Yingkai, 1090 points, outer area. Bai Yingshue, 1200 points, also in the outer area. Li Song frowned slightly, as his granddaughter Li Yun has yet to appear. Suddenly, his eyes brighten. There she is. Li Yun, 990 points, also in the outer area. In the broadcast, the figures of Lu Yingkai, Li Yun, and Bai Yingshue suddenly appear. They are working together to fend off a pack of wolves, their teamwork impeccable, as one wolf falls after another under their joint efforts. This fortunate encounter causes their scores to rise rapidly. Zhong Lin remarks, it seems the experience from facing Yun Chun has benefited them greatly. Li Song nods in agreement. Yun Chen's guidance truly made a difference. Bai Qi asks curiously, Principal, teachers, what does this mean? Yun Chen's guidance. Li Song smiles and explains, the parents might not know, but in the last few days of training, Yun Chun was responsible for guiding the other 3 students. Their outstanding teamwork is thanks to Yun Chun. Bai Qi is stunned, wondering when his nephew became so capable. Wang Rong turns to Qin Zhu and praises, Sister Qin, your Xiao Chun is amazing. He's strong and doesn't forget to help his classmates. Qin Zhu smiles with satisfaction. Zhong Lin shakes his head with a wry smile. Max level SSS. Difficulty SSS. Sword Dao Warrior. First level, 1 star. Yun Chun has given us so many surprises. As everyone discusses, the scores and rankings of Lu Yingkai and others begin to soar. Soon, the name Suhai City Number 1 High School catches the attention of many present. Look, several students from Suhai City Number 1 High School are moving up the ranks. Yes, their best rank was over 100, and now they've broken into the top 50. And 3 of them are in the top 50. That's incredible. Breaking into the top 50 on the leaderboard means Suhai City Number 1 High School has surpassed many top students from Jining City's martial arts high schools. Among approximately 200 competitors from Jining City's 2 top martial arts high schools, an out-of-city school breaking into the top 50 is no small feat. Suddenly, someone exclaims, Look, Suhai City Number 1 High School has someone in the middle area already. Everyone looks at the leaderboard to see Yun Chen's name prominently displayed. Yun Chen, Suhai City Number 1 High School, middle area. Rank 100. The independent martial arts exam has only been going on for less than an hour, and he's already reached the middle area? How did he do it? Did he just keep running towards the middle area? Didn't he encounter any fierce monsters along the way? Could it be that he encountered fierce monsters, but they couldn't stop him? The crowd buzzes with discussion and astonishment. Meanwhile, at the Qin family in Jining City, Qin Wujing is sitting in his study, seemingly searching for something on his phone. Qin Mingyue knocks and enters, asking, Dad, what are you looking at? Qin Wujing quickly puts down his phone. Nothing. Qin Mingyue tilts her head. Are you trying to watch the independent martial arts exam live stream? Qin Wujing shakes his head. Why would I? Whether that kid does well or not, I don't care. Qin Mingyue frowns, pulling out her phone. Cousin made it onto the leaderboard. Qin Wujing is taken aback. What? What rank? Qin Wujing snapped back to reality, quickly sat up straight, and coughed before asking. Oh, really? What rank is he now? Qin Mingyue replied calmly, 91st. In just a minute, Yun Chen's rank had risen again. Qin Wujing frowned slightly. Why only 91st? Didn't he break the record at the Jining City martial arts training camp? Breaking a record suggests Yun Chen's strength is at least that of a first-tier, one-star warrior. How could a warrior of that caliber be only ranked 91st? Qin Mingyue shook her head indifferently and glanced at the live stream on her phone, noticing the barrage of comments about Yun Chen. Did anyone notice Suhai City High School? What's the story with that school? They're impressive. Another comment noted, Suhai City is at best a second-tier city in our Jiangnan province, right? Suhai City High School has done well. 3 students are in the top 50. There's also someone named Yun Chun who's slightly behind. Then someone else expressed surprise. Wow, just realized he's in the central area. He must be the only one on the leaderboard in the central area. Qin Mingyue watched the comments, feeling a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, in the central area of the Yinshan town examination site, a military martial artist wearing a helmet followed behind Yun Chun. The insignia on the martial artist's arm showed a bar and 2 stars, indicating he was a first-tier, 2-star warrior. He carried a large black case containing combat supplies, tasked with protecting Yun Chen. The central area's danger level was much higher than the outskirts, so the military had stationed some martial artists there to prevent accidents. The martial artist assigned to Yun Chen was codenamed 007. He didn't reveal his real name to Yun Chen, as regulations prohibited sharing personal information with candidates to prevent bribery and cheating. 007 was surprised by Yun Chen's arrival. According to military estimates, candidates were expected to reach the central area 3 to 4 hours into the exam, yet Yun Chen had arrived in less than an hour. 007 looked Yun Chen over and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, student, why aren't you in the outskirts earning points?" Yun Chen smiled and replied, "In the outskirts, there are too many people and too few resources. It's not worth the effort. Here in the central area, I can fight monsters alone much more satisfying." 007's expression under the helmet was slightly stiff. Fight monsters? Do you have a misunderstanding about the central area? The fierce demons here require effort even for a first-tier, 1-star warrior. Yun Chen just smiled slightly, not responding directly, and instead asked, 007 uncle, does that black case of yours contain a sword? 007 was taken aback and replied, yes. Yun Chen thought to himself that it would be great if he could find a way to get it. Although there hadn't been any swordsmanship warriors among humans for decades, the military still adhered to the tradition of including some swords in the supply boxes, just in case. Suddenly, a strong presence emanated from a distant street, and 007's face under the helmet froze. A hard ape, one of the most formidable demons in the central area, and extremely rare. Who would have thought it would show up here? 007 turned to Yun Chen and said with a bitter smile, I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky, classmate. Yun Chen was puzzled and asked, what do you mean? 007 explained, the hard ape is a first-tier demon with a high score. But you probably can't handle it alone. I'll step in if necessary, but that would significantly reduce your score. That's why I said you'd be better off scoring in the outer areas. It's much easier. Yun Chen shook his head firmly and said, no need. 007 was taken aback. What do you mean, no need? Yun Chen replied, I mean, I don't need your help. And let me add, your intervention would only interfere with me. With that, Yun Chen gripped his sword and walked forward. 007 stood there, thinking, what does this kid mean? My intervention would interfere with him? Young people these days, they really dare to speak boldly. Watching Yun Chen's back, 007 secretly anticipated, fine, I'll wait to see you ask for my help. Just then, a shadow suddenly leapt out not far in front of Yun Chen. The shadow jumped several meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Roar! It was a hard ape, covered in golden fur, with a fierce appearance, about 3 meters tall, muscular, and with veins pulsing under its skin. Yun Chen was slightly surprised to see the hard ape stats, with an innate power level of 22. Even under the influence of Yun Chen's passive martial technique, Heavenly Sword Intent, the hard ape still had a power level over 10. Such a powerful demon, 99 of candidates wouldn't be able to handle it alone. The self-administered martial exam was designed so most candidates would only reach the outer areas. Yun Chen pondered for a moment, then got up and approached the hard ape. The hard ape glared at Yun Chen, roaring furiously. This was the hard ape's active martial skill, chaotic emotions, which could reduce a warrior's power. The hard ape pounded its chest and roared again, then instantly leaped towards Yun Chen. 007, watching from behind Yun Chen, was shocked and shouted, dodge quickly. The ferocity of this strike was apparent to 007. An ordinary high school student would be either dead or crippled if they took this hit head-on. However, as the hard ape leaped high, Yun Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, and he softly said, nice jump. As soon as he spoke, the space around the hard ape rippled simultaneously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 swords simultaneously pierced out, injuring the hard ape's chest abdomen, and back. The heart ape crashed to the ground, severely injured and on the brink of death. Chen stepped forward, pointed his sword at the heart ape's brow, and thrust it in forcefully. Points 300. Staring at the heart ape's corpse, Chen remarked, "This thing is really valuable." Then he sheathed his sword and continued on his way. 007 stood there, stunned, thinking in shock. What just happened? How is it over already? He hadn't even grasped what had transpired, and the once fierce heart ape was now lying there, gravely wounded and killed by Chen in one swift move. Watching Chen's retreating figure, 007's eyes widened beneath his helmet, mumbling to himself, "This kid seems like he really has some skill." After calming down a bit, 007 hurriedly followed Chen. Along the way, various demons occasionally blocked their path. Besides the heart ape, Chen also encountered a worm-like demon. They moved slowly but could spray venom, though their innate power was only 16. By watching for the pre-spray movements and dodging in advance, these demons were much easier to handle than the heart ape, often falling to a single sword strike. Thus, Chen pressed on, slaying demons along the way, quickly amassing a score of around 4,000 points. At this point, less than an hour had passed since the self-administered martial exam began. Throughout the journey, 007 hadn't had the chance to intervene, so he grabbed his walkie-talkie to vent to his comrades. "Hey guys, it's crazy. I've got this high schooler here who's like he's on steroids. Just mowing through everything. I haven't even had a chance to step in. You're laughing, but I'm thinking of switching posts. I'm just following this kid, watching him show off." As 007 was speaking, he suddenly noticed the direction Chen was heading and exclaimed, "Whoa, what are you doing? Classmate, if you keep going, you'll reach the core area." At this moment, Chen turned to 007 and said, "I have to get into the core area." Sweat was already trickling down 007's forehead, but due to protocol, he couldn't remove his helmet to wipe it. He could only say, "Student, you can't enter the core area right now." Chen was puzzled by this, and after a brief silence, 007 explained, "Because the core area is still being set up." Chen frowned in confusion. "Still being set up? The exam has started, and you're still setting up?" 007 felt a bitter taste in his mouth. This was the first time the military weapons department was hosting an exam of such scale, and some oversights were inevitable, leading to the core area not being fully set up yet. According to the original plan, this wasn't supposed to be an issue, as it was unlikely that any candidate would head straight for the core area at the beginning of the exam. As long as it was set up within 2 hours after the exam started, it would be fine. However, who would have thought Chen would be almost at the core area already? 007 chuckled wryly and said, "Student, do us a favor and maybe spend some time in the middle area scoring points? This is our first time organizing an exam of this scale, and there are some things we didn't handle well. Please help us out and don't spread this around, okay?" Hearing this, Chen glanced at 007's black case. "Uncle 007, you're not a sword martial artist, are you?" 007 was taken aback and replied, "Of course not. Swordsmanship has been discontinued for decades." Then he suddenly realized, "You wouldn't be interested in the swords in my case, would you?" Chen gave a thumbs up. "Uncle, you're sharp." Helpless, 007 opened the black case and pulled out a bunch of folded metal swords. "These swords are old grade. Sorry, I don't have any higher grade weapons." Chen smiled and said, "No worries. I can't use anything too advanced yet. The current storage level of my sword treasury is only grade." He counted them 15 grade metal swords in total, quite a number. Chen picked up the pile of swords and said, "Thanks, Uncle 007. If I get the guaranteed spot, I'll treat you to a meal." 007 smiled wryly. "Then I wish you success in your exams." Just then, a call came through on 007's radio. "This is 007. What's going on?" "What? A student is injured? It's the three-headed heart ape?" 007 hung up the radio and said to Chen, "Student, there's an injured candidate in the middle area. I have to go support them. Will you be okay on your own?" Chen nodded seriously. "No problem, you go ahead." 007 looked at Chen, nodded, and left. He had confidence in Chen's abilities, believing that the middle area's beasts couldn't harm him. After 007 left, Chen checked his score and noticed that some candidates had already entered the middle area. He needed to step up his game. Outside the Yinshan Town exam site, everyone was focused on the leaderboard. The rankings on the leaderboard had reached a stalemate. No new names were appearing on the list of the top 200 scores, indicating a significant gap between the top 200 and the remaining 1,000 or so candidates. Now, the competition among the top 200 was the main focus. At this moment, someone started discussing the top scorer on the leaderboard. "Look, Wei Tianlu is still holding strong at the top," one student remarked. Another responded, "Yeah, he's been in first place for about half an hour now. He was staying in the outskirts before, and now he's moving towards the central area." They were talking about Wei Tianlu, the top student from Jining City No. 1 High School. Meanwhile, The crowd at Suhai City number 1 high school was also closely watching the leaderboard. Look at Yun Chen's score. Su Qing exclaimed softly, pointing at the board. Yun Chen's score was increasing rapidly, far surpassing the other 199 candidates on the list. Soon, Yun Chen's rank shot up into the top 50. Awesome. This kid, Principal Li Song couldn't help but punch the air in celebration. Class 1's head teacher, Zhong Lin, was equally excited, constantly adjusting his glasses. Bai Qi stared at the leaderboard, his surprise growing. What's going on? Yin Chun is unbelievable, he thought, gritting his teeth slightly. Ying Xue couldn't get this kid to settle down. Where can you find such a good son-in-law? At that moment, Wang Rong grabbed Qin Zhu and exclaimed, Qin, look, Xiao Chun is already at 46th place. It's only been a bit over an hour since the exam started. Getting into the top 20 is no problem for him. Qin, your family is going to make it big. Wang Rong's eyes were full of amazement and envy. If Yin Chun could really break into the top 20, it would surpass Suhai City's previous best results. Wang Rong quietly asked Qin Zhu, Hey, Qin, do you think Suhai City might just give your family a house? Qin Zhu laughed. Let's not jump to conclusions. It's only been an hour since the exam started. Let's wait and see. Wang Rong nodded, saying, You're right. I'll keep quiet to avoid jinxing it. To keep conversations with her son Lu Yingkai, Wang Rong had kept up with internet slang and knew what they meant. At this point, Bai Qi approached Qin Zhu and said, Qin Zhu, about the marriage alliance I mentioned between our families, what do you think? Qin Zhu smiled wryly. I really can't decide on that. You know Xiao Chen's personality. He's independent and strong-willed. He'll make his own decisions about marriage. Hearing this, Bai Qi didn't push further, thinking he'd have to find a way to get this kid into the family. Class 1's head teacher, Zhong Lin, turned to Su Qing and said, Mr. Su, you might be leading the rocket class next year after this. Currently, the rocket class at Suhai City number 1 high school is class 1, with Zhong Lin as the head teacher. Su Qing smiled. Mr. Zhong, don't say that. But inside, Su Qing was quite happy, feeling lucky to have encountered Yin Chun so early in her career. Besides happiness, she felt a slight hint of sweetness she hadn't noticed before. Principal Li Song gave Zhong Lin a sharp look. Zhong Lin shook his head and whispered, Don't worry about it. Li Song nodded, thinking that Yin Chun would soon graduate. Once the independent martial arts exam was over and Yun Chun secured a guaranteed spot, he would essentially be a graduate. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yuan Ma, the grade director of Yingwu High School, was closely watching the leaderboard, gritting his teeth. Zhang Yang, push harder. Get into the top 3. Zhang Yang's rank had been stable at 4th place for 10 minutes without moving. As the grade director, Yuan Ma was naturally anxious. Outside the exam hall, someone suddenly exclaimed, Look, there's someone named Yun Chun climbing the ranks fast. A student added, I've noticed him since the exam started. He quickly moved into the central area. Unbelievable. He was in the 60s when I went to the restroom, and now he's 21st. Yun Chen's rank continued to rise, from 49th to 21st, soon entering the top 20. Who exactly is this from Suhai City number 1 high school? Yuan Ma listened to the discussions around him, looking at Li Song, Zhong Lin, Su Qing, and others from afar, feeling both jealous and unwilling to accept it. Don't celebrate too soon. It's not over yet, he thought. As Yuan Ma was thinking this, a bus suddenly stopped outside the exam hall. Many people were surprised to see the license plate. A bus from the Martial Arts Education Bureau? Several people got off the bus, including Kong Li, the director of Jining City's Martial Arts Education Bureau, Zhao Cheng, the principal of Jining City number 1 high school, and Yuan Liang, the principal of Jining City Yingwu High School. Principal Li Song's eyes narrowed when he saw the person next to Kong Li, Director Zheng. The person next to Kong Li was Zheng Gong, the director of Suhai City's Martial Arts Education Bureau. Everyone present was stunned. These were all big names in the martial arts education system. Principal, why are there so many officials here? Zhong Lin approached Li Song and asked quietly. Li Song shook his head and replied, I don't know. We can't really know what the officials are up to. Meanwhile, Director Kong Li from the Jining City Martial Arts Education Bureau ignored the reporters and walked straight to the scoreboard, looking up. Xiao Zhao, the performance of your Jining City number 1 high school is as excellent as ever. Director Kong Li turned to Zhao Cheng, the principal of Jining City number 1 high school, and said. Zhao Cheng quickly responded with a smile. Director Kong, you flatter us. Kong Li waved his hand and said, How is it flattery when your results speak for themselves? Half of the top 10 are from your school. Isn't that outstanding? Zhao Cheng smiled, not saying more, but the pride on his face was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Principal Yuan Liang of Jining Yingwu High School didn't look too pleased. Yuan Liang glanced at Yuan Ma, the grade director standing in the distance, and glared at him, seemingly saying, Why hasn't Zhang Yang made it into the top 3 yet? At this point, Kong Li looked at the scoreboard again and said, Wei Tianlu, first in number 1 high school, truly lives up to his reputation. Zhao Qing nodded in agreement. Yes, Wei Tianlu is incredibly talented and hardworking. He recently advanced to a first stage, one-star warrior. Hearing this, Director Kong Li nodded. Impressive. Then, Kong Li's gaze moved lower on the scoreboard and said, Yingwu High School isn't bad either. Principal Yuan Liang of Yingwu High School quickly stepped forward and said, Director, you're too kind. Kong Li gave Yuan Liang a mild look and said, but you still need to work harder. Yingwu High School hasn't been around long, so you need to have the spirit of surpassing the predecessors. Yuan Liang, sweating on his forehead, replied, yes, you're right, Director. Then, Kong Li turned to Zheng Gong, the director of Suhai City Education Bureau, and said, Old Zheng, what do you think? Have you seen the strength of our Jinning City students? Haha, but your Suhai City isn't bad either. I heard a few students you sent this year are quite impressive, and one even broke the record at the Jinning City Martial Arts Training Camp. Kong Li was searching with his eyes for the Suhai City candidates when Yun Chen's name appeared in the 20th position. That must be him, Kong Li thought to himself. At this point, half of the top 20 students were already in the central area. Kong Li then smiled at Zheng Gong and said, Old Zheng, we're definitely going to take all the top 10 spots. Zheng Gong looked serious for a moment and then suddenly laughed. Oh, Old Kong, don't speak too soon. Hearing this, Kong Li turned to look at the scoreboard. Yin Chun, Suhai City No. 1 High School, 11th place? Kong Li's eyes narrowed. How could his ranking change so quickly? Kong Li looked at Zheng Gong, his expression somewhat puzzled. It's normal for rankings to fluctuate among 200 students, but Yun Chen jumping 10 places in such a short time was unusual. And he was in the central area. How could a high school student handle the fierce monsters in the central area? Unless he was in a team. Kong Li glanced at the scoreboard. However, the other 3 students from Suhai City were still in the outer area. Yin Chen couldn't have teamed up with them. As for others, he didn't know Yin Chen, so teaming up was unlikely. Was he soloing the challenges? Kong Li's face suddenly stiffened at the thought. He turned to Zhao Ping and Yuan Liang beside him and asked, Can the top student from your school handle the central area alone? Yuan Liang shook his head, his gaze landing on Zhang Yang, who was currently in 4th place, and replied, Probably not. Zhao Ping, the principal of No. 1 High School, also pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, It's quite a stretch. Kong Li's expression became even more grim. Meanwhile, Kong Li was anxiously searching for Yun Chun in the broadcast footage, but it only showed close-ups of the top 10, and Yun Chun was nowhere to be seen, making him increasingly anxious. He cursed inwardly, I want to see, but I can't. He had hoped to boast in front of Zheng Gong today, but instead, Zheng Gong ended up mocking him. Zheng Gong approached Kong Li, patted his shoulder, and said with a friendly smile, Little Kong, who would have thought? This year, our Suhai City has turned the tables. Kong Li retorted angrily, What are you boasting about? He's not even in the top 10 yet. Zheng Gong just chuckled. Listen to me, don't get worked up yet. Kong Li's expression became even more rigid. In fact, overall, Jinning City's performance was much stronger than Suhai City's, with nearly 80 of the top 50 coming from Jinning City, demonstrating its near monopoly on martial arts resources in Jiangnan Province. However, Kong Li was particularly anxious because Suhai City's performance this year was extraordinarily impressive. Zheng Gong looked at Kong Li and said with a smile, Old Kong, you better allocate some martial arts resources to us in Suhai City next year. Kong Li's face stiffened again. Zheng Gong turned to the group from No. 1 High School in Suhai City, having already noticed them, and winked at Principal Li Song, celebrating with a fist pump, as if to say, This feels great. Zheng Gong quietly approached Li Song and his group to greet them. Li Song and the others responded, Director. Zheng Gong smiled and said, Principal Li, your No. 1 High School has really brought glory to Suhai City this time. Li Song grinned, Hee. Director Zheng, don't rush. I think the surprises Yun Chen has in store for us are far from over. Zheng Gong was taken aback. What? Far from over? Do you think he can make it into the top 5? At this point, the top 10 were mostly Fuss-star martial artists, all from Jinning City. Zheng Gong thought Yun Chen's strength was only around that of a Fuss-star martial artist, so being around 10th place would be a normal performance. Although Yun Chen had previously broken records at Jinning City's martial arts training camp, those records were set by beginner martial artists, so in Zheng Gong's mind, Yun Chen's strength was roughly at the level of a newly advanced Fuss-star martial artist. Homeroom teacher Zhong Lin adjusted his glasses and said, Director, I estimate Yun Chen's strength to be at an intermediate level among Fuss-star martial artists. Zheng Gong was surprised and turned to Li Song. Principal Li, is what this teacher said true? Li Song nodded. That's about right. Zheng Gong mildly complained. Principal Li, why didn't you tell me earlier? You previously told me Yun Chen was at a Fuss-star martial artist level. Li Song smiled wryly. Director Zheng, it wasn't intentional. We only discovered it a couple of days ago and underestimated Yun Chen. Zheng Gong sighed heavily, and everyone quickly asked, What's wrong, Director Zheng? Zheng Gong shrugged. Had I known, I would have boasted even more just now. Everyone exchanged helpless glances. Meanwhile, in the examination area of Yinshan town, Yunshun was battling in the central region, with the corpses of more than a dozen fierce demons already lying before him, most of them worm demons, and a few heart monkeys. Sensing the fear of the demons before their demise, Yunshun felt a surge of joy. Today was undoubtedly a big harvest. To instill fear in the demons, he deliberately didn't kill them instantly, but allowed them some struggle, making their terror more pronounced, all for the sake of cultivation points. Yunshun checked his own status panel, showing cultivation at 2060, feeling quite fatigued, and his level as a full-star martial artist with 0 cultivation points. He had consumed a lot of energy during his battles. So he took a chi blood pill from his pocket, bit into it, and immediately a powerful heat surged from his dantian, restoring his cultivation to 60 and dispelling his fatigue. Yun Shun clenched his fist, ready to continue his scoring spree with only one goal in mind: to be first. Just then, a pleasant girl's voice came from behind Yun Shun. "Hey, are you new to the central area too?" Yun Shun glanced behind him and saw a pretty girl dressed in a sailor uniform with white stockings, her large eyes fixed on him. In stark contrast to her delicate appearance, she carried an enormous shield on her back, easily twice her height, and seemingly weighing over 100 pounds. It was hard to imagine how such a petite figure could support such a heavy shield. The image was strikingly incongruous. Yunshin asked the girl, "Who are you?" She took a deep breath and replied, "I'm Lu Haohao from Jining First High School. Exam time is precious, and I don't want to waste it. Can we team up?" Lu Haohao blinked expectantly at Yunshin. She had witnessed Yunshin single-handedly defeating a heart ape earlier with impressive ease. Although her own strength wasn't particularly formidable and her fighting capability was limited by the shield, she desperately needed a main attacker as a teammate, and Yunshin seemed like the perfect choice. However, Yunshin shook his head and turned to leave. Lu Haohao hurried after him, a hint of urgency in her eyes. "Won't you reconsider?" Yunshin still shook his head. "I prefer working alone." Lu Haohao insisted. "Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm actually quite resilient. I can take a hit." She twisted slightly to showcase the shield on her back. Walking away with a chuckle, Yunshin said, "Lu Haohao, you should go find someone else to team up with. You're wasting your time with me." Unfazed, Lu Haohao continued, "Yunshin, if you get injured while scoring points on your own, it could affect your exam." Surprised, Yunshin asked, "You know me?" Lu Haohao pouted. "I saw your short video, and your name was in the comments." Yunshin shook his head with a wry smile and said seriously, "Lu, I'm serious. You should find someone else. Having you with me would only slow me down. A tank? I don't need one." He understood that with his myriad sword treasury, everything within 100 meters was under his control. Lu Haohao stopped, watching Yunshin's retreating figure with a hint of regret, pouting and muttering, "So unromantic. Am I not attractive enough?" Yunshin continued to sweep through the middle area, puzzled by the absence of heart apes. For scoring points, heart apes were the ideal target. Yet, since earlier, he hadn't encountered any in the middle area. Just then, he heard the sound of intense fighting from the other side of the street, a commotion too significant to be caused by just one demon. He immediately rushed toward the noise with his sword drawn. Rounding a corner, Yunshin saw in the distance an abandoned plaza where several examinees were battling 5 or 6 heart apes. 2 male students were seriously injured, one with a deep gash bleeding profusely. The other was in slightly better shape, but visibly exhausted. The heart apes were closing in on a girl behind them. Yunshin noticed the girl holding a vial, and his heart skipped a beat. It was a demon lure. The demon lure was a specially formulated potion, essentially a concentrated version of human blood. When warriors battle fierce demons in the wild, they usually use demon lures to attract them into preset traps. However, during the independent martial arts exam, some candidates had already prepared demon lures in advance, which shocked Yunshin. He quickly concluded that someone must have known the exam content beforehand, since previous exams never involved real combat with demons. The 3 candidates clearly aimed to attract demons to quickly earn points, but Yunshin shook his head privately, thinking they were too weak and lacked self-awareness. At this moment, a female student, panicking as heart apes approached, trembled as she spoke. "Should we call for help?" Another male student hastily interrupted, "No. If the military warriors come, our scores will be greatly reduced. Moreover, our secret of bringing demon lures will be exposed, and we'll be done for." A severely injured male student struggled to speak. "But, we can't hold on." Yun Shun, with arms crossed, observed the 6 heart apes before him, contemplating that if he could defeat them, his score would surge significantly. Meanwhile, the lightly injured male student finally decided to call for help. Just as he was about to do so, several heart apes suddenly turned towards Yun Shun, growling warnings to their companions. Threat detected. Clad in a white robe and wielding a long sword, Yun Shun calmly approached. The lightly injured student shouted, "Hey, don't come any closer. These heart apes are beyond your ability." But before he could finish, the heart apes leaped, raising their arms to crush Yun Shun. In despair, the two male students and the female student closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing Yun Chun being crushed, fearing they might be next. At that moment, several dull thuds echoed, as if heavy objects had hit the ground. Moments later, the first male student slowly opened his eyes, stunned to find 6 hard ape corpses on the ground, while Yun Chun walked away, sword in hand. The two companions exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled about how the hard apes were defeated. The male student checked the score machine, realizing their scores hadn't increased, indicating the system deemed the battle unrelated to them. The lightly injured student stared at Yun Chen's retreating figure in disbelief, thinking, he defeated all 6 hard apes by himself. The female student rasped, who is he? Could he be Wei Tianlu? The male student struggled to reply, no, I know Wei Tianlu. At that moment, Yun Chen paused and walked back towards the girl. What are you doing? She asked, her legs weak as Yun Chen approached. He took the demon lure from her hand, asking, is there any left? He dripped some of the lure on his shoes, reasoning it would look too messy on his clothes. This stuff is too dangerous for you. I'll take care of it, Yun Chen said with a smile, but the girl looked angry. That's mine. Yun Chen chuckled. You don't want others to find out about your cheating, do you? Her face froze. Yun Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. You should tend to your injured friend. He's on the brink of death. Watching Yun Chen leave, the first male student sighed. Damn, we paved the way for him. The girl gazed at Yun Chen's fading figure, reflecting, there's nothing we could do. He's far stronger than us. And without him, our outcome. She shook her head, unwilling to imagine further, but her gratitude towards Yun Chen grew stronger. Meanwhile, outside the exam venue, a commotion arose. Look, Yun Chen's ranking has jumped several places. He's now in 7th place. The audience outside was captivated by Yun Chen's performance, as his name stood out among the Jining City candidates. The results from Suhai City this year are truly astonishing. In previous years, it was difficult to even make it into the top 100, but this year they unexpectedly broke into the top 10. Everyone is talking about this candidate named Yun Chen. It's completely unexpected. The audience at the scene is murmuring among themselves, and some reporters have already started gearing up to compete for interviews on this big news. At this moment, the faces of Zhao Chong, the principal of Jining No. 1 High School, and Yuan Liang, the principal of Yingwu Middle School, look somewhat uneasy. In previous years, this level of attention and discussion belonged exclusively to their schools, but this year's Suhai City No. 1 High School has stolen the limelight. Kong Li was intently watching the broadcast, eager to get a live feed of Yun Chen. As Yun Chen successfully entered the top 10, his figure gradually appeared on the broadcast. Principal Li Song and others couldn't help but clench their fists upon seeing Yun Chen on the screen. Su Qing watched Yun Chen and exclaimed in surprise, why are his clothes so clean? Other contestants had bloodstains on their clothes, looking disheveled, but Yun Chen appeared exceptionally clean, almost no different from when he first entered, except for the grade alloy sword in his hand stained with demonic blood. What does this indicate? It shows that Yun Chen fought with ease. Lu Yingxi's mother, Wang Rong, tightly held Yun Chen's mother, Qin Zhu's hand, excitedly saying, Sister Qin, Xiao Chun made it into the top 10. The top 10. Next to them, Bai Yinshue's father, Bai Qi, was wide-eyed in disbelief, saying, top 10. Suhai City has never achieved such a good result. Qin Zhu looked at Yun Chen's figure, her eyes tearing up slightly, filled with excitement, happiness, and a touch of heartache. Teacher Su, I must thank you. Qin Zhu approached Su Qing, expressing her gratitude. Su Qing was taken aback by Qin Zhu's words and replied, Aunt Qin, why thank me? Honestly, I didn't really help Yun Chen much. He achieved this all on his own. Qin Zhu shook her head and continued. Teacher Su, Xiao Chen often calls me and says how much you look after him, and he's always been grateful to you. Su Qing blushed slightly, touched her cheek, and stammered. Is that so? Actually, I just helped him a little in daily life. His martial arts training is all his own effort. Qin Zhu looked at Yun Chen on the broadcast and sighed. For this kid to achieve such results, he must have endured a lot these past few days. Su Qing's face stiffened slightly, recalling how Yun Chen had taken her to the movies and on walks in recent days. Su Qing hesitated and said, Aunt Qin. Qin Zhu asked in confusion, what is it? But Su Qing just shook her head. It's nothing. At this moment, Qin Zhu turned to Bai Qi and gratefully said, Brother Bai, thank you too. If it weren't for you helping Yun Chen transfer schools, he wouldn't have been able to study in Suhai City. Bai Qi waved his hand modestly. Don't mention it. Yun Chen's grades were already good enough for a key high school. I just helped smooth the process a bit. Meanwhile, Zheng Gong, the director of the Suhai City Education Bureau, was staring intently at the broadcast, blankly speaking to Li Song, the principal of Suhai City No. 1 High School. Principal Li, did you see that? Li Song responded with a wry smile. Director Zheng, you've asked me several times already. Zheng Gong excitedly exclaimed, 7th place. 7th place. With a slight tremor in his voice, Zheng Gong remarked, I've been the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau for nearly 10 years. I never dared to dream of having a student ranked in the top 10 in the province. His face could hardly contain his excitement. Since Zheng Gong took office, the Human Federation revised the allocation strategy for martial arts resources. Previously, the resources each city received annually were fixed, regardless of performance. Now, however, provincial capitals receive far more resources than other cities. For other cities to compete for resources, they must rival the provincial capitals. Yet, with the provincial capitals being densely populated, home to numerous martial arts families, and rich in resources, competing is no easy feat for other cities. Zheng Gong, a retired veteran, deeply understood the importance of nurturing talent. For the past decade, he often felt stifled. Today, thanks to Yun Chen, he could finally hold his head high. Principal Li, Yun Chen must be rewarded, Zheng Gong declared. He must be rewarded generously. Principal Li Song nodded and smiled. Then I'll thank Director Zheng on Yun Chen's behalf. At this point, Zheng Gong turned to Class 1's head teacher, Zhong Lin. Teacher Zhong, is it? I heard you're the head teacher of the top class at number 1 high school. Yun Chen should be your student, right? Zhong Lin offered a wry smile. No, Director Zhong. Yun Chen isn't in my class. He was brought up by teacher Su Qing. Zheng Gong was taken aback, thinking to himself, Su Qing? He glanced at Su Qing, who was chatting with Qin Zhu in the distance, marveling at how the eldest daughter of the Su family could truly achieve such results. Shaking his head helplessly, Zheng Gong sighed. Sigh. I've been in education for 10 years, and I'm outdone by a young lady who's been in the field for just over half a year. At this moment, Kong Li approached with Zhao Cheng and Yuan Liang. Zheng Gong quickly put on a stern face and warned Li Song and Zhong Lin. Be careful, they're coming. With a sullen expression, Kong Li walked up to Zheng Gong and said coldly, Old Zheng, you must be proud now, right? Your Suhai City's Yun Shun has made it to the top 10. Congratulations. Kong Li's tone carried a hint of bitterness, clearly surprised by Yun Chen's emergence from Suhai City this year. Zheng Gong's facial muscles twitched slightly as he tried to maintain a calm demeanor, responding, only top 10, it's just okay. Everyone stay calm. Learn from me. Meanwhile, inside, Kong Li was roaring. Only top 10. Just okay. Do you know what being in the top 10 means? In the entire Jiangnan province, there are about 1 million high school martial artists, with over 2,000 students in the independent martial arts exam. To stand out among these top students and make it into the top 10 is truly exceptional. Yun Shun is undoubtedly destined to be one of Daxia's martial arts elites in the future. Old Kong, your face? Heh, your face doesn't look too good, does it? Zheng Gong nearly lost his composure, teasing. Kong Li glared at Zheng Gong, enunciating each word. Old Zheng, don't get cocky. The top 3 will definitely still be from our Jining city. Just then, the principal of Yingwu High School, Yuan Liang, suddenly interjected, Zhang Yang. 3rd place. Everyone turned to look, and the name in 3rd place on the scoreboard had changed to Zhang Yang. Kong Li looked at Yuan Liang and said approvingly, Principal Yuan, well done. This must be the best result for Yingwu High School, right? Yuan Liang nodded and replied with a smile. Yes, Director Kong. Kong Li nodded slightly, then glanced at Zheng Gong and said directly, Old Zheng, I won't beat around the bush. While Suhai City is strong this time, the top 3 are the elites of Jining City. They are the pride of our city. How do you plan to respond? Zheng Gong heard this and showed a hint of disdain, letting out a cold snort. Humph, with all your resources, if the top 3 were taken by us, wouldn't you lose face? Kong Li chuckled and countered. Humph, keep talking tough. Zheng Gong, seeing Kong Li's arrogant attitude, gritted his teeth and challenged. Old Kong, dare to make a bet with me? Kong Li raised an eyebrow and asked, what kind of bet? Zheng Gong firmly said, if Yun Chen makes it to the top 3, next year you must allocate 1/3 of Jining City's martial arts resources to Suhai City. Kong Li's heart skipped a beat, surprised. Old Zheng, you're asking a lot. Do you know how much 1/3 is? And if Yun Chen doesn't make it to the top 3? Without hesitation, Zheng Gong replied, I'll sell all my properties in Suhai City and donate them unconditionally to Jining City's Education Bureau. Kong Li's face lit up with joy, surprised. Really? Old Zheng, everyone knows you own quite a few properties in Suhai City. Zheng Gong confidently stated, a gentleman's word is his bond. Kong Li clapped his hands in approval, thinking to himself that although Yun Shun is strong, making it to the top 3 is as difficult as reaching the sky. Meanwhile, in the examination hall, Yun Chen's attention was drawn to something else. The core area had been opened. Yun Chen received a message from Uncle 007, informing him that the core area had been set up and he could proceed. He muttered to himself, let's grab these points first. At that moment, he was sitting on the roof of an abandoned car in the central area. Due to the effect of the demon lore, fiends continued to gather around him. The mind monkeys in the central area had been nearly wiped out, leaving only these writhing fiends. However, when they got within a few dozen meters of Yun Chen, They were struck down by the power of the myriad sword treasury. The camera's limited range showed Chen sitting quietly on the car roof, seemingly motionless. The audience outside the examination hall began to murmur, "Look at Chen. Why isn't he moving at all? Just sitting there like he's about to fall asleep. He's not even attacking the fiends. So how is his score still rising? Is there a malfunction?" Meanwhile, Principal Li Song and others couldn't help but twitch at the familiar sound of these doubts. At that moment, someone said, "Chen's score is accurate. Stop guessing and look at the second place Lu Haohao's footage." The crowd turned to Lu Haohao's screen, where Chen could be seen sitting on a car roof in the distance. Suddenly, a fiend squirmed toward him, and a long sword suddenly emerged from the ground, pinning the fiend in place. The fiend struggled briefly before succumbing. The audience outside the examination hall gasped, "What kind of move is that? Summoning a sword from the ground? That's a sword technique. He's a sword warrior." The viewers continued to watch Chen, who remained calm and composed. At this point, Chen noticed the drone overhead, realizing he had entered the top 10, which allowed for this exclusive drone following. This meant the myriad sword treasury would become known to the outside world, but Chen wasn't concerned. He had no intention of hiding the myriad sword treasury, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't. His identity as a sword warrior meant that staying low-key was not an option. In that case, I might as well showcase my strength, Chen thought, clenching his fist. As long as his strength was formidable, he would surely attract the attention of top martial arts academies, gaining more resources and further enhancing his abilities. What they see today is only the me of today. Tomorrow, I will be even stronger. At this moment, a beautiful female reporter outside the examination hall looked at Chen in surprise. Wasn't the swordsmanship lineage broken? Someone chimed in. Yes, the swordsmanship lineage was broken. How did he learn sword techniques? The crowd buzzed with discussions, their eyes filled with both shock and curiosity. Principal Li Song quietly asked the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Zhong Lin, "Mr. Zhong, how come Chen never used this move before?" Zhong Lin nodded, puzzled. "Strange. Our school doesn't have sword techniques. Where did Chen learn this?" Principal Li Song whispered. "Shoo. No matter where Chen learned it, we shouldn't act too surprised, or it might raise suspicion." Zhong Lin nodded in understanding, acknowledging Principal Li Song. At that moment, Zheng Gong approached, looking directly at Principal Li, and asked, "Principal Li, I've always had a question. With the interruption in the swordsmanship lineage, how did Chen become so strong? Do you have any insights?" Li Song chuckled and replied, "Perhaps we should let teacher Su Qing explain. She has spent the most time with Chen." With that, Li Song beckoned Su Qing over. At this time, Kong Li, the director of martial arts education in Jining City, also arrived with Principal Zhao Cheng from No. 1 High School and Principal Yuan Liang from Yingwu High School. They, too, were eager to hear Su Qing's perspective. Facing the gazes of many prominent figures, Su Qing remained composed, smiled slightly, and began. Chen indeed awakened to his swordsmanship talent. However, his potential ceiling is SSS. Kong Li exclaimed, "SSS? I've never even heard of SSS, let alone seen it." Zhao Cheng and Yuan Liang were equally stunned, exchanging bewildered looks. A student with an SSS ceiling? In their over 15 years in education, they've encountered countless prodigies, but never one with an SSS ceiling. Su Qing nodded in confirmation. "Yes, but the difficulty is also SSS." Hearing this, Kong Li's face showed a hint of regret. After all, it's swordsmanship. Reviving a martial arts discipline with a broken lineage and starting from scratch is immensely challenging. Zhao Qing looked at Su Qing and asked, "Teacher Su, didn't you try to persuade him to give up swordsmanship?" Su Qing sighed. "We did, but he wouldn't listen." Yuan Liang mocked. "Then you, as his teacher, lack authority. You should assert your dominance over Chen, not be overpowered by him." As the discussion continued, a sudden uproar erupted among the audience outside the examination hall. "Fourth place. Unbelievable. He jumped straight into the top 5. They were talking about Chen's ranking, now in 4th place. Kong Li's palms began to sweat. The tables had turned so quickly. In just a few minutes, Chen was on the brink of the top 3. Kong Li approached Zheng Gong with a smile. "Old Zheng, about our previous bet, do you think we could?" Zheng Gong's face darkened, interrupting. "Old Kong, don't even think about backing out." Kong Li wished he could slap himself for making such a rash bet. Now Chen was just a step away from the top 3, seemingly ready to kick the door open and charge in. The current leaderboard was as follows. First place, Wei Tianlu, Jining City No. 1 High School, 5,090 points. Second place, Lu Haohao, Jining City No. 1 High School, 5,000 points. Third place, Zhang Yang, Jining City Yingwu High School, 4,910 points. Fourth place, Chen, Suhai City No. 1 High School, 4,900 points. Yuan Liang, the principal of Jining City Yingwu High School, stared at the scoreboard with a grim expression. Chen was only 10 points behind Zhang Yang. Based on Yunshin's previous performance, surpassing Zhang Yang seemed almost inevitable. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng, the principal of Jining City No. 1 High School, also appeared somewhat tense. At Suhai High School, top students Wei Tianlu and Lu Haohao have long dominated the first and second positions in their grade. However, with the rise of Yunshin, Zhao Cheng began to sense that the school's competitive edge might not hold. Yunshin's parents and other parents were left speechless by the news. Wang Rong, who often spoke the most, stared at the scoreboard in disbelief. She had once dreamt that Lu Ying could achieve good grades, but never dared to hope Yunshin would rank fourth in the entire province. Now, seeing Yunshin's name prominently on the list was beyond her imagination. Meanwhile, the heads of various grades at Suhai High School received urgent calls from Principal Li Song. Hello, Principal Li? You want to hold a school-wide meeting to have students watch the independent martial arts exam? But, Principal, the winter break has already started. As they spoke, they opened their phones and entered the official live stream room for the Jiangnan Province Independent Martial Arts exam. Fourth place? Really fourth place? The grade heads were stunned and quickly informed students in class groups to tune into the live stream. While first-year students might not be concerned, it was crucial for second and third-year students to watch, as it would greatly benefit their upcoming college entrance exams. Before long, in the class groups of Suhai High School, students began complaining. Why now? It's winter break, and they suddenly want us to get up. I was still sleeping. However, all comments were anonymous. Just then, someone shared a screenshot from the live stream showing the exam's leaderboard. Fourth place? Is it really our school's Yunshin? This isn't photoshopped, right? A student exclaimed. Wow, it's not photoshopped. I just checked the live stream. It's true, he's fourth. The live stream chat exploded with activity as everyone rushed to find the Jiangnan Province Independent Martial Arts exam broadcast to watch it. In the bustling heart of Jining City, at the lively St. Regis Plaza, Qin Mingyue and her friends were enthusiastically shopping. Her companions carried numerous branded shopping bags, but Qin Mingyue seemed disinterested in the hustle and bustle around her, fixated on her phone screen. Hey, Mingyue, you've been glued to your phone since we got here. What are you looking at? One of her friends complained. We're out shopping together, but you're just scrolling through your phone. It's such a buzzkill. Finally looking up, Qin Mingyue replied. I'm watching the Independent Martial Arts exam. The Independent Martial Arts exam? Her friends echoed, gathering around her. At that moment, the live stream was focused on a close-up of Yunshin. Ever since Yunshin made it to the top 10, the broadcast had primarily featured him, with the other 9 candidates receiving little attention. Naturally, all eyes were on Yunshin. Mingyue, isn't that your cousin? One of the friends exclaimed upon recognizing him. Qin Mingyue nodded, and her friends, eyes glued to the screen, exclaimed in shock. Fourth in the province. Mingyue, your cousin is amazing. Is he from Jining City's No. 1 high school? Shaking her head, Qin Mingyue explained. He's from Suhai City. Her friends exchanged puzzled looks. Suhai City? Where's that? A few of the less informed young ladies naively asked. With a sigh, Qin Mingyue explained. It's a prefecture-level city in Jiangnan Province. Don't you know anything? Just then, one friend remarked in surprise. A high school student from a prefecture-level city ranking fourth? What about the prodigies from Jining City? And his score is so close to Wei Tianlu's. That's unbelievable. I've heard Wei Tianlu has been the top student at Jining City's No. 1 high school for 3 years straight. Qin Mingyue quietly shook her head, equally incredulous. If she hadn't been watching the live stream, she wouldn't have believed it either. She wondered how her father would react to this ranking, feeling a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, at the Yin Mountain Town examination site, Yunshin was advancing towards the core area. Suddenly, sensing a presence behind him, he turned to see a tall, muscular boy with a long spear approaching. After a quick assessment, Yunshin realized the boy meant no harm and continued on his way. Wait up, the boy called out. You're Yunshin, right? Yunshin didn't stop, responding as he walked. You must have seen me in the short videos, right? Time's tight, I don't want to chat. Smiling, Wei Tianlu replied. No, I heard about you from classmates. Mind if we introduce ourselves? I'm Wei Tianlu, from Jining City's No. 1 high school. Yunshin, Suhai City's No. 1 high school. Yunshin replied succinctly. There, now we know each other. With that, he resumed his path toward the core area. Wei Tianlu paused, then suggested with a smile. Yunshin, you're heading to the core area, right? How about we team up? Politely, Yunshin smiled and declined. Sorry, not interested. Just then, a female voice interjected. Wei Tianlu, I told you he wouldn't team up with you, but you wouldn't listen. Lu Haohao appeared from the side of the street, carrying a blood-stained shield, with some blood splatters on her white stockings. Classmate Lu, you two know each other? Yunshin asked. Lu Haohao pouted, clearly still displeased with Yunshin's earlier refusal, but she replied, I guess you could say we know each other. We're at the same school. He's in class 1, and I'm in class 2. At that moment, Wei Tianlu quickly approached Yunshin and said, Yunshin, I've heard that the monsters in the core area are incredibly strong. It's impossible to get through alone. The core area is all about teamwork. Are you sure you don't want to team up with us? Chen shook his head firmly and said, "No, I prefer to aim for a higher score." Wei Tianlu looked slightly awkward as he watched Chen leave. Teaming up might be safer, but it would reduce individual scores. Chen continued without stopping, sword in hand, as he entered the core area alone. The core area was actually a park in the center of Yinshan town. As soon as he stepped in, a military officer approached him and asked, "Student, we need to verify your identity first." After the identity check, Chen continued deeper into the core area with his sword. The military officer paused and asked, "Aren't you waiting for your teammates?" Chen replied, "It's just me." With that, he walked into the park. The officer watched Chen's back with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Upon entering the park, Chen immediately felt an eerie chill, and the ground bore traces of blackened blood. He sniffed the air, filled with a pungent scent of blood, and wondered, what kind of monster could have caused such devastation? Chen crouched down to examine a patch of dried blood, noticing how it had seeped deep into the ground, making it impossible to clean. It was clear that the battle to reclaim Yinshan town had come at a significant cost to humanity. Just then, Chen sensed several presences behind him. Turning around, he saw a group of over a dozen hard apes forming a formation and slowly approaching. Chen was startled. These hard apes were different from the frenzied ones he had encountered before. They were organized and even had a leader. He became alert, suddenly feeling a terrifying murderous intent from above. He gripped his sword and quickly retreated. Boom! The spot where Chen had stood moments before exploded, sending dust and gravel into the air, forming a thick cloud. As it cleared, a massive figure emerged. Roar! It was a hard ape standing 4 or 5 meters tall. Unlike ordinary hard apes, this one's tusks protruded from its mouth. Its eyes were blood red with killing intent, and its fur was a deep blood red instead of gold. This bloodthirsty hard ape had two abilities: Berserk, where its attacks dealt additional damage when injured, and the more severe the injury, the greater the extra damage, and Bloodthirst, allowing it to restore its power by drinking blood. At this point, several military officers had quietly positioned themselves behind Chen, ready to protect him and intervene if necessary. The bloodthirsty hard ape squinted at Chen, suddenly displaying a sinister grin, as if it had found a delectable meal. Chen, unfazed by the eerie smile, coldly said, "Don't get cocky just because there are more of you." The bloodthirsty hard ape seemed to understand and let out an enraged roar. At this moment, a military martial artist in the back shouted, "This kid is actually provoking the opponent." Outside the examination venue, everyone tensed up involuntarily as Chen was surrounded by the mind apes. The red-haired mind ape appeared especially terrifying, making it hard for anyone to look directly at it. Kong Li, the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau of Jining City, frowned as he watched Chen screen and said, "What is the military martial department doing? How could they let a bloodthirsty mind ape of this level appear? This is a high school exam. Do they want to cause harm?" Zheng Gong, the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau of Suhai City, unusually agreed. No matter what, arranging for a fiend of this level in an independent martial arts exam is too much. These candidates are our future hope. If anything goes wrong during the exam, can the military martial department bear the responsibility? As leaders in the education system, the comments from the two directors naturally received the support of the surrounding audience. Exactly. Zhao Cheng from Jining City's #1 high school also frowned and said in a low voice, "The bloodthirsty mind ape is a Tier 1 Class B fiend. It takes at least a Tier 1 2-star martial artist to take it on alone, and a Tier 1 1-star martial artist would need at least 2 to 3 people to defeat it. Tier 1 fiends range from Class F to Class A." Principal Yuan Liang of Yingwu High School glanced at Li Song and others, asking, "What was your school's Chen thinking? Does he plan to take on the bloodthirsty mind ape alone? And there are more than a dozen regular mind apes. Isn't he being overconfident?" Hearing Yuan Liang's words, Li Song felt a bit uneasy himself and whispered to Zhonglin, "Is Chen being a bit too careless?" Zhonglin shook his head and replied firmly, "According to teacher Su Qing, all we can do now is trust, and trust again." At this moment, Su Qing stood to the side, watching the broadcast of Chen with unwavering attention, her face full of concern. Qin Zhu clenched his fists tightly, his complexion pale. In the broadcast, a dozen hard apes suddenly dispersed and quickly surrounded Chen. However, just as they formed their formation, the space behind them twisted and fluctuated. Instantly, 20 circular ripples appeared midair, forming an encirclement that counter-surrounded the hard apes. Following this, 20 long swords shot out from the ripples, making a sound as each sword pierced into a hard ape. The hard apes had no time to react, staring in terror at the swords piercing their chests. Chen had imbued each flying sword with the power equivalent to 3 cultivation levels, and combined with the additional damage from the myriad sword treasury, this resulted in a damage coefficient of 2 to 3 times, meaning each flying sword inflicted at least 9 cultivation levels of damage. A single heart ape's cultivation, influenced by Chen's sword intent of heaven and earth, amounted to only 11 points. Even if the heart apes didn't die immediately, they were left with barely a breath of life. Sensing the heart ape's near-death state, Chen quickly took a qi and blood pill from his pocket, bit it open, and swallowed it. His cultivation was instantly restored by 60 plus 100. Just moments ago, Chen had exhausted most of his cultivation by slaying the heart apes in one breath. If not for the qi and blood pills he carried, he would have been fatigued by now. At this point, the bloodthirsty heart ape stared at Chen with both dread and a hint of fear in its eyes. Outside the examination hall, silence fell instantly. Chen's series of actions turned the previously noisy hall into a library-like quiet. After a long pause, someone whispered, "What was that move just now? I didn't see it wrong, did I?" It seemed like swords appeared out of thin air and took out all those demons. What martial skill did Chen use? It's incredibly powerful. That must be a level martial skill. The murmurs gradually grew louder, and soon the hall was abuzz with excitement. Kong Li, the director of the Jining City Martial Arts Education Bureau, watched Chen's broadcast with his mouth agape, eyes wide open. This, Chen is defying the heavens. Just a minute ago, he was worried about Chen's life and death, but now he felt Chen was defying the heavens. Zhao Cheng, the principal of Jining City No. 1 High School, looked at the score leaderboard, his expression serious. There was a delay in score updates, but there was no doubt Chen's ranking would soon be updated to first place. First place in the independent martial arts exam. What does this mean? Zhao Cheng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Imperial Capital Martial University. Magic Capital Martial University. Top 2 universities, he can choose whichever he wants. Half a minute later, the leaderboard refreshed. First place, Chen, Suhai City No. 1 High School, score 10,100. First place. The hall erupted in thunderous applause. Kong Li stared dumbly at the leaderboard, feeling both happy and frustrated. Frustrated because he would have to unconditionally share 1/3 of the martial arts resources with Zhonggong, but pleased because such a swordsmanship genius had appeared in Jiangnan province. Kong Li's lips moved as he murmured, "Defying the heavens. Absolutely defying the heavens. This kid, how is he so fierce?" Principal Yuan Liang of Yingwu High School was staring at the score list, filled with jealousy, admiration, and a hint of regret. He wondered why such an outstanding student wasn't from Yingwu High School. He realized that his previous arrogance might have been over the top, leaving him feeling vulnerable as he glanced at the people from Suhai No. 1 High School. The situation had shifted rapidly, with strength now commanding respect, and Suhai No. 1 was the center of attention. His earlier arrogance might have already offended them. Meanwhile, the group from Suhai No. 1 High School stood stunned in front of the score list. Principal Li Song was staring blankly at the image of Chen, mumbling, "Teacher Zhong, did I see this correctly? Could you read to me who is ranked first?" Zhong Lin was also speechless, overwhelmed by shock. After a long pause, Zhong Lin finally regained his composure and asked, "Principal, did you call me? Could you read out the name of the person ranked first?" At that moment, the live stream chat was exploding with excitement. Incredible! Chen, the legend of Suhai No. 1. Forever the best. Chen, Chen, Chen. A flood of students from Suhai No. 1 High School swarmed the live chat, frantically spamming messages. Within minutes, Suhai No. 1 had claimed all top 10 spots in the Autonomous Martial Arts Exam's official livestream. In the office of the chairman of Zhengwu Group in Jining City, Qin Wu was frowning at a female manager and asked, "Manager Lu, what are you looking at? We're in the middle of a morning meeting." Manager Lu quickly put away her phone, apologizing, "I'm sorry, Chairman. My daughter is taking the Autonomous Martial Arts Exam today, and I'm a bit worried about her." Qin Wu raised an eyebrow, responding, "What a coincidence. My nephew is also taking the exam." The room was filled with surprise. The chairman's nephew? Qin Wu looked at Manager Lu and asked with a smile, "Manager Lu, how did your child do? Did they make it into the top 50? Manager Lu gave an awkward smile, humbly replying, "The scores are okay." Qin Wu pressed further, "What rank?" Manager Lu answered, "Third place." Qin Wu's expression froze slightly, and he coughed to change the topic. "All right, let's continue with our meeting." The room buzzed with whispers. Manager Lu's daughter is in third place? That's impressive. Raising such a successful child as a single mom is no easy feat. Qin Wu knocked on the table, interrupting, "All right, everyone, let's not discuss matters unrelated to the meeting. Let's continue." Manager Lu gave a wry smile, saying, "Let's not discuss this anymore." Just then, a bold colleague checked the live stream of the Autonomous Martial Arts Exam and exclaimed, "The first place isn't from our Jining City." The room erupted in murmurs again. Suhai City? A high school student from a prefecture-level city took first place in the Autonomous Martial Arts Exam? That's hard to believe. Our Jining City's education is top-notch. The person continued, "I checked, it's really from Suhai City. Their name is Chen." Qin Wu's mind buzzed, and he urgently asked, "What did you just say? Which city is the first place from? What's their name?" The crowd hesitated before answering. It's from Suhai number 1 high school, named Yun Chun. Qin Wu quickly asked, which Yun? Which Chun? They replied, the Yun like in cloud, and the Chun like in star. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and opened the official live stream of the autonomous martial arts exam, and his entire body trembled. What? What's going on? The room's occupants were just as stunned, having never seen the chairman so agitated. At this moment, the quick-witted manager Lu asked, Chairman, how did your nephew do? Qin Wu seemed to awaken from a dream, looking at everyone and forcing a calm smile. Huh. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but Yun Chun is my nephew. The room erupted in exclamations, and manager Lu widened her eyes. Though she had suspected, she hadn't expected it to be true. Chairman, congratulations. First in the province, the future is limitless. I'll organize a celebration tonight to congratulate you. Qin Wu put down his phone and chuckled. All right, everyone, let's continue with the meeting. By the way, I have some matters to attend to today, so let's keep this meeting short and efficient. The attendees understood the hint. In the core area of the Yinshan town exam site, Yun Chun was locked in an unknown confrontation with the bloodthirsty hard ape. In the live stream, students and juniors from Suhai number 1 high school were nervously rooting for Yun Chun. Senior, is he really going to take on that beast alone? He's already in first place. There's no need to push himself so hard. The bloodthirsty hard ape's abilities include the passive martial skill, Bloodlust, and the active martial skill, Frenzy, which inflict additional damage when attacking after being injured. The more severe the injury, the greater the extra damage. At this moment, the bloodthirsty hard ape eyed Yun Chun with a mix of caution and anger. Witnessing Yun Chun's martial skills left it deeply shocked. Suddenly, the ape leaped back several meters, attempting to distance itself from Yun Chun. However, since the effects of the sword intent and the myriad sword treasury have range limitations, Yun Chun was not about to let the ape's plan succeed. He charged at the bloodthirsty hard ape with his sword in hand. In the live streaming room, the chat exploded with comments as viewers exclaimed, is Senior Yun Chun actually chasing the bloodthirsty hard ape? What's going on? Originally, everyone expected the ape to be on the offensive and Yun Chun to defend, leading to a prolonged battle. Surprisingly, the roles reversed, and it was the ape that was wary of Yun Chun, retreating repeatedly. Although Yun Chun's actions seemed risky, the audience found the battle more thrilling and satisfying, with some even expressing envy, saying, I wish I could grab a sword and fight too. Outside the examination hall, there was a similar uproar. People were puzzled by Yun Chun's decision to take the offensive. It seemed reckless, considering the bloodthirsty hard ape was a formidable Class B demon with immense strength. Kong Li, the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau of Jining City, watched the projected screen with a furrowed brow. He knew Yun Chun's strength was at the first tier, 1-star level, while the ape's strength was nearly at the first tier, 2-star level. The power gap between the two was evident. Kong Li hurriedly approached Zheng Gong and whispered, Old Zheng, maybe we should stop this fight. It's rare to have such a promising talent in Jiangnan province, and it wouldn't be worth it if he got hurt. Nearby, Zhao Cheng, the principal of Jining number 1 high school, and Yuan Liang, the principal of Yingwu Middle School, couldn't help but twitch at Kong Li's concern for a Studena level of attention they had never received before. Zheng Gong watched the screen, feeling extremely tense, his palms sweaty. The last time he felt this nervous was on the battlefield. Kong Li's words made sense. Battles across levels among martial artists are indeed taboo, as higher-level fighters have an overwhelming advantage over lower-level ones. Zheng Gong turned to Principal Li Song and the others, asking, Principal Li, Teacher Zheng, Teacher Su, Yun Chun is your student. What do you think? Principal Li Song's expression was slightly serious as he glanced at Zhong Lin and Su Qing. The two nodded in agreement, their gazes growing resolute. Li Song then said, I think we should give Yun Chun this opportunity to try. Zheng Gong was taken aback by the response and said, it's understandable to aim for higher scores, but getting injured wouldn't be worth it. In the independent martial arts exams, higher scores provide more advantages in university admissions. High-scoring students have more bargaining power and can request that universities invest more resources in them. Exceptionally outstanding candidates might even sign special recruitment contracts with martial arts universities. In the future, Yun Chun will enjoy privileges beyond those of ordinary students at the university. It can be said that the hard work at this moment will lead to several years of ease and happiness. Li Song and others hope that Yun Chun can reach even greater heights. Zheng Gong looked at everyone and sighed, saying, all right, you know Yun Chun best, so I'll trust you. Then he turned to Kong Li and said, Old Kong, no need to pause the exam, continue. Upon hearing this, Kong Li's face turned serious. Are you sure? Losing a promising student is irreversible. Zheng Gong impatiently replied, stop with the nonsense, I'm annoyed too. Let's see how Yun Chun performs. Once again, all eyes were on the screen. Under Yun Chun's relentless pressure, the bloodthirsty hard ape's anger level kept rising. Finally, after several retreats, the ape couldn't hold back and let out a furious roar. charging towards Yun Chun. Instantly, several circular ripples appeared in the space around Yun Chun, and a few flying swords shot out, aiming to kill the bloodthirsty hard ape. However, the ape's lips curled slightly, as if it had anticipated Yun Chun's move. It roared angrily, swinging its arms to block the swords. Although it knocked away 2 swords, its left arm was still injured, with blood flowing down. At this moment, Zheng Gong exclaimed from outside the arena. This bloodthirsty hard ape is intentionally injuring itself to enter a berserk state. Suddenly, the ape's body emitted a red glow, a powerful aura bursting from within, its blood red first standing on end, resembling a super scion. This state left the military fighters in the exam room stunned, as the ape's attack power was several times higher than usual. Its fierce eyes locked onto Yun Chun, as it slowly crouched, seemingly preparing for a sprint to attack Yun Chun. The audience outside the arena gasped, while Kong Li and others clenched their fists, palms slightly sweaty. Qin Zhu was hesitant to watch the live broadcast, and Bai Qi, beside her, comforted, "Don't worry. Xiao Chen knows what he's doing." At this moment, the number of comments in the official live stream chat decreased sharply, with most people holding their breath, occasionally seeing a few high-energy ahead comments float by. At this moment, the bloodthirsty hard ape's left leg slightly moved, preparing to attack. Suddenly, Yun Chun raised his right hand, and a series of spatial ripples appeared above the ape's head, as 20 flying swords descended simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. The swords directly struck the top of the ape's head, with a few on the edges hitting the ground, kicking up a flurry of sand and gravel. Oh whoa! The bloodthirsty hard ape had no time to react as a dozen swords pierced through its body, causing it to collapse on the ground, the swords disappearing soon after. A second later, 20 flying swords rained down again, almost seamlessly continuing the attack. Bang, 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 bang. The swords struck the ape lying on the ground once more, piercing through its body. The ape's body twitched a few times before finally becoming still. The bloodthirsty hard ape was dead. Yun Chun sheathed his sword and let out a long sigh. He took a qi and blood pill from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and crushed it again. The bloodthirsty hard ape was incredibly powerful, and he estimated that the critical hit would yield more cultivation points. Thinking of this, Yun Chun felt a surge of satisfaction as the system notification chimed. Score 10,000. Yun Chun was slightly surprised. 10,000 points? The score for this bloodthirsty hard ape was unexpectedly high. He looked at his own score, which had reached 20,100 points. Inside the examination hall, Yun Chun wasn't sure of his ranking, but had a rough idea that this score should secure him the top spot. Are there any more monsters in the core area? Yun Chun asked a military warrior standing behind him. The expression beneath the warrior's helmet was hard to read. He merely stared at Yun Chun silently. Yun Chun frowned and asked, "Hey, can you hear me?" Only then did the military warrior respond in a slightly trembling voice, "No more." His gaze at Yun Chun was as if he were looking at a Monstera person who had defeated all the boss-level fiends in the core area. Hearing this, Yun Chun flicked the blood off his class alloy longsword and walked out of the core area. At this moment, several military warriors were coming from the middle area, following Wei Tianlu and others to the entrance of the core area. Wei Tianlu, Lu Haohao, and 2 other examinees formed a 4-person team, a tank, a main attacker, and 2 supports. According to Wei Tianlu's plan, they were still missing a main attacker. They had spent quite some time assembling this team. Initially, they wanted to invite Yun Chun to join, but unfortunately, Yun Chun declined. As the military warriors walked, they chatted, "Sigh, who knows how long this exam will last?" Another replied, "Yeah, who knows how many hours it'll take these rookies to clear the core area." Wei Tianlu and the others, overhearing this, had their expressions changed slightly. Being called rookies wasn't a pleasant feeling. At this moment, Yun Chun slowly walked out of the core area, sword in hand. "Yun Chun." Wei Tianlu's eyes lit up when he saw Yun Chun. Yun Chun emerged from the core area with his sword, clearly having faced challenges there. Inviting Yun Chun to join them now seemed like an opportunity he wouldn't refuse. "Yun Chun, we're still short of a main attacker. Join us." The system allocates scores based on individual performance. If you perform well enough, you might just get the lion's share, Wei Tianlu said sincerely. Yun Chun was about to decline when a voice came from behind Wei Tianlu. "Wei, since Yun Chun isn't interested in joining you, how about I step in as the main attacker?" Everyone turned to see it was Zhang Yang from Yingwu High School. Holding a long sword, Zhang Yang walked confidently and calmly down the street. Wei Tianlu was the top student at Jining First High, while Zhang Yang held the same position at Yingwu High. Though they were acquaintances, they weren't close friends. With a cold smile, Zhang Yang looked at Yun Chun, tauntingly saying, "Yun Chun, are you surprised to see me here? After all, during that trial camp, I was so far behind you. Do you think I'm just an empty boaster?" Yun Chun stared at Zhang Yang as if he were a fool. At this point, Wei Tianlu interjected, "Zhang Yang, you can join us if you show your strength." Yun Chun's abilities were witnessed firsthand by Lu Haohao. Lu Haohao, standing nearby, glanced at Yin Chun with resentment, still holding a grudge over his repeated rejections. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly, and then a voice came from the other side of the street. Want me to showcase my strength? Sure, let me demonstrate. As the words fell, another Zhang Yang appeared. Now two Zhang Yang stood side by side, leaving everyone shocked, including a few military fighters. Three Zhang Yangs, they exclaimed in unison. This is my martial technique. It's a Blevel technique, the triple clone technique. Wei Tianlu's eyes narrowed, while Lu Haohao sneered. Ying Wu Hai sure is generous, letting you learn a Blevel technique. Zhang Yang smiled slightly, and the two Zhang Yangs merged into the central one, his aura suddenly intensifying. Wei Tianlu was taken aback. He estimated that Zhang Yang's strength was on par with his own, but he still leaned towards Yin Chun. Turning to Yin Chun, he asked, Yin Chun, will you join us? Zhang Yang, growing impatient, shouted, Hey, Wei Tianlu, what do you mean? Haven't I shown my strength? Wei Tianlu turned and replied, Yes, you have, but I still prefer Yin Chun to join us. Is that a problem? Zhang Yang's face turned stiff. Wei Tianlu looked at Yin Chun, hesitated for a moment, and said more firmly, Yin Chun, if you refuse again, I'll have to give up on you. Yin Chun shook his head and said, Sorry Wei, I've already cleared the core area. You're a bit late. Boom. The statement hit everyone like a bolt from the blue, leaving them stunned. Wei Tianlu's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he stared at Yunqing in disbelief, asking, What did you say? Lu Haohao blinked rapidly, shocked as she asked, Yunqing, are you saying you cleared the core area by yourself? Defeated all the fierce demons? Yunqing nodded. At this moment, Zhang Yang suddenly exclaimed, Impossible. What nonsense are you talking about? The core area is like the final big question in the martial arts exam, designed to test team cooperation. How could you possibly complete it alone? Yunqing replied calmly, Believe it or not, it's up to you. Just then, several military martial artists emerged from the core area. Seeing the argument, they said, Students, sorry to interrupt, but what Yunqing said is true. There are no surviving fierce demons in the core area now, and the autonomous martial arts exam is about to end. Please leave. After saying this, they glanced at Yunqing and shook their heads in admiration. Unbelievable. Then they left to find the logistics team. Everyone stared at Yunqing in silence. Wei Tianlu felt like a fool for his earlier reaction. Lu Haohao fixed her gaze on Yunqing and asked, Yunqing, with the exam almost over, may I ask what your score is? The others listened intently, especially Wei Tianlu, Zhang Yang, and Lu Haohao, who were all anxious due to their high scores. Yunqing replied, Over 20,000 points. Boom. Another bolt from the blue. Wei Tianlu staggered, almost losing his balance, his pupils dilating in shock. How many? 20,000 points. What does that even mean? I only have over 5,000. And you got 20,000 on your own? This is a provincial exam. Zhang Yang shook his head vigorously, unwilling to believe it. No. Impossible. Even if you cleared the entire middle area alone, the most you could get is a little over 10,000. Lu Haohao, with a slightly dry voice, asked, Yunqing, may I ask how many points the core area's boss was worth? Yunqing answered, The bloodthirsty heart ape? 10,000 points. Everyone was left dumbfounded. The two other supporting candidates gasped. Wei Tianlu's face was stiff, while Zhang Yang looked defeated. With a boss worth 10,000 points, Yunqing's 20,000 points suddenly seemed plausible. The bloodthirsty heart ape was set at 10,000 points because the exam creators at the military department expected candidates to team up to defeat it, distributing the points among participants. Normally, even if several people defeated it, each would only get about 2,000 points. But who would have thought Yunqing would take it down alone? Plus, there were scores from a dozen other heart apes. 20,000 points made sense in this context. At this moment, a broadcast voice echoed over Yen Mountain Town. Dear candidates, the fierce demons in the exam site have been cleared. The autonomous martial arts exam is officially over. Please leave in an orderly manner. Yunqing paid no attention to the others and walked out of the exam site alone. Wei Tianlu watched Yunqing's back, speechless for a long time. Zhang Yang clenched his fists, his face full of frustration and unwillingness. Both had been considered prodigies at their respective schools. In Jining City, they saw each other as their biggest rivals. Yet Yunqing's emergence knocked them from their high perch, making their previous performances seem clownish. After a long pause, Lu Haohao was the first to move, saying to the others, Let's go. Standing here won't help. Lu Haohao didn't experience as much of a psychological blow as Wei Tianlu and Zhang Yang. For one, she was always second at her school, never at the top, overshadowed by Wei Tianlu. Secondly, her admiration and attraction to Yunqing outweighed other emotions. After all, who wouldn't be attracted to a handsome and strong guy? Wei Tianlu finally came to terms with it, sighing with a bitter smile. I finally understand the meaning of there's always someone better. Zhang Yang bit his lip, feeling a bit of regret. Although he didn't yet know the official rankings, it was almost certain that Yunqing had secured first place. He thought to himself, was my attitude too arrogant before? I hope he doesn't hold a grudge. Meanwhile, Yunqing had reached the outer area. At the exit, three familiar figures were waiting for him: Lu Yingkai, Bai Yingxue, and Li Yun. Yunqing. They waved at him in unison. Yunqing saw them from afar and smiled. Outside the exam hall, the crowd also heard the announcement. The independent martial arts exam was over. Suddenly, the area outside the exam hall erupted like a boiling pot, with all the pent-up emotions bursting forth in an instant, filling the air with a deafening roar that seemed to reach the sky. Meanwhile, inside the live broadcast room for the martial arts exam, the comment section went wild. Whoa, did you see that? Senior Yin Chun took down the bloodthirsty heart ape all by himself? I don't even know what to say. That's incredible. Who said Yin Chen's martial skills were level just now? That's definitely a level. Damn, how can a sword practitioner be so powerful? I want to train in swordsmanship too. Senior Yin Chun, please guide me fiercely. The usernames flooding the screen all began with names from Suhai City, number 1 high school. Principal Zhao Cheng of Jining number 1 high school stared at the score list in disbelief. Over 20,000 points. That's nearly the combined score of Tianlu and Heio Heisika gap is simply unbelievable. How could the difference be this vast? Zhao Cheng found it hard to accept. Wei Tianlu and Lu Haohao were the pride of the school, meticulously nurtured over 3 years with all the school's resources. At this moment, Principal Yuan Liang of Yingwu High School was discreetly observing the people from Suhai City number 1 high school, pondering, what should I do? Yuan Liang was considering how to establish a good relationship with them. After all, next year, Suhai City number 1 high school was bound to become a key martial arts high school in the province. Just then, the grade director of Yingwu High School, Yuan Ma, quietly approached Yuan Liang and said, Uncle. Yuan Liang turned to see Yuan Ma and asked, Oh, little Ma, why are you just arriving now? Yuan Ma smiled awkwardly. I came early, but there were so many leaders around you, I didn't dare come over. Yuan Liang nodded and then said, Little Ma, you're just in time. Help me think of an appropriate gift to send to Suhai City number 1 high school. I want to strengthen our relationship with them. Yuan Ma's expression stiffened slightly, which Yuan Liang noticed, frowning as he said, You didn't offend them, did you? Yuan Ma's face grew even more tense, and with no other option, he had to confess what happened at the trial camp. Upon hearing this, Yuan Liang was furious, immediately slapping Yuan Ma across the face. Damn it, you can't do anything right. Who do you think you can offend? Didn't I tell you to be low-key, and even more low-key outside? Yuan Ma covered his face, feeling wronged. Uncle, I was wrong. Yuan Liang sighed heavily, frantically thinking about how to mend relations with Suhai City number 1 high school. Meanwhile, the people from Suhai City number 1 high school were staring at the rankings on the score list, struggling to process it. First place, first place. Principal Li Song looked at the score list, his blood rushing to his head so quickly that Zhong Lin beside him hurriedly supported him. And Su Qing, gazing at Yun Chen's figure on the projected screen, felt her beautiful eyes tremble slightly. He really did it. First place in the independent martial arts exam. First place means he's the top scorer in the province, which means Yun Chen can choose any public martial arts university in the entire Great Xia country. Su Qing knew very well that Yun Chen was about to embark on a brand new future. At that moment, Qin Zhu tightly grasped the hands of Wang Rong and Bai Qi beside her, her voice choked with emotion. Sister Wang, Brother Bai, Xiao Chen got first place. Wang Rong nodded excitedly beside her. I saw it. It's first place. Truly first place. At this moment, Bai Qi looked up to the sky with a deep sigh, heavily slapped his forehead, and was filled with regret. If only I had insisted on Yun Chun and Bai Yingxue getting engaged back then. Now it's impossible to trick Yun Chun into the family. Meanwhile, Zheng Gong, the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau of Suhai City, had already dialed a number. Hello? It's me, Zheng Gong. Listen up, this year's top scorer in the independent martial arts exam is from our Suhai City. Yes. Make sure you all hear this clearly. Come up with a reward plan overnight, and make it substantial. Did you get that? After hanging up, Kong Li, the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau of Jining City, walked over to Zheng Gong, still in shock, and murmured, Old Zheng, our Jiangnan province has never seen such a genius. We must report it to the provincial level. Yun Chun deserves a provincial level reward. Zheng Gong nodded in agreement. Of course. Kong Li then asked, In your opinion, what level is Yun Chen's martial skill? Zheng Gong paused for a moment and replied, A level, possibly S-level. Hearing this, Kong Li nodded solemnly. Great minds think alike. S-level martial skills are possessed by only a few thousand people in the entire Xia nation. While A-level skills aren't as rare as S-level, they are held by only tens of thousands. Whether A or S, Yun Chen's importance is undeniable. We must protect him, Zheng Gong said. Yun Chun is extremely important right now. Kong Li, still feeling uneasy, added, Exactly. You have no idea how nervous I was when he was fighting that bloodthirsty hard ape. What if he got hurt? Luckily, he was fine in the end. The military department is really unreliable. If Yun Chen had been injured, I wouldn't let it go. Just as Zheng Gong was about to complain that Kong Li had stolen his lines, an elderly voice came from behind them. Who wouldn't you let off? Startled, they turned around to see a burly, white-haired old man standing behind them with a kindly smile. Kong Li was shocked. Minister Luo. Luo. Zheng Gong looked confused. Who? Kong Li whispered through gritted teeth. Idiot. That's Luo Shi, the minister of the Jiangnan province military department. Zheng Gong, as the director of Suhai City, rarely had the chance to meet provincial leaders, whereas Kong Li was familiar with these provincial figures due to his position in the provincial capital. Zheng Gong quickly stood at attention. Hello, Minister Luo. Luo Shi nodded with a smile. You must be Zheng Gong? I've heard of you. An old soldier who has contributed to the human race. Zheng Gong replied modestly. Not at all, Minister Luo. You're too kind. Kong Li noticed that Luo Shi was accompanied by only 2 staff members. Luo Shi's low-key arrival, combined with everyone's focus on Yun Chen, meant no one had noticed him. Kong Li quickly said, Minister Luo, I'll arrange a reception for you. However, Luo Shi waved him off. No need. I've been in a military meeting all day and wanted to take a break. Today is the martial arts exam day, so I thought I'd come by. Keep it low-key, no need for a fuss. Kong Li nodded. Yes. Luo Shi then looked at the score list, his sharp eyes slightly surprised. Oh? This year's results are quite unexpected. Director Kong, how did the first place end up elsewhere? Hearing Minister Luo's teasing, Kong Li smiled awkwardly. Minister Luo, please don't make fun of me. Luo Shi chuckled and continued. I heard your complaints earlier. It's true that the military department shouldn't arrange such dangerous exams. But will the demonic beasts play by the rules? We're training warriors to take back our homeland, not sheltered flowers. Letting them experience the danger and brutality of battle early on isn't a bad thing. For instance, I heard they released a bloodthirsty hard ape in the core area this year. 4 new martial artists. This kind of demon is indeed a tough challenge in the wild. Sending high school students to battle such demons sounds impossible. But these battles test their teamwork abilities. Listening to Luo Shi's explanation, Kong Li and Zheng Gong exchanged glances and hesitantly said, Minister Luo, you might not know yet, the bloodthirsty hard ape arranged by the military department didn't test teamwork abilities. Luo Shi was puzzled. Why not? Kong Li and Zheng Gong smiled wryly. Because the bloodthirsty hard ape was solo killed by a single exam candidate. Luo Shi was stunned. What did you just say? A single candidate took the top spot. Luo Shi turned his head in disbelief, putting on his glasses to scrutinize the scoreboard. When he saw Yun Chen's score, his eyes widened even more. 20,000 points. That's nearly 4 times higher than the second place. Luo Shi took off his glasses and looked questioningly at Kong Li and Zheng Gong. Both nodded silently, confirming this unbelievable fact. How is that possible? Luo Shi pondered with a frown. Is he a tier 1 2-star warrior? Zheng Gong shook his head and explained. No, he's officially still an entry-level warrior, but his true strength should be that of a tier 1 1-star warrior. Then how could he have single-handedly defeated the bloodthirsty hard ape? Luo Shi pressed on, clearly unable to accept the outcome. Zheng Gong revealed the truth with a wry smile. But he's a sword master with an SSS potential. SSS potential. Luo Shi finally couldn't contain his shock, which was clearly written on his face. In his lifetime, he had only seen one person reach such potential, and that person had surpassed the realm of ordinary humans. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Luo Shi muttered to himself before questioning. Why didn't you report this to the province sooner? At this moment, Li Song approached and introduced himself. Minister Luo, I'm Li Song, the principal of Suhai City No. 1 High School. Yun Chen is one of our students. Luo Shi nodded and then sternly pointed out, swordsmanship, indeed, has had its interruptions and legacy. But regardless, with an SSS potential, you should have reported it to the province. Be mindful next time. Li Song and the others quickly responded. Yes. However, Zheng Gong and Kong Li exchanged a meaningful glance. A genius with an SSS potential isn't something you can just announce casually. Luo Shi turned to his staff. Prepare Yun Chen's file. I want to take a look. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Gong suggested. Minister Luo, Yun Chen topped the provincial exam with outstanding strength, far exceeding any previous results in Jiangnan province. Shouldn't we consider some special rewards for him? Do we even need to discuss this? Absolutely. Luo Shi agreed without hesitation, much to the delight of Zheng Gong and Li Song. Luo Shi sighed. I bet it won't be long before those universities send representatives over. Jiangnan province is about to get lively again. With that, he prepared to leave. Minister Luo, are you leaving already? Kong Li asked. Luo Shi waved with a smile. I don't want to be in the way. Now that the independent martial arts exam is over, you should celebrate. With that, he got into a car and left. Just then, a wave of cheers erupted from outside the exam hall. Everyone turned to see Yun Chen and others slowly emerging. They're out. Principal Li Song and others rushed forward excitedly, while Kong Li and Zheng Gong quietly slipped away. Yun Chen carried his sword on his back, and as soon as he stepped out, he was surrounded by a throng of people. Reporters jostled to ask questions. Yin Chen, I'm a reporter from XX newspaper. Can I interview you? Yin Chen, over here. More voices clamored for attention. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Yin Chen could only smile wryly and remind them. Everyone, be careful. Watch out for your safety. Beside him, Lu Yingkai chuckled. Now that you've topped the province, there's no way you can keep a low profile. Li Yun smiled at Yin Chen and said, Yin Chen, you're really going to become famous now. Bai Yingxue glanced at Yin Chen and then lowered her head, deep in thought. At that moment, Wei Tianlu and the others slowly emerged from the exam hall. Wei Tianlu approached Yin Chen and congratulated him. Congratulations, Yin Chen. Yin Chen smiled lightly and replied, Same to you. Wei Tianlu then frankly stated, Perhaps soon, I will challenge you. Please don't refuse. With that, he left without looking back. Li Yun crossed her arms, watching Wei Tianlu's retreating figure, and muttered under her breath. Who does he think he is, coming up and challenging you like that? Just then, Lu Haohao approached from behind and apologized to Yin Chen. Yin Chen, don't mind him. Wei Tianlu's pride took a bit of a hit. Lu Haohao glanced at Yin Chen and continued. Now I understand why you didn't want to team up with me. You were afraid I'd hold you back, right? Yin Chen laughed and said, Don't say that. Why state the obvious truth? Lu Haohao chuckled softly and sincerely said, Anyway, congratulations on getting first place. Yin Chen nodded. Thank you. With that, Lu Haohao left, carrying a large shield on her back. Li Yun watched her leave and marveled. How can she carry such a heavy shield? What a strange combination. Lu Yingkai chuckled wryly. Li Yun, you're really the perfect commentator. Zhang Yang slowly approached, bowing his head to Yin Chen. Yin Chen, I apologize for my past behavior. Please don't hold it against me. I'm just someone who can't keep his mouth shut. How about you slap me twice? Yin Chen laughed. Forget it, just be more mindful in the future. Li Yun rolled up her sleeves and teased. If Yin Chen won't do it, I can slap you instead. Zhang Yang's face instantly turned stiff. After Zhang Yang left, Bai Yingxue looked up at Yin Chen and suddenly asked, Have you decided where to go to college? With your grades, you could attend any university in the Grand Xia Kingdom. Yin Chen replied, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll look into it when I get back. The group reunited with Principal Li Song and others, chatted for a while, and then boarded a bus. Along the way, they discussed the independent martial arts exam and related admissions matters. By the way, Lu Yingkai, Li Yun, and Bai Yingxue ranked 29th, 32nd, and 21st, respectively, which was decent, but they paled in comparison to Yin Chen. Back at the Jining Hotel, Zhonggong was already waiting for them at the entrance. As soon as they got off the bus, Zhonggong warmly approached Yin Chen, and Principal Li Song introduced him. This is Zhonggong, the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau of Suhai City. Yin Chen nodded politely. Hello, Director Zheng. Zhonggong extended his hand and said, It's not convenient to talk here. I've reserved a conference room inside the hotel. Please follow me. Yin Chen followed Zhonggong into the Jining Hotel. Once inside the conference room, Zhonggong and Yin Chen sat down, and Zhonggong got straight to the point, praising. Yin Chen, you took the provincial top spot this time, bringing great honor to Suhai City. Truly a remarkable achievement. Yin Chen modestly replied, You're too kind, Director Zheng. I just did my best. Zhonggong smiled and said, Here's a reward package that the city has prepared for you. Yin Chen took the document Zhonggong handed over and examined it carefully. The document listed a series of generous rewards, a standalone villa in the Lakeside District, free household registration in the core area of Suhai City for himself and family members, a one-time scholarship of 3 million wealth points, 2 grade universal martial seals, 1 a grade universal martial seal, 30 portions of grade cleansing elixir, and various pills and weapon materials. Yin Chen widened his eyes in surprise at the rewards, estimating their value to be in the tens of millions. Seeing Yin Chen's reaction, Zhonggong chuckled. If you think these aren't enough, don't worry. I've already applied for provincial-level rewards for you, which are on their way. Yin Chen smiled and responded, Director Zheng, these rewards are already very generous. Zhonggong nodded and continued. All right, let's set aside the reward discussion for now. Next, I want to talk to you about some important matters regarding your choice of university and your future martial arts training. Seeing the serious expression on Zhonggong's face, Yin Chen couldn't help but put away his smile and said earnestly, Director Zheng, please go ahead. I'm listening carefully. Zhonggong nodded and began slowly. The martial arts education sector in Xia is actually controlled by several major forces. Firstly, there are the ancient families with long-standing traditions. However, there are only a few of these families left today, and they tend to reserve their martial arts resources for their own members, so we don't need to worry too much about them. Secondly, there are various mysterious organizations established by the Human Federation. These organizations report directly to the Federation, each with its own unique structure and discipline, but their operations are not transparent, and their recruitment standards are quite peculiar. Thirdly, there are the major martial arts universities. At this point, Zheng Gong's eyes shone with excitement. These universities hold countless martial arts resources, and many top experts have been educated there. The top two universities in Xia are the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University and the Magic Capital Martial Arts University, commonly known as Beidi and Nan Mo based on your current performance. These top universities will definitely extend offers to you. Zheng Gong crossed his arms, his tone becoming more serious. When the time comes, you need to keep them both interested. Hearing Zheng Gong's words, Yun Chen nodded in understanding. Director Zheng, I understand. You're suggesting that I shouldn't accept their offers too early, but rather negotiate for the best terms for myself first. Zheng Gong nodded in approval. Exactly, especially in your unique situation. You've awakened the way of the sword, and its legacy has been broken, meaning that related martial skills, equipment, and techniques are extremely difficult to come by. Even if you obtain them, there's no one to teach you. It's all up to your own understanding. This path is incredibly challenging. I must ask, are you truly prepared for this? Yunqin smiled faintly and replied with determination. I am confident. Zheng Gong's expression brightened. Good. You have ambition, and the more I see, the more I like you. Well, that's about all I wanted to discuss. It might be a few days before the university recruiters arrive, so take this time to rest and relax. Yunqin stood up and respectfully said, Thank you, Director Zheng. I'll take my leave now. After leaving the meeting room, Yunqin exited the Jinning Hotel and took a deep breath. It was already evening, with a full moon hanging high in the night sky. Yunqin exhaled deeply, clenched his fist, and thought to himself with excitement. Top scorer. Achieving the top score in the province is truly exhilarating. Now, I just need to wait for the university admissions offices to arrive. A new chapter of life is about to begin. Just as Yunshun turned to leave, suddenly, a dozen black sedans drove up the avenue outside the Jinning Hotel. The hotel's security tried to stop them, but they ignored the guards and drove straight into the hotel. The leading black sedan, upon spotting Yunshun, drove directly at him. Yunshun quickly sidestepped, and the sedan screeched to a halt right in front of him. Following closely, the other sedans came to a stop, their doors opening as dozens of men in black stepped out. Leading them was a burly, yellow-haired middle-aged man. A middle-aged man with a beer belly, wearing a gold chain around his neck, carried a metal rod on his right shoulder. Dozens of men in black retrieved weapons from the car trunk, instantly heightening the tension. The blond man glared at Yunshun and shouted, Kid, it's you, isn't it? You harmed my son. With that, he swung the rod directly at Yunshun. Yunshun quickly dodged backward, frowning as he asked, Who are you? The blond man pointed the rod at Yunshun and said viciously, Damn it, my son is still lying in the hospital, and you're here enjoying yourself? You ask who I am. I'll tell you I am the one who's going to end you. Yunshin's heart skipped a beat as he pondered the middle-aged man before him. Could he be the father of that blonde youth? The blond man waved his hand and commanded, Get him. Instantly, the men in black surrounded Yunshun. The blond man gritted his teeth and ordered, Attack. Before his words could settle, a deep voice resonated from inside the restaurant. Let's see who dares. Zheng Gong walked out of the Jinning restaurant, exuding an intimidating aura. The blond man squinted at Zheng Gong and coldly asked, Who are you? Zheng Gong replied, I'm Zheng Gong, the director of the Wudao Education Bureau of Suhai City. Yunshun is my student, and you want to harm him? No way. The blond man sneered maliciously and said coldly, In Jinning City, there's no one I can't touch. With a wave of his hand, several men in black charged at Zheng Gong, fists and palms ready. Zheng Gong chuckled, clasped his hands, and boom. The ground erupted with earthen spikes, lifting several men in black off their feet. The blond man, seeing this, looked serious and signaled to a man in black beside him. This man, wielding a straight sword, lunged at Zheng Gong. Sensing the powerful intent of the blade, Zheng Gong's expression turned serious as he clasped his hands together, summoning a massive earth wall from the ground. However, the man in black slashed fiercely, shattering the earth wall, leaving Zheng Gong startled. At that moment, the man in black suddenly felt his body grow heavy, as if his strength had been halved. Whoosh! A long sword flew from behind him, aiming straight at him. Reacting quickly, he dodged forward, managing to avoid most of the damage, but blood was visible on his back. The man in black stared at Yunshun, shock written all over his face. Meanwhile, around Yunshun, several spatial distortions appeared, from which long swords emerged, targeting the men in black. The swordsman dodged left and right, barely avoiding several strikes, breathing heavily afterward. The blond man looked at Yunshun, his expression serious. Kid, it seems you've got some skills, but tonight, no one will be able to save you. He gestured, and several more armed men in black emerged from behind him. Just then, a voice rang out from above. Huang Shan, dare to lay a finger on my nephew and see what happens. Huang Shan looked up to see a helicopter hovering in the sky. Qin Wujing jumped down from a height of over 10 meters, landing steadily on the ground. Several martial artists followed closely, quickly positioning themselves behind him to protect Yunxian in the center. Uncle. Yunxian looked at Qin Wujing in surprise, not expecting him to appear at such a critical moment. Huangshan squinted at Qin Wujing, speaking coldly. Mr. Qin, are you really going to fight me? Qin Wujing responded with a blank expression. Huangshan, I believe I've already transferred 1 million to you, haven't I? Why is this still unresolved? Huangshan, seething with anger, retorted through gritted teeth. Damn it. Do you think 1 million can compensate for my son's future? Can it by the end of the Huang family line? Qin Wujing replied coolly. Your son started this whole mess, and he's just facing the consequences. If I were you, I'd take the money and let the matter rest. Huangshan laughed in rage. Qin Wujing, stop pretending in front of me. You've only made your fortune in the past few years, and I'm giving you face, yet you really think you're someone important? He pointed at Yunxian, shouting angrily. Kid, no one can save you today. Hearing this, Yun Chen's expression darkened. In that instant, the space around Huangshan suddenly fluctuated, and 20 flying swords surrounded him from all angles. Before Huangshan could react, the swords rained down on him. Thud, thud, thud. Several swords pierced directly into his body, leaving him no chance to dodge. Damn it! Attack! Kill them! Huangshan clutched his wounds, shouting hysterically. At this moment, an elderly voice came from behind. Sigh. When did the law and order in Jiangnan province become so chaotic? Any riffraff dares to attack the provincial champion now. Huangshan looked back cautiously and saw Minister Luo Shi watching him with a friendly expression. The appearance of this high-ranking provincial leader startled Huangshan. Having been in the martial arts business circle of Jining City for many years, he had some knowledge of these top figures. Luo Shi walked slowly to Zheng Gong and asked with concern, Director Zheng, are you all right? Zheng Gong, looking embarrassed, replied, Minister Luo, I'm fine. It's just been many years since I last fought, and I almost got overpowered by these youngsters. It's quite embarrassing in front of you. Luo Shi chuckled and reassured him. It's not your fault. I've checked your background. You were injured on the battlefield. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the black-clad man holding a straight sword, and his tone suddenly turned cold. A mere swordsman daring to attack the director of the Federal Martial Arts Education Bureau? It seems you've become increasingly lawless over the years. Before finishing his words, Luo Shi's right hand shot out suddenly. A burst of white energy erupted from his palm, piercing through the heart of the black-clad man instantly. The man had no time to react and fell dead on the spot. Huangshan's face turned rigid. Luo Shi looked at him and asked calmly, Do you still want to make a move? Huangshan, pale and trembling, replied, No, I don't dare. Luo Shi, with his hands behind his back, said, Go back and wait for your punishment. Huangshan, like a deflated balloon, turned and left dejectedly. The other black-clad men, seeing this, quickly retreated as well. Zheng Gong looked at Luo Shi and asked curiously, Minister Luo, why are you here? Luo Shi smiled and replied, Why not? I came to see this year's provincial champion and have a chat with him. Zheng Gong quickly waved his hand. Of course, that's perfectly fine. Luo Shi's gaze fell on Yunxian and he said kindly, Young man, you must be Yunxian, right? Although Yunxian didn't recognize Luo Shi, he respectfully replied, imitating the others, Hello, Minister Luo. Noticing the weapon in Yunxian's hand, Luo Shi remarked, Upgrade weapon, I presume? Yunxian, surprised at Luo Shi's keen observation, nodded in confirmation. Luo Shi smiled and said, Upgrade doesn't suit you. Let's discuss this inside. Turning around, Luo Shi looked at Qin Wujing. Are you Qin Wujing? Qin Wujing respectfully answered, Yes, Minister Luo. Luo Shi nodded. I've heard about you. Our military department has purchased a lot of alloy from your group, and the quality is quite good. Qin Wujing quickly responded modestly. You're too kind, Minister. Luo Shi gestured for him to join. You should come along too. The group entered the Jinling Hotel, where several reception managers immediately approached. Minister Luo. Luo Shi glanced at them and said sternly, Does your Jining Hotel always hide like turtles when something happens? The managers' faces froze instantly. Pointing at Yunxian, Luo Shi continued, This is our Jiangnan province's top scorer in the independent martial arts exam this year. If anything happens to him, can your hotel avoid responsibility? The managers looked at Yunxian in horror, beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads. They knew Yunxian was here with Suhai City's #1 high school for the exam. But how could a high school student from Suhai City become the top scorer in the independent martial arts exam? Several managers weren't interested in the independent martial arts exam, but they were well aware of Jining City's martial arts education prowess, so they were exceptionally surprised. Luo Shi said calmly, Let your general manager reflect on this. At that moment, a hospitality manager approached Yunxian, bowing, My apologies, student. We'll upgrade your room right away. Let us know if you need anything. Yunxian nodded in response, and my teachers and classmates as well. The hospitality manager quickly nodded. Of course. Luo Shi, observing the manager, nodded approvingly. You know how to handle things. With that, Luo Shi led Yun Shun and the others straight to the lobby of the Jin Ning Hotel and found a place to sit. Turning to Yun Shun, Luo Shi asked, "What's the story with that guy with yellow hair?" Yun Shun hesitated for a moment, then recounted the incident where the yellow-haired guy attacked him and Bai Inxue, and how he retaliated. Luo Shi nodded in approval. "You did the right thing." Then he turned to Qin Wujing and asked, "Little Qin, what's the deal with your 10 million?" Qin Wujing hesitated briefly and replied, "I allocated 10 million to Huang Shan, hoping to settle the matter and stop him from bothering Yun Shun again." Yun Shun looked at Qin Wujing in surprise. "Uncle you?" Qin Wujing appeared embarrassed, feeling a bit ashamed since he had intended to be Yun Shen's invisible protector, but now found himself revealing the truth to Yun Shun directly. Luo Shi shook his head and sighed. "You businessmen always think money can solve everything." He clenched his fist and said firmly, "In the world of martial arts, the fundamental way to solve problems is through strength. Using money only makes others see you as weak." He glanced at Yun Shun and continued, "In this regard, Yun Shun did well, acting decisively and ruthlessly. Qin Wujing, you should learn from your nephew on this point." Yun Shun was taken aback, not expecting to receive praise from a military bigwig like Luo Shi. Qin Wujing nodded helplessly. "Yes, Minister Luo, you're right." Luo Shi said calmly, "Might is truth. In the realm of martial arts, it's a matter of survival of the fittest, and the strong are respected. There's no need to shy away from discussing it." Yun Shun felt a slight tension, realizing that Luo Shi's straightforward talk of survival of the fittest was quite different from the education he received at school. However, Yun Shun didn't dislike Luo Shi's perspective. In fact, he agreed with it. Looking at Yun Shun, Luo Shi's tone turned serious. "Yun Shun, let's get to the point. I've reviewed your profile and your independent martial arts exam footage. After analysis by military experts and AI-assisted evaluation, we believe you possess S-level martial skills." Qin Wujing and Zheng Gong were dumbfounded. S-level martial skills. Luo Shi looked at Yun Shun and smiled. "Yun Shun, I find you quite interesting. So, I want to ask if you're willing to join the military." Zheng Gong and Qin Wujing were stunned, never expecting high schooler Yun Shun to receive an invitation from the provincial military department. Luo Shi continued, "Of course, you don't have to worry about it. You can still attend martial arts university. Having a top university background will benefit your future development." He paused and added, "Speaking of martial arts university, I highly recommend you join the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University." Yun Shun curiously asked, "Why?" Luo Shi explained, "The Imperial Capital has a history spanning thousands of years, with numerous heritage sites. These sites are filled with countless treasures, weapons, martial skills, and more. Since you've chosen the path of swordsmanship, training in these heritage sites will greatly benefit your swordsmanship practice." Yun Shun nodded, indicating he understood. "I understand, Minister Luo. Since you put it that way, I'll accept the military's invitation." Luo Shi's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Great. Straightforward and decisive. Kid, the more I see you, the more I like you. Tomorrow or the day after, report to the military department. We have good things for you." With that, Luo Shi stood up, patted Yun Shen's shoulder, and spoke with determination. "Rest assured, the military department won't treat you poorly. As for that Huang Shan, don't worry, I'll make sure he never bothers you again." Yun Shen gratefully replied, "Thank you very much, Minister Luo." After seeing Luo Shi off, Qin Wu was about to leave. Before departing, he looked at Yun Shun, appearing somewhat hesitant, unsure of what to say. Initially, Qin Wu's expectation for Yun Shun was simply for him to get into a decent martial arts university, find a good job, and provide a respectable life for the family, which would already be considered successful. However, he hadn't anticipated Yun Shen's remarkable performance in the independent martial arts exam, which even caught the attention of a high-ranking official from Jiangnan Province's military and martial arts department. "Thank you, uncle." Yun Shen spoke first, seeing Qin Wu's reluctance. Qin Wu sighed while looking at Yun Shun. "No need to thank me. I haven't done much for you over the years." Yun Shen shook his head. "Don't say that, uncle. You're the eldest son of the Qin family. Mom told me you had no choice. If the Qin family found out you misused company funds for me, would you be in trouble?" Yun Shen's concern was evident. Qin Wu looked at Yun Shun and suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. "You little rascal, worrying about me. You've become the top scorer in Jiangnan Province's independent martial arts exam, shocking everyone. The Qin family won't cause you any trouble. Just focus on being the best version of yourself." With that, he waved his hand. "It's late, and you've had a long day. Go rest in your room." After turning away, Qin Wu left Jin Ning Hotel, lit a cigarette, and sighed deeply, feeling a mix of emotions. Top scorer. This kid has really made it big. I wonder what Dad's expression will be when he finds out. A smile crept onto his face as he walked away. Inside the hotel, Zhengong also got up. "Yin Shun, I'm leaving too. There's still a lot waiting for me to handle in Suhai City. And as the head of a bureau, I've already taken too much time off today." Yun Shun saw Zhengong off, and then turned to head back inside the hotel. "Yin Shun, Bai Yingxue and others rushed out of the elevator. Are you okay? Upon hearing Yunchun was being troubled downstairs, they all hurried down. Yunchun smiled. I'm fine. It's all been taken care of. Bai Qi frowned. Was it related to that blonde kid? Yunchun nodded. Bai Yingxue looked at Yunchun, concerned. Yunchun, if it weren't for saving me that day, you wouldn't have offended these people. Yunchun laughed, patting her back. Yingxue, don't say that. That blonde guy was looking for trouble with me anyway. It's more like I dragged you into it. Don't worry, a big figure helped me settle it this time, so they won't bother us again. At this point, Principal Li Song frowned and asked, I heard that blonde kid's father has some connections with the Jining Martial Arts Association. Yunchun, who was the big shot who dealt with him? Yunchun replied candidly. The minister of the Jiangnan Province Military and Martial Arts Department. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Principal Li Song looked at Yunchun in shock. The minister of the Military and Martial Arts Department. Luo Shi did briefly appear outside the exam venue this afternoon, but he left quickly. Why did he come to Jining Hotel so late? Could he have come specifically to see you? Homeroom teacher Zhong Lin adjusted his glasses and asked Yunchun. Yunchun touched his nose. What if I said he did? The group listened intently as Yunchun recounted the story of Luo Shi inviting him to join the military department. Principal Li Song found a sofa and collapsed onto it in shock, exclaiming, What's going on? You haven't even graduated high school, and you're already employed? Zhong Lin shook his head with a wry smile. Yunchun, you constantly amaze us. Bai Qi laughed heartily. Huh? Well done, Xiao Chun. You're something else. A high school student invited to join the military. I've never heard of such a thing. He patted Yunchun on the shoulder and reassured him. Don't be nervous. The military isn't as mysterious as you think. Joining them will at least ensure a prosperous life and basic martial arts resources. Keep it up. Joining the military means you'll be fighting frequently. Yunchun nodded. The group chatted for a while longer before heading to their rooms to rest. The next day, ding dong, time to get up. After yesterday's independent martial arts exam, you've earned a total of 23 cultivation points. 5.3 from normal gains, and 17.7 from critical hits. Yunchun got out of bed, feeling only one thing. Hunger. After a quick wash, he headed to the buffet at Jining Hotel. Without hesitation, Yunchun started devouring his meal. As the warm food and soup settled in his stomach, he felt a surge of heat from his dantian, nourishing every inch of his body. It felt amazing. Truly, eating and drinking could make him stronger. After finishing his meal, Yunchun wiped his mouth, leaned back in his chair, and checked his status panel. His cultivation was at 30.00, an unarmed first-level 1-star martial artist, with 23 cultivation points remaining. Despite the hard battles yesterday, his cultivation hadn't automatically increased, making Yunchun smile wryly. No wonder they say mastering swordsmanship is like reaching for the sky. Fortunately, he could earn cultivation points daily as a reward for his efforts. When Huangshan and others provoked him yesterday, Yunchun discovered useful information while checking the black-clad fighter's stats. Once cultivation reaches 100, one can advance to a first-level 2-star martial artist. With the blessing of the heavenly sword heart, Yunchun only needed to raise his cultivation to 50 to achieve first-level 2-star power while wielding a sword. So he allocated 20 points to his cultivation and the remaining 3 points to the proficiency of the 10,000 swords treasury. As soon as the cultivation points were consumed, Yunchun felt a sudden heat at the back of his head. This heat rapidly spread throughout his body, his forehead, neck, chest. The sensation lasted for a few minutes before Yunchun slowly opened his eyes. Everything seemed so clear. He blinked and realized his vision had become incredibly sharp. By focusing, he could even see the wood grain on distant tables and chairs with perfect clarity. His hearing had also improved significantly. By concentrating, he could hear the whispers of guests at a distant table. It was unbelievable. The physical changes brought by increased cultivation were so apparent. Yunchun rubbed his facial muscles, saying with a hint of joy, what level of power can those higher-level martial artists achieve? It's hard for ordinary people to imagine. With a cultivation of 50, unarmed, and a 10,000 swords treasury proficiency of 400, 2000, Yunchun sat for a while longer before preparing to visit the Jiangnan Province Military Department. Minister Luo mentioned last night that he had prepared something good for him, and Yunchun was full of anticipation. What could it possibly be at the provincial level? The Military Affairs Department of Jiangnan Province, a sprawling entity covering over 5,000 acres, looms like a formidable fortress within Jining City. Standing at the entrance of this colossal establishment, Yunchun completed his identity verification. Next to his name on the screen, the message, pending registration, blinked. As the gates opened, Yunchun stepped into the department's domain, where a woman in a crisp military uniform approached him. With a professional smile and a clear voice, she said, Are you Yunchun? I'm the staff member responsible for registration. Please follow me. While leading the way, the woman explained the organizational structure of the department to Yunchun. Her tone carried a hint of admiration. Our department recruits talented individuals from across the province every year, but it's my first time seeing someone as young as you. Yunshin responded with a faint smile, saying nothing more. Upon reaching the warrior certification area, the uniformed woman said seriously, "Before we can process your registration, Yunshin, we need to assess your current level of strength. So, you must undergo a warrior level certification first." She added, "In Jining City, there are two places for official warrior certification, the Martial Arts Association and our Military Affairs Department." The certification hall was bustling with people, and long lines snaked through it. However, the uniformed woman led Yunshin down a special passage. This scene immediately attracted the attention of those around, and someone whispered, "What's going on? Why doesn't this guy have to queue? How does he get to use the special passage? Don't ask. He must be some leader's son." Another voice chimed in. The uniformed woman heard this and turned to glare at the gossiping crowd, silencing them instantly. She then smiled at Yunshin. "Yunshin, you go ahead with the certification. I'll fetch the documents." Yunshin nodded in agreement and entered the certification hall alone. The hall housed various testing rooms for different professions, equipped with a myriad of testing tools to comprehensively evaluate a warrior's overall strength. As soon as Yunshin entered the hall, he noticed a young man and two girls seated on a leather bench nearby. The young man appeared to be around Yunshin's age, while the two girls looked slightly younger, probably around 14 or 15, likely middle school students. The young man was animatedly boasting to the two girls, "I don't know what my dad was thinking. He insisted on pulling some strings to get a 4th level 3-star warrior from another province as my private tutor. What can I do? I have to show some respect to my teacher, right? After all, he is a 4th level 3-star warrior." But the private lessons over the past month weren't in vain. According to my teacher's estimate, in about 6 months, I can be certified as a 1st level 1-star warrior. Song Nian, I can teach you then. As he spoke, he struck a pose, attempting to flex his muscles. The girl called Song Nian, who was quite attractive and dressed in a youthful, stylish manner, appeared more mature than the average 15-year-old. However, she discreetly rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed by his words. The other girl beside Song Nian, who was round-faced and cute, giggled, "Brother Guopeng, we've heard your story about the private tutor countless times today." Guopeng's expression froze slightly, and he forced an awkward smile. Yet, he persisted in pestering Song Nian, inviting her to go out with him in a few days. Song Nian's patience was evidently wearing thin, but at that moment, her attention was suddenly drawn to Yunshin, who had just walked into the hall. "He's so handsome." Song Nian secretly marveled, her gaze involuntarily following Yunshin. The first thought that crossed Song Nian's mind was this. Yunshin, wearing a white trench coat and standing over 6 feet tall, appeared particularly robust. His face was clean and handsome, exuding a fresh and charming aura. At this moment, Guopeng was staring at Yunshin with a slightly displeased expression. Initially, only he and Song Nian were in the certification hall, and Yunshin's arrival had disrupted the atmosphere. The chubby girl standing nearby remained silent. Yunshin slowly approached the entrance of the general martial artist testing room, gently knocked on the door, and then walked in. Guopeng quietly said to Song Nian, "Song Nian, do you know that guy?" Song Nian shook her head. Guopeng frowned and said, "You need connections to get in here. When he comes out, they'll have to question him properly." However, Song Nian replied, "Is that necessary? He hasn't offended you." Seeing Song Nian siding with Yunshin, Guopeng felt a surge of anger, thinking, "Kid, just wait. Let's see how I embarrass you when you come out." As time ticked by, Song Nian and the others still hadn't received their certification results. With no other choice, Song Nian remained in the hall, enduring Guopeng's incessant chatter. However, Yunshin's presence had significantly eased her irritation. She thought, "That guy is really handsome. He must be a high school student, probably a senior." Just then, the door of the testing room opened, and Yunshin emerged, having completed his certification. As he stepped out, he immediately noticed Song Nian's gaze. Realizing Yunshin had caught her staring, Song Nian blushed and lowered her head, internally scolding herself. "Song Nian, how could you stare so blatantly? How embarrassing." Seeing Song Nian's shy demeanor, Guopeng's jealousy flared up. He stared at Yunshin and suddenly spoke up. "Hey there, this is the special certification hall for the military and martial arts department. Not just anyone can enter. You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" Yunshin glanced at Guopeng and replied calmly, "Yes, it is my first time here." Hearing this, Guopeng smirked and said, "Oh, then it looks like you might have wandered into the wrong place. This has happened before, but since it's your first time, they'll let it slide." Yunshin smiled wryly and shook his head, then found a place to sit. Seeing Yunshin ignore him, Guopeng continued, "My parents are directors in the Martial Arts Association." Yunshin paid no attention. Song Nian glanced at Guopeng disdainfully and said, "Guopeng, can you stop bragging about that all the time?" Then she turned to Yunshin and said, "Don't mind him." Yunshin waved it off, uninterested in engaging. He was reading the news, having heard that recruiters from martial arts colleges were heading to Jiangnan province, and thinking, they move quickly. Looking at Yunshin, Guopeng directly asked. Hey, you seem like a high school student too, right? Judging by your clothes, you don't seem to be from Jinning City. Are you from another city? Yunshin glanced at Guopeng and replied flatly. Yes, I'm from another city. What? At this moment, Guopeng stretched out his legs, deliberately showing off his brand name shoes, with a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. No worries, I'm just curious. You must be here in Jinning City for the independent martial arts exam, right? The independent martial arts exam. Song Yin and the chubby girl next to her turned their gaze towards Yun Chun. Song Yin was a ninth grade student, while Guopeng was in his second year at Yingwu High School. Although they couldn't participate in the exam, they had heard of this annual event designed for top students across the province. Song Yin looked at Yun Chun with admiration, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Brother, are you here for the independent martial arts exam? Your grades must be excellent. Yun Chun looked at her, secretly appreciating the polite girl, and smiled slightly. They're okay. Song Yin blinked, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. She thought to herself, great physique, handsome, and a top student who wouldn't be intrigued? At this point, Guopeng snorted, his tone laced with disdain. Of course, just okay. Coming from another city to Jinning for the independent martial arts exam. Isn't it just for some extra points? At most, you get an extra 10 or 20 points for the college entrance exam. Song Yin shot a glare at Guopeng, looking a bit annoyed. You're so annoying. The chubby girl beside her commented to Guopeng. Brother Guopeng, getting extra points for the college entrance exam is quite good. Guopeng proudly raised his chin. That's nothing. My parents can arrange for some special skill points, easily adding several dozen points. The chubby girl exclaimed in surprise. Really? Brother Guopeng, your parents are amazing. Hearing the chubby girl's praise, Guopeng cast a smug glance at Song Yin. However, Song Yin's attention was entirely on Yun Chun, not caring about what Guopeng said. Then, the chubby girl suddenly chimed in. But I heard that this year, the top scorer in our Jiangnan province's independent martial arts exam is a senior from Suhai City. When Pang Mei mentioned this, Song Yin immediately became uneasy and quickly asked, Xiao Mei, is it true? The top scorer in this year's independent martial arts exam isn't from Jinning City. Xiao Mei nodded and replied, Yes, that's what my sister told me. Song Yin frowned in confusion, saying, Xiao Mei, could you have heard wrong? The scores of Senior Wei Tianlu and Senior Lu Haohao from Jinning City High School broke records from recent years. Xiao Mei scratched her head and firmly said, I didn't hear wrong. It's a senior from Suhai City High School, named Yun Chun. I heard this Yun Chun is particularly amazing, with a swordsmanship talent awakening. They say his potential is rated SSS. Guopeng exclaimed, What? Song Yin's eyes widened, her lips slightly trembling. SSS. Xiao Mei nodded. Yes, and his score is even higher than the combined scores of Senior Wei Tianlu and Senior Lu Haohao. Song Yin couldn't hide her shock, exclaiming, That impressive? That's incredible. Guopeng observed Song Yin's astonished and admiring expression and suddenly said, Oh, Yun Chun, the one you're talking about. Actually, my parents know him. Xiao Mei was instantly shocked, and even Song Yin was a bit unsettled. Brother Guopeng, what did you say? Your parents know Yun Chun? Guopeng nodded. Yes, he used to come over to our house for meals. My parents even mentioned having him over in a few days to guide my martial arts training. Xiao Mei was dumbfounded. Brother Guopeng, getting guidance from the provincial top scorer? That's an opportunity many people would dream of. I heard that a single lesson from previous provincial top scorers costs thousands of wealth points. Guopeng smirked dismissively. Thousands of wealth points? That's nothing. It's not about the money. It's about connections. Relationships. Do you understand? Never mind. You two little girls wouldn't get it. With that, Guopeng crossed his arms and slightly raised his chin, looking very pleased with himself. Song Yin looked at Guopeng, unusually showing a look of surprise. Brother Guopeng, did Yun Chen agree to guide you? Guopeng remained composed. Not yet. But he definitely won't refuse. Our family has a pretty good relationship with him. Actually, not just Yin Chun, many city and provincial top scorers from previous years have come to our house for meals. At this moment, Yin Chun suddenly asked Guopeng, You know Yin Chun? Guopeng was thrilled that Yin Chun initiated a conversation with him and thought, Huh, acting all aloof at first? Now you see how impressive I am. He smiled and said, I know him, but not very well. He comes to our house for a casual meal during holidays and gives me some guidance. Since you're from another city taking the independent martial arts exam, you should know Yin Chen, right? After all, you took the exam with him. Yin Chen looked at Guopeng for a few seconds, then calmly replied, Yes, I know him. Guopeng felt even more proud, believing he was undoubtedly the center of attention, and pressed on. Senior, which city are you from? Yun Chen casually replied, Oh, Suhai City. As soon as he said this, Xiao Mei and Song Yin immediately turned to Yun Chen and exclaimed, Suhai City. Senior, are you and that Yun Chen from the same city for the exams? Guopeng's face instantly froze, thinking to himself, Oh no, does he know Yun Chen? Guopeng glanced at Yun Chen and said nervously, Oh, you're from Suhai City too? Which school are you from? Yunshin replied calmly. First hi. Hearing this, Guopeng's expression became even more rigid, forcing a smile. Oh, really? What a coincidence. So you're classmates with Yunshin? Are you too close? Yunshin paused slightly and replied with a teasing smile. I wouldn't say we're close. Guopeng breathed a sigh of relief at this. At that moment, Song Nian looked at Guopeng suspiciously and asked, Brother Guopeng, do you really know Yunshin? Guopeng's face turned red, and he quickly said, Of course. Why would I lie? Just wait, I'll bring him out someday, and we can all have a meal together. Song Nian turned to Yunshin and asked, Brother, why is Yunshin from your school so impressive? How did he get first place? Xiao Mei chimed in. Yeah, I heard the swordsmanship tradition was broken, but Yunshin awakened with an SS-level swordsmanship talent. That's amazing. Guopeng shook his head and sighed. Why are you asking him? Honestly, he's just a competitor in the same exam as Yunshin. Why would Yunshin tell him how he got stronger? I'll invite Yunshin to my house someday and ask him myself. Then I'll tell you guys. Yunshin looked at Guopeng and was about to speak when a staff member came out holding 4 reports. Your certification results are out, the staff member announced, waving the documents at Yunshin and the others. The staff member began reading. Guopeng, entry-level martial artist, high rank. Guopeng quickly stood up and took his document. Xiao Mei whispered, after all that talk, he's still just an entry-level martial artist. Song Nian shook his head with a wry smile, seemingly speechless about Guopeng. Song Nian, entry-level martial artist, basic rank. Song Nian got up and gracefully received his certification result. Lin Mei, entry-level martial artist, basic rank. Xiao Mei ran over to the staff member to collect her result. Then, the staff member glanced at Yunshin, a hint of shock in his eyes. Guopeng looked at Yunshin and laughed. Senior, you must at least be a high-rank entry-level martial artist, right? After all, you're a senior in high school, a year ahead of me. The staff member gave Guopeng a look as if he were a fool and then announced, Yunshin, one-star first-rank martial artist. Yunshin stood up, walked over to the staff member, and took the document and badge, smiling, thank you. The staff member smiled back, sorry, Yunshin. We don't have a dedicated testing room for swordsmanship martial artists. Yunshin waved it off, smiling, no problem. Guopeng, sitting in the leather chair, was dumbfounded, his face stiff as he mumbled, what's his name? Song Nian stared intently at Yunshin, her eyes narrowing slightly, murmuring, Yunshin, swordsmanship martial artist. Xiao Mei was the first to react, exclaiming, Yunshin? This brother, are you Yunshin? Yunshin waved at Xiao Mei and Song Nian with a smile. Guopeng stood as rigid as a statue, his face ashen and his gaze vacant as he stared at Yunshin, unable to utter a single word. Xiao Mei looked at Guopeng with disdain and remarked coldly, Guopeng, didn't you say you knew Senior Yunshin? It's really disappointing. Can you stop bragging like that next time? Seeing the situation, Song Nian quickly stood up, walked over to Yunshin, and said with a shy, trembling voice, Senior Yunshin, I'm very pleased to meet you. Yunshin gave a gentle smile and replied warmly, it's fate that brings us together. Maybe we'll meet again someday. With that, he turned to leave. Song Nian felt a bit uneasy, sensing that this might be her only chance to meet Yunshin in her lifetime. Senior Yunshin. Song Nian called out hastily. Yunshin turned back and asked, what's the matter? Could I get your contact information? I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask you some questions about martial arts practice. Song Nian's body trembled slightly, and her hands nervously touched the sides of her thighs, her palms sweating. Yunshin smiled wryly and agreed. All right. After exchanging contact information, Song Nian mustered the courage to say, my name is Song Nian, and I'm in the 3rd year at Jining No. 1 High School's affiliated middle school. Maybe we can have a meal together sometime. Yunshin affectionately patted her head and said, work hard, girl, and get into a good high school. Song Nian blushed slightly and nodded shyly. At this moment, Guopeng watched their interaction with a stiff expression filled with shock. He realized that his boasting had utterly failed, and any possibility with Song Nian was gone. His mood sank into despair, and he slumped lifelessly into the leather chair. After leaving the certification hall, a woman in uniform approached Yunshin. Yunshin, this is the initial reward prepared for you by the military department, she said, handing him a bracelet. Yunshin took the bracelet and asked in confusion, what is this? The woman smiled and explained, this is a storage bracelet developed by military technology. It can hold up to 30 cubic meters of items. Yunshin was astonished and remarked, has military technology advanced this far? He put on the storage bracelet, which lit up and projected an image of its internal space, showing various pills, minerals, and alloys. However, what caught Yunshin's attention the most was a martial seal emitting a faint golden light. This is N-level martial seal. Yunshin was shocked. This seal contained N-level martial technique. He currently possessed 4 B-level seals and 1 A-level seal, but the value of this level seal far exceeded their combined worth and was rare to come by. The woman continued, the martial technique inside is a breathing technique. A breathing technique. Yunshin's interest was piqued. He had learned about such techniques before. A martial artist who mastered a breathing technique could significantly enhance their endurance, and from a cultivation perspective, it accelerated the recovery of one's strength. Nearly all advanced martial artists had their own unique breathing techniques. The woman went on to explain, this breathing technique was invented by the high martial arts of Brahma 1,000 years ago. It has been optimized over the centuries and passed down to this day. Hearing the name Brahma made Chen pause. This country was established by martial artists who left Dacia. It had a close historical relationship with Dacia, producing many legendary martial artists, but was ultimately destroyed by its neighboring country, Barodo. Afterward, the woman helped Chen register some information and then sent him on his way. From today, he was a reserve martial artist for the military department. Chen connected to his personal information database with his phone and found his status updated to reserve martial artist, first level, with a monthly salary of 8,000 wealth points and several cultivation pills. Though not a high-paying job, it was stable with additional rewards for tasks. After putting away his phone, Chen returned to the Ning Hotel. As soon as he entered his room, he eagerly took out the Slevel martial seal from the storage bracelet. The Slevel breathing technique, Brahma's breath. He carefully read the introduction on the seal, his eyes narrowing slightly. Upon using the martial seal, a stream of information flowed into Chen's mind. He felt his breathing become slow and deep, yet without any sensation of holding his breath. Instead, with each exhale, he sensed impurities being expelled from his body. After a few breaths, Chen felt incredibly light and relaxed, the evident effect leaving him in awe. Most ordinary martial artists trained with Clevel or Blevel breathing techniques, and although lower in grade, mastering them could still bring significant improvements. In today's market, the price of breathing techniques had been inflated so much that even wealthy martial artists found it difficult to purchase in a level technique, let alone in Level 1. It was likely only a colossal entity like the military department could afford to stockpile breathing techniques of this caliber. The Shrank Active Martial Art, Brahma's breathing technique, in its first stage, restores one of one's cultivation per second, comparable to the legendary 10,000 swords treasury. As in Shrank Martial Art, Brahma's breathing is divided into multiple levels and automatically advances once mastered. If perfected, its ability to restore cultivation constantly is almost like a perpetual motion machine, truly incredible. Chen opened the introduction of Brahma's breathing. In martial year 1080, the 7th tier, 9-star martial artist Brahma created Brahma's breathing and single-handedly defeated the 3 great demon gods. In martial year 1280, the 7th tier, 3-star martial artist Chiu Xianren comprehended the 8th stage of Brahma's breathing and slew the evil dragon demon at the Battle of Mount Wutai. However, the introduction didn't delve into the specifics of Brahma's breathing itself, merely recording several powerful figures in history who used this technique, which was enough to prove its formidable power. Chen was amazed and thrilled, never expecting such generous rewards from the military department. Last year's top provincial exam student only received 2 A-rank universal martial seals, whereas this year, Chen directly received an Shrank breathing technique from the military department. The provincial reward had yet to be issued, and once it was, Chen would undoubtedly be the most richly rewarded high school graduate in the past decade. At this moment, Chen took out his A-rank universal martial seal. Upon using it, he felt a stream of information flow into his mind, and his body rapidly transformed. His muscle fibers grew, thickened, and contracted, while the pits and bumps on his bones quickly healed. This was a body path martial art, distinct from technique path martial arts like Bai Yingshue's Ice Spike, which requires an affinity with ice elements to continue training. Body path martial arts can be practiced by nearly all martial artists, beneficial and harmless. After using the A-rank universal martial seal, Chen acquired an A-rank passive martial art, Dragon's Tendons, Tiger's Bones, which boosted his cultivation by 20 and reduced damage by 20. Seeing the description of Dragon's Tendons, Tiger's Bones, Chen's eyes lit up. A damage-reducing martial art was perfect for him. At this point, his 10,000 swords treasury was an offensive martial art, allowing Chen to rival a first-tier, 3-star martial artist in terms of attack. However, he lacked a defensive martial art. The appearance of Dragon's Tendons, Tiger's Bones perfectly complemented this deficiency. Looking at the 4 remaining Brank martial arts, Chen thought to himself that there was no harm in learning them all. Using the Brank Universal Martial Seals, he mastered 4 Brank active martial arts. Breeze Step, which consumes a lot of cultivation to boost speed. Keen Perception, which consumes cultivation to explore the surrounding environment. Taizu Long Fist, which delivers punches with twice the damage of cultivation. And the passive martial art, Explosive Power, which consumes cultivation and has a chance to cause high critical damage, up to twice as much. Rubbing his head, Chen felt a bit fatigued after learning 4 martial arts. Breeze Step and Keen Perception were very practical martial arts, and while Taizu Long Fist seemed less useful, It could be handy in situations where a sword wasn't available. As for explosive power, it was likely the most powerful of the four. With this passive ability, the damage from the 10,000 swords treasury had the potential to double, which was a terrifying thought. Just then, Yun Chen's phone rang. Seemed like a message about the provincial level reward had arrived. Upon checking his phone, Yun Chen received a notification of a provincial award with a prize of 3 million wealth points. The bonus was comparable to the city's, not because Jiangnan province was stingy, but because Suhai City's reward was exceptionally generous. Additionally, Yun Chen's household registration was upgraded to a gold tier status within Jiangnan province. The gold tier household registration. This made Yun Chen's eyes light up instantly. It's a coveted status for many. The Federation's household system is divided into ordinary, bronze, silver, and gold tiers. A gold tier registration offers privileges unavailable to other tiers, especially in healthcare. Regardless of any injuries or illnesses, Yun Chen and his family can receive free treatment at the top hospitals in Jiangnan province. This is particularly important to Yun Chen, as he is very concerned about the health of his aging mother, Qingju. Moreover, Jiangnan province provided a variety of elixirs, equipment materials, and 2 vouchers for a-grade martial seals. Yun Chen could use these vouchers to purchase 2 a-grade martial seals for free, with the freedom to choose. This approach is more considerate and personalized compared to the city, which directly distributes martial seals. Yun Chen understands Suhai City's approach, considering that a voucher for an a-grade martial seal can be worth 2 to 3 times the price of the seal itself, a luxury only Jiangnan province can afford. Over the next 2 days, Yun Chen focused on enhancing his cultivation and mastering the 10,000 swords treasury. Other martial arts techniques were temporarily set aside. His cultivation methods still involved improving his skills through gourmet food, and he indulged in the culinary delights of Jining City. Sizzling eel paste, lion's head meatballs, soup dumplings, roast duck, and salted duck. He tasted nearly every dish. Enjoying these delicacies could yield a surge in cultivation points, and as his cultivation advanced, his body's daily consumption increased, demanding more food. At night, he also soaked in marrow-cleansing liquid baths, which further aided his cultivation. 2 days later, Yun Chen's cultivation reached 70 points, with 0 remaining cultivation points, and a level of 0, classifying him as a first-tier, 1-star martial artist. The grade active martial skill proficiency of the 10,000 swords treasury was at 04000, with a storage level of C, a storage capacity of 20, and an additional damage coefficient of 35 times. The gains over these 2 days were quite satisfactory. His cultivation reached 70 points, just 30 points away from breaking through to a first-tier, 2-star level. Meanwhile, in the admissions office of Qingqiu Martial Arts University, several teachers in white martial arts uniforms sat around a round table, anxiously awaiting results. Suddenly, a middle-aged man burst into the office, urgently saying, "Teachers, the results of the independent martial exams are out." The admissions teachers immediately responded, "Quick, get the data from all provinces." Admissions is a race to recruit talent. The faster you lock in a target, the easier it is to enroll students. Being proactive is a common recruitment strategy. This year, several talented physical martial artists emerged from Shiliang province, but Qingqiu University's strength lies in illusionary martial arts, which doesn't suit these talents. Check the data from the Northeast province, one teacher suggested. Oh, the top scorer this year is a martial artist specializing in techniques, and she's a girl. Let me see. Elemental affinity is water. Excellent. This girl matches our school very well. Quickly, call her, another teacher said excitedly. Then, they turned their attention to the results from the Central Plains Special District. Among the top 10, several outstanding students were included in the list. At this moment, in the admissions office of the Southwest province, a male teacher was looking down at the data from Jiangnan province, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Colleagues, there's going to be a major shift in Jiangnan province this year." The other teachers looked up, their brows furrowed, questioning. "Mr. Zhang, what are you talking about? Don't stand there in a daze. Are there any suitable students for our Qingqiu Martial Arts University from Jiangnan province?" Mr. Zhang replied solemnly. "Do you know who ranked first in Jiangnan province's independent martial arts exam this year? It's a Kendo practitioner." The moment he said that, the admissions office of Qingqiu Martial Arts University fell silent. Mr. Zhang continued, "The top scorer in Jiangnan province's independent martial arts exam is Yun Chen, a Kendo practitioner, with a total score of 20,100, while the second place only scored over 5,000. Instantly, the admissions office was in an uproar. Meanwhile, at the admissions office of Modu Martial Arts University, a young female teacher with a pure appearance hurriedly walked down the corridor. Her colleague, Mr. Lin, curiously asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Without turning back, she replied, "To recruit someone," and then dashed off. Mr. Lin scratched his head, puzzled, and muttered to himself, "Recruit someone? Who are we recruiting?" Just then, another female teacher approached and informed him, "I heard there's an extraordinary talent from Jiangnan province's independent martial arts exam. a Kendo practitioner who took first place. Several martial arts universities are trying to recruit him now. Mr. Lin widened his eyes in astonishment, deeply shocked. In the admissions office of Daidu Martial Arts University, an elderly man with white hair carefully examined Yun Chen's file, while the surrounding middle-aged teachers appeared tense. A middle-aged male teacher quietly asked the female teacher beside him, "What do you think the dean will classify Yun Chen as?" Classification is Daidu Martial Arts University's jargon for admission eligibility, with different levels signifying better benefits. The female teacher pondered and said, "I guess it should be an S level." The male teacher was slightly surprised. "Why? Don't you think Yun Chen deserves an S level?" The female teacher shook her head, analyzing. In terms of performance alone, he exhibited the combat power of a high-level second-stage warrior with the strength of a first-stage practitioner, which should merit an S level. However, he awakened the path of Kendo, which is notoriously difficult to cultivate. Another middle-aged male teacher expressed a neutral stance. "You make a valid point, but I think an S level is about right." The female teacher was surprised by this and asked for his reasoning. The middle-aged male teacher explained, "Kendo practitioners have historically shone brightly. With the reappearance of a Kendo practitioner with potential up to SSS level, the country will undoubtedly treat this promising talent with special care." The female teacher nodded in agreement. At that moment, the dean received a phone call, his expression turning to one of shock. "Principal Yang, you want to personally?" "Understood." After hanging up, the dean addressed the admissions office staff, announcing, regarding Yun Chen's admission level from Jiangnan province, "Principal Yang Yuanyin just called and said it will be classified as a special recruitment by the principal." Yun Chen's cultivation level reached 84 points, and with a 20 boost, he had a total of cultivation points. His level was 0, and as a first-tier, one-star member of the Myriad Sword Treasury, he had mastered an S-level active martial skill. His storage capacity was 20004000, with a current level storage count of 20 and an additional damage coefficient of 20. After another day, Yun Chen's strength had improved, and he thought it was time to replenish his equipment since he only had 20 swords. He shook his head, feeling dissatisfied. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Yun Chen opened it to see Su Qing standing outside. Today, Su Qing was wearing a dark green waist-length top and pleated skirt, with black stockings covering her legs. Yun Chen closed the door and asked, "What's up?" Su Qing blinked and replied, "The university recruiters have arrived in Jining City. Lu Yingkai, Bai Xue, and Li Yun have already gone. Why haven't you left yet?" Yun Chen chuckled and said, "No rush." Hearing this, Su Qing pinched Yun Chen's side in exasperation. "You're not in a rush, but I am." However, she was taken aback when she realized Yun Chen's waist felt as hard as a steel plate. Yun Chen laughed and explained, "I've been working out recently. Although I'm practicing swordsmanship, I can't neglect physical training." Su Qing nodded, then shook her head, saying, "That's not the point. How did you get so fit in just a few days?" Yun Chen laughed. "A little progress every day." Su Qing sighed a little, but she soon smiled. "Oh well, getting stronger is good." Then, Su Qing suddenly said to Yun Chen, "Yun Chen, I'm a bit worried." Yun Chen asked, puzzled, "Worried about what?" Su Qing fiddled with her skirt, seriously saying, "Your awakened talent is in swordsmanship, an SSS difficulty. Universities might think training you will require a lot of resources and uncertainty. I'm worried this could be a disadvantage for you. And if the universities hesitate, then you." Seeing Su Qing's concern, Yun Chen smiled and reassured her, "Sister Qing, don't worry. You have a point, but I believe there will be universities that recognize my potential." Su Qing felt slightly relieved and nodded. "Yes, I believe in you." Just then, Yun Chen's phone rang. It was Principal Li Song. After a brief conversation with Li Song, Yun Chen hung up, and Su Qing asked anxiously and expectantly, "What happened?" Yun Chen said, "Principal Li Song informed me that the signing ceremony has started, and we should head over." So, they set off together for the Martial Arts Association Hall in Jining City. The hall was already packed with students and parents. The top 100 students from the independent martial arts exam could secure university spots, with better rankings getting better offers. Yun Chen and Su Qing arrived at the hall, ready to find Principal Li Song and others, when someone called out to Yun Chen from behind. Turning his head, Yun Chen saw his cousin Qin Mingyue and her group of female friends. He couldn't help but ask, "Mingyue, what are you doing here?" Qin Mingyue, a sophomore, had nothing to do with today's signing ceremony. She glanced at Yun Chen, slightly clenched her fists, and coldly replied, "Dad made me come." She stared at Yun Chen, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. "It's not like I wanted to be here." Yun Chen smiled helplessly, thinking that his cousin's personality was indeed not very endearing. Proud. Sure, but where was the delicate part? He hadn't seen it yet. At that moment, Qin Mingyue asked, "Why are you so late? Many students have already signed. If you were any later, it might have been too late for you." Yun Chen was surprised and said, "People have signed already? It's still morning, haven't they even considered it?" Just then, a graceful figure emerged from behind Qin Mingyue. It was her friend Yaoya. Yaoya smiled at Yunshun and said, "Brother Yunshun, don't let Mingyue scare you. Most of those who signed are ranked very low. Almost none of the top 50 in the independent martial arts exams have signed yet. They're all negotiating." Qin Mingyue crossed her arms in displeasure and said, "See, no college has shown interest in you yet." Yunshun touched his nose and stared at the electronic screen. Yaoya then said, "Mingyue, why are you in such a hurry? There are still many recruitment officers who haven't arrived yet." Qin Mingyue stomped her foot and said, "Who said I'm in a hurry? What does it have to do with me? Whether he gets a recommendation or not, I don't care." At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind Yunshun. "Yunshun?" He turned around to see Lu Haohao standing in front of him, holding a recommendation agreement with her signature. Yunshun asked in surprise, "Lu, you've already signed." Lu Haohao smiled and replied, "The Great Xia Martial Arts Academy. Not bad, right?" The Great Xia Martial Arts Academy, located in the capital, is undoubtedly the top martial arts college in the country, with all its students being martial artists. Surrounding students and parents looked at Lu Haohao with envy. Yunshun looked at her and said, "I thought you'd choose a comprehensive university. With your grades, you could go to a great college." Lu Haohao shook her head. "I'm a martial artist, and the Great Xia Martial Arts Academy is the best choice. Besides, the conditions they offered are very generous. I couldn't refuse." At this moment, Yunshun noticed a familiar figure in the distance, Wei Tianlu. Several recruitment officers surrounded him, but he seemed unmoved. Lu Haohao said to Yunshun, "Wei Tianlu is waiting for the Magic City Martial University." Qin Mingyue and Yao Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Magic City Martial University? That's a top martial arts college, the dream school of countless high school students." Wei Tianlu noticed the crowd's gaze. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and he quickly turned his head. Lu Haohao laughed and said to Yunshun, "He's embarrassed to see you now. He said he wanted to challenge you the other day, but eventually decided against it. He knows he can't beat you. I always said, don't boast about what you can't do." Yao Yu whispered to Qin Mingyue, "Mingyue, your cousin is something else. Wei Tianlu has been the top student in Jining City for 3 years, yet he's afraid of your cousin." Qin Mingyue glanced at Yunshun with her beautiful eyes, but still said stubbornly, What's the use? None of these martial arts colleges have invited him." Just then, there was a sudden commotion in the distant crowd. Wei Tianlu's eyes lit up as he turned his head sharply. The people from Magic City Martial University had arrived. As soon as Xie Bin, the admissions officer from Moda Wuda, stepped into the Martial Arts Association hall, he was instantly surrounded by a throng of eager parents. They were all trying to hand over their children's resumes, enthusiastically touting their achievements and special talents. Feeling slightly overwhelmed by the crowd, Xie Bin raised his hands with a wry smile on his face. "Parents, please don't rush. Let's take our time," Xie Bin said, trying to maintain his composure. "As long as the students are excellent, Moda Wuda welcomes everyone. There's no limit to the number of spots, so everyone has a chance." While making these reassuring statements, Xie Bin deftly maneuvered his way through the crowd. He had an important mission to carry out. Noticing his cue, his assistant handed him a black leather briefcase. Xie Bin expertly entered the combination, and with a click, the case opened. Wow! The entire hall fell silent for a moment, followed by a wave of exclamations. Inside the case were about 10 early admission agreements from Moda Wuda, each one radiating an enticing allure. The parents' eyes widened, and murmurs filled the air. It looks like Moda Wuda already has its favorites. They usually recruit 1 or 2, but this year there are so many. Is Jiangnan province producing a lot of geniuses this year? Calmly, Xie Bin pulled out a few agreements, cleared his throat, and began reading the names. Jining City No. 1 High School, Zhou Yun. Jining City No. 1 High School, Feng Chang. Jining City Yingwu High School, Zhang Yang. Jining City No. 1 High School, Lu Haohao. After reading 7 names in one breath, Xie Bin exhaled deeply and continued, "Are these students present? Please come to me." As soon as he finished speaking, a boy suddenly sprang up from a corner of the hall, excitedly shouting, "Here! I'm here!" It was Zhang Yang. Following his lead, the other students raised their hands. The surrounding parents looked at these fortunate students with envy and regret. At this moment, Lu Haohao turned to Yunshun beside her and said softly, "Yunshun, I'm going over." Although she had already accepted a direct offer from the Daxia Institute of Martial Arts, she decided to politely decline Modu Wuda's invitation in person. After Lu Haohao left, Qin Mingyue folded her arms and teased Yunshun slightly. "What if Modu Wuda doesn't want you either?" Yunshun smiled easily. "Then I'll just make a cold dish, with extra peanuts and chili oil." Qin Mingyue couldn't help but laugh, gently punching Yunshun's arm. "You're so annoying." Just then, Xie Bin instructed his assistant to discuss the agreement details with the 7 selected students. This move raised some doubts among the parents. What's going on? Is it okay for Mr. Xie to leave such an important task to his assistant? Isn't that a bit too casual? While everyone was puzzled, Xie Bin retrieved a distinctive document from the briefcase. Those with sharp eyes immediately recognized its special nature. A special agreement. Modu Wuda's special early admission agreement. This exclamation caused a stir in the hall. A special admission spot was the highest recognition Modu Wuda could give to the most outstanding talents. The agreement in Xie Bin's hand was made of extraordinary materials, with a unique silver pattern on the paper, highlighting its prestigious status. At this moment, a familiar voice called from behind Yun Chen. Turning around, he saw Principal Li Song and others hurrying over. Yun Chen, we finally found you. Bai Xue walked up to Yun Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of concern. She was well aware that Yun Chen had not received any invitations from universities yet. Previously, she had comforted herself, thinking that Yun Chen's exceptional grades meant those universities assumed he wouldn't consider them, leading them to give up. However, if even Modu Wuda, the top martial arts university in Xia, showed no interest in Yun Chen, it was unsettling. Bai Xue couldn't help but shake her head, her hand gripping Yun Chen's arm tightly. At this moment, Su Qing was staring intently at the agreement in Xie Bin's hand, arms crossed, with a serious expression on her pretty face. Qin Mingyue also glanced nervously at Yun Chen. Xie Bin slowly read out a name. Wei Tianlu from Jining City No. 1 High School. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted in exclamations. Wei Tianlu. He had received a special admission agreement from Modu Wuda. The candidates and parents present turned their eyes towards Wei Tianlu. Although anticipated, they couldn't help but show their astonishment. Wei Tianlu, watching Xie Bin approach him, stood at attention, his body tense, and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Hello, Teacher Xie." Xie Bin smiled slightly and replied, "Hello Wei. I watched your independent martial arts exam video. You are an outstanding gun martial artist, and I believe that once you join us at Modu Wuda, you'll truly shine." Wei Tianlu quickly nodded. "It's my honor." At this point, some parents shifted their envious glances away from Wei Tianlu and began to discuss. "Hey, why hasn't the top scorer Yun Chen received any university invitations yet? Who knows, his grades are off the charts. Exactly, his score is 10 times that of my child's. I even suspect there's something wrong with his results." Hearing these discussions, Qin Mingyue immediately glared at them. The parents, intimidated by her fierce look, quickly fell silent. Then, Qin Mingyue turned to Yun Chen and said, "See, I told you this would happen, didn't I?" Just then, Xie Bin said to Wei Tianlu, "Wei, please review this admission agreement. If you have any questions, feel free to ask my assistant. He will address your concerns." Wei Tianlu paused for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, Teacher Xie." He then bowed slightly before walking towards the assistant in the distance. Xie Bin opened the briefcase in his hand, operated it a bit, and the interior opened again, revealing a sealed compartment. He carefully opened the seal and gently pulled out an admission agreement. The agreement was inlaid with golden patterns, emitting a faint golden glow. At the bottom of the agreement, the signature of the president of Modu Wuda was prominently displayed. "Yun Chen from Suhai City No. 1 High School, are you here?" Xie Bin called out Yun Chen's name with a mix of apprehension and anticipation, then looked around. As soon as the words were spoken, the hall fell silent. The eyes of all the candidates and parents focused intently on Yun Chen. Feeling the intense shock from those around him, Yun Chen's heart couldn't help but stir, as if he had gained an invisible strength. Even the candidates who were in the middle of signing agreements paused, turning their heads and widening their eyes at Yun Chen, utterly shocked. At that moment, a parent's voice, dry and incredulous, said, a gold-plated admission agreement. This was the highest level of admission agreement for the prestigious Modu Martial Arts University. The admission agreements at Modu Martial Arts University were categorized into bronze, silver, and gold. Over the years, most agreements issued were bronze, with the occasional silver, like the one Wei Tianlu received. A gold agreement was almost the stuff of urban legends. Yet today, in the Martial Arts Association Hall in Jining City, Jiangnan Province, everyone witnessed the birth of a gold agreement firsthand. Qin Mingyue's eyes narrowed slightly, her fair hand unconsciously clutching Yun Chen's sleeve tightly. Following everyone's gaze, Xie Bin naturally noticed Yun Chen and approached him personally, extending his hand with a smile, saying, "You must be Yun Chen? It's an honor to meet you." The use of the word honor conveyed deep respect. The other university representatives in the hall had complex and conflicted expressions, sighing in resignation. They were already aware that several top universities had set their sights on Yun Chen. Ordinary universities stood no chance against these elite institutions. Despite Yun Chen awakening a swordsmanship talent, which was notoriously difficult to master, his performance had already proven that he would at least become a formidable figure in the future. Under such circumstances, these universities naturally admired Yun Chen. It wasn't that they didn't want to invite him. They were just well aware of the situation. Xie Bin then said, "Yun Chen, should we find a place to talk privately? If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them." A group of parents looked at Yun Chen with eyes full of envy, as if they were about to ignite with admiration. Just as Yin Shun was about to respond, a woman's voice suddenly interrupted. Xia Bin, you folks from Modu Martial Arts University are quite cunning. What can't be discussed here? Why must you find another place? Are you trying to lure Yin Shun away? Xia Bin frowned and turned to see a woman in a dark green qipao, gracefully walking towards Yin Shun. She extended her elegant hand, a dazzling smile on her face, and said, Yin Shun, I'm Yin Ling from Qingqiu Martial Arts University. Xia Bin looked at Yin Ling with a hint of anger and said, Yin Ling, do you even understand the concept of first come, first served? Yin Ling glanced at Xia Bin with disdain and retorted with a smile. Who decided that? Which federal law states it? Xia Bin, fuming with rage, accused her, you woman. Yin Ling couldn't be bothered with him and turned to Yin Shun, saying, Yin Shun, our Qingqiu Martial Arts University has decided to offer you a direct admission. Our university has an 800-year history, rich in tradition. Joining us would definitely be to your advantage. Seeing this, Xia Bin quickly interrupted. Yin Shun, take a look at the direct admission agreement I've given you. The conditions there are unparalleled by any regular university. Just the annual scholarship alone is worth 10 million wealth points. He glanced at Yin Ling mockingly. Yin Ling, can Qingqiu Martial Arts University offer such terms? Yin Ling frowned slightly and replied, some ancient legacies can't be bought with money. Xia Bin, your Shanghai Martial Arts University can't seem to shake off that nouveau riche attitude. Xia Bin's face flushed with anger, pointing at Yin Ling. You. At this moment, Qin Mingyue, standing beside Yin Shun, watched the scene in shock, thinking to herself, the top universities in the Great Summer Country, Shanghai Martial Arts University and Qingqiu Martial Arts University, are actually competing for a candidate, and it's my cousin. She never imagined such a day would come. Yin Ling continued to speak to Yin Shun. Yin Shun, I know you practice the swordsmanship profession. Although the swordsmanship legacy has been interrupted, our Qingqiu Martial Arts University has collected sword techniques and skills from ancient masters. We also have some renowned swords from recent history. Joining us would certainly benefit you greatly. Xia Bin immediately countered. Yin Ling, don't mislead him. Many of your university's sword techniques are incomplete remnants, and without guidance from a master, they are impossible to practice. He then said to Yin Shun, by joining Shanghai Martial Arts University, we can purchase the most advanced weapon materials worldwide to create custom weapons for you. We can also search global auctions for powerful sword techniques. Since the swordsmanship legacy has been interrupted, many techniques and famous weapons have become collector's items for the wealthy. Xia Bin made it clear that Shanghai Martial Arts University had the financial power to support Yun Chen's development. Yin Ling glared coldly at Xia Bin and warned, Xia Bin, don't go too far. Xia Bin, equally defiant, retorted, I've long found you unpleasant. What? Do you want to fight? Angered, Yin Ling's face flushed as she lightly waved her left hand, causing several clusters of blue-green ghostly flames to appear in midair. Seeing this, the storage ring on Xia Bin's right wrist glowed gold, and a golden alloy folding fan engraved with peculiar inscriptions appeared in his hand. The hall was instantly thrown into chaos, with people thinking to themselves, if these two actually start fighting, it could affect everyone here. Just then, an elderly voice broke through. Mr. Xia, Mizine, isn't this behavior rather unbecoming of you both? An elderly man dressed in a white martial arts uniform, with white hair, slowly entered the hall, his voice carrying authority and his presence exuding a powerful aura. Huang Lao. The visitor was none other than Huang Lu, the Dean of Academics at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Upon seeing the elder, Xia Bin quickly withdrew his hand. Yin Ling also retracted the green flames surrounding him, staring at Huang Lu with a look of shock. Huang Lao, why have you come in person? Yin Ling murmured. If you've come personally, it means the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University's rating for Yun Chen is. The two exchanged glances and said in unison, S-level special admission. The moment these words were spoken, the hall erupted in astonishment. The cultivation points gained from this critical strike turned out to be an S-level special admission from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. How many years had it been since someone in the Great Xia had received such a spot? Many parents looked at Yun Chen with unfamiliar eyes, clearly indicating that Yun Chen was no longer on the same level as the other children. He had truly become an exceptional child. Qin Mingyue, standing nearby, stared at Yun Chen, her lips slightly parted, unable to speak. At this moment, Su Qing and Bai Yingxue, filled with excitement, grabbed Yun Chen's hands and exclaimed, S-level special admission. Yun Chen, did you hear that? Just then, Principal Li Song staggered and fell over. Li Yun and Lu Yingkai quickly supported him, and Li Song said with difficulty, I'm fine, just a bit overwhelmed. Girl, bring Grandpa 2 blood pressure pills. Huang Lu looked at Xia Bin and Yin Ling, smiling silently. Xia Bin clenched his fist slightly. Huang Lao, even if you come in person, our Magic Capital Martial Arts University won't give up easily. Over the past decades, we've accumulated quite a bit. Yinling's expression was serious. Huang Lao, our Qingqiu Martial Arts University won't give up either. If necessary, we'll go all out. Huang Lu waved his hand and chuckled. You two youngsters, talking about going all out? Talking about accumulation? Xiaoyin, your Qingqiu Martial Arts University may have an 800-year history, but compared to the uninterrupted millennium heritage of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, it seems lacking, doesn't it? Hearing this, Yinling's face turned awkward. Huang Lu then turned to Xie Bin. Xiao Xia. Although people say North Imperial Capital, South Magic Capital, your Magic Capital Martial Arts University has been in the limelight for a few years, but you know in your heart, once the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University gets serious, your Magic Capital is just a child. Xie Bin's expression was extremely serious because he knew Huang Lu was speaking the truth. Huang Lu glanced around and laughed. In recent years, people talk about top-tier universities, but it's just media hype. After all, competition makes things interesting. In reality, in our great Xia, there's only one top one, and that's the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. This statement caused an uproar in the hall. Some reporters seized the opportunity, quickly pressing their shutters to capture the moment. This old man sure knows how to make bold statements. Yun Chen looked at Huang Lu, shaking his head in admiration. Meanwhile, Li Yun and others whispered, is the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University really that strong? At this moment, Principal Li Song, having regained his composure, shook his head and said, 1,000-year legacy, and to this day, no one knows the true strength of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Some things must be kept hidden, not to be made public. Xie Bin and Yinling understood that with Huang Lu personally involved, he wouldn't leave them any chance. But they still wanted to give it one last shot, as Huang Lu's presence only highlighted Yun Chen's value further. Just then, Huang Lu smiled faintly. Besides, when did I ever say Yun Chen's rating was S-level? At this moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the martial arts hall, and a stunning woman with a graceful figure slowly walked in. She wore a semi-traditional white robe, with a jade pendant at her waist, standing about the same height as Su Qing, slightly taller than Buying Xue. Her skin was like jade, her eyes captivating yet exuding undeniable authority. Accompanying her were the president and vice president of the Jining City Martial Arts Association, and even the director of the Jining City Martial Arts Education Bureau, Kong Li, was by her side. Seeing the woman, Xie Bin and Yinling were dumbfounded. Yang Yuanyan, the president of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. The hall suddenly erupted into a commotion as everyone's gaze focused intently on Xie Bin and Yinling. The president of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with disbelief. This was a significant figure appointed by the cabinet government itself. What could bring them to a place like Jining City? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Huang Lu quietly approached Yang Yuanyan and whispered, Principal Yang, that's Yunqing. Yang Yuanyan's gaze then fell on Yunqing, scrutinizing the young man with striking features and an air of scholarly charm. She smiled lightly and replied, I could tell without you pointing it out. His presence is unlike anyone else's. With an elegant and confident stride, Yang Yuanyan approached Yunqing, her commanding aura causing the nearby parents to hold their breath involuntarily. She extended her hand and said directly to Yunqing, Hello, Yunqing. This scene left Qin Mingyue stunned. The president of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University had come to meet Yunqing personally? Such treatment was unheard of. Yet, Yunqing remained exceptionally composed, shaking Yang Yuanyan's hand with grace and smiling as he said, Hello, Principal Yang. I never expected the president of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University to be so young and beautiful. This seemingly casual compliment hit just the right note with Yang Yuanyan. She beamed and said, I didn't realize you had such a sweet tongue. We don't have much time, so let's get straight to the point. Yunqing, we at Imperial Capital Martial Arts University formally extend an invitation for you to join us, with a special admission by the president. This announcement was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the hall. Special admission by the president? People exclaimed, their eyes filled with envy and shock. Although they didn't fully grasp the implications of these words, they understood it was the highest level of recognition. Jining City's leaders were equally astonished. They had assumed Principal Yang was here on an inspection visit, not specifically to recruit Yunqing. The director of Jining City's Martial Arts Education Bureau, Kong Li, discreetly gave Yunqing a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration. Qin Mingyue stood frozen beside Yunqing, her gaze shifting between Yang Yuanyan and Yunqing, before stammering. Special admission? I've never heard of that. Imperial Capital Martial Arts University's dean, Huang Lu, looked at Qin Mingyue with a kind smile. Young lady, now you've heard of it. Don't be too surprised. Imperial Capital Martial Arts University has always been willing to bend the rules for true talent. Yang Yuanyan glanced at Xie Bin and Yinling behind Yunqing, and then said, whatever conditions Magic City Martial Arts University and Qingqiu Martial Arts University have offered you, we at Imperial Capital Martial Arts University can match. Not only that, We can double all those offers. Her eyes shone with confidence. Yunqing, is that satisfactory? Double, double. As Yang Yuanyan's words hung in the air, everyone present was left speechless. Principal Li Song, unable to withstand the shock, fainted on the spot. His grandson quickly shouted, "Grandpa, stay with us." The entire hall was engulfed in shock and chaos, with everyone's eyes fixed on Yunqing, waiting for his response. At this moment, Yunqing's decision would not only shape his own future, but could potentially change the entire martial arts landscape of Jining City. Qin Mingyue gazed quietly at Yunshun, her lips slightly parted as if she had something to say, but couldn't bring herself to speak. Yunshun recalled the words of Minister Luo Shi from the military department, who had advised him to prioritize the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University due to its access to the legacy grounds. So Yunshun asked, "Principal Yang, if I join the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, will I be eligible to enter the legacy grounds?" Yang Yuanyan's eyes slightly narrowed in surprise. "Oh, you already know about the legacy grounds. Someone must have informed you in advance. Was it Minister Luo from Jiangnan province?" Yunqin was taken aback and asked, "You know about it?" Yang Yuanyan chuckled, "Minister Luo contacted me before I came. Luo Shi is with the military, and my family, the Yangs, have been a martial family in the military for generations, so there's some connection." She nodded and continued, "Of course you can. The legacy grounds are accessible to anyone with an admission qualification of S level or above. Your admission qualification is the highest, so you naturally qualify to enter the legacy grounds. Besides that, any other needs you have that the school can fulfill will be met unconditionally." Upon hearing this, Yunqin firmly replied, "All right, it's a deal." He extended his hand. Yang Yuanyan was momentarily surprised, then smiled. "You're quite straightforward." Yunqin responded, "I never like to delay things." Yang Yuanyan extended her hand and shook Yunqin's, laughing softly. "Neither do I." Behind them, Xie Bin and Yin Ling exchanged glances, utterly shocked. The principal of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University personally intervened. How could they compete with that? The principal offered twice the conditions right from the start, which was simply unbelievable. Yunqin and Yang Yuanyan reached an agreement on the spot, with the principal granting him a special admission to the top martial arts university in the Great Xia Kingdom, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. The parents in the hall who had previously doubted Yunqin looked increasingly rigid and quietly left with their children. Other parents, however, gazed at Yunqin with admiration and envy. A middle-aged man looked at Yunqin, shook his head with a wry smile, and left with his daughter. Su Qing, beside Yunqin, was visibly excited, clutching his hand with pride and admiration. Yunqin, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Feeling the warmth of Su Qing's hand, Yunqin nodded with a smile. Bai Yingxue appeared thoughtful, seemingly pondering something. At that moment, Lu Yingkai and others rushed over. "Yunqin, congratulations." Li Yun, panting with excitement, exclaimed, "You're incredible. A special admission to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it." Yunqin smiled wryly. "Li Yun, you're exaggerating." At this point, Principal Li Song walked up to Yunqin with trembling steps and gave him a bear hug. "Yunqin, you rascal. I don't even know what to say." "Amazing. Truly amazing," Li Song said, patting Yunqin's back vigorously. "Principal, maybe you should take a break." Yunqin, feeling a bit suffocated from the tight embrace, said with a wry smile. Yang Yuanyan then turned to Yunqin. "I heard you've joined the Jiangnan Province Military Department?" Yunqin nodded. Yang Yuanyan continued. "Joining the military is a great choice for you. It offers opportunities and resources that ordinary people can't access. And Yunqin, I have some good news for you this time." Yunqin was curious. "What good news?" Yang Yuanyan looked at him resolutely. "An opportunity to obtain an S-level weapon. You probably need a suitable weapon right now, don't you?" Yunqin's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly nodded. Yes. He had been worrying about weapons for a while. The interruption in sword production had led to a decrease in quality and availability. He desperately needed a powerful sword. Yang Yuanyan's gaze was steady. "The opportunity I'm talking about is the qualification to join the East Sea War Zone military training camp." At this moment, Yang Yuanyan said, "By the way, besides obtaining S-class weapons, the military training camp can also help you practice martial arts and significantly enhance your strength. Are you interested in going to the East Sea War Zone?" Yunqin nodded without hesitation. "Yes." Yang Yuanyan nodded approvingly and continued. "All right, a ticket to the East Sea War Zone will be booked for you. Everything in the military training camp, including food, clothing, and accommodation, is arranged, so you don't need to bring any luggage. If you're willing, you can leave tomorrow." She looked Yunqin up and down with a tone of concern. "I know you're still holding back some of your strength, but don't get complacent. Let me give you a hint. Among the special recruits from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University this year, there's already a second-rank martial artist. You know that after the age of 18, a martial artist's talent awakens, and their progress can be rapid. By the time school starts, he might become a third-rank martial artist. I hope you can make a breakthrough in this military training camp. After that, Yang Yuanyin chatted briefly with Yun Chun before leaving, accompanied by several leaders. Yun Chun then took the special admission agreement from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University and left the Martial Arts Association with Lu Yingkai and others, returning to the Jining Hotel. Along the way, everyone discussed the results of the independent martial arts examination. Lu Yingcai's results were slightly better than Li Yun and Bai Yinshue's, earning him special admission to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Li Yun joined Jining Illusion Martial Arts Academy, which specializes in training illusion martial artists and is adjacent to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Only Bai Yinshue had not yet officially signed an agreement. Li Yun leaned over her chair and said to Bai Yinshue, "Yinshue, you haven't decided yet?" Lu Yingkai interjected. Her career potential is at the level, and many universities are interested in her. It's okay to take her time deciding. Bai Yinshue silently looked out the window without responding. Yun Chen noticed and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Bai Yinshue shook her head. "Nothing." After returning to the Jining Hotel, everyone went to their rooms to rest. Yun Chen lay in the bathtub of the presidential suite, gazing out at the bustling Jining city through the window. In this era of demon invasions, ruins and scorched earth were everywhere, and the most beautiful scenery was no longer mountains and rivers, but the bustling cities. The next day, Yun Chen set off for the Jining City high-speed rail station with his personal belongings. After passing security at the station, he had some time before departure and sat down in the VIP waiting area, thanks to the VIP business seat booked for him by the Jiangnan Provincial Military Affairs Department. It was then that Yun Chen received a phone call. Answering it, he heard an elderly voice. "Hello? Minister Luo?" Yun Chen recognized the voice as Luo Shi, the minister of the Jiangnan Provincial Military Affairs Department. Luo Shi chuckled and said, "Congratulations, Yun Chen, on your admission to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University." Yun Chen replied gratefully, "Thank you, Minister Luo. I heard that the opportunity for this military training camp was also secured by you. I'm truly grateful." Luo Shi laughed. "It's mainly because of your own excellence." Yun Chen smiled. "Your influence is very important as well." Luo Shi shook his head with a wry smile. "Speaking of influence, I don't have much when it comes to the Yang family." Yang Yuanyin's grandfather used to be Yun Chen's superior, and Yun Chen's life was saved by the Yang family on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Yun Chen was slightly taken aback. Luo Shi nodded and said, "Don't be fooled by Yang Yuanyin's youth. She is already the head of the Yang family. In terms of status and position, she ranks higher than I do." Yun Chen was surprised and asked, "The head of the family? But Principal Yang looks no more than 27 or 28 years old." Luo Shi replied with a wry smile. "She's 28 this year, but within the Yang family, she is the most capable person." Yun Chen continued, "Minister Luo, Principal Yang mentioned that there is a chance to acquire scrade weapons in this training camp." Luo Shi nodded with anticipation. "That's also why I want you to participate in the training camp. Do you know who is in charge of the Eastern Sea War Zone? It's the Situ family, a top forging master family in Daxia. Martial artists who perform well in the military training camp have the opportunity to obtain custom-made scrade weapons from the Situ family, which start at a minimum price of over 1,000,000 wealth points." Yun Chen realized. "No wonder you said this military training camp is a rare opportunity." Luo Shi continued, "Many universities select talents to participate in such training camps, but they likely won't be a match for you. I've inquired, and most of them are first or second-tier martial artists." Yun Chen was secretly surprised, as one of the special recruits at the Imperial Capital Martial University was already a second-tier martial artist, while the senior martial artists from these ordinary universities were only first or second-tier. It was truly frustrating to compare. "Chen, I'm looking forward to your performance," Luo Shi said. "By the way, remember to practice the Brahma breathing technique. Mastering a breathing technique will greatly benefit you." Yun Chen nodded. "I understand, Minister Luo." Luo Shi sighed with relief and said, "After so many years, Jiangnan province finally has a prodigy like you. The future of humanity is in the hands of your generation. All right, this old man won't nag anymore. Prepare yourself, and your ticket to the Eastern Sea War Zone will be booked for tomorrow." With that, Luo Shi hung up the phone. Yun Chen also let out a sigh of relief, clenched his right fist, and thought to himself, "And Scrade's sword." Previously, he might not have had the confidence to join such a high-level military training camp, but now that he had mastered the Scrade Brahma breathing technique, he was determined to succeed. Just then, a commotion arose nearby. "Why is your coffee so bitter? How am I supposed to drink this?" Yun Chen turned to see a well-dressed man in a suit confronting a young attendant. The young woman apologized. "I'm sorry, sir. This is the type of coffee we provide. I could add some sugar for you." The man interrupted her. "Sugar? You shouldn't add sugar to coffee, don't you know that? You really lack knowledge. I'm sitting in the VIP section. I'm a premium customer who paid for quality service, and this is what you offer." The flight attendant appeared flustered, clearly encountering such a situation for the first time. With a voice tinged with tears, she said, "Sir, I'm sorry, I." The surrounding passengers, witnessing the suited man's arrogance, showed expressions of disapproval. Noticing the attention he was getting, the suited man revealed his true intentions, coldly stating, "How about this? Add me on WeChat, and we'll communicate there." The crowd looked at him with disdain, realizing he was interested in the flight attendant's beauty and was trying to get her WeChat contact. The flight attendant awkwardly replied, "Sir, I'm sorry. We have rules that prohibit adding passengers on WeChat." The suited man, embarrassed and angry, retorted, "What kind of ridiculous rule is that? The issue here is that you're not providing satisfactory service. Do you understand? Your job is to make me happy, got it?" Just then, a calm voice from nearby interjected, "If you can't handle coffee, don't drink it. Complaining about bitterness, you're just showing off." The suited man immediately turned livid and demanded, "Who?" He looked at Yun-chun, sizing up his appearance and silently judging him. The suited man dismissively said, "If you hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have noticed you. A poor student daring to sit in a VIP seat. Hey, kid, get back to your second-class seat." Yun-chun remained unfazed, maintaining his composure. The suited man grew even more furious, shouting at the flight attendant, "Hey, aren't you going to do something? This poor student is hogging a VIP seat." The flight attendant glanced at Yun-chun, understanding he was speaking up for her and would not betray him. Meanwhile, the suited man's tantrum escalated. At that moment, a well-dressed manager approached and asked, "Hello, sir. What's the issue here?" The suited man urgently replied, "You're just in time. Isn't this the VIP lounge? This kid has a regular ticket but is sitting here, and you're not doing anything." The manager turned to Yun-chun and asked, "Sir, could you please verify your ID?" Yun-chun nodded. The staff member took Yun-chun's ID card, scanned it, and upon seeing the information, their eyes widened. Yun-chun, G2333 train. Military procurement ticket? The revelation caused a stir among the onlookers. The suited man, hearing the staff's words, froze with disbelief. "What did you say? A military procurement ticket? This poor student is with the military? You must be joking." The staff member, with an apologetic look, addressed Yun-chun. "I'm sorry, sir. It's our oversight. We have a designated waiting area for military personnel. Please follow me." The suited man's expression grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, the flight attendant looked at Yun-chun with surprise and admiration in her eyes. Yun-chun calmly replied, "No need. I'm comfortable here. I believe I have the right to sit here, don't I?" The staff member immediately confirmed, "Yes, of course you do." Yun-chun pointed at the suited man and coldly remarked, "However, he's disturbing me." The manager approached the suited man, quietly suggesting, "Sir, let me find you another seat." The suited man stared at Yun-chun in disbelief. "Another seat? But it's full here." The manager firmly stated, "I'm sorry, but as requested by the military personnel, you must vacate this area." Yun-chun smiled slightly and pointed to an empty space nearby. "No seats? Isn't there room to stand over there? Go on." The suited man's face turned pale with anger, and ultimately, under the escort of several staff members, he was reluctantly led away. The flight attendant jogged over to Yun-chun, leaned down slightly, and said, "Thank you, sir." Yun-chun waved it off, indicating it was no big deal. As she stood up, she couldn't help but glance back at Yun-chun a few more times, thinking to herself, "He's really handsome." On high-speed train G2333, in the business class carriage, Yun-chun sat upright on his berth, deeply engrossed in meditation. With each breath, he felt a slight tingling and soreness in his dantian, as a warm flow circulated throughout his body, bringing a sense of comfort. This sensation was the result of his cultivation efforts. He was practicing the Brahma breathing technique, a level S active martial skill at its first level. Yun-chun slowly opened his eyes and realized it was already afternoon. He had been diligently honing the Brahma breathing technique for several hours, and his proficiency had unconsciously reached 500. At this pace, another day of practice would allow him to break through to the second level. After yesterday's efforts, his base cultivation level was also nearing 100, and by tomorrow, he would formally advance to a first-rank, 2-star martial artist. He took a few deep breaths, preparing to stretch and move around. At this moment, the high-speed train had entered Donghai province, with the Donghai war zone located at its easternmost part. Yun-chun headed to the dining car and ordered a luxurious braised pork set meal, spending 120 wealth points. 120 wealth points. In the past, he wouldn't have indulged in such luxury, but now he had 6 million wealth points, invested in a readily accessible gold financial product, earning several hundred wealth points in interest daily. Not long after, the train made a stop, and two young men boarded with their luggage, heading straight for the dining car. "I'm starving," exclaimed a red-haired young man, rubbing his stomach. The black-haired young man replied helplessly, "Chen Yin, you just had a bowl of noodles half an hour ago, didn't you?" The red-haired Chen Yin laughed. "You don't get it. I've been training hard lately, consuming a lot of energy." The black-haired young man, named Ding Zhuang, shook his head with a wry smile. "You're full of excuses." Other passengers in the dining car noticed the armbands on Chun Yin and Ding Zhuang and started whispering. Look, such young first-rank two-star martial artists. Their armbands have signatures from the Donghai Province Martial Arts Association. I've heard there's a military training camp in the Donghai War Zone. Could they be heading there? Possibly. That's impressive. Chun Yin, while eating, listened to the surrounding discussions with a hint of pride, while Ding Zhuang calmly sipped his tea. After finishing his meal, Yin Chen got up and returned to the business class carriage. Shortly thereafter, Chun Yin and Ding Zhuang entered with their luggage. Upon seeing Yin Chen lying on the bed, they paused. Brother, are you also heading to the Donghai War Zone? Chen Yin asked. Yin Chen turned over and replied. How did you know? Chun Yin pointed to the carriage and smiled. This carriage is filled with people going to the military training camp in the Donghai War Zone. Ding Zhuang glanced at Yin Chen, nudged Chun Yin, and the two moved to the other end of the carriage. As time passed, more people arrived in the carriage, most of them young, around 20 years old. The carriage gradually became lively, and Chun Yin and Ding Zhuang, with the Provincial Martial Arts Association signatures on their armbands, naturally became the center of attention. Chun, you're so young, and already a first-rank two-star. That's impressive, said a mature-looking blonde woman, raising her beer in a toast to Chun Yin. Chun Yin laughed heartily, downed his beer, and said modestly, It's nothing. I'm already 22. Being a first-rank two-star isn't much. The blonde woman continued to compliment. Brother Chun, you're being too modest. After this military training camp, you'll definitely get into the military department of Donghai Province. Once you're in the camp, we'll all be counting on you to look out for us. Chun Yin waved his hand and replied with a smile. No problem, no problem. Meanwhile, Ding Zhuang, who seemed to dislike the noise, was resting with his eyes closed and earphones on. Chun Yin whispered to the blonde woman. Ignore him. He's socially anxious. Ding Zhuang listened silently. The train stopped again at Qingyuan City, an ancient city with a rich history. Shortly after, a girl wearing a yellow jacket and straight-cut pants boarded the train. She walked straight into the business carriage, glanced at her seat number, and sat on the bunk opposite Yin Chen. The girl wore a white baseball cap, and her large eyes blinked twice like two shining gems. As soon as the girl boarded, she caught everyone's attention, especially because of her armband. Hey, she's from the Gu family of Donghai Province. Looks like the rumors are true. The Gu family really sent someone this time. The girl took off her cap and stared at Yin Chen for a while. Yin Chen looked at her and asked, Do you need something? The girl blushed and replied, Are you from Jiangnan Province? Yin Chen nodded. She introduced herself. I'm Gu Wanwan. Yin Chen responded, Yin Chen. Gu Wanwan looked at Yin Chen again and asked, Yin Chen, are you from Jiangnan Martial Arts University? Yin Chen shook his head. No, I'm in senior year of high school. This revelation left the people in the carriage unsettled. Senior year? How can a senior high school student participate in a military training camp? I thought it was only open to college students. Gu Wanwan's eyes narrowed as she stared at Yin Chen. You're a senior high school student? Aren't you supposed to be on winter break? Aren't you preparing for the martial arts college entrance exam? Yin Chen nodded, taking advantage of the winter break to train in the Donghai War Zone. Some people in the carriage suddenly had a look of realization. Oh, he's got connections. The blonde woman whispered to Chun Yin. What's the deal? Is he connected? How can a high school senior join this training camp? Chun Yin kept his eyes on Yin Chen without speaking. Ding Zhuang silently removed his earphones and listened intently to Yin Chen and Gu Wanwan's conversation. Gu Wanwan smiled gently at Yin Chen. Yin Chen, don't mind them. Since you were selected for the Donghai War Zone military training camp, I'm sure you have some exceptional qualities. Yin Chen smiled. Thanks, you're quite nice. Gu Wanwan continued. I'm from Qingqiu Martial Arts University, a third-year student. In terms of age, I'm like your senior. Yin Chen smiled helplessly. As the high-speed train raced on, the attention in the carriage gradually shifted away from Yin Chen, and people started discussing other topics. Have you heard? A few months ago, those top talents who entered the military training camp have already been recruited into the military department. They're reserve warriors. Man, I envy them. My brother graduated last year and still hasn't found a job. The blonde woman chimed in. Speaking of which, in our batch, the most likely to become reserve warriors are definitely Brother Chen Yin and Brother Ding Zhuang. Everyone agreed. Definitely, Brother Chen and Brother Ding are way stronger than us. Chen Yin and Ding Zhuang quickly waved their hands, humbly saying, No, don't say that. Once we're in the camp, we're all on the same starting line. Let's work hard and improve together. Soon, the train entered the Donghai War Zone. At 9 p.m., the train stopped at a station where several military personnel were waiting. Everyone grabbed their luggage and got off the train. At this point, a well-built man in military uniform stepped forward and said, I'm Chai Guang, the new recruits instructor for the Donghai War Zone. I'm about to announce the list of the second batch of members for the Donghai War Zone military training camp. Everyone else, please leave. Qingqiu Martial Arts University, Gu Wanwan. Gu Wanwan was surprised to be called first, present. Dongxing Martial Arts University, Chen Yan. Chen Yan quickly got off the train. Present. Dongxing Martial Arts University, Xiang Xia. The blonde woman said. Present. Chai Guang continued to call out other names. At this point, Yun Chun was the only one whose name hadn't been called, and everyone looked at him, whispering, "What's going on? Is he really here for the training camp? Could he be an imposter?" Gu Wanwan looked at Yun Chun, her eyes filled with doubt. Chai Guang glanced at Yun Chun, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Imperial Capital Martial Arts University." Yun Chun. As soon as Yun Chun finished speaking, the training camp fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, the air thick with shock. Gu Wanwan's beautiful eyes narrowed in disbelief as she stared at Yun Chun, as if trying to confirm whether she had heard correctly. Despite the reaction from the crowd, Yun Chun remained calm, nodded slightly, and confirmed again, "Yes, I am Yun Chun." Chai Guang scanned Yun Chun up and down, his brows furrowed, with a hint of suspicion in his voice. "Are you really Yun Chun?" Yun Chun chuckled softly and asked, "Do you need an identity verification?" Chai Guang waved his hand. "No need." He was secretly amazed that this young man was from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. It was incredible. As Chai Guang turned around, he noticed the people behind him were dumbfounded. A dry voice sounded. "Instructor Chai? Did you say Yun Chun is from which university?" "The Imperial Capital Martial Arts University." Chai Guang nodded to confirm. "That's right, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University." "What? Haven't you heard of it?" A blonde woman, Xiang Xia, directly questioned, "How is that possible? He clearly said he's a senior in high school." Chai Guang sighed and explained, "Don't you know about the independent martial arts exam? He already has a guaranteed spot at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University in Jiangnan Province." Boom. Chai Guang's words were like a bomb, causing an uproar among the crowd. Independent martial arts exam. He has a guaranteed spot at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. No wonder he's a high school senior, but can join the military training camp. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Wow, that's a martial arts genius. Xiang Xia's eyes narrowed as she stared at Yun Chun in shock. Chen Yan and Ding Zhuang also turned suddenly, looking at him in disbelief. The independent martial arts exam and guaranteed spot at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. What does that mean? This isn't just any prestigious university. Even top students struggle to get a guaranteed spot there. This indicates Yun Chun is at least among the top 3 in the province. Gu Wanwan's eyes were filled with astonishment as she softly asked, "Yun Chun, you're a guaranteed student at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University." Yun Chun nodded with a smile. "Yes." Gu Wanwan bit her lip and continued to ask, "Is it okay to ask if you're the top student in the province?" Yun Chun replied candidly, "If by provincial top student you mean the first place in the independent martial arts exam, then yes, I am." Boom. Another thunderous shock left everyone stunned once more. Chai Guang looked at the crowd's reaction and shook his head helplessly. This was expected. Most of the members in this military training camp were junior or sophomore students from ordinary martial arts universities. Most of them entered martial arts universities through the college entrance exam and worked hard for 3 to 4 years to qualify for the East Sea War Zone military training camp. But compared to those geniuses who participated in the independent martial arts exam and secured guaranteed spots, they seemed too ordinary. Not to mention, Yun Chun was the provincial top student, guaranteed a spot at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Everyone's gaze focused on Yun Chun once again. Their previous doubts completely vanished, replaced by awe, as if observing a rare creature. Gu Wanwan gently rubbed her delicate face and sighed. "Yun Chun, you're truly surprising." Xiang Xia stared at Yun Chun for a while, slightly pouting as she mumbled, "So impressive. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Then, she walked straight to Yun Chun, extended her hand, and said, "Yun Chun, nice to meet you. I'm Xiang Xia, a junior at East Star Martial Arts University. You can call me Senior Xiang or Sister Xia, whichever you prefer." Yun Chun shook Xiang Xia's hand and responded politely, "Xiang Xia, hello." Xiang Xia was momentarily taken aback, but she suppressed her displeasure and forced a smile, saying, "All right, I'm looking forward to seeing what you've got." Her gaze inadvertently swept over Chun Yin and Ding Zhuang, noticing that both were thoughtfully watching Yun Chun. Chai Guang surveyed the group impatiently and said, "Enough talking, follow me." As night fell, everyone filed into a large, armored vehicle. Inside, the lighting was dim, the metal seats were cold and bone-chilling, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Half an hour later, the armored vehicle stopped outside the East Sea War Zone. Inside the zone, it was brightly lit, like a city that never sleeps, dispelling the darkness of the night. Chai Guang led the group through layers of checkpoints to the dormitory area. "Meet downstairs at 9 in the morning for the entrance assessment," he said curtly before turning and leaving. Everyone returned to their single rooms. Lying on her bed, Xiang Xia took out her phone and sent a message in the group chat. "What do you guys think of that, Yun Chun?" She was the group admin, having gathered some alumni from Dongxing Martial Arts University and some strong students from other schools on the train. She hadn't invited Yun Chun, thinking he wasn't worth it at the time. Someone quickly replied, Ding Zhuang. He seems like a nice guy, why? Xiang Xia continued typing. I'm not saying he's bad, but isn't he a bit too arrogant? He didn't even greet us older students and just called us by our names. Ding Zhuang sent a sweating emoji. Chen Yin chimed in. Let's stop gossiping about him. We should focus on tomorrow morning's entrance assessment. The results will directly affect our resource allocation. Someone suddenly said, I heard, the entrance assessment could be deadly. The group chat erupted. Really? Deadly? No way. I thought this was just a winter camp. Ding Zhuang reassured them. Don't worry unnecessarily. Let's just look out for each other tomorrow and try not to get hurt. Everyone should get some rest and recharge. Xiang Xia put down her phone, muttering. Tomorrow, let's see just how capable this Yun Chun really is. Meanwhile, Gu Wanwan lay in bed, browsing the group messages. She thought to herself, Yun Chun, from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. Interesting. Tomorrow's entrance assessment will give me a chance to witness your skills firsthand. The next morning, Yun Chun opened his eyes. A system notification sounded. Master, you're awake? Yesterday, you gained a total of 25 cultivation points, 19 from normal activities and 6 from critical hits. Yun Chun rubbed his sleepy eyes and checked his status. Level, first tier, 1-star warrior. Cultivation points, 25. Myriad sword treasury, level active martial technique. Storage level C, storage capacity 20, extra damage coefficient 3 to 5 times. He immediately upgraded the Myriad sword treasury to level B. Myriad sword treasury, level active martial technique. Storage level B, storage capacity 20, extra damage coefficient 5 to 7 times. Yun Chun retrieved the level alloy longsword from his storage bracelet and placed it into the Myriad sword treasury. He felt a surge of powerful energy flow into him, with an extra damage coefficient now at an astounding 5 to 7 times. Yun Chun allocated all of the remaining 15 cultivation points to his primary cultivation. At this moment, his cultivation level had reached 108. As he was looking at the panel, his entire body suddenly emitted a faint red glow, with red veins faintly appearing on the surface of his skin. This was a sign of intense, surging qi and blood. Yin Chun could feel the warm currents of qi and blood inside him starting to rotate rapidly and orderly, eventually converging at 2 points around his dantian. Boom! A ripple of air burst out from Yun Chen's side, knocking over the cup on the nearby table. He realized with excitement that he had broken through to the level of a first-level 2-star warrior, and even without wielding a sword, his strength had reached first-level 2-star. However, Yun Chen didn't have time to savor the thrill of this breakthrough. The entrance assessment this morning filled him with a sense of urgency. And class weapon. This was his clear goal, and he needed to achieve excellent results in the military training camp to obtain its class weapon. The first step was to make a strong start in the entrance assessment. In the military training camp of the East Sea War Zone, the second batch of members, including Yun Chun, stood in front of Chai Guang. Chai Guang counted the number of people, confirming it was exactly 40, no more, no less. He began. To be brief, the entrance assessment is to clear the war zone. He pointed to a military restricted area behind him and continued. Last month, we reclaimed this area from the fiends. Your task is to sweep this area and eliminate any remaining enemies. The assessment is simple. The larger the area you clear, the better your score. After speaking, Chai Guang distributed a belt to each member, pre-installed with a chip that automatically recorded the total area they cleared. Remember, this is a real battlefield inside. Injuries and casualties are possible. If anyone is afraid, you can quit the military training camp now. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept over the crowd, finally resting on Yun Chun with approval. Good, at least there are no cowards. Now, I announce the start of the entrance assessment. Battlefield number 2, East Sea War Zone. Yun Chun stood on the edge of a ravaged fishing village, his eyes scanning the surroundings. This was once a thriving village, now unrecognizable due to the havoc wrought by fierce demons and a recent battle. Among the ruins, faint traces of the villagers' past lives could still be seen. The entry assessment rules were simple, evaluation based on the area each person could cover. Yun Chun calculated in his mind that speed would be crucial. He was secretly glad he had mastered the level martial art, Breeze Step, which was exactly the ability needed at this moment. In the distance, many training camp members had already set off, heading deeper into the village. Yun Chun was about to move on his own when a familiar voice called out from behind him. Yun Chun, join us. Turning around, he saw Chun Yin, a red-haired young man. Behind him stood Ding Zhuang, Xiang Xia, and others, all students from Dongxing Martial Arts University. Clearly, they had formed a small group. Yun Chun shook his head and politely declined. No, it's more efficient to search separately. Chun Yin frowned slightly. Didn't you listen to Instructor Chai? This is a real battlefield, and there might be wild demons that escaped. It's too dangerous to go alone. Ding Zhuang stepped forward, speaking sincerely. Chun Yin is right. Yin Chun, we genuinely invite you to join us. There's no need to hold any grudges against us. Seeing their earnest expressions, Yun Chen sighed lightly. I appreciate it, but I really prefer being on my own. Sorry. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Chen Yin watched Yun Chen's retreating figure with a furrowed brow. Xiang Xia couldn't help but complain. What the heck? That guy is too arrogant. Ding Zhuang patted Chen Yin on the shoulder. Forget it, we've done our part. If he insists on going it alone, let him. Everyone should be responsible for their own life. If he's not, we have no obligation to save him. Chen Yin shook his head. Ding Zhuang, I have a feeling that Yun Chen's strength is probably second only to ours. Ding Zhuang was taken aback. Are you joking, Chen Yin? Chen Yan's expression was serious. My instincts are usually right, and this time they're especially strong. Xiang Xia immediately disagreed. Chen, I can't agree with that. Our Dongxing Martial Arts University may not be as prestigious as the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, but we're not to be underestimated. Are you saying students from the Imperial Capital are automatically superior to us? We've been training here for over 3 years. Although we haven't broken through to the second tier, the resources we've had access to aren't something a high school student can match. Even if he's exceptionally talented, it would take at least a year or more at the Imperial Capital University to catch up with us, right? Xiang Xia kicked a small stone with his shoe, muttering, if a high school senior surpasses me, what have I been learning these 3 years for? Chen Yin chuckled and shook his head. All right, just consider it my nonsense. Let's go? We've already wasted a few minutes. We need to catch up with the others. Chen Yin and Ding Zhuang were just about to set off when shocking battlefield news came through their earpiece. Simeon was severely injured. They were stunned and felt a sense of anxiety. The assessment had only just begun, and already someone was seriously hurt. Their expressions turned grave. The injured person was a senior student from another province. Not exceptionally strong, but certainly not weak either, though he was known for being reckless and impulsive. The sudden occurrence of casualties brought Chen Yin and the others face-to-face with lethal danger for the first time, and it clearly affected their mindset. Xiang Xia whispered, Brother Chen, Brother Ding, maybe we should slow down. Meanwhile, Yun Chen was surrounded by several fierce abyssal fishmen near a dilapidated wooden hut. These fishmen were terrifying creatures, their bodies of bluish-purple hue, with gills on their faces, muscular limbs, and webbed fingers and toes. The abyssal fishmen were among the most formidable demonic races, with a power level of 90. The fishmen assumed an offensive stance, ready to attack Yun Chen. At that moment, Yun Chen extended his right hand, and a long sword emerged from a spatial ripple, landing in his grasp. With a slight raise of his hand, several swords flew out from the space, striking the vital areas of the fishmen, instantly killing them. The fishmen had no time to react before they fell to the ground. Yun Chen's sensor then reported, successfully cleared Area 013, current cleared area, 108 square meters. Without pausing, he conjured 2 streams of wind beneath his feet, dramatically increasing his speed as he rushed into the heart of the fishing village like a gale. The gale step was a level martial technique with significant speed enhancement, but it was also energy-intensive, consuming 3 of his power per second. Fortunately, with the support of the Brahma breathing technique, Yun Chen could simultaneously expend and recover energy, mitigating the gale step's drain on his power. Meanwhile, Chen Yin and Ding Zhuang were also locked in combat, with several abyssal fishmen. Attacking from the left and right, they launched deadly assaults, and under their combined attack, the fishmen finally succumbed, collapsing one by one. The 2 men breathed a sigh of relief, surprised by the formidable strength of these creatures. The strength of these demons must be approaching the level of first-tier, 2-star human martial artists, Chen Yin remarked. They found a spot to sit and catch their breath. Though uninjured, they were exhausted. Ding Zhuang took a sip of a specially formulated drink for martial artists and said, the good news is, there haven't been any new reports of casualties. We're all from the same cohort, so if someone gets hurt or worse, it affects us all. Chen Yin nodded in agreement. Everyone is being very cautious now. No one wants to lose their life during the entry assessment. Xiang Xia suddenly thought of something and said, since there's no news of casualties, doesn't that mean Yun Chen is safe too? But he's all alone. Her face showed concern. She had seen the strength of the abyssal fishmen and knew she wouldn't stand a chance in an unknown fight. Chen Yin and Ding Zhuang were silent at her words. Yun Chen's abilities were a mystery to them. Xiang Xia, seeing their expressions, was skeptical and murmured to herself, who exactly is this Yun Chen? At this moment, a student from Dongxing Wuda remarked, maybe that Yun Chen is just staying put? Xiang Xia quickly responded, yeah, why didn't I think of that? It's possible, she analyzed. Among the second phase members, there must be someone who, after witnessing the power of the abyssal fishmen, is too scared to move forward. If they stay in one place, the chances of encountering these creatures decrease, ensuring their safety. Chen Yin murmured to himself. But would Yun Chen really do that? Stop out of fear of danger? No matter how I see it, Yun Chen doesn't seem like that kind of person. Ding Zhuang urgently said, forget it, let's keep moving. We've only scanned an area of just over 1,000 square meters, and I bet others are way ahead of us. Meanwhile, Yin Chun was using the Qingfeng step in the fishing village, moving forward without hesitation. He had already killed over a dozen abyssal fishmen, with his scanned area reaching more than 3,000 square meters, almost half the size of a football field. He thought to himself, if it weren't for all these buildings and debris blocking my way, I could move even faster. As he observed the ruins of the fishing village, Yun Chun recalled his encounters with the abyssal fishmen. He noted that these creatures were strong but slow, possibly because they weren't suited to fighting on land. As long as he kept his distance and used the 10,000 swords treasury for long-range attacks, the battle was as easy as slicing through vegetables. Just then, Yun Chun sensed a presence behind him. He stopped and looked back, but saw no one. With a slight frown, he activated the grade martial skill, keen perception. Instantly, his senses heightened, and the sounds and sights within dozens of meters became clear and sharp. Soon, he noticed a training camp member lurking in an alley a dozen meters away. That breathing is too loud, Yin Chun thought. This member, clearly exhausted from trying to catch up, was out of breath. Yin Chun understood his purpose, to follow him and gain the benefits without effort, ensuring his own safety while expanding his scanned area. Such an obvious loophole, how could the sensors not detect it? Yin Chun couldn't help but frown and mutter to himself, feeling displeased with this behavior. At that moment, a mechanical AI voice came through his earpiece. Announcement: the following members have been found cheating. Their assessment qualifications are immediately revoked, and they must exit the military training camp. The announcement listed 5 or 6 names. After the broadcast, the member following Yun Chun in the alley suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face pale. His name was among those announced. Sensing the change in his breathing, Yun Chun shook his head with a smile, thinking, serves you right. Karma comes quickly. Just then, the AI voice came through the earpiece again. There is evidence of team formations during the current entry assessment. While teaming up is not considered cheating, each member must be aware that if they merely blend into the group without participating in the extermination and killing of the demons, their final score will be 0. The score achieved by cooperating with teammates to defeat demons will be halved accordingly. Therefore, members who are confident in their abilities and wish to achieve a high score are best advised to act alone. On this note, Chen Yin and Ding Zhuang's faces froze when they heard the voice through their earpieces. They initially thought that by forming a team, all members would be treated equally and achieve the same results. They realized their thinking was too simplistic. It wouldn't be fair if some participated in the battle while others did not, yet received the same score. They had hoped to exploit these logical loopholes to their advantage, but the presence of the AI judge shattered their illusions. Chen Yin looked at Xiang Xia and the others, and said helplessly, everyone, you heard it too. I'm afraid I have to leave the team, sorry. For the sake of his score, he couldn't continue to carry Xiang Xia and the others. Xiang Xia's face turned pale as she stammered, but, Brother Chen, what will we do if you don't take us? Chen Yin scratched his head and replied, if you have confidence, continue the assessment. If not, stay here and wait for rescue, or just quit. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xia's face became extremely rigid. Ding Zhuang also said, I have to leave the team too. At this point, Xiang Xia was on the verge of tears, pleading, you can't just leave us like this. Just then, a voice came through the earpiece. Please note, the assessment area has been fully scanned. The entrance assessment is over. Please exit the area calmly. Chen Yan, Ding Zhuang, Xiang Xia, and others exchanged confused looks. Ding Zhuang glanced at his watch, surprised. It's only been half an hour. Chen Yan angrily punched the air, cursing. Damn it. I didn't expect the assessment area to be scanned so quickly. I lost my chance to catch up on my score. At this moment, a huge light screen was projected above the assessment area, displaying the entire map of the entrance assessment zone. The map showed over 30 blue dots, marking the current positions of the members. Most members were close to the entrance, evidently scared by the initial casualty information and unwilling to venture further. In the middle, a few dots were clustered, indicating the location of Chun Yin and his group. Further out, a few scattered dots were visible, with one blue dot flashing at the farthest point from the entrance. Who was that? Everyone was curious about the light, that had ventured deep into the assessment area. Chun Yin stared at the blue dot, muttering, it can't be. Ding Zhuang was taken aback and asked, Chun Yin, you don't think that blue dot is? Xiang Xia, hearing their conversation, immediately asked, what do you mean? You can't possibly be saying that the deepest blue dot is Yin Chun, can you? How could he? At that moment, the voice from the earpiece announced, now announcing the scores. First place, Yin Chun, with 19 solo demon kills, 0 cooperative kills, an effective personal scan area of 7,270 square meters, and a personal scan contribution rate of 89.1. Second place, Gu Wanwan, with 3 solo demon kills, 5 cooperative kills, an effective personal scan area of 580 square meters, and a personal scan contribution rate of 7.23. Listening to the score announcement through the earpiece, Xiang Xia's expression froze. Not just her, but Chen Yin, Ding Zhuang, and all the second-phase training camp members were left dumbfounded. In the instructor's lounge, Chai Guang was comfortably reclined in his chair, a custom-made cigarette hanging from his lips, with a radio playing nearby, exuding an air of relaxation. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chai Guang lazily said, "Come in," without even lifting his eyelids. The door swung open quickly, and the sharp sound of boots echoed on the floor. Chai Guang quickly opened his eyes and turned to look. Standing before him was a woman with silver hair, a prominent nose, and slightly blue-tinged pupils. Her arms were crossed, and she was staring intently at Chai Guang. She wore a tight combat suit adorned with several valve-like devices, giving her a mysterious and formidable appearance. Chai Guang hastily extinguished his cigarette and greeted her with a smile. "Anna, what brings you here?" Anna wrinkled her nose slightly and said in a disapproving tone, "Chai Guang, how many times have I told you not to smoke in the lounge?" Chai Guang quickly offered an apologetic smile. "Sorry, why aren't you with the first batch members for training? What brings you back here?" Anna sighed. "Those guys are too intense. They completed all the training objectives ahead of schedule, so I gave them a short break and came back early." She sat down next to Chai Guang and asked, "What about your side? Aren't you conducting the entrance assessment?" Chai Guang waved his hand dismissively. "I'm handling the second batch, not as fierce as your first batch members. The entrance assessment just started half an hour ago, so I came back for a quick nap." Anna understood his reasoning and didn't press further. Instead, she asked, "So, in this second batch, is there anyone you're particularly excited about?" Chai Guang perked up and smiled. "Of course. There's someone you wouldn't expect." With that, he pulled out a document from a folder and slapped it on the table. "Here, take a look." Anna picked up the document, her expression surprised. "Gu Wanwan? Is she from the Gu family?" Chai Guang nodded, expressing his relief. "Thanks to her, the second batch has some excitement." Anna continued to inquire. "And besides her?" Chai Guang pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, these few seem quite promising. They have potential." He pulled out a few more documents. Anna looked over the documents and read aloud. Dongxing Martial University, Chen Yan. "Oh, the president of the Martial Arts Club." Chai Guang nodded. "He's a physical martial artist." Dongxing Martial University, Ding Zhuang, a technique martial artist? And also in the student council. Chai Guang laughed. Chen Yan and Ding Zhuang are probably the most outstanding talents at Dongxing Martial University. At this point, Anna glanced at the last document, her eyes narrowing. Imperial Capital Martial University. She was looking at Yin Chen's profile. Chai Guang watched Anna, a knowing smile on his face. "I knew you'd be surprised. To be honest, when I first heard about it, I was just as shocked." To be precise, he was merely a high school senior who had been directly admitted to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University and had not yet begun his studies there. Hearing this, Anna's tense nerves slightly relaxed, and she exclaimed, "You scared me. I was wondering why a junior or senior from Imperial Capital Martial Arts University would need to attend this military training camp. So he's just a high school senior who got in early." At this point, Chai Guang tapped Yin Chen's profile with his finger and earnestly said, "Don't underestimate him. If he were truly a third-year student at Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, he would undoubtedly be the top of this training camp. A martial artist trained for 3 years at such a prestigious institution is bound to be an extraordinary talent." He carefully examined Yin Chen's information and remarked, "This kid has a promising future. Although he can't keep up with these college students yet, given some time, with his talent and the resources of Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, within a year or two, he'll definitely surpass people like Chen Yin and Ding Zhuang." Anna continued, "By the way, who recommended him to our East Sea military training camp while he's still in high school?" Upon hearing this, Chai Guang immediately bent down and whispered, "I heard it was Principal Yang of Imperial Capital Martial Arts University himself." Anna was surprised. "Are you kidding? The principal himself? Is this kid related to the principal?" Chai Guang shrugged, indicating his ignorance. "I don't know. It's all rumors. Only Lieutenant C2 knows the specifics. We just follow orders." Anna then took the profiles of Gu Wanwan and Yun Chen, placed them side by side, and scrutinized them. "You used to say our first batch was impressive. Now it seems your second batch members have even more formidable backgrounds, right?" Chai Guang laughed modestly. "You're too kind." Just then, a guard suddenly knocked and hurriedly reported, "Officer Chai, something's wrong." Chai Guang and Anna were startled. "What happened? Another demon attack?" The guard shook his head. "No, it's the entry assessment. It's over. All the second batch members have come out of the assessment area. Everyone's looking for you, and it's disturbed the inspection team. They've sent someone here to the lounge." Hearing this, Chai Guang shot up like a rocket from his chair and urgently asked, "What happened?" He quickly slipped out of the lounge, crouched low, and sneaked through the corridor toward the entry assessment area. As he ran, he glanced at his watch and cursed internally. "Damn it. What happened? It's been less than 40 minutes." Anxious about being caught by the inspection team, He was also shocked by what had transpired during the second batch's entry assessment. Chai Guang ran to the corner near the entrance of the assessment area, braced his hands on his knees, took a few deep breaths, and then tried to compose himself before stepping out. However, as he looked up, he found the second batch members already standing there, looking at him suspiciously. Instructor Chai, where did you go? As soon as we came out, you disappeared. Chai Guang, feeling awkward, cleared his throat. I had some urgent matters to attend to. By the way, why did you leave the assessment area early? That's unacceptable. Do you all not want to stay in the military training camp? The group exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions somewhat odd. At this moment, Chen Yin spoke up. Instructor Chai, the entry assessment is officially over. All areas have been completely scanned. Chai Guang was stunned, immediately turned on the machine, and was dumbfounded when he saw the results. First place, Yin Chun, scan contribution, 89. Chai Guang stared at the machine, his eyes wide open, mouth slightly agape, frozen in place, unable to utter a word. An error. This thought flashed through his mind instantly, and once he regained his composure, his first reaction was that the machine must have made a mistake. However, when he put on the headphones, a cold mechanical AI female voice came through. Instructor Chai Guang, the data cannot be wrong. Are you questioning my computational abilities? Chai Guang knew well that the military's AI program, Tianji, couldn't possibly make an error. At that moment, a small commotion arose from the crowd. Chai Guang looked up to see Yin Chun and Gu Wanwan walking side by side out of the assessment area. The Phase 2 members unconsciously parted to make way for them. Gu Wanwan had bumped into Yin Chun after the assessment and was stunned for a full 3 minutes upon learning of Yin Chun's results. Now, looking at Yin Chun beside her, she gave a wry smile and said, "See, I told you, everyone is as shocked as I am. One person's contribution accounting for 89. That's unbelievable." Yin Chun smiled faintly. Haha, I guess I was just lucky. At this point, both Yin Chun and Gu Wanwan noticed Chai Guang's shocked expression. Chai Guang's facial muscles twitched slightly as he stared intently at Yin Chun, looking somewhat bewildered. Gu Wanwan asked with concern, Instructor Chai, are you okay? Chai Guang suddenly shook his head, focusing his gaze on Yin Chun, and urgently asked, Yin Chun, how did you do it? The test just started 40 minutes ago. How could you scan 89 of the area by yourself? It's not logical. You have to explain this to me today. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Yin Chun. Xiang Xia was also closely watching Yin Chun, more eager than anyone to understand how he did it. As a college junior, she found it hard to accept that she had been bested by a high school senior. Chen Yan and Ding Zhuang also looked at Yin Chun with shock and skepticism. Seeing everyone's expressions, Gu Wanwan shook her head with a wry smile. Yin Chun then explained with resignation, there's nothing too mysterious about it. I have upgrade martial skill, Qingfeng Step. With the effect of Qingfeng Step, my speed is several times faster than usual. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xia exclaimed, upgrade martial skill? And a speed-enhancing movement skill at that? How could a high school student obtain upgrade martial skill? Yun Chen frowned at Xiang Xia. Is it that strange? What's with your tone? Xiang Xia, intimidated by Yun Chen's gaze, quickly softened her stance and said quietly, no, not strange, I was just surprised. Yin Chen, don't take it to heart. Yin Chen replied calmly, just be mindful next time. Xiang Xia bit her lip and fell silent. Chai Guang, watching Yin Chen, understood that Yin Chen was a swordsmanship practitioner. Besides Qingfeng Step, Yin Chen must possess even stronger offensive techniques. Otherwise, it would be impossible to eliminate all the remaining fierce demons so quickly. After all, the demons in this area were all of first-tier A-level strength. However, Chai Guang didn't press Yin Chen further. This wasn't an interrogation of a criminal. Revealing all of Yin Chen's abilities to everyone would be unfair and potentially dangerous for him. Chai Guang quickly spoke up, changing the subject. All right, regarding the recruitment assessment, I'll go over it again. Since you've completed it, you're dismissed for now. Have lunch at the canteen. Bringing your own food is not allowed in the training camp, remember that. With that, everyone dispersed. Chai Guang watched Yin Chen's departing figure with a complex expression, murmuring to himself, this is unbelievable. At that moment, someone approached Chai Guang from behind. It was Anna. Hearing that the second batch's recruitment assessment had concluded, she was shocked and rushed over to find out more. Chai Guang then explained everything to her in detail. What? Someone achieved an 89.1 contribution rate. Chai Guang, are you kidding me? Anna asked, her face stiff as she looked at him. Chai Guang smiled wryly. Well, that's what Tianji calculated. If you don't believe it, you can argue with it. Anna quickly shook her head. Argue with Tianji? No way. People have questioned Tianji's accuracy in the past, but its powerful computing prowess and logic left them speechless, like children. Looking at Yin Chen's results, Anna murmured, 89.1. In less than 40 minutes. This Yin Chen is terrifyingly strong. Even in our first batch, this would be explosive. Chai Guang asked with a wry smile. In your first batch, who had the best recruitment assessment score? Anna tried to recall. The top was Wang Yidu, with a contribution rate of over 50. Second was Wu Qianing, with about 30. The rest had single-digit contributions. Chai Guang helplessly noted. Based on the recruitment assessment, Yun Chen's current strength is indeed greater than Wang Yidu's and Wu Qianing's at that time. He said this because Wang Yidu and Wu Qianing had been in the camp for over a month, and their skills had already advanced significantly. Anna trembled slightly. Unbelievable. Wang Yidu and Wu Qianing, while not prodigies, are students from the prestigious Modu Martial Arts University. For Yun Chen to surpass them is extraordinary. Chai Guang looked up at the sky, saying calmly, just wait and see. In a little over a month, who the true king of this training camp is will become clear. By noon, in the dining hall of the military training camp, Yun Chen had gotten a large bowl of noodles and a drink at the counter. The drink's bottle prominently displayed the logo of the Federal Biopharmaceutical Company. Yun Chen instinctively glanced at the ingredient list and was surprised to find it contained a fiend extract. He was slightly shocked, as fiend extract is a special substance derived from certain fiends and is highly valuable for martial artist training. For example, if added to a common qi and blood pill, the price of the pill would increase tenfold. In this training camp, not only were meals and accommodations provided for free, but they also offered drinks containing fiend extract, an unparalleled privilege. Yun Chen carried his tray and sat down at a table. Just as he was about to start eating, a pleasant voice chimed in beside him. May I sit here? Yun Chen looked up and saw Gu Wanwan, and with a smile, he replied, sure, go ahead. Once seated, Gu Wanwan remarked in surprise. I didn't expect the food here to be quite good. Yun Chen nodded in agreement. Gu Wanwan continued, but I've heard the upcoming training is extremely tough, and if the food were bad too, it would be unbearable. Yun Chen took a bite of his meat and remained silent. At that moment, a group of people entered the cafeteria. Gu Wanwan noticed their uniforms and whispered to Yun Chen. They're the Phase 1 members. Curiosity piqued, Yun Chen looked up. He saw 3 men and 2 women, dressed in special operations uniforms, chatting and laughing as they walked in. One of the guys said to a girl with a cold yet stunning appearance, Hey, Wu Qianing, I heard there's someone from Jiangnan province like you in this Phase 2 group. I think his name is Yun Chen. Wu Qianing responded with a simple acknowledgement and didn't say more. The other girl in uniform chimed in. By the way, they should have completed their entry assessment this morning, right? I'm curious if there's anyone particularly strong in this Phase 2. A guy waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile, probably not. Phase 2 is usually not as strong as Phase 1. It's always been that way. Just then, a girl stumbled as she caught up with the group, breathlessly saying, Hey, did you hear? In this Phase 2 entry assessment, the top contributor scored nearly 90. This news left the Phase 1 members in shock, including Wu Qianing. Did I hear that right? One person's contribution is nearly 90. A male student exclaimed. The girl nodded firmly. No mistake. Someone asked instructor Anna, and she confirmed it herself. The first batch members exchanged bewildered looks. This was unbelievable. Even when Wang Yi and Wu Qianing's contributions were combined, it didn't reach 90. At that moment, someone glanced at Wu Qianing on purpose and noticed her expression was a bit stiff, like a record holder facing the inevitable breaking of their record. A male student tried to lighten the mood. It's no big deal. The second batch members are generally weaker than us. If Yi or Qianing joined the second batch, they'd definitely have higher contributions too. As they chatted, they moved aside to have their meal. Gu Wanwan frowned and said, These people really like to talk nonsense. Yun Chen just smiled unbothered. Gu Wanwan turned to Yun Chen and asked, Do you know what this afternoon's training is? I heard it's a physical conditioning session. She looked a bit annoyed. Ugh, I hate conditioning. It makes you sweat like crazy and it's exhausting. Yun Chen wiped his mouth and said seriously, In martial arts training, physical conditioning is the first step. Without a strong body, any further practice is like building a castle in the air without a foundation. Gu Wanwan blinked and asked, Yun Chen, I heard you're a swordsman? Yun Chen nodded. Gu Wanwan marveled. That's amazing. My family used to have a swordsman, but that was my great-grandfather's brother. Later on, although some in my family awakened swordsmanship talents, they all gave it up. Looking back, it's quite a pity. Meeting you made me realize how powerful swordsmen are. No wonder there's a saying that swordsmanship is the pinnacle of martial arts. Yun Chen smiled slightly. It's not quite like that. Any martial art, when practiced to its peak, is invincible in its own right. After finishing their meal, they chatted for a while before returning to the dormitory. Soon it was 3 in the afternoon, and everyone gathered at the second training ground. The military training camp had 1 large training ground and 2 regular ones. The first batch trained at the first regular ground, while the second batch trained at the second one. Even though it was a regular ground, it was still as large as 2 football fields. The second batch stood in line, faced by a young instructor who looked around 26 or 27. He began, My name is Song Li, and I'm your deputy instructor for the second batch, mainly responsible for your physical conditioning. Song Li's tone was stern, his gaze sharp, quite different from Chai Guang. After the entry assessment, Chai Guang's authority had diminished in their eyes, but Song Li seemed entirely serious, making the second batch hardly dare to breathe. Even those who were usually rowdy were now as quiet as kittens. Song Li surveyed them and said, I know you've just completed the entry assessment. In the training camp classroom, Instructor Song Li's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, scanning the crowd. His voice was firm and commanding, carrying an undeniable authority. Among you, some have performed exceptionally well, standing out above the rest. As soon as he said this, everyone's attention instinctively turned to Yun Chun, whose face twitched slightly as he thought to himself, it feels like I'm about to be singled out. Song Li continued, but I want you all to remember, in this training camp, regardless of your entrance exam results, you must learn to keep a low profile. He looked around, finally fixing his gaze on Gu Wanwan, his tone serious. I hope everyone understands that entrance exam results do not define everything. With enough effort and diligence, a month is enough time for you to surpass others. That's all I have to say. Do you understand? The group responded in unison. Yes, we understand. Suddenly, Song Li turned to Yun Chun and commanded, Yun Chun, step forward. Yun Chun sighed inwardly, realizing Song Li intended to use him as an example. He reluctantly stepped forward, while some of the second phase members looked at him with a hint of schadenfreude. Song Li continued, do you know what today's afternoon training is? The group replied, body conditioning. Song Li nodded, pointing to a tumter-high apparatus behind him, with a drum-like device in the center. Body conditioning, in professional terms, is about increasing a warrior's muscle release capacity. He slightly bent his right hand, explaining, the higher the muscle release capacity, the greater the damage a warrior can inflict. This is related to both genetics and training. The average person's muscle release capacity is at most 3, while for warriors, reaching 20 is considered qualified. The higher the capacity, the greater the future potential. In our country, the top warriors generally have a muscle release capacity of around 90. Song Li's gaze once again fell on Yun Chun and the other second phase members, his tone stern. Some of you may have experienced body conditioning, but never military-style conditioning. Despite good entrance exam results, in front of real military warriors, you're just rookies. In this military training camp, only reaching a muscle release capacity of 40 is considered qualified. He looked at Yun Chun, raising his chin slightly. Yun Chun, you're the top scorer in the entrance exam, right? Yun Chun nodded. Yes, Instructor Song. Song Li scoffed. I know, you're probably not convinced by what I just said. That's normal. Top students like you, used to excelling since childhood, are accustomed to praise and compliments. From past experience, it's members like you who are the most unruly. Now, go test your muscle release capacity. The expressions of the second phase members instantly became serious, and Gu Wanwan looked at Yun Chun worriedly, whispering to Xia. This Instructor Song clearly wants to embarrass Yun Chun in front of everyone. Chen Yin and Ding Zhuang warned in low voices, stop talking. Be careful he doesn't hear you. Yun Chun glanced at Song Li, said nothing, and walked straight to the testing apparatus. The surrounding second phase members began to discuss. What do you think Yun Chun's muscle release capacity is? Didn't Instructor Song just say? A warrior needs 20 to be qualified, and the military requires 40. I estimate Yun Chun should be between 20 and 30. I doubt it's that high. Yun Chun looked straight at the apparatus, took a deep breath, and punched forward with force. With the passive martial arts dragon tendon tiger bone and explosive power, the punch was incredibly fierce. Boom. The apparatus roared, the light ring rotating on the device, and after a few seconds, a huge number appeared on the screen. 69. Silence. The room instantly fell into a dead silence. Xiang Xia stared intently at the numbers on the instrument. Her red lips slightly parted as a look of astonishment gradually appeared on her face. 69. Chun Yin and Ding Zhuang were frozen in place, their eyes narrowed, and their facial muscles rigid like stone. Gu Wanwan gazed blankly at Yun Chen's back, her mind racing with thoughts. Song Li took a deep breath, rubbed his forehead, and remarked, Tisk, the logistics team must be slacking off. They don't even know when the equipment malfunctions. After speaking, he quickly dialed a number on his headset. Logistics? This is Assistant Instructor Song Li from the military training camp. Send over another body liberation degree tester immediately. This one's malfunctioning. After hanging up, Song Li didn't look at Yun Chun but addressed the others. Everyone, please remain calm. The equipment has a minor issue, and a new one is on its way. A few minutes later, several military personnel from the logistics department, dressed in uniform, struggled to carry a brand new testing device over. The logistics staff, looking puzzled, asked, Instructor Song, you said the equipment was faulty? That's impossible. I just checked it this morning. Song Li pursed his lips and pointed at Yun Chun. See for yourself. This Yun Chun just scored a 69 body liberation degree. If that's not a malfunction, what is? The logistics staff's face went rigid, and they walked over to the device, circled it a few times, checked several places, and said with confusion, strange. It seems fine. but 69 body liberation degree. And from a Phase 2 member of the military training camp. Who would believe that? Though reluctant to admit the equipment malfunctioned, it seemed they had no choice but to take the blame. At that moment, Song Li pointed at Yun Chun and said, "You, test again with this new device." Yun Chun smiled helplessly, walked over to the new equipment, and suddenly asked, "This one should be fine, right?" The logistics staff quickly replied, "Absolutely flawless. I checked it 3 times." Yun Chun nodded, raised his right hand, and punched the center of the testing device with all his might. Bam! The device moved back a few centimeters, and beep 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 display screens circle spun rapidly. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the screen. Even Song Li was fixated, his facial muscles involuntarily tense. Finally, the circle stopped spinning, and a massive number appeared on the screen: 71. A full 2 higher than before. The crowd erupted in exclamations. What the heck? 71. No way, is he even human? Song Li stared at the screen, completely dumbfounded. The logistics staff beside him kept glancing between the instrument and Yun Chun, their heads shaking like rattles. This. Song Li gazed at the equipment, involuntarily murmuring. At this moment, Gu Wanwan looked at Yun Chen's back, her eyes slightly trembling, and softly said, "Body liberation degree, 71? Yun Chun, what kind of monster are you?" Upon hearing Gu Wanwan's astonishment, Song Li quickly turned and pointed at her, saying, "Gu Wanwan, you try it." He couldn't believe that a newcomer who had been in the camp for less than a day could have a physical release level of 71. Among the first batch of members, no one had such an extraordinary achievement. Gu Wanwan bit her lips slightly and, with some hesitation, approached the device. She then gathered all her strength and punched with all her might. Thud! The device's light ring spun a few times, displaying a result of 31. Wow! The crowd gasped in amazement once again. Gu Wanwan's physical release level was 31. She had ranked second in the entry assessment, making this level quite reasonable. So, this meant the device wasn't faulty? Yun Chen's release level was truly 71. Unbelievable. It was double that of Gu Wanwan. Listening to the discussions around her, Gu Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed. She glanced at Yun Chun with a hint of resentment and whispered, "You've had your fun, but I've lost face." Yun Chun responded with a wry smile, "Is that my fault? I didn't ask you to test it." As the crowd continued to chatter, Xiang Xia's expression was stiff, filled with regret. He thought to himself about the poor impression he had left on Yun Chun, deciding it would be best to avoid him in the future. Meanwhile, Chen Yin and Ding Zhuang looked at Yun Chun with complex expressions. Chen Yin bitterly said to Ding Zhuang, "How did this prodigy end up in our cohort? With him here, there's no way we can get first place." Ding Zhuang shook his head, his face full of a wry smile. Earlier, they thought Yun Chen's abilities were just below theirs, but the morning's entry assessment had already proved them wrong, and now this in the afternoon. At this moment, Chen Yin and Ding Zhuang felt their faces burning with embarrassment. Yun Chen looked at Song Li and asked, "Instructor Song, you said earlier that 40 is considered passing, right?" Song Li, looking embarrassed, nodded reluctantly at Yun Chen. "Yes." Yun Chen waved his hand and said, "All right, then I'm considered qualified. I won't participate in the training you conduct, if that's okay with you." The crowd felt a slight shock, but couldn't argue, as Yun Chen's abilities were on a completely different level from theirs. Not participating in training was understandable. Yun Chen wasn't in the mood to play along with Song Li's instructor games. He thought it better to spend the time practicing the Brahma breathing technique. Song Li looked at Yun Chen, his expression serious, and said, "You. There will be a practical assessment in a month. Are you sure you want to skip my body training?" Yun Chen directly asked, "Body training is the first phase of military training camp, right? What's the next phase?" Song Li awkwardly replied, "The next phase is agility training, but body training is the foundation." Yun Chen smiled and said, "With all due respect, Instructor Song, do you have the ability to help me further improve in body training?" Song Li's expression froze at Yun Chen's words, as he indeed lacked the capability. Even Song Li's own physical release level was only around 60. Yun Chen looked at Song Li, a smile playing on his lips, and said bluntly, "As expected, continuing to train under you would just be a waste of time for me." Everyone gasped at his words, thinking to themselves, Yun Chen sure is bold to speak so frankly to the instructor. Yun Chen had his reasons for speaking this way. Earlier, Song Li had tried to undermine him in front of everyone to assert his authority. Since that was the case, Yun Chen felt no need to hold back, believing in reciprocation. Song Li forced himself to speak. "Yun Chen, although you're far ahead of the second phase members right now, the first phase members have already undergone over a month of physical training. Some of them aren't much behind you in terms of physical prowess. If you become overconfident, you won't be able to defeat the first phase talents in the practical assessment next month." As soon as he finished, the second phase members erupted in protest. "What? The practical assessment next month involves both phases? That's so unfair to us since the first phase members started a month earlier. This is ridiculous." Seeing this, Song Li sternly reprimanded. Silence. The first phase members are generally older and more talented than most of you. The practical assessment is meant to evaluate their strength and also give you a chance to learn from facing more skilled opponents. Battling stronger opponents is the fastest way to improve. For you, it's a win-win situation. The second phase members fell silent, realizing that Song Li had a point. Even if both phases had started together, most of them might not have been able to defeat the first phase members. Facing skilled opponents was already a significant opportunity for them. At this moment, Song Li turned back to Yun Shun, speaking seriously. Yun Shun, skipping training on your own is defying orders. I will report this. Before he could finish, a voice interrupted him. Song, don't be so rigid. I think letting Yun Shun move on to the next stage of training would be more beneficial for him. I approve. From a distance, Chai Guang approached with a smile, his gaze fixed on Yun Shun. Song Li's eyes widened in surprise. Officer Chai? You. Everyone present was equally surprised, wondering why even the chief instructor was speaking on Yun Shen's behalf. Song Li's expression turned extremely grim. Chai Guang walked over to Yun Shun, smiling warmly as he said, Yun Shun, come with me for a moment. Then he turned to Song Li and said, Xiao Song, you don't need to worry about Yun Shen's affairs. Song Li wanted to protest, but hearing Chai Guang's undeniable tone, he reluctantly kept quiet. The implied meaning of don't worry was clearly that he wasn't qualified to meddle in Yun Shen's matters. In Chai Guang's eyes, Yun Shen's status was already higher than Song Li's. Chai Guang then addressed the second phase members, saying, Everyone, I have something to add about the real combat assessment in a month. It's not unfair to have the first and second phase members engage in real combat together. At that time, our second phase members can form teams to challenge the first phase members. So, use this month to work hard and strive to surpass them. Let's show those first phase youngsters that we're not inferior to them. Hearing Chai Guang's words, the dissatisfaction among the second phase members quickly dissipated, and they excitedly raised their hands in response. Yes. Chai Guang smiled with satisfaction, then turned to Yun Shun and said, Let's go. After they left, Yun Shun said to Chai Guang, Instructor Chai Yu. Chai Guang shook his head with a wry smile, expressing his amazement. Your strength is far beyond what I imagined. I only learned from Lieutenant C2 at noon that you've already registered as a reserve military fighter with the Jiangnan Provincial Military District. You're unbelievable. Most people in this training camp aim to become reserve fighters, and you've already achieved that. Yin Shun, you must have a different purpose for joining the East Sea War Zone, right? Looking at Chai Guang, Yun Shun honestly replied, Instructor Chai, to be frank, I heard that participating in this training camp gives one the chance to obtain an S-class weapon. Chai Guang's eyes widened slightly, and he remarked, So, you're indeed aiming for Lieutenant C2's resources. He continued, Indeed, that opportunity exists. Yun Shun, let me share a bit more with you. The real purpose of establishing this military training camp is to select fresh blood for the East Sea War Zone. In the assessment a month from now, the military will pick the best performers to become reserve fighters and follow the East Sea War Zone into combat missions. Chai Guang paused, then added, These combat missions involve reclaiming the coastal areas that have fallen. In other words, you'll be fighting against fierce demons. Yun Shun nodded, indicating he was aware. The mission of the East Sea War Zone is crucial, carrying the hope of humanity venturing out to sea. Chai Guang was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, It seems someone has already told you. Yun Shun nodded, adding, Minister Luo Shi of the Jiangnan Provincial Military Department once explained the responsibilities of the East Sea War Zone to me. Hearing this, Chai Guang's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he asked in astonishment, What? You mean a provincial-level military department minister contacted you personally? Yun Shun nodded, and Chai Guang's face showed shock as he marveled. Unbelievable. What kind of excellent results did you achieve in the independent martial arts exam? Only then did Yun Shun realize how striking it was for Chai Guang to hear about direct contact with the military department minister. He smiled and responded, Not too bad. Chai Guang shook his head and continued, Never mind, let's leave that aside for now. Yun Shun received approval from Lieutenant Situ for the matter. He consulted with Chai Guang. For the next month or so, Yun Shun could freely arrange his own training projects, with unrestricted access to the various cultivation rooms and resources within the military training camp. Hearing this news, Yun Shun couldn't help but feel surprised at the benefits Chai Guang had secured for him. Chai Guang patted Yun Shun on the shoulder and reassured him, Don't feel embarrassed. This is what you deserve. He looked towards the east and continued, The East Sea War Zone has a significant mission and immense pressure. Everyone is working beyond their limits, with many not having slept for days. Our goal is to secure a sea outlet for humanity in the shortest time possible. At such a moment, we need talents like you. Turning to Yun Shun, Chai Guang encouraged him. Keep pushing forward. Sooner or later, us old folks will step down, and the future belongs to you young people. Yun Shun replied, Instructor Chai, don't say that. Chai Guang laughed heartily and reminded Yin Chun. But I must tell you, there are two people among the Phase 1 members you need to watch out for. They might pose a threat to you in the practical assessment. He paused before continuing. One is named Wang Yidu, and the other is Wu Qianing. Both are from the Martial Arts University in Modu. Yin Chun was taken aback and asked, Martial Arts University in Modu? Chai Guang nodded and elaborated. Especially Wu Qianing. She has a bit of a connection with you. 3 years ago, in the independent martial arts exam, Wu Qianing came from your Jiangnan province, so she's like your hometown senior. I'm really curious to see how a match between you two would turn out. Yin Chen silently noted Wu Qianing's name. Chai Guang continued. As for Wang Yidu, although he was the top scorer in the Phase 1 entrance examination, I believe he's less of a threat to you than Wu Qianing. Yin Chen curiously asked, why do you say that? Chai Guang chuckled. Wang Yidu has decent martial prowess, but recently his girlfriend left him for someone else. For the past 2 weeks, he's essentially given up on martial arts training, shutting himself in his room, seemingly on the verge of breaking down. He sighed. Getting dumped. Well, it's understandable. Yin Chen silently felt sorry for Wang Yidu. Chai Guang continued. A month ago, Wu Qianing's physical liberation level reached 60, which is slightly weaker than yours, but a month has passed, and she's certainly made progress. Moreover, while physical liberation is a basic capability, it doesn't represent everything. Wu Qianing has mastered many advanced martial techniques, as well as some unique martial arts skills, so don't underestimate her. Looking at Yin Chun with anticipation, Chai Guang said, I have high expectations for you. I hope you shine in the practical assessment and make Lieutenant Sidhu see you in a new light. Yin Chen nodded and smiled. I'll do my best. At this point, Chai Guang suddenly remembered something and reminded Yin Chun. By the way, aren't you a swordsman? Although I'm not very familiar with swordsmanship, I can point you in the right direction regarding weapons and equipment. You can go to the equipment department and get some grade swords for free. If you have the materials, you can ask the engineers there to upgrade your weapon to a grade. I know you're aiming for grade weapons, but a grade shouldn't be beneath you, right? Yin Chen laughed and replied, Of course, I appreciate it. With my vast sword collection, the more swords, the better. Chai Guang nodded and said, Go ahead. I've already activated the permissions in your ID, and the staff at the equipment department will meet your needs. As Yin Chen left, Chai Guang stood there for a long time, unwilling to leave. At that moment, a graceful figure quietly approached him from behind. It was Instructor Anna from Phase 1. Anna looked at Chai Guang and smiled. So what do you think? Unable to hold back any longer, Chai Guang expressed to Anna, Goodness. 71 physical liberation at just 18 years old. I've really struck gold. Huh? Anna responded helplessly. I shouldn't have asked. Anna looked at Chai Guang, who was full of himself, with a face full of helplessness and asked, Seriously, how can Yun Chen's physical liberation degree be so high? Chai Guang calmed down upon hearing Anna's question and replied, Anna, have you ever heard of the true martial physique? Anna was taken aback, clearly familiar with the term. The true martial physique is a legendary type of warrior constitution. Chai Guang continued. Those with an innate true martial physique can have a natural physical liberation degree exceeding 60. With some training, it can even reach 100. Anna hurriedly asked, Do you suspect Yin Chun has an innate true martial physique? Chai Guang nodded. It's the only possibility. Anna's eyes trembled slightly as she whispered in shock. A true martial physique combined with a talent for swordsmanship. Yin Chun is truly terrifying. Chai Guang shook his head and added, It's all just my speculation. But regardless, Yin Chun is definitely one of the individuals we need to focus on cultivating. Meanwhile, at the military equipment department of the East Sea War Zone, Yin Chun stepped into the hall after his identity verification. The department was well equipped, with weapons and equipment stored in different warehouses. Guns, knives, staffs, bows, spell books, wands. Yin Chun walked past each warehouse and finally found the sword warehouse. The door was made of a special alloy, and a mechanical female voice announced, Beep beep permissions verified. Yin Chun, member of Military Training Camp Phase 2, access granted. Boom, a door slowly opened, and old dust scattered into the air. Yin Chun covered his nose and waved his hand a few times, then stepped into the warehouse. As soon as he entered, Yun Chen's eyes were almost blinded by the gleam of the swords. After adjusting, he slowly opened his eyes to see a ceiling over 10 meters high, with the warehouse spanning an area about half the size of a football field. He couldn't help but exclaim, Wow! The surroundings were filled with huge shelves divided into countless compartments, each holding a sword. In the center of the warehouse, countless sword cases stood open, each containing a precious sword. The gleam earlier had come from these swords. Yun Chen looked around, standing alone amidst the myriad of swords, feeling both awe and pressure. Without hesitation, he walked directly to the center and stopped beside a light green wooden sword case. The case was about 2 meters high, and inside lay a slender sword about 1.5 meters long. The Qing Shuang, an 11 weapon, had a passive effect. Attacks carried a frost effect, making wounds difficult to heal, and an active effect, frostfall, summoning a frost and snow field with a 10-meter diameter, reducing opponents' attack and movement speed. This weapon had once been wielded by a 4th-tier 6-star swordsmanship warrior, dating back 80 years. Yun Chun felt a stir in his heart. It was his first time seeing an 11 sword in person, and he couldn't resist reaching out his hand. At that moment, Tianji's voice suddenly rang out. Please note, you do not have permission to claim an 11 weapon. Upon hearing this, Yun Chen's expression froze slightly. Then he chuckled wryly. I almost forgot. Tianji continued. You can come back for an 11 sword once your access level is upgraded. Although 11 swords are valuable, no one else is using them, so you might as well take them. Despite Tianji's mechanical and cold tone, there was a hint of liveliness in its voice. Yunchen walked over to a nearby shelf and discovered that it mostly held blevel or clevel swords, with blevel and lower weapons being quite rare since even the military didn't care for those. He ran his hand over a massive blevel-heavy sword, and with a thought, the sword treasury absorbed it. One by one, the long swords on the shelf vanished into thin air. As Yunchen walked, he absorbed every long sword on the shelves into the sword treasury. After about 10 minutes, Yunchen had circled all the shelves, collecting a total of 6,712 weapons. The more swords the sword treasury absorbed, the greater the power it could unleash. Not to mention, most blevel swords came with some attack effects. At this moment, Yunchen's strength had increased by several levels. With a thought, the space above him vibrated intensely, and thousands of long swords slowly emerged from the fluctuating space. Yunchen stood at the forefront of these thousands of swords, looking like the master of swords, creating an unprecedented visual impact and sense of pressure. Casually gripping a blevel sword, Yunchen realized that although these military blevel swords were made from blevel materials, their craftsmanship was more exquisite. Forging such a blevel sword required considerable resources, and no weapon manufacturing company or master workshop was willing to invest the effort to create such swords anymore. Yunchen felt he had struck gold, unexpectedly gaining such a haul from this military training camp, and he secretly rejoiced. After storing the sword treasury, Yunchen left the warehouse. In the instructor's lounge at the training camp, Chai Guang suddenly jumped out of his chair, letting him take the equipment for free. He nearly emptied the warehouse. At that moment, Anna stood with her arms crossed, watching Chai Guang with a smile. Chief Instructor Chai, you were the one who granted him those permissions. Let me tell you, the weapons and equipment in that warehouse are worth a fortune. Chai Guang began to sweat. This? Lieutenant Situ doesn't know about this, right? Just then, Tianji's voice came through in the lounge. Lieutenant Situ is already aware of the situation. Hearing this, Chai Guang's throat tightened, and he asked, what did she say? Tianji replied. Lieutenant Situ's response was, let him be. Upon hearing this, Chai Guang breathed a sigh of relief. However, Anna's eyes narrowed in surprise as she muttered to herself. No way. Since when did Lieutenant Situ become so lenient? Ding dong, time to wake up, master. Those who rise at this hour are destined to be the stars of the future, pillars of the nation, business tycoons in urban novels, disciplined individuals who frequently self-reflect, the heartthrobs of dating shows, and even the kings of the jungle. Yin Chun was roused from sleep by the unique wake-up call from his system, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Master, yesterday, you gained a total of 36.5 cultivation points, 20 points from normal activities, and 16.5 points from critical hits. Yun Chun allocated 16 cultivation points to his primary cultivation and converted the remaining 0.5 points into proficiency, adding it to the myriad sword treasury. Thanks to the effect of dragon sinew and tiger bones, the 16 cultivation points received a 20 boost, equivalent to 19.2 points. His cultivation reached 131.2, and with the 20 boost, his rank was that of a first-tier, 2-star martial artist. After several days of observation, Yun Chun discovered that all first-tier, 3-star martial artists had cultivation levels above 300. It seems that 300 is the threshold for a first-tier, 3-star martial artist. After a quick tidy-up, Yun Chun headed straight to the agility training room. Last night, he connected to the military's database to further understand the concept of muscle liberation. Instructor Song Li mentioned that muscle liberation determines a martial artist's explosive power, which is true but not comprehensive. Muscle liberation not only affects explosive power but also impacts a martial artist's speed and defense. Yun Chun gradually figured out the relationship between muscle liberation and cultivation. Strictly speaking, muscle liberation is a limitation, akin to a genetic lock, restricting the improvement of a martial artist's cultivation. To become a top-tier warrior, muscle liberation must not hold one back. Understanding this, Yun Chun headed straight to the agility training room in the training camp. The agility training room was equipped with numerous mechanisms and set with additional space-time gravity parameters. The greater the space-time gravity parameters, the heavier the burden on the martial artist. Training in such a room can greatly enhance a martial artist's physical fitness. Chen approached the agility training room and completed a simple registration at the desk. The person in charge of registration gave Chen a skeptical look and asked, Phase 2. Chen nodded. The registration officer continued. Phase 2 members should first complete the body strengthening project. You won't be able to handle the agility training. Just as Chen was about to speak, a female voice suddenly came from behind. Let him in. He's already completed the body strengthening project. Chen turned around to see Anna, dressed in a special uniform, standing behind him, smiling up at him. Anna extended her hand and said, Phase 1 instructor, Anna. You must be Chen, right? Chen shook her hand and nodded. Yes, Instructor Anna. Nice to meet you. Anna smiled slightly. I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect you to come to the agility training room so soon. I thought you'd take a few days to rest. Chen chuckled. Time waits for no one. I'm here at the military training camp to train, not to relax. At this moment, the registration officer looked at Chen and Anna, puzzled. After Chen entered the agility training room, the registration officer asked Anna, Instructor Anna, who exactly is this kid? Anna simply replied, Phase 2's top ranker, Chen, with a training camp contribution rate of 90 and a muscle liberation level of 71. After speaking, Anna turned and left, leaving the registration clerk in shock, sitting there in a daze. Chen walked into the agility training room and encountered two girls coming out. They were wearing sports bras and tight shorts, holding their jackets and pants in their hands, clearly in the middle of changing. Seeing Chen, both girls blushed. The short-haired girl frowned and said angrily, What's going on? Why is there a guy here now? Wasn't it agreed that the room is for girls during the day and guys at night? Chen was taken aback, realizing there might be some rule for first phase students. The other girl quietly nudged the speaking girl and whispered, I haven't seen him in the first phase. He must be from the second phase. The short-haired girl paused and asked, You're not from the first phase? Chen replied honestly, I'm from the second phase. The short-haired girl frowned even more and said, If you're not from the first phase, why are you here? Shouldn't you second phase students be doing body training? You didn't come in deliberately at this time, did you? Chen remained silent. The other girl said, Forget it, let's just go. She then pulled the short-haired girl to leave. As they passed Chen, the girl gave him an apologetic look and nodded. After they left, the short-haired girl complained, Why did you stop me from questioning him? The other girl replied, Come on, I don't think he looks like the type to do something creepy. Besides, he's handsome. The short-haired girl pouted. You're just looking at appearances. The girl laughed and said, But seriously, how come a second phase student is allowed in the agility training room? Isn't that odd? They both glanced at the registration clerk, who still looked shocked, staring at the registration form with Chen's name in disbelief. Seeing the clerk's expression, the girls decided not to approach. They turned their attention to a large screen outside the agility training room, displaying the top 10 records from the past month. Their names, Xian and Zhu Yi, were 8th and 9th. Xian's record was 1.5 times gravity for 1 minute and 46 seconds, and Zhu Yi's was the same gravity for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Xian said to Zhu Yi, Forget it, let's go. She glanced at Zhu Yi, who was still standing there, and urged, Come on. Zhu Yi sighed, reluctantly looking at the screen once more before turning to leave. But as she reached Xian, she stopped and said, Xian, I'm curious. Don't you want to see how this guy does? Xian stomped her foot and said, What's there to see? He's just a second phase student. Zhu Yi replied, Let's just check it out. We have nothing else to do anyway. Besides, he probably won't take long. Xian gave Zhu Yi a skeptical look and, understanding her expression, said, All right, but based on past experience, he'll be done in a minute. With that, Xian sat down, crossed her legs, and started scrolling through her phone, not really interested in Chen's performance, just humoring Zhu Yi. Meanwhile, Zhu Yi wasn't focused on Chen's performance either. She was preoccupied with how to ask for his contact. Should she just approach him? Would that seem too forward? No, she needed to think of a plan quickly. He would be out soon. As time ticked by, Zhu Yi was lost in her daydreams about approaching Chen, while Xian, checking her watch, remarked, What's going on? It's been 3 minutes. Why isn't he done yet? Inside the agility training room, as soon as Chen stepped in, he heard the voice of AI Tianji. Current spacetime gravity parameter, 1.5 times. Once you endure for more than 3 minutes, you can increase the spacetime gravity parameter. Please carefully avoid the laser beams. As the words faded, Chen felt an invisible pressure looming over him, making his whole body feel significantly heavier. The 1.5 times gravity parameter made him clench his fists, taking a few seconds to adapt to this sudden change. Just then, a dozen laser machines suddenly appeared in the training room. Being hit by a laser meant being out. As Chen pondered, the machines began to operate, with indicator lights flashing. Breeze step. He activated his internal cultivation, narrowly dodging a laser beam coming his way. A few seconds later, another laser approached from the right. He dodged again. Then, Another came from the left behind him. In this manner, Chen nimbly twisted and turned, avoiding over a dozen laser beams. The voice of AI Tianji sounded again in the training room. 2 minutes and 30 seconds have passed. Please note, in the next 30 seconds, laser beams will be fired randomly. Stay focused. As soon as the words ended, 2 laser beams attacked from behind Chen. Swoosh. He leaned forward, successfully evading both lasers. Swoosh. 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 Chen pushed the speed of his breeze step to the maximum, dodging amidst the dazzling lasers. Finally, Tianji's voice came again. 3 minutes have passed. Space-time gravity parameter increased to 2 times. 30 seconds rest period, countdown starting. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately calmed his mind and used the breath of Brahma to restore his internal cultivation. While recovering, he thought, when I used breeze step earlier, something fell off. The energy consumption of this technique is too high, and its execution is too rough. If I can refine it a bit, could I reduce the consumption? He attempted to change the way he exerted force with breeze step. At this moment, Tianji's voice sounded again. 30 seconds rest period is over. Space-time gravity parameter increased to 2 times. Duration remains at 3 minutes. As the words faded, Chen immediately felt his limbs grow heavy again. But with experience, he did not show much of a reaction this time. 2 times is definitely not my limit. Chen clenched his fists, a slight confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, outside the agility training room, Hu Xian and Zhu Yi were watching Chen's performance on the screen, utterly amazed. Hu Xian's eyes widened as she muttered to herself. What's going on? Did he just pass the 1.5 times space-time gravity parameter trial? Am I seeing things? Zhu Yi replied in a trembling voice. No, you're not. I saw it too. Xiao Xian, do you think he's really a Phase 2 member? Hu Xian was so shocked that her muscles trembled slightly. 2V, you've been training for over half a month and still haven't passed the 1.5 times space-time gravity parameter. How did he just jump to 2 times? Zhu Yi's exclamation shattered the silence of the training room. Her eyes widened as she pointed at the screen, where Chen's scores were rapidly updating. She was so excited she could barely speak. Top 5. He surpassed the previous 5th place record. On the screen, next to Chen's name, the time numbers kept changing. 1 minute 54 seconds, 1 minute 55 seconds. The expressions of the 2 girls shifted from surprise to shock. Suddenly, Zhu Yi grabbed Hu Xian's arm, her voice trembling with excitement. Xian, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He's lasted 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Hu Xian didn't waste a moment, quickly pulling out her phone to snap a photo of the screen and rapidly sending it to the group chat of the Phase 1 members. She quickly typed a few messages. Guys, this is insane. This morning, I met a guy in the agility training room. Said he's a Phase 2 member. Do you know this guy? The group quickly responded. Zhao Fu asked in confusion, what's going on? Zhang Bin mused. Chen. The name sounds familiar. Wait. Is he training under double time-space gravity parameters? The photo Hu Xian uploaded caused a stir in the group. Messages flooded in like snowflakes. What's going on? Double time-space gravity parameters. Where did this powerhouse come from? Wait. I remember now. Chen was the top in the Phase 2 entry assessment, the one with a 90 contribution rate. Why isn't he in body training and instead in the agility training room? At that moment, a message grabbed everyone's attention. Wu Qianing commented, Chen, Anna the instructor mentioned him to me. It said his physical liberation rate has reached 70. So Phase 2's instructor Chai Guang gave him special permission to skip body training and arrange his own training. The group chat exploded. What? 70 physical liberation rate? No way. Aren't Phase 2 members just starting? How did his liberation rate hit 70 already? Someone rationally analyzed. Come on, during the entry assessment, he achieved a 90 contribution rate on his own. Did you really think he's at the same level as regular Phase 2 members? Clearly, this guy is Phase 1 level. But why was he assigned to Phase 2? Another person sighed. Phase 2 is so unlucky. With Chen around, they can't possibly stand out. The group was buzzing with discussion, and someone asked, Hu Xian, what's Chen's current record? Everyone knew that the agility training room records were set by Phase 1 members. The top record holder was Yi Du, and the second was Wu Qianing. Both trained under triple time-space gravity parameters, a class above other Phase 1 members. Someone dismissively said, come on, do you really think Chen can break the record set by us Phase 1 members? He just started, while we've been training in the agility room for nearly a month. I bet double time-space gravity is his limit. Most in the group agreed with this view, and no one disagreed. Meanwhile, Wu Qianing, dressed in a blue robe, curled up on the sofa, her eyes fixed thoughtfully on the chat. As the group continued their heated discussion, Hu Xian sent another message. This time, she didn't say much, just uploaded a new photo. The photo prominently displayed the latest record in the agility training room. 3rd place, Chen, time-space gravity parameter, 2.5x, duration, 1 minute 21 seconds ongoing. After Hu Xian sent the photo, The group fell into a brief silence. Then, the screen was flooded with countless question marks. Confused face. Wu Qianning stared at the screen, her eyes shining like stars, her face betraying an undeniable shock. The group chat of the first batch members was buzzing with excitement. What was happening? 2.5 times space-time gravity. Yunshin managed to withstand 2.5 times space-time gravity? Was this really his first time in the agility training room? Wow, he's ranked third now? The third spot used to belong to Chao Gan. No wonder Chao Gan didn't believe Yunshin earlier. He must have been feeling insecure. Chao Gan was looking at the chat records, his expression shifting from pale to flushed. It was him who had just mocked Yunshin in the group. Little did he expect that shortly after, Hu Xian would reveal Yunshin's results, making him look like a fool. Hastily, Chao Gan scrolled up to retract his earlier mocking messages, thankful that it was still within the time limit to do so. He put away his phone, dressed quickly, and headed straight to the agility training room. Seeing is believing. He had to see for himself what kind of person this Yunshin was. Meanwhile, someone in the group was speculating. Hey, do you think Yunshin might break the records of the top 2 spots? No way, right? Wu Qianning and Edu usually trained in environments with 3 times space-time gravity. I once experienced 3 times space-time gravity for just a few seconds, and I felt like I couldn't move at all. Someone commented. Impossible, Wu Qianning's best record is 4.5 times space-time gravity, and Edu's record from half a month ago is even 5 times. Another responded. Everything has its limits. No matter how strong Yunshin is, there's no way he could surpass these 2 without training. Wu Qianning glanced at the chat records, her lips twitching slightly. She couldn't understand where these people got their confidence from. Perhaps it was the pride of being first batch members that made them speak so freely in the group. In truth, Wu Qianning also felt uncertain. This Yunshin was truly extraordinary, she frowned, murmuring to herself. Ever since she heard that Yunshin was the top scorer in the provincial independent martial arts exam, Wu Qianning had been paying more attention to him. She even took the initiative to inquire about Yunshin's muscle liberation degree from instructor Anna. Upon learning about it, Wu Qianning couldn't help but feel her confidence shaken. After just a few days in the camp, he had already reached a muscle liberation degree of 71. As the top talent from Jiangnan province, even after 3 years of training at the prestigious Wudai University in Shanghai, her muscle liberation degree was just over 50 when she joined the camp. Thinking of this, Wu Qianning shook her head, got up from her bed, changed into long pants, and threw on a blue jacket before heading out. Her destination was also the agility training room. She needed to see for herself what kind of person this Yunshin really was. Outside the agility training room, Hu Xian and Zhu Yi stared in disbelief at the screen displaying Yunshin's continuously improving record. Xiao Yi 3 times already. Hu Xian swallowed hard, her hands fidgeting as she clutched her clothes. Zhu Yi's lips parted slightly, her mouth glistening with a hint of moisture as she blankly stared at Yunshin's name. More than 10 minutes had passed, and Yunshin still hadn't come out. On the screen, Yunshin was now enduring triple the gravitational force of normal space-time. This scene completely overturned Hu Xian and Zhu Yi's understanding. Just then, a male voice called from behind. Hu Xian, Zhu Yi. The two turned around to see it was Chao Gan, a member from the first group. Chao Gan, what brings you here? Hu Xian asked in surprise. Chao Gan walked straight to the screen, and Hu Xian instantly understood his intention. Chao Gan was unwilling to accept it and wanted to witness Yunshin's performance firsthand. At that moment, Chao Gan saw Yunshin's record, and his eyes narrowed in disbelief as he asked, What is this? Wasn't he just at 2.5 times gravitational force? How is he at 3 times now? Chao Gan quickly turned to Hu Xian and Zhu Yi, urgently asking, Did he step out midway? The two women shook their heads, indicating no. Chao Gan was dumbfounded, incredulously saying, He didn't come out? He went straight to triple gravitational force in one go. He exclaimed, unable to imagine Yunshin's physical endurance. Meanwhile, inside the agility training room, Yunshin had fully adapted to the triple gravitational force, moving freely without any hindrance. The Qingfeng step is improving so quickly, he thought to himself, pleased with how the training was rapidly increasing his proficiency, estimating that he would soon reach full mastery. At that moment, Tianji's voice sounded again. You have maintained the triple gravitational force for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Prepare for the final 30 seconds of high-intensity time. Yunshin had already figured out the pattern in the agility training room, knowing that the gravitational force increased by 0.5 every 3 minutes. The first 2 minutes and 30 seconds were regular training, while the last 30 seconds were high intensity, mainly reflected in the speed and number of laser beams. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Tianji finished speaking, dozens of laser beams shot toward Yunshin from all directions. Although they appeared intimidating, careful observation made them easy to dodge. As Yunshin agilely evaded them, he analyzed, compared to real combat, these laser beams are still quite simple. However, combined with this special gravitational force, the training effect is still impressive. Thus, Yun Chen smoothly passed through the 30 seconds, and Tianji's voice announced again. 3.5 times gravitational force set, now entering 30 seconds rest period. Outside the training room, Chao Gan, Hu Xian, and Zhu Yi stared at Yun Chen's record on the screen, speechless. He passed the triple gravitational force too? Chao Gan's throat was dry as he managed to speak. Hu Xian slumped into a chair, muttering to herself. Unbelievable. What is with this guy? Meanwhile, Zhu Yi's eyes sparkled, and just then, a presence was felt behind her. Zhu Yi turned around and exclaimed, Qianning, what are you doing here? Standing behind her was Wu Qianning, wearing a blue jacket and white straight-leg pants, her eyes fixed on Yun Chen's record on the screen, a look of astonishment on her face. In the instructor's lounge, Chai Guang was lazily lounging on a recliner, a custom-made cigarette dangling from his lips as he focused intently on his phone. Suddenly, a figure burst in like a whirlwind, startling Chai Guang so much that he nearly fell off his chair. He sat up with a jolt and saw that it was Anna. Anna, are you trying to scare me to death? Chai Guang sighed in relief, still shaken. I thought it was the inspection team coming for a surprise check. Anna didn't respond, only frantically blinked at Chai Guang. Confused, he was about to ask her what was going on when he heard footsteps approaching from outside. Instinctively, he leaned back into the recliner, muttering softly. Stayed up late watching the game last night. I'm exhausted. Need a quick nap to catch up on sleep. Just then, a crisp and authoritative voice called from outside. Instructor Chai, it's work hours. Are you slacking off here as an instructor? A woman with a graceful figure and a serene, pure beauty walked in. She wore a black combat uniform with the insignia of a military lieutenant on her arm. Behind her were two military personnel, the head and deputy head of the inspection team. Damn! Chai Guang jumped up in shock, the cigarette dropping from his mouth. He hurriedly stood at attention and saluted the woman. Lieutenant Situ. It was none other than Lieutenant Situ Han, the head of the East Sea War Zone. Despite only holding the rank of lieutenant, her distinguished background had earned her this significant role in the newly established small war zone. Chai Guang asked nervously, Lieutenant Situ, why are you back early? He thought to himself, Situ Han was supposed to be on the front lines. Returning early could only mean one thing: the battle was over. This lieutenant truly had the capability. Situ Han smiled sweetly, saying, if I hadn't come back early, how could I witness the great instructor Chai neglecting his duties? Her voice was sweet, but her tone was chilling, freezing the smile on Chai Guang's face. The two members of the inspection team exchanged sympathetic glances, thinking, he's in trouble now with Lieutenant Situ. Anna cautiously tried to defend Chai Guang. Lieutenant Situ, Instructor Chai must have been overworked these past few days. But seeing Situ Han's kind yet unyielding smile, she wisely closed her mouth, mouthing a silent sorry to Chai Guang. Just then, excited shouts came from outside the training room. Instructor Chai, this is unbelievable. Yin Shun just went into the agility training room and broke 7 records of the first batch members in one go. He's really bringing honor to us second batch members. Chai Guang's facial muscles twitched slightly. Second batch members Chun Yin, Ding Zhuang, and Xiang Xia came panting to the entrance of the lounge, but froze upon seeing Situ Han and the others. Chun Yin was taken aback and blurted out, who is this lady? Ding Zhuang immediately reacted, giving Chun Yin a sharp pinch on his waist and scolding in a low voice, are you blind? The sudden appearance of Situ Han instantly cast a tense atmosphere over the training camp. Xiang Xia, with keen eyes, immediately recognized the lieutenant insignia on Situ Han's armband. She straightened her posture and saluted with precision, her voice clear and crisp. Lieutenant Situ, it's an honor to meet you. Chun Yin and Ding Zhuang quickly followed suit, standing at attention and saluting alongside Xiang Xia. Ding Zhuang calmly said, Lieutenant Situ, while Chun Yin appeared somewhat flustered, stammering, Lieutenant Situ? Situ Han's sharp gaze swept over the three of them as she asked, are you members of the military training camp? Chun Yin took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound steadier. Why wise? My name is Chun Yin, a member of the second cohort of the Donghai military training camp. Ding Zhuang and Xiang Xia promptly followed, succinctly stating their names and identities. Out of the corner of their eyes, the three of them glanced at Instructor Chai Guang, who was standing in the training room as a penalty, and they understood. Instructor Chai had been caught. Chai Guang looked at the trio and pretended to be stern, saying, what are you three doing here instead of training properly? Chun Yin and the others internally mocked. Is he trying to shift the focus onto us? What kind of instructor does that? Chai Guang frantically gestured with his eyebrows, silently pleading, help me out here, please. Just then, Situ Han shifted her attention to the three of them and asked, did I hear you mentioning Yinshin just now? Ding Zhuang immediately responded, yes, Lieutenant Situ. Yunshun is also a member of our second cohort. He achieved a great result in the agility training room today, and we wanted to report the good news to Instructor Chai. Situ Han was slightly taken aback. Agility training room? Chun Yin added, yes, Lieutenant Situ. Although Yunshin joined with us, He's quite exceptional and began training in the agility room ahead of us. Xiang Xia internally muttered, exceptional? He's practically a prodigy. A phenomenon. Situ Han turned her gaze to Chai Guang and asked, Instructor Chai, the Yunshin they're talking about is the same Yunshin you mentioned to me before, right? Chai Guang nervously replied, why wise? Situ Han then asked the three, what did you say about his performance in the agility room? The three were slightly surprised by Situ Han's interest in Yunshin. They truthfully replied, Yunshin's current performance is at 3.5 times the space-time gravity parameter. Situ Han's eyes slightly narrowed. 3.5 times space-time gravity? The second cohort hasn't been in the camp long, have they? Chai Guang quickly answered, that's right. It's Yunshin's first time in the agility training room. The surprise in Situ Han's eyes deepened. Achieving 3.5 times space-time gravity on the first attempt? Such a feat was unheard of. Situ Han looked at Chai Guang and said, Instructor Chai, this Yunshin of yours seems quite interesting. Seeing an opportunity, Chai Guang immediately attempted to shift the topic. Lieutenant Situ, Yunshin is indeed extraordinary. I've been an instructor in the military for 7 or 8 years, and honestly, this is the first time I've seen such a talent. Since you're back today, why don't I bring him to meet you? Chun Yin and the others inwardly chuckled. He's trying to use Yunshin to divert attention again. Situ Han raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before saying, since he's still training in the agility room, let's not disturb him. We'll go see for ourselves. The group marched towards the agility training room. From a distance, the administrator outside the training room suddenly noticed the group and was instantly taken aback. Instructor Chai Guang, Instructor Anna, and the head and deputy head of the inspection team. The administrator wondered to himself, wow, what's happening today? Why are there so many big shots? His gaze suddenly fixed on the tall figure in the center of the group, and his eyes widened in shock. Wait a minute. Is that Lieutenant Situ? The training room manager didn't say much and hurried out to greet the leaders. Situ Han and the others walked into the hall, noticing a crowd of first phase members gathered outside the body technique training room. They were all intently watching the screen, oblivious to Situ Han and the others' arrival. Holy crap! Is he about to break through 3.5 times space-time gravity? Exclaimed Chao Gan, a first phase member. Someone murmured, if he can break through to 4 times space-time gravity in one go, wouldn't he be catching up with Wu Qianing? This comment rendered the first phase member silent. Wu Qianing's expression turned quite awkward. If Yunshin really broke through to 4 times space-time gravity, it would mean he had surpassed her by far. Wu Qianing had spent a long time trying to break through this level, while it was Yunshin's first time in the body technique training room. At that moment, Anna coughed loudly, snapping the first phase members out of their shock. They turned to see Instructor Anna and Lieutenant Situ. Wu Qianing blinked in disbelief. Lieutenant Situ? Situ Han smiled and nodded at Wu Qianing. Qianing, long time no see. The other first phase members whispered among themselves. So she's Lieutenant Situ? It's my first time seeing her. Unlike the others, Wu Qianing had had the privilege of private conversations with Situ Han due to her outstanding performance, while many others had never even seen her face, let alone knew her. Situ Han looked at the crowd outside the body technique training room and said with a smile, it seems Yunshin has caused quite a stir. She walked straight to the screen, observing Yunshin's record. Suddenly, Situ Han's eyes widened as Yunshin's record refreshed on the screen. Third place, Yunshin, 4 times space-time gravity parameter, 0 minutes 1 second, and the time was still increasing. 4 times. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chai Guang stared at the screen in disbelief. What's with this kid? Why is he going so hard? Someone whispered, is he really going to break Wu Qianing's record? Hearing this, Wu Qianing felt even more awkward standing there, thinking, I shouldn't have come. Now I'm just a backdrop to Yunshin's success. She sneaked a glance at Situ Han and noticed that all her attention was on Yunshin, which left Wu Qianing feeling a bit uneasy. Meanwhile, inside the training room, Yunshin felt his muscles changing under the 4 times space-time gravity. His muscles and bones were crackling, accompanied by slight pain. He could feel his muscles tearing and reorganizing continuously. Despite the immense energy drain from enduring in this special gravity environment for so long, the enhancements were unprecedented. There were pros and cons. Thanks to the Brahma breathing technique, otherwise, he might not have been able to hold on until now. Yunshin took a deep breath and activated the Brahma breathing technique, preparing to face the challenge of quadrupled space-time gravity. Meanwhile, his mastery of the Brahma breathing technique was rapidly improving. He had reached the maximum proficiency of the first level and successfully advanced to the second level. Yunshin felt a surge of warmth flow from his dantian throughout his body, sending a tingling pleasure through his muscles. The flow of warmth accelerated, almost transforming into an electric current. At this moment, Yunshin's vision broadened like never before, and everything around him seemed to slow down. Had time slowed down? No, it wasn't that. His sensory perception had heightened by several levels. Was this the effect of the second level of the Brahma breathing technique? The warmth continued unabated, unlike the usual brief surge during a breakthrough. This time, it lasted exceptionally long. With a thought, Chen activated his active martial skill, keen perception. Instantly, he perceived the speed of laser beams slowing down, even clearly seeing the heads of the beams approaching him. With this heightened perception, Chen effortlessly dodged the laser beams as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. As time ticked by, everyone outside the training room watched the screen intently, as Chen's records kept updating, plunging the atmosphere into silence. Chen Yin from the second batch broke the silence, whispering to Ding Zhuang beside him. Wow, this Chen is incredible. He's about to break the second-place record. Though Chen Yan's voice was low, Wu Qianing heard him clearly, her expression turning more rigid. Ding Zhuang said to Chai Guang, Instructor Chai, Chen might actually break Wu Qianing and Du's records. Chai Guang simply nodded without responding. Xiang Xia spoke up. If Chen takes the first record, can we from the second batch share some of the glory? His voice was loud, immediately drawing displeasure from the first batch members present. Hey, what are you talking about? You second batch are our juniors. You should show the proper respect to your seniors, understand? A first batch member retorted, dissatisfied. Wu Qianing's record was 2 minutes and 57 seconds, and Chen hadn't even entered the final 30 seconds of high-intensity time yet. Celebrating with champagne was premature. Surrounded by criticism, Xiang Xia had to keep quiet, looking towards Chun Yin and Ding Zhuang, who shook their heads with wry smiles, disappointed by Xiang Xia's behavior. Just then, Zhu Yi in the front row suddenly exclaimed, He's broken it. Chen has broken Wu Qianing's record. Hearing this, Wu Qianing immediately stood on tiptoe, looking at the screen. Second place, Chen, quadrupled space-time gravity, time, 3 minutes. At this moment, the body technique training room was about to enter a 30-second rest period, with space-time gravity parameters adjusted to 4.5. Chen suddenly asked, Tianji, can you adjust the parameters directly to 6-fold space-time gravity for me? Upon hearing this, Tianji's CPU whirred into action. Moments later, Tianji's mechanical voice responded, 6. Outside the training room, a silence as profound as a pin drop. It was broken, really broken. Wu Qianing's record had been surpassed. Even the quadruple space-time gravity was overcome. What kind of monster is this guy? The members of the first cohort murmured bitterly. Just moments ago, many had tried to use Wu Qianing's record to block Chen, to preserve the pride of the first cohort. However, the tables turned too quickly, leaving many with expressions caught between shock and embarrassment, creating a rather dramatic scene. But no one was more embarrassed than Wu Qianing. Both she and Chen came from the Jiangnan province's independent martial arts exams. Although she was just an average student at the Magic Capital Martial University, she was older and had joined the camp over a month before Chen. Yet, despite having every advantage, Wu Qianing was overtaken by Chen. How could she not feel embarrassed? Could the special recruits from the Imperial Capital Martial University really be this formidable? At this moment, Si Han was staring at the screen displaying Chen's record, deep in thought. Chai Guang, observing Si Han's expression, noticed that her attention was completely captivated by Chen. Chai Guang silently cheered, thinking, good lad, truly deserving of the special privileges I applied for. He hoped Chen's performance would keep Si Han's attention, so his own laziness in the lounge might be overlooked. While Chai Guang was contemplating this, Si Han suddenly asked, Instructor Chai, you previously applied for special permissions for Chen. As far as I know, didn't Chen almost empty the equipment room of swords a few days ago? Chai Guang's face stiffened, thinking, oh no, why is she bringing this up? Could she be planning to trouble Chen? He quickly said, ha ha, empty might be overstating it. Chen only took grade swords, he didn't touch the A-grade ones. He knows A-grade swords are valuable. The kid has some sense. Si Han smiled and said, it's not that he didn't want them, but rather he didn't have the clearance, right? Chai Guang's face changed again. Si Han waved her hand and continued, no worries, find an opportunity later to upgrade his clearance. Let him have access to A-grade swords too. Chai Guang was shocked, disbelief slowly creeping across his face as he asked, Lieutenant C2, did you just say to grant Chen access to A-grade weapons? At this point, the head of the inspection team interjected, Lieutenant C2, isn't this a bit against the rules? Chen is excellent, but he hasn't earned any battle merits. If we upgrade his clearance so easily, isn't it a bit too fast? Si Han firmly replied, for exceptional talents, we should not be constrained by convention. This is my decision, and if any issues arise, I'll take responsibility. Her words caused a stir in the room. The most shocked were, of course, the first cohort members. Chen actually had access to the equipment room. Was it Instructor Chai who applied for special treatment for him? This was a privilege even the first cohort members didn't have. At this moment, everyone turned to look at their instructor Anna, whose face turned a deep shade of embarrassed red under their heated gazes. She cast a reproachful glance at Chai Guang and murmured, why did you bring this up? Doesn't it make it seem like you're the only one advocating for your team, while I've done nothing? Chai Guang spread his hands helplessly, looking puzzled. What does it have to do with me? It was Lieutenant C2 who brought it up. Anna felt a tinge of bitterness. Although she wanted to secure some special benefits for the first batch of members, she couldn't find a suitable reason. What about Chen's situation? In the camp assessment, his contribution was nearly 90. In the body conditioning project, his physical release level even soared to 71. Not to mention, he's also a reservist martial artist with the Jiangnan Province Military Department, practically brimming with buffs. That's why Chai Guang felt justified in seeking special treatment for Chen. There were other outstanding members in the first batch, like Wang Yidu and Wu Qianing, but compared to Chen, they seemed rather ordinary. Although Chen hadn't yet broken Wang Yidu's record, it was only a matter of time. Even if he couldn't break it today, with a few days of training, Chen was sure to set a new record. Anna had no doubt about it. Though others didn't say it out loud, they felt the same as Anna. As everyone pondered silently, Chen's record suddenly changed on the screen. Hu Xian and Zhu Yi in the front row stared at the screen in disbelief, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Ah, what? The two exclaimed in unison. It wasn't for any other reason, but because the space-time gravity parameter behind Chen's record had jumped directly from 4 to 6. Nearby, Chaogan immediately noticed this change. Whoa, 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 he kept repeating, unable to say anything else. Those in the back who couldn't see the screen called out. What happened? Don't just say whoa. Explain. Finally, C2 Han spoke up, murmuring, 6 times? Chen is directly challenging 6 times the space-time gravity parameter. Boom. C2 Han's words shocked everyone present. What? 6 times? Didn't he just pass 4 times space-time gravity? Shouldn't he be challenging 4.5 times next? Chai Guang and Anna were also stunned. 6 times the space-time gravity parameter? Even if they went up themselves, it would be a bit much. C2 Han suppressed his internal shock and, after calming down slightly, analyzed, it must have been Chen who requested Tianji to do this. Chai Guang immediately responded, Lieutenant C2. This is unreasonable. Tianji shouldn't agree to such a reckless request. Jumping from 4 times space-time gravity to 6 times could be life-threatening. Lieutenant C2, I request to immediately stop the training in the body skill room. Chai Guang was anxious, worried that Chen's recklessness might harm his body, making it not worth the risk. At this moment, someone quietly asked, hey, what happens if the body can't withstand the space-time gravity parameter? I've heard that it causes bleeding from the 7 orifices, the internal organs get crushed and rupture, you could die. Whoa, that's terrifying. Don't scare me. Is the body skill room really that dangerous? I'm afraid to go in now. Listening to the discussions, C2 Han remained silent for a moment before saying, Tianji's judgment has never been wrong. Everyone, don't panic, let's observe first. Hearing this, Chai Guang, though anxious, didn't dare to go against C2 Han. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, time is moving. The rest period is over. Chen is officially challenging the 6 times space-time gravity parameter. Instantly, everyone outside the training room fell silent. Chen's record had everyone's attention, and countless eyes were fixed on the screen, hearts in their throats. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Someone silently counted the seconds for Chen. Chai Guang anxiously watched the screen, worrying about Chen's body. However, as time passed, Chai Guang's worry gradually turned into shock, because Chen's record kept updating, and there was no distress alarm sounding in the body skill room, indicating that Chen's physical condition was perfectly normal. Because of this, Chai Guang felt like a fool for having blamed Chen for being reckless earlier. At that moment, the top record holder on the screen had changed to Chen. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Outside the training room, everyone was fixated on Chen's new record, falling into a collective silence. Especially for Situan, whose expression of astonishment was impossible to conceal. On the screen, Chen's record continued to climb. Inside the training room, under the immense pressure of the space-time gravity, Chen's bones were continuously dislocating and relocating, as if undergoing a realignment process. The powerful gravity helped adjust and optimize his skeletal structure, eventually reaching an optimal state. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chen finally exhaled deeply, thinking to himself that he was nearing his limit. The consumption of energy from the Qingfeng steps was already immense, and combined with the effects of the special space-time gravity, the overall drain was overwhelming. By the end of the training, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Outside, everyone watched in disbelief at Chen's new record 8 times the space-time gravity parameter, which was simply incredible. The members of the first batch were utterly stunned. Boom! At that moment, the alloy doors of the movement training room swung open. A tall, robust figure slowly emerged. It was Chen. As soon as he stepped out, he was taken aback by the crowd gathered outside, wondering why there were so many people. The first batch members stared at Chen, swallowing hard, thinking to themselves, so, this is Chen? Wow, he's quite handsome. At that moment, Situan was intently watching Yun Chun, keenly noticing something unusual about him. She quickly realized that a faint black electrical current enveloped his body surface. Was this a sign of body liberation? Situan was secretly amazed. When body liberation exceeds 90, a weak electric current layer forms on the surface, creating a special magnetic field that can both enhance a warrior's attack power and reduce the damage taken. She shook her head, pondering. No, how is that possible? How could he have increased his body liberation to over 90 in such a short time? Just then, Situan's waist suddenly vibrated with a message from the military. She suppressed her surprise at Yunshun and turned to Chai Guang, saying, "Have him come to the command room to see me tomorrow." With that, Situan turned and left. After Yunshun exited the training room, a girl approached him hesitantly, saying, "Hi Yunshun, I'm Zhui. Can we get to know each other?" Yunshun replied, "Oh," and then exchanged contact information with Zhui. "I'm from the first batch, and you," Zhui began. But Yunshun smiled slightly, tugging at his collar, and said, "Why don't we chat on WeChat later? I really need to shower and change into clean clothes right now." Zhui blushed and nodded, saying, "Sure, let's chat on WeChat." Yunshun gave a slightly weary smile, and then walked away from the movement training room. The crowd instinctively made way for him. As he passed Wu Qianing, she suddenly called out, "Wait, wait." Yunshun turned to look at Wu Qianing and asked, "Do you need something?" Wu Qianing's body stiffened slightly, and though words were on the tip of her tongue, she couldn't find a way to express them. She could only shake her head awkwardly and whisper, "No, no problem. Sorry." Yunshun pursed his lips and walked away. From the edge of the crowd, Chai Guang discreetly gave Yunshun a thumbs up. Yunshun smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Chai Guang felt grateful and relieved for Yunshun's help, as it temporarily distracted Sidu Han from causing him trouble. Meanwhile, Chun Yin and the others watched Yun Chen's departing figure with awe and envy in their eyes. Back at the dormitory, Yun Chun took a quick shower, tossed his clothes into the washing machine, and then collapsed onto his bed. Phew, what a tiring day. In the agility training room, he had pushed himself to train under 8 times the gravity parameter. Although he hadn't felt much in the training room, the fatigue hit him like a wave once he lay down. Despite this, his progress was evident. He had mastered the Blevel martial art, Qingfeng step, and advanced to the second level of the Brahma breathing technique. Additionally, Yunshun noticed some changes in his body. He raised his right hand and observed closely, discovering faint black lightning flickering between the patterns on the skin of his hand. These were clearly manifestations of his own power. Although he had a few passive martial skills that enhanced his physical attributes, such as the A-level technique Dragon Tendons and Tiger Bones, and the B-level technique Explosive Power, the source of this black lightning was his own strength. Yun Chun decided to find a time to measure his physical liberation degree and then drifted into a deep sleep. In the dead of night, at the military command center of the East Sea War Zone, Sidu Han sat at the head of a round table, surrounded by officers from the East Sea War Zone. The chief of staff pressed a button, projecting a massive screen into the air, displaying an image of a ferocious demon wreaking havoc. The demon stood about 1.5 meters tall, covered in blue-purple, metallic-looking scales, with a protruding mouth and sharp fangs. Situ Han frowned and asked, "Is this demon confirmed to be a new species?" The chief of staff nodded, replying, "Tianji has repeatedly checked the database and found no information on this demon. Moreover, it exhibits cannibalistic tendencies and is extremely dangerous." Situ Han's frown deepened, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Upload the footage to the Grand Siam military database, notify the Grand Siam military department, and arrange for experts to study it. Also, inform the frontline combat units to intensify their search efforts. It must not be allowed to enter residential areas." With that, he stood up and headed to the combat front. The night was deep, and moonlight bathed the towering coastal rocks. A massive shadow stood atop the rocks, with sharp spikes like steel thorns protruding from its back and abdomen, reminiscent of thorns on a rose. Suddenly, the shadow stood tall, spreading its slender arms wide as intense golden light radiated from its body. The once calm sea surface became turbulent and violent, with waves surging and crashing. Soon, countless sea demons emerged from the waves, slowly making their way toward the shore. The shadow, observing its handiwork, emitted a strange, magnetic voice. At that moment, Yin Chun was lost in a dream when he was abruptly awakened by a blinding light. He quickly got up to find flames blazing outside the dormitory. What on earth is happening? Just then, the voice of Tianji echoed through the dormitory building. "Warning! Warning! The East Sea War Zone is under enemy attack. All combat personnel, please prepare for battle immediately. Warning! Warning!" Yin Chun was startled awake by a warning sound, and suddenly there was a rapid knocking at the door. He quickly opened it to find Gu Wanwan standing there with a look of urgency. She hurriedly said, "Yin Chun, the war zone has been attacked. Everyone is evacuating to the shelter. We need to go now." Yun Chun glanced at the flames outside the building and, without further thought, was pulled along by Gu Wanwan to head downstairs to the shelter. Downstairs, an armored transport vehicle was waiting. Besides Yunshun and Gu Wanwan, other members from their group were already inside. The two of them quickly jumped into the vehicle, and with the roar of the engine, it sped towards the safe zone. A stifling silence filled the vehicle as the group members showed fear and tension, their fists unconsciously clenched. Gu Wanwan couldn't help but complain to Yunshun. "You sleep like a log. I knocked for ages to wake you up." Yunshun gave an embarrassed smile and turned to look out the window. Outside, several other armored vehicles were speeding down the road alongside theirs. Yunshun then asked, "Where's Instructor Chai Guang?" Just as he finished speaking, a screen dropped down from above the seats, displaying Chai Guang. His appearance caused an exclamation among the group. Chai Guang had minor injuries on his face, and his clothes were stained with someone else's blood. Seeing everyone, his first question was, "Are there any casualties among our group?" Gu Wanwan quickly replied, "No, Instructor Chai. All 40 of us are here." The worry and anxiety on Chai Guang's face finally eased a little. At that moment, someone couldn't resist asking, "Instructor Chai, what exactly happened?" With a grave expression, Chai Guang explained, "Fierce demons attacked the Donghai war zone. The situation is still unclear, so for now, you members of the military training camp should head to the shelter and refrain from acting on your own." He then looked at Yunshun and said seriously, "Yunshun, if there's an emergency, I'll count on you." Everyone in the vehicle turned their gaze to Yunshun, who nodded and assured Chai Guang on the screen, "Don't worry, Instructor Chai." Chai Guang smiled with relief and hung up the call. Chai Guang took a deep breath and pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and taking a long drag. He offered it to Anna beside him, but she shook her head and said calmly, "Be careful, the second wave of attack might come soon." At this point, Chai Guang held a long sword while Anna wielded a long spear. They stood at the edge of the Donghai war zone, facing a dark, desolate area. In the darkness, pairs of eyes glowing red began to emerge, causing Chai Guang, Anna, and the other military fighters from the Donghai war zone to tense up, ready to confront the threat. With a serious expression, Chai Guang remarked, "Anna, if we lose this position, the shelter will lose its last line of defense." Anna responded with a serene smile, "Chai Guang, do you remember the last rule of the instructor's code?" Upon hearing this, warmth filled Chai Guang's heart, and together they recited, "As instructors of Xiao, we must be willing to die before any training camp member does." Meanwhile, the armored transport vehicle continued to speed along. Suddenly, the vehicle shook violently, prompting everyone inside to shout in alarm, "What happened?" Yunshin quickly stood up, walked to the front of the carriage, and inquired about the situation in the cockpit. Inside, the two pilots looked terrified, pointing ahead. Through the windshield, Yunshin saw 3 gigantic, ferocious demons blocking the road. Their skin was a bluish purple, standing about 3 to 4 meters tall, similar to the demons encountered during the camp assessment, but significantly larger. The cultivation of the abyssal fish demon was as high as 180. But what on earth were these creatures? The members of the second batch inside the vehicle also noticed the abyssal fish demons, and cries of fear erupted. The 3 demons completely blocked the road ahead. The leading abyssal fish demon suddenly charged toward the armored transport vehicle carrying the second batch members. Ah! Some people inside screamed in terror. Just then, an armored vehicle suddenly blocked their path. A dozen young men and women emerged from the vehicle. It was the first batch of members. Someone inside the vehicle exclaimed. On the road, the first batch members brandished their weapons, ready to protect the second batch. The abyssal fish demons glared at them, their eyes flashing with menace. Roar! The 3 demons' arms bulged as streams of water emerged from their bodies, converging in their hands to form a large, rapidly spinning water sphere. The sphere spun quickly, with droplets flying off and striking the road, instantly creating small cracks. The few first batch members standing at the front looked serious, swallowing hard, their hands trembling slightly. To say they weren't afraid would be a lie. But at this crucial moment, as seniors who had been in the camp for over a month longer than the second batch, they forced themselves to display courage and resolve. At this moment, a female member from the first batch muttered an incantation, and streams of water appeared from nowhere at her feet. She was Wu Qianing. The water streams grew continuously, and as Wu Qianing raised her hand, they condensed into dozens of bullet-shaped droplets. With a swift motion of her hand, the droplets shot out, targeting the 3 abyssal fish demons. This was the A-level martial technique, water technique, first form, bullet rain. 2 of the demons reacted quickly, dodging out of the way, but the third one, with its vision obstructed, couldn't evade in time. Splat! Splat! The droplets pierced the demon's body, and blue-green blood spurted from the wounds. The remaining droplets changed direction, pursuing the other 2 demons. Wu Qianing is really strong. The second batch members applauded. However, the 2 demons suddenly accelerated, blue steam emanating from their bodies as they tried to shake off the droplets, with Wu Qianing controlling them in relentless pursuit. But her face was gradually turning pale. For her current level, The water technique was still too draining. At this point, the other first batch members roared in anger, picking up their weapons and launching an attack on the two demons. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Bang! A demon was crushed by the figure, and amidst the blue mist of blood, the figure slowly emerged. The members of the first group stared in growing terror at the figure before them. It was a fearsome creature they had never encountered before, standing about 1.5 meters tall, humanoid in shape, and covered head to toe in blue-purple scales with a metallic sheen. Its head was topped with short black hair, and beneath it, eyes that gleamed with an unusual light, distinctly different from the other creatures they had faced. The scaled creature glanced at both the first and second group members inside the armored transport vehicle, remained silent for a moment, and then its mouth twisted into a chilling grin. In the next instant, it vanished from sight. Suddenly, it reappeared behind Wu Qianning with astonishing speed. Before Wu Qianning could react, the creature kicked them, sending them flying across the ground for several meters, leaving them unconscious. Save Qianning! The first group members shouted angrily, grabbing their weapons without hesitation and charging at the scaled creature. The creature watched them approach, its mouth twisting into another unnatural smile, and then it disappeared again. With a series of loud thuds, the first group members were knocked away one by one. Inside the vehicle, the second group members looked on in horror, some whispering in despair, "It's over." At this moment, Chao Gan from the first group stood gripping a long blade, his gaze fixed determinately on the scaled creature, though his hands trembled. "Don't back down, don't back down." Chao Gan kept repeating to himself, giving himself a mental boost. As the third-ranked member of the first group, if he retreated, who else would stand up for everyone? Against such a creature, the human warriors could not afford to back down. The scaled creature seemed to study Chao Gan with interest, as if observing a small animal. With a furious shout, Chao Gan charged at the creature. The creature's mouth twisted into a sinister grin as it swung a hand toward Chao Gan. But at that very moment, there was a sudden sound, and the creature shuddered. Its eyes filled with surprise as it slowly looked down at its left chest. A long sword had pierced through it. The scaly demon incredulously turned its head, its gaze locking onto the figure in white approaching slowly. Its eyes darted rapidly, filled with confusion. Where did this sword attack come from? It hadn't noticed it at all. Power level, 409. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the space beside him, a great longsword flew into his hand. The scaly demon shuddered, sensing the powerful sword intent emanating from Chen, followed by a wave of helplessness sweeping over its body. It stared at Chen in disbelief once more. The previous look of ease and toying with its prey had vanished, replaced by deep apprehension and an angry sense of humiliation. At this moment, Chao Gan, holding a knife, looked back at Chen and urgently said, "Chen, be careful. This creature's power is terrifying." Chen responded calmly and swiftly, "You're Chao Gan, right? Please hurry and get all the injured onto the transport vehicle, close the doors, and don't come out unless I signal." Chao Gan was taken aback, then anxiously said, "How can this be? How can we let you face this monster alone?" Previously, in the agility training room, Chao Gan had some reservations about Chen, believing that as a Phase 2 member, Chen should be weaker than him, who ranked third among Phase 1 members. But Chen's performance had completely convinced him. It was an overwhelming show of raw power. Chao Gan knew that Chen's future was limitless, and he couldn't just stand by and watch him walk into danger. "We have a chance if we fight together," Chao Gan said to Chen. Chen frowned and shook his head, his tone cold and irrefutable. "Do as I say. Don't make me repeat myself." Chao Gan's expression froze. Though reluctant, he understood that Chen's decision was a necessity in this emergency. He glanced at the injured on the ground, especially the unconscious Wu Qianning in the distance, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Hang in there." With that, Chao Gan hurried towards Wu Qianning, and the other Phase 1 members also disengaged from their combat stances and rushed to the fallen injured. Meanwhile, inside the Phase 2 transport vehicle, Chunyan leaned against the window, exclaiming, "What is Chen doing? Is he covering the Phase 1 members' retreat?" Hearing this, everyone in the vehicle was thrown into chaos. Gu Wanwan, filled with fear, stood up quickly. "How? How can this be? He's alone." Earlier, when Chen got off the vehicle, Gu Wanwan wanted to stop him but was unable to. Even the usually calm Ding Zhuang showed panic on his face. What is Chen thinking? Even if he's stronger than Phase 1, the terror of that demon. It's too dangerous. "No, I have to go down and help him." Gu Wanwan picked up her weapon, ready to get off. At that moment, Xiang Xia pulled Gu Wanwan back. "Are you crazy?" Even Wu Qianning from Phase 1 couldn't handle it. Gu Wanwan shouted angrily into the car. "Going out there is like sending yourself to your death. What do we do then? Just watch Chen die?" The car fell into a dead silence. Xiang Xia, with a conflicted expression, slowly said, "Now, we can only trust him, right? After spending so many days together, we all know that Chen isn't reckless. If he's doing this, he must have a plan. If we act rashly, we'll only interfere with him. Meanwhile, a few members from the first group helped the injured back into the car. Chao Gan was supporting Wu Qianing, rushing towards the transport vehicle. Just then, the scaly demon roared angrily and charged straight at Chao Gan and Wu Qianing. Did I tell you to move? Yun Chun shouted in fury, and suddenly, hundreds of fluctuating circular spaces appeared behind him. The second group members were stunned by this sight. What? What kind of martial skill is this? Hundreds of flying swords appeared out of thin air, attacking the scaly demon. The demon roared, its arm scales glowing brightly as it swung its arms, trying to catch the swords. Despite knocking down many swords with crackling sounds, its chest was still pierced by over a dozen swords. Enduring the intense pain, it spewed a mist of blood from its mouth, forcing the swords out of its body. By this time, Chao Gan had already returned with Wu Qianing, hesitating briefly as he passed Yun Chun. Yun Chun, looking slightly pale, shouted, "Go." Chao Gan was startled but immediately took Wu Qianing back to the car without hesitation. Yun Chun had exhausted himself by releasing hundreds of flying swords. He steadied his breathing and began using the Brahma breathing technique. Meanwhile, the scaly demon wasn't as fortunate. Yun Chun took a deep breath and slowly raised the sword in his right hand. Boom! Instantly, numerous spaces surged around the scaly demon. Feeling terrified, the demon stomped the ground and charged towards the nearby deep abyss fish demon. Before the fish demon could react, its head was knocked off by the scaly demon. Carrying the deep abyss fish demon on its back, the scaly demon desperately fled into the distance. Countless flying swords burst from the swirling spaces, aiming directly at the scaly demon. The swords pierced the fish demon, releasing a thick mist of blood. As the blood mist dissipated, the scaly demon had vanished. Inside the car, the second group members were silent for a moment. Then someone murmured in a hoarse voice, Did we win? Did we beat it?" Everything had happened so unrealistically. Everyone had expected at least a bloody battle, but the scaly demon couldn't even get close to Yun Chun, enduring 2 waves of attacks before fleeing heavily injured. As they looked at the white-clad figure outside the window, the lingering fear slowly gave way to the joy of survival, leaving their expressions shifting between relief and disbelief. At this moment, Gu Wanwan was gazing out the car window at Yun Chen's back, her eyes slightly trembling. Xiang Xia couldn't help but speak up. Has Yun Chen become this powerful? Once regarded as a genius in the training camp, Yun Chen's abilities were now recognized as far surpassing the camp's level, a gap in strength that was all too clear. Inside the vehicle carrying the first group of members, Chao Gan stared intently at Yun Chen outside, his face filled with shock. He hadn't expected Yun Chen to single-handedly drive off the scaled demon. Having faced this formidable creature himself, Chao Gan knew it was beyond what members of the training camp could handle, completely overpowering him. Yet Yun Chen emerged unscathed, prompting Chao Gan to swallow hard and mutter, "Why did Yun Chen even join the training camp?" Other members of the first group watched Yun Chen's back, his post-battle aura commanding respect and a hint of fear in their eyes. After ensuring there were no more enemies around, Yun Chen approached the transport vehicle of the first group. Chao Gan quickly opened the door, warmly inviting Yun Chen in. "How are the injured?" Yun Chen asked with concern. Chao Gan replied, "Only a few are unconscious, but fortunately, there's no threat to their lives. It's a small mercy." Yun Chen nodded, his gaze suddenly landing on a slightly plump figure trembling in the corner of the vehicle. It was Edu. Chao Gan whispered. "Do you remember him, Yun Chen? Ever since his girlfriend left him, he's been neglecting himself, glued to his phone, idolizing martial artists, and has even given up training." Upon hearing this, Yun Chen shook his head and simply said, "Let's not dwell on that. We need to head to the shelter quickly while there are no new enemies." With the roar of the engine, the transport vehicle, loaded with military training camp members, sped towards the shelter. Several armored transport vehicles pulled up in front of a massive steel fortress 10 minutes later. This fortress was a shelter built by the East Sea War Zone for emergency situations. As members of the first and second groups of the training camp got off the vehicles, the steel alloy gates of the shelter slowly opened with a rumble, and several military martial artists emerged. "Are you from the training camp? Quick, come inside," they urged, escorting the members swiftly into the shelter. Once inside, military medical martial artists took the unconscious injured, including Wu Qianing, for treatment. A middle-aged martial artist emerged from the shelter's hall. He was the person in charge, named Fong Hong. "Officer Fong, what exactly happened with this attack?" everyone asked. Fong Hong sighed helplessly. "The attack was too sudden. The enemy clearly targeted our weak points, striking with organization and purpose." At this point, Chao Gan asked, "Where's Lieutenant Situ?" Fong Hong shook his head, speaking gravely. "Lieutenant Situ is still fighting on the Eastern Front. The enemy is clearly well prepared this time, targeting our vulnerable rear. They've seized the opportunity with Lieutenant Situ's absence." Yun Chen interjected calmly. "There's a traitor." The room erupted in shock. Someone urgently asked, "Yun Chen, why do you say that?" Yun Shun explained calmly. The deployment of the East Sea War Zone's internal facilities is confidential. The devilish creature's attack indicates they have knowledge of our internal structure, allowing them to breach our defenses so easily. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. The idea of a traitor within the war zone was hard to accept. But as Yun Shin pointed out, without knowledge of the internal structure, the enemy couldn't have invaded so swiftly. A voice, slightly trembling, spoke up. How could the devilish creatures possess such intelligence and organization? It doesn't make sense. To the members of the training camp, these creatures were supposed to be low in intelligence and highly aggressive. Chaogan shook his head and continued. That scaled devilish creature. It seemed to have a certain level of intelligence and awareness. Remembering the creature's eyes, Chaogan shivered. Gu Wanwan placed her hand gently on Yun Chen's, speaking softly. If it weren't for you, we'd all be in trouble. Yun Chen smiled faintly, saying nothing. Fong Hong looked at Yun Shan with a hint of surprise, asking, could you be the famous Edu from the first group? Fong Hong, having been in the war zone for over a month, had heard of some prodigies. Chaogan corrected. No, Instructor Fong. He's Yun Shun from the second group. The second group? Fong Hong was even more surprised. From their conversation, he gathered that this young man in white seemed to have saved everyone. But all by himself? And from the second group? Fong Hong found it hard to believe, thinking to himself that the second group had just arrived in the war zone less than a week ago. He whispered to someone nearby. Do we still have the dashcam footage? Pull it up for me to see. Soon, the footage from the armored transport's dashcam was uploaded to Fong Hong's device. As the video played, his expression grew increasingly shocked. He repeatedly glanced from the footage to Yun Chun, full of disbelief. When Fong Hong saw Yun Chun using the 10,000 swords treasury, he couldn't hold back, exclaiming, a swordsmanship warrior? What kind of martial skill is this? It looks like it must be class. At that moment, Yun Chun spoke up. Officer Fong. Fong Hong straightened up instinctively, asking, well, what is it? Yun Chun inquired. Can you contact Instructor Chai Guang and Instructor Anna? Fong Hong's face turned serious as he replied. Actually, 10 minutes ago, we lost contact with the front line. The signal from the shelter is fine. It's the front line that's gone silent. Everyone fell silent again, their faces heavy with concern. The loss of contact with the front line was clearly bad news, even for those who had never been to the battlefield. Fong Hong looked at them and tried to reassure. Students, don't worry too much. Our EC war zone still has strong backup forces. His words were meant to ease their anxiety. As the shelter's officer, Fong Hong's job was not to fight, but to protect the personnel within. As long as they were in this iron fortress of a shelter, he could ensure their safety. The rest was up to the frontline soldiers. Meanwhile, on the rear line of the East Sea war zone, Chai Guang held the severely injured and unconscious Anna, his own body covered in blood. He shakily pulled out a special cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, silently praying for the safety of those young men and women. Pale and trembling, Chai Guang managed to smile. With that kid Yunshin around, things should be fine. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of military warriors and abyss fish devils. Using his long sword for support, Chai Guang stood up, wary of the hundreds of approaching devilish creatures. He pointed his sword at the creatures in front of him and slowly said, sorry, passage ahead is forbidden. The deep-sea fish demons were intimidated by the powerful aura emanating from Chai Guang. Despite their overwhelming numbers, none dared to advance and face his initial fury. At that moment, a voice slowly emerged. Restricted area ahead? Huh. Chai Guang, you're overestimating yourself. The fish demons parted to reveal a man in a military uniform stepping forward. Chief of Staff. Chai Guang's heart tightened as he instantly grasped the truth. You've betrayed us, he said coldly, staring at Wang Lifu. Wang Lifu smiled slightly, seemingly indifferent. Where is Lieutenant Situ? Chai Guang asked in a low voice. Wang Lifu laughed. Chai Guang, you're about to die, and you're worried about that girl? You're a hopeless fool. He turned his gaze to Chai Guang, a cold smile playing on his lips. Chai Instructor, aren't you concerned about your trainees? How about you see who this is? As he finished speaking, a figure slowly emerged from behind Wang Lifu. It was Song Li. Chai Guang was stunned. Song Li, Wang Lifu laughed heartily. You were an outstanding member of the military training camp, weren't you? If I recall correctly, your instructor was Chai Guang, right? Song Li remained silent. Wang Lifu's smile turned cruel. At this point, why don't you personally send your instructor Chai off? Kill him, and I'll recommend you to join the 12 Flower God Society. Song Li glanced at Chai Guang with a mix of reluctance and pity, then said softly, I'm sorry, instructor. He slowly clenched his right fist, inner strength emanating from it. Seeing this, Chai Guang's expression grew serious. Song Li, are you really going to be a traitor? Have you forgotten the Federation's training and kindness to you? A trace of hesitation appeared on Song Li's face. Wang Lifu quickly interjected. Song Li, don't be fooled by his sweet talk. What training, what kindness? The entire Federation is just a toy controlled by a few powerful families. No matter how excellent you are, you'll always be oppressed by these aristocratic families. Your resources will never match those of their idle sons. Now is your chance to take control of your destiny. Kill him. Song Li exhaled deeply, his expression no longer confused. Looking at Chai Guang, he whispered, "Goodbye, instructor." He gathered all his strength and struck at Chai Guang with a punch, the density of his cultivation so high it warped the surrounding space. Chai Guang's eyes narrowed as he quickly raised his knife to block. Wang Lifu's eyes flickered with cruelty, thinking to himself, a severely injured Chai Guang can't possibly withstand this punch. With a clang, Song Li's punch sent Chai Guang's long knife flying, followed by another punch aimed at Chai Guang's temple. Die! Song Li's eyes were filled with ferocity. Seeing Song Li's familiar yet unfamiliar face, Chai Guang felt a sudden wave of desolation and let his arms drop, giving up resistance. Thud! However, in the next second, Song Li's body was suddenly blasted away by a force. Ding! A long sword pierced directly into Song Li's chest, pinning him to a distant rock. Wang Lifu's eyes widened in terror at the sight. A swordsman in white landed calmly and fearlessly in front of Chai Guang. Yin Chen. Chai Guang stared in shock at the familiar figure before him, his voice trembling as he called out the name. Song Li gripped the sword's hilt with both hands, desperately trying to pull it out of his body. Blood gushed from his chest like a fountain, the sword strike having hit vital organs. Song Li knew that once his organs were damaged, his martial arts training would be utterly ruined. Rage surged through him like a tide, and he roared, "Yin Chen!" He summoned all his strength to yank the sword out, preparing to fight Yin Chen to the death. Suddenly, Song Li's body convulsed, his eyes filled with terror. Another sword pierced through his throat, pinning him to the rock once more. Blood sprayed out as his body struggled briefly, his hands dropping limply as all strength left his pinned form. Song Li was dead. Yin Chen gently brushed his ear and said calmly, "So noisy, Instructor Song." Chai Guang stared at Yin Chen's back, utterly shocked. Two swords had taken down Song Li in an instant. Chai Guang knew Song Li's strength well. It was certainly more than just first tier, 2-star. But how had Yun Chen defeated him with just 2 strikes? At this moment, Wang Lifu's expression grew increasingly twisted with rage. "Kid, where did you come from?" he shouted. He then noticed the badge on Yun Chen's arm. Military training camp? Wang Lifu was thunderstruck. How could someone like this be in a military training camp? As the deputy chief of staff in the war zone, Wang Lifu had heard of the training camp. It was just a group of college students playing games. But how could a college student possess such strength? Wang Lifu stared at Yun Chen, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from him. Yun Chen raised his right hand, pointed at Wang Lifu, and coldly said, "You're next." Wang Lifu's eyes narrowed, anger flashing across his face. "Kid, don't get cocky. Everyone, attack and kill him." He pulled a button from his pocket and pressed it hard. A strange sound wave echoed, and hundreds of frenzied fish demons charged at Yun Chen with a roar. Seeing this, Chai Guang rushed towards Yun Chen to protect him. His own life was insignificant, but Yun Chen was a prodigy, a rising star. As long as Yun Chen survived, his potential was limitless. At that moment, Yun Chen extended his hand to stop Chai Guang, saying calmly, "Instructor Chai, leave the rest to me." As soon as he spoke, thousands of spatial ripples suddenly appeared in midair. Wang Lifu stood frozen, staring at the thousands of swirling circular spaces behind Yun Chen, overwhelmed by a sense of indescribable shock. In the next moment, thousands of long swords slowly emerged from the turbulent spaces. Yun Chen's aura was like that of a young, powerful tiger in its prime, dominating the surroundings with its presence. Compared to Chai Guang's previous aura, which resembled a wounded tiger, Yun Chen's presence was far more intimidating. However, the hundreds of deep abyss fish demons, influenced by a mysterious sound wave, had forgotten fear and abandoned their survival instincts as they charged madly at Yun Chen. With the ground trembling slightly beneath them, the fish demons launched their assault. Yun Chen raised his hand, and thousands of grade-long swords shot out with a whoosh. Each sword combined the attack effects of a grade weapon, Yun Chen's passive martial skills' explosive power, and the influence of the 10,000 sword treasury, causing the attack power to soar instantly to 12 to 16 times its normal strength. With a series of loud crashes, the front line of fish demons fell like wheat being cut down. Yun Chen took a deep breath, pulled out a qi and blood pill from his pocket, bit down hard, and his strength was largely restored. As the second wave of fish demons charged at him again, Yun Chen raised his hand once more, activating the 10,000 sword treasury again. Amidst the booming sounds, the ground was blasted into a deep pit, filled with the mangled remains of the fish demons. Wang Lifu watched all this, his body involuntarily stiffening, his fingers trembling slightly. He could never have imagined that a member of a military training camp would thwart his actions. At this moment, Yun Chen squinted at Wang Lifu. As the chief of staff of the East Sea War Zone, Wang Lifu rarely participated in combat, focusing more on strategy and policymaking. so his cultivation level was not particularly strong. Under the influence of the heaven and earth sword intent, his cultivation was only slightly higher than Yun Chen's. Wang Lifu unconsciously stepped back, trying to maintain his composure as he said, "Kid." Before he could finish, a long sword appeared at the back of his head, and with a flash of sword light, his head was severed, nearly causing him to retreat beyond the range of the 10,000 sword treasury. Yun Chen rubbed his shoulder, contemplating silently. At this moment, Chai Guang stared wide-eyed at Yun Chen, unable to take his eyes off him. The strength Yun Chen displayed in actual combat far surpassed what Chai Guang had witnessed during the assessment, leaving him in shock. Yun Chen walked over to Chai Guang, supporting him, and asked with concern, "Instructor Chai, are you all right?" Chai Guang forced a smile and replied, "I won't die." Yun Chen looked at the injured scattered everywhere and Anna lying unconscious beside Chai Guang, frowning as he said, "What about these wounded?" Chai Guang replied, "We've already sent a distress signal to the Great Eastern War Zone. They'll send help soon." The Great Eastern War Zone is responsible for all military operations in the eastern part of Xia. The Eastern Sea Theater is part of the Greater Eastern Theater. Yun Chen nodded and asked, "What about Lieutenant Situ? Any news?" Chai Guang shook his head, looking bitter. "It's strange, Lieutenant Situ hasn't returned yet. She should have received the message by now." At the front line of the Eastern Sea Theater, Situ Han stared at the fierce demon in front of her, swallowing involuntarily. This was a demon she had never seen before, about 1.7 meters tall, with a slender build and a voluptuous chest, resembling a female figure. However, what was nauseating was that the surface of this demon's skin was covered with things resembling the suckers on octopus tentacles. The female-like demon glared at Situ Han, a hint of ferocity flashing in its eyes. "Follow Tactic C, attack." Situ Han quickly issued the order, a few throwing knives appearing in her hand. Upon hearing the command, several adjutants immediately formed up and launched an attack on the female-like demon. Seconds later, Situ Han and her team had it surrounded. Whoosh! Situ Han aimed and instantly threw the knives. Due to interference from the adjutants behind it, the female-like demon couldn't react in time, and its collarbone was pierced by 2 knives. It let out an enraged roar and charged at Situ Han. "Form the formation!" Situ Han shouted, then joined hands with several adjutants, chanting incantations. Instantly, a beam of light connected them, and a massive formation symbol appeared on the ground, with several light walls rising to trap the female-like demon. After completing the formation, Situ Han breathed a sigh of relief, feeling exhausted. An adjutant quickly approached with concern. "Lieutenant, are you all right?" Situ Han shook her head, supporting herself on her knees, and said after a moment, "I'm fine. We need to deal with this demon quickly and take it back." She gazed at the trapped demon with a serious expression. Thankfully, she was skilled in both swordsmanship and formation techniques, or the casualties would have been greater. The original plan was to seal the front line and search for the scaly demon, but instead, they encountered this female-like demon. Moreover, there was no information about this demon in the database. The trapped demon continuously pounded the light walls of the formation with its hands, roaring in anger. Just as Situ Han and her team were about to deal with the demon, a dark shadow suddenly leapt from a distance. "Watch out!" Situ Han shouted, but an adjutant couldn't react in time and was disemboweled by the dark shadow. The group's eyes narrowed at it was the scaly demon they had been searching for. The scaly demon stood in front of the female-like demon, letting out a piercing roar. "Lieutenant Situ, this demon seems to be the one. Wait, it's injured?" Several adjutants stared in shock at the scaly demon. Situ Han observed the scaly demon, noticing that it was covered in sword wounds, with blood continuously flowing out. It was clear that it had suffered a fatal injury. It was only a persistent belief that had brought it here. At that moment, in the circle of light, the demon that resembled a woman showed an expression of terror and sorrow, desperately pounding on the light barrier and letting out hysterical screams. The scaled demon turned to glance at the light barrier, and a slow smile spread across its face. Sitohan felt a thunderous shock. It was an expression she couldn't describe, a hideous, terrifying demon with a mouth splitting open to reveal eerie white teeth. What should have been a grim and frightening scene strangely felt like a gentle smile, almost childlike. Then, the scaled demon's eyes suddenly became unfocused, as if losing its last thread of determination, and its body fell heavily to the ground, completely lifeless. Inside the light barrier, the woman-like demon's pupils shook, and she suddenly threw her head back, letting out a wail of anguish. In an instant, countless tentacles burst from her back, stabbing toward the light barrier as if to destroy it. An officer exclaimed in shock. The tentacles lashed at the light barrier with a speed beyond human perception, and cracks began to appear. Just as the light barrier was about to shatter, a counter effect manifested instantly. Thousands of light spikes pierced through the woman-like demon's body. Boom! The light barrier shattered, and she, pierced through with light spikes, slowly approached the fallen body of the scaled demon. She knelt down, cradling the scaled demon in her arms, gently rocking it. However, The dead-scaled demon gave no response. Murky black liquid slowly seeped from her eyes as she held the scaled demon, her body trembling slightly, and her head suddenly drooped, lifeless. Situhan and the others watched this scene, their eyes filled with shock. Was she crying just now? One officer asked incredulously. How is it possible? How could a demon cry? Another officer immediately retorted. Situhan was silent for a moment before speaking. Take these two bodies back. However, just as she finished speaking, a metallic, magnetic voice rang out from the sky. Oh no, sister. You can't have this. In an instant, a massive shadow descended from the sky. Boom. The shadow crashed heavily into the ground, and cracks spread for hundreds of meters. Situhan and the others watched as the silhouette emerged from the smoke, their expressions filled with shock and horror. It was a slightly bulky creature, about 3 meters tall, covered in spikes that resembled steel. Its two arms, if they could be called arms, looked like sharp blades. An officer's voice trembled as he said, "A new demon? Wow, Chen, you were incredible just now. What kind of martial arts was that? It was unbeatable. The enemy couldn't even get close to you." At that moment, the cheers of the people in the shelter echoed through Chen's earpiece. He turned to look at the drone behind him and said with a wry smile, "Officer Fong, you've seen the situation on the battlefield. It's unrealistic to wait for support from the Eastern Great War Zone for these wounded. You'd better send someone over quickly." Inside the shelter, Fong Hong nodded solemnly at the footage transmitted by the drone. "All right, Chen, I've already sent people on their way. You need to stay safe over there. If anything happens, I can't bear the responsibility." Chai Guang, wiping blood from his forehead, angrily addressed the drone. "Fong Hong, are you listening? You let Chen go out there alone. If anything happens to him, I'll take you down first." Fong Hong's face froze upon hearing this. "Chai Guang, you're still scolding me? If Chen hadn't arrived, you wouldn't even be alive. And you want to take me down? In the afterlife, perhaps." Meanwhile, the wounded in the shelter began to regain consciousness. Supported by Hu Xian and Zhu Yi, Wu Qianing walked into the hall. Concerned, they asked, "Qianing, are you all right?" Everyone chimed in. Wu Qianing smiled slightly. "It's nothing serious, just minor injuries." The Phase 2 members looked at her with gratitude, knowing she'd been hurt for their sake. Wu Qianing looked around and asked, "Where's Chen? He saved me, and I want to thank him." They pointed to the screen. She looked over and saw Chen standing in the center of the battlefield, sword in hand, dressed in white, exuding invincibility. Her heart tightened, and she quickly called out to the screen, "Chen?" On the other side, Chen heard Wu Qianing's voice in his earpiece. "Are your injuries better?" Her concern warmed his heart, and she nodded. "Just minor, a slight concussion." Chen replied with a wry smile. "That's not minor. Make sure you rest." Wu Qianing then said, Chen, Chen interrupted her. "Whatever you want to say, wait until I get back." Wu Qianing was momentarily speechless, then playfully chided. "Why are you tempting fate like that?" Chen laughed and said no more. In the hall, the Phase 1 members looked at Wu Qianing with some surprise. Known for her cold and glamorous demeanor, she was unexpectedly being playful with Chen. Wu Qianing was the dream girl of nearly all the guys in Phase 1. Chao Gan watched Chen on the screen, gritting his teeth with envy. Damn, that guy's living the dream. The other Phase 1 guys also cast envious, jealous looks at Chen, except for one. Chao Gan patted the dejected person next to him. "Edu, can you pull yourself together? So what if your girlfriend dumped you? It's not the end of the world." At that moment, Edu was holding her phone, her eyes glued to the screen where a vibrant young girl was energetically dancing, seemingly oblivious to Chao Gan's reprimands. Chao Gan was furious, while on the other side, Chen finally saw the armored vehicle from the shelter arrive. After escorting Chai Guang and the others onto the vehicle, Chen didn't board it himself. "Chen, what are you doing?" Chai Guang asked urgently, shocked to see Chen still standing outside the vehicle. Chen, with a serious expression, replied, "I have a feeling Lieutenant Sita might be in trouble too, and I need to go help her." Chai Guang retorted angrily, "Are you kidding me? The front line is even more dangerous. Do you have a death wish?" Chen smiled slightly and reassured him, "Don't worry, Instructor Chai. I know what I'm doing." He glanced at the time, 7:47 p.m. In 13 minutes, it would be time to calculate the cultivation points. Back in the shelter, Fong Hong listened to Chen's plan with a grave expression and said, "Chen, I absolutely disagree. I was already anxious letting you leave the shelter. There's no way I can let you go to the front line." Chen looked at the drone, resolute, and said, "There's an old saying that when a general is out in the field, he doesn't always follow orders from back home. Sorry, Commander Fong." Fong Hong's face stiffened, and he angrily ordered, "Have the drone follow him. Send a few more armored vehicles. Quickly." Watching Chen's figure grow distant, Chai Guang yelled from inside the vehicle, "Damn it! You reckless kid." Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his wound. The medical warrior beside him quickly said, "Instructor Chai, you must stay calm. Chai Guang looked helplessly at the distant silhouette of Yin Chun, silently praying. God, please protect that kid. Inside the shelter, everyone was taken aback by Yun Chen's plan, sitting up straight in surprise. What is Yun Chen doing? Is he really going to the front line? Is he out of his mind? Wu Qianning stood up and said to Fong Hong, Commander Fong, we can't let Yun Chen face danger alone. Fong Hong responded calmly. Everyone, calm down. I've already sent people after him. Yin Chun is just too headstrong. At that moment, from among the Phase 1 members, Chao Gan spoke up. I think we should have a little more faith in Yun Chun. He's not the type to throw his life away. As long as he can sneak into the front line, ordinary demons won't be able to do anything to him, right? Everyone looked at Chao Gan, their expressions slightly easing. He had a point. Hadn't hundreds of abyssal fish demons just been wiped out by Yun Chen's onslaught? Hu Xian, standing behind Chao Gan, poked him in the side and teased, Wow, Chao Gan. Why the sudden change in attitude towards Yin Chun? Weren't you upset about him breaking your record in the movement technique training room? Chao Gan replied helplessly. Upset my ass. He's gone to 8 times the space gravity level. We're not even on the same playing field anymore. Why would I be upset? Indeed, when the gap in strength is too great, even the desire to compete fades away. In the East Sea battle zone, on the front line, the bodies of several lieutenants were impaled by objects resembling steel spikes, pinned to the walls of the street's buildings with their arms spread out in a crucifix-like pose. At this moment, Situ Han's left hand was twisted into an unnatural position, her face smeared with blood, as she gasped for breath, staring at the terrifying creature in the distance. It absolutely cannot enter the war zone, or there will be more casualties. Despite being seriously injured, Situ Han maintained a fighting stance, extending her right hand as several throwing knives appeared silently. However, before she could make her next move, a steel spike suddenly flew towards her. Thud! The spike pierced through her shoulder, pinning her directly to an abandoned truck by the roadside. In an instant, the terrifying steel-spiked creature, from 100 meters away, appeared right in front of Situ Han. Despite its bulky and massive body, its speed was unimaginably fast. Wow, sister, your eyes are so beautiful. The creature brought its head close to Situ Han's face. Its head had no features, covered entirely by a steel mask. The creature's metallic voice sounded chilling. Sister, your eyes are quite rare, do you know that? You broke 2 of my toys, so you owe me 2 eyes, right? Situ Han looked at the creature and struggled to speak. What? What are you? The creature paused, then suddenly burst into a sinister laugh, swinging its blade-like arms as it said, What am I? Just like you humans say, I'm a demon. Situ Han's gaze was sharp as she questioned, A demon? How can it speak? The creature lowered its arms and slowly said with a metallic voice, Do you think only humans possess intelligence? Humans are such arrogant and selfish creatures. With that, the creature sighed and straightened up. Its nearly 4-meter-tall body, with a texture like steel, sent chills down one's spine. Forget it, I've changed my mind. Such beautiful eyes should be crushed to pieces to truly resemble a work of art. The creature extended its right hand towards Situ Han's head. Situ Han slowly closed her eyes, memories flashing through her mind. In the scene, she clung to a woman's arm, playfully saying, Sister Yang, I also want to become a Valkyrie of Daxia like you in the future, protecting the nation, driving away demons. Some boys nearby mocked, A Valkyrie? Situ stopped dreaming. However, the woman gently patted Situ Han's head, saying, Don't mind them. I believe our little Han can definitely do it. 2 tears suddenly slid down Situ Han's cheeks. Just as the creature was about to touch her, its massive body suddenly shuddered and quickly dodged to the side. Behind the creature's head, a spatial ripple abruptly appeared, but before the sword could emerge, the creature had already evaded. The creature turned to look at the other end of the street. A young man in white, raising his right hand, had already levitated hundreds of swords in the air, ready for battle. Situ Han looked at the young man, her eyes wide with shock. Yin Chen. She never imagined Yin Chen would appear here. The creature observed Yin Chen for a few seconds, then chuckled with its metallic voice. What a handsome young man, isn't he? Yin Chen gazed at the creature, his expression serious. In his mind, the system's voice echoed. Master, you should run. This guy is quite strong. Yin Chen looked at the severely injured Situ Han and said solemnly, If I don't act, she will surely die. Master, I admire your bravery, but this creature is far stronger than you. The situation is quite precarious. Yin Chen gripped his sword and inquired through his earpiece to the shelter. Officer Fong, you saw that, right? Inside the shelter, Fong Hong stared intently at the screen displaying the monster, his eyes trembling, and his heart filled with turmoil. Just from the footage, he could sense the terrifying power of the creature. He suppressed his panic and said, Yin Chen, the people from the Great Eastern War Zone are on their way, about 10 minutes away. Yin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. All right. In the shelter, the members of the military training camp watched the drone footage with bated breath. Wu Qian was fixated on Yin Chen's back in the video, her expression filled with fear. She had inadvertently mentioned earlier that Yun Chun was setting a death flag, and to her dismay, it seemed to come true. At that moment, she wished she could slap herself for her ill-timed words. Fang Hong continuously sent distress signals to the Great Eastern War Zone, including Yun Chen's coordinates, filled with anxiety. Although he had previously dispatched a few armored vehicles to support Yun Chen, it was futile. Sidu Han, the strongest force in the East Sea War Zone, was defenseless against the monster, and they could only hope for the top-tier forces from the Great Eastern War Zone to provide assistance. 10 minutes. That was the latest response Fang Hong received. But could Yun Chen really hold out for 10 minutes against such a monster? At the front lines of the East Sea War Zone, Yun Chen stood with his sword, eyeing the two steel spikes before him, feeling a tightening in his chest. If those spikes hit him, he would be gravely injured. At that moment, the monster in the distance looked at Yun Chen and remarked with a hint of surprise, "Oh, you're quite fast." Its voice had a metallic quality, with an oddly rising intonation at the end of each sentence. Yun Chen rubbed his ear and frowned. "Can you stop talking? Your voice is really unpleasant." The monster paused for a moment, its massive body slightly taken aback. Then, it suddenly vanished. In the next instant, the monster appeared behind Yun Chen. Whoosh! The monster swung its right arm, slicing through the air like a machete toward Yun Chen. Good timing. Yun Chen thought to himself. Having anticipated this move, he ducked in advance. Thud, thud, thud. Several long swords emerged from behind the monster, aiming directly at its head. Clang, clang. However, the monster's defense was terrifyingly strong. The great sword struck its head without leaving a scratch. Yun Chen quickly distanced himself from the monster, which turned its head, stretched its neck, and looked at Yun Chen with a hint of displeasure. You're the first to say my voice is unpleasant. I'm not happy about that. Yun Chen chuckled. Really? I guess you haven't heard much truth then? The monster let out an odd metallic laugh and replied, "You're quite amusing." As soon as it finished speaking, the monster spread its arms wide, with a playful tone. "I hope in a few seconds, you can still be this amusing." With that, the steel spikes on the monster's body shot out instantly. Dozens of steel spikes tore through the air, aiming directly at Yun Chen. Behind him, Situhang stood helplessly, with no escape. Inside the shelter, everyone witnessed this scene and cried out in shock. Yun Chen, Wu Qianing, and others instinctively rushed toward the screen. At this moment, Yun Chen steeled himself, and thousands of fluctuating circular spaces appeared in front of him, from which long swords whistled out. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of long swords collided with the dozens of steel spikes, compensating for their lack of quality with sheer quantity. A few seconds later, the swords and spikes fell to the ground. The monster looked at Yun Chen, its voice revealing rare astonishment. "Wow." It leaned slightly forward, seemingly surprised by Yun Chen's strength. "Impressive." Yun Chen chuckled. "Likewise." Just then, Situhang weakly called out, Yun Chen, run. Don't worry about me." Yun Chen scoffed. "Lieutenant, if you have the strength to talk nonsense, save it to heal your wounds." The monster suddenly stood upright, crossing its arms over its chest, sparks flying. "I kinda don't want to kill you now. A swordsman, hee hee, very interesting." It was already 8 a.m., and the morning sun's rays shone on the monster, reflecting dazzling light. "Ding, master, I've calculated your cultivation points at 72.3 and added them all to your main cultivation. Cultivation level, 401.243, 5.92120 level. First tier 3-star warrior. Good." Yun Chen silently praised the system. At that moment, the monster suddenly crouched and said to Yun Chen, "Come with me." The next second, the monster appeared right in front of Yun Chen. Inside the shelter, people gasped, "Ah!" The monster's face was inches from Yun Chen's, his breath fogging up its steel mask. Yun Chen gritted his teeth, and suddenly, a long sword appeared fiercely from the monster's left side. He poured almost all his cultivation into this strike. Life and death hung on this sword. The extra damage coefficient from the sword treasury triggered, adding 7 times the extra damage. Explosive force triggered. The original damage doubled. 9 times the damage. Over 4,000 cultivation. Can you withstand it? The sword, carrying black lightning, emerged with a fiery red blade emitting intense heat, distorting the surrounding space. Slash! The sword pierced through the air, the monster unable to react in time. Crack. With a colossal breaking sound, the sword pierced through the monster's head, sending it flying. The monster's body flipped several times in the air before being pinned to a building by the street. Inside the shelter, after a brief silence, cheers erupted suddenly. "Whoa! Awesome! We won! We won!" Chaogan jumped up from his chair, shouting excitedly. "That strike was incredible." Wu Qianing stared at Yun Chen on the screen in shock, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. Gu Wanwan was so overwhelmed that tears streamed down her face, and many girls in the crowd also shed tears. The tension that had been building up was finally released. A weight lifted off their hearts. At this moment, Fang Hong clenched his fists tightly, his lips trembling uncontrollably, as he thought in shock. One. However, Yun Chen in the scene appeared unusually serious. Suddenly, the monster's corpse twitched and, in a bizarre manner, slowly withdrew the long sword from its head, accompanied by a harsh scraping sound. Ouch! Ouch! That hurts. The monster shook the sword, surprisingly without a drop of blood flowing out. You really show no mercy, do you? The monster said coldly, looking at Yun Chen. From beneath its shattered steel mask, a pair of heterochromatic eyes were visible. The right one was blue, while the left emitted a faint golden glow. Inside the shelter, everyone's smiles froze instantly. Wu Qianing uttered just one word, her eyes narrowing to slits. In the scene, the monster had already advanced to Yun Chen's front, its right arm piercing through his chest like a long blade. Yun Chen! Wu Qianing's heart-wrenching scream echoed through the shelter. At that moment, a drone rushed towards the back of the monster's head at full speed, but with a slight lift of its hand, the monster sent a steel spike piercing through the drone, causing it to crash and the screen to go black. Yun Chen's consciousness began to blur, and he muttered to himself, "Damn, is this a hallucination before death?" Then he suddenly felt his lips touch something warm and moist, followed by something slippery, warm, and soft entering his mouth. What? Yun Chen felt something dry and hard slide down his throat and into his stomach. A faint voice whispered in his ear, "Now, you're mine, little toy. Dance with passion." The next second, black lightning enveloped Yun Chen's body, and countless black tendrils sprouted on his skin's surface, intertwining and encasing his muscles completely. He could feel his body being controlled by some force, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Ding! Master! Ding! Master! Wake up! The system kept calling out to Yun Chen's consciousness. Suddenly, his awareness snapped back. The street scene came back into view, with the monster lying in the ruins, its right arm brutally broken. Yun Chen regained his senses, looking at his hands. His right hand held a long sword, while his left gripped the monster's right arm. What shocked him even more was that his entire body was encased in a black substance, like armor clinging tightly to his skin, with black lightning faintly coursing over it. What is happening? I'm not entirely sure, but it seems that monster fed you something like a parasite. This thing tries to seize control of your body. It's really sinister. It took all my effort to wake you up, but we've turned misfortune into a blessing this time. Your body's liberation degree has reached 100. The true martial physique has fully awakened, and the true martial mode is activated. Yun Chen gazed at the pitch-black, peculiar suit enveloping him and wondered aloud. This seems like the effect of that parasite, but it seems to enhance my strength too. No matter, let's deal with that monster first. As the system's voice faded, the creature in the distant ruins stirred slightly. Be careful, master, it's not dead yet. The monster slowly stood up, though it made no sound. Its exposed two-colored eyes trembled slightly, betraying its inner unease. The monster pressed its left hand against its damaged right arm, and instantly, a new right arm grew out from its body. Seeing this, Yun Chen immediately tossed aside the severed monster arm he was holding. At this moment, the monster looked at Yun Chen with a hint of wariness in its eyes. Yun Chen's aura seemed to overshadow it. How could this be? The parasitic entity had entered his body, yet he wasn't obeying its commands. This completely overturned the monster's understanding. Moreover, Yun Chen didn't look like someone infected by the parasite, who should appear more grotesque and hideous. Instead, Yun Chen resembled a superhero from a tokusatsu film. The monster slowly spoke. Who are you, really? Then it sighed. Never mind. Regardless, I have to take you back. There are only a few of those parasites, and I can't let it go to waste. However, before it finished speaking, Yun Chen's figure suddenly appeared behind it. His speed was so fast that the monster couldn't even react. Boom, 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 boom. Several long swords materialized around Yun Chen, launching an attack on the back of the monster's head. Yun Chen raised his fists, striking fiercely at the monster's back. Boom. With all his might, he shattered the steel shell on the monster's back, sending it flying again. The monster crashed into a nearby building, causing the structure to collapse, burying it beneath the rubble. In the distance, Si-Tu Han was stunned by the scene. Her eyes widened to the extreme, and she even forgot the pain in her body, her hands unconsciously gripping the ground tightly. What is happening? Is that Yun Chen? The scene before her was beyond her comprehension. The handsome young man in white had vanished, replaced by a strange creature clad in black. Although Si-Tu Han found it hard to believe, she had witnessed Yun Chen's entire transformation process. More importantly, Yun Chen's strength after transforming was incredibly powerful. Even the steel monster was at a disadvantage. At this moment, the black suit on Yun Chen's hands began to slowly disintegrate. Yun Chen looked at his hands as the disintegration accelerated, spreading from his hands to his arms, then to his body, and finally to his face. In just a few seconds, the dark outer garment on Yun Chen completely disintegrated, instantly reverting to his white robe. However, the black lightning on his body remained. At this moment, no one noticed that the golden light in Yun Chen's eyes was rapidly fading, eventually returning to their usual black. This golden glow bore a striking resemblance to the golden eyes of the steel monster. The next second, a steel spike suddenly shot out from the rubble where the monster was buried, striking straight at Yun Chen's chest with a loud bang, sending him flying. Yun Chen! Sidu Han screamed in shock. From the ruins came a cold metallic voice. I told you. This would hurt, didn't I? Boom! Accompanied by flying debris, the steel monster leaped high from the ruins and landed heavily, causing the ground to crack instantly. Sidu Han's beautiful eyes were filled with terror and despair as she looked at Yun Chen, who had been hit by the steel spike. However, Yun Chen merely coughed twice and slowly said, almost choked. The monster looked at Yun Chen, the shock in its dual-colored eyes apparent. He's actually okay. The steel spike had been stopped less than a centimeter away from piercing Yun Chen's body by the black lightning on his skin. Sidu Han finally reacted, exclaiming, the true martial physique? She recalled that this phenomenon, surrounded by peculiar lightning, was a sign of a body liberation level exceeding 60. Some geniuses were even born with a body liberation level over 70. When the level reached 100, it would activate the true martial mode, characterized by lightning encircling the entire body. The monster now looked at Yun Chen with a completely different attitude from before. Why did I have to encounter a true martial here? And this guy's true martial physique is so strong, it can suppress me. The monster was inwardly annoyed, muttering irritably, so annoying, so annoying, so annoying. Initially, it had only targeted Yun Chen for his identity as a sword warrior, intending to control and capture him alive. Unexpectedly, the parasite was swallowed by Yun Chen, and he ended up being controlled instead. At this moment, the steel monster stood upright, staring at Yun Chen and said, if I can't take you alive, I'll take you back dead. However, before it could finish speaking, it suddenly sensed an overwhelming killing intent from above. The monster tried desperately to dodge backward, but a spear descended from the sky with an unstoppable force. Boom! The spear pierced straight through the steel monster, pinning it in place. Powerful shockwaves spread outward from the spear's center, causing all the buildings along the street to collapse instantly. A figure in a semi-ancient white dress descended gracefully from the sky, her posture elegant and captivating, complemented by the jade at her waist. Principal Yang. Yun Chen looked at the white silhouette in front of him in astonishment. It was none other than Yang Yuanyan. Situ Han's eyes trembled violently as she looked at Yang Yuanyan, exclaiming, Sister Yang? Yang Yuanyan turned to Yun Chen, her pretty face breaking into a radiant smile. Yun Chen, well done. No wonder you're the genius our Imperial Capital Martial University has set its sights on. Yun Chen asked in surprise, Principal Yang, how are you here? Yang Yuanyan walked straight towards the steel monster impaled by the spear, saying calmly, we'll talk about that later. She stopped beside the monster and spoke coldly. Finally caught you. However, she quickly realized something was wrong, noticing that the steel monster pierced by the spear was just an empty shell. Her jade fist clenched as anger appeared on her face. At this moment, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the sky. Several military martial artists jumped directly from the helicopter, landing beside Yang Yuanyan. She said angrily, it got away again. So annoying, so annoying, so annoying, so annoying. On the edge of the East Sea battle zone, a small, fragile figure was stumbling along, supporting herself against the wall, seemingly badly injured. The small figure was muttering, Yun Chen, Yun Chen, Yun Chen, as she gradually disappeared around the corner of the distant street. A few days later, at the Rehabilitation Center of the Eastern Theater of Operations, Yun Chen was leisurely strolling in the courtyard. Suddenly, a young nurse with a charming face and a shapely figure, dressed in a pure white uniform, came running up to him, out of breath. Yun Chen, how come you're out here on your own again? Yun Chen turned back with a smile and replied, Nurse Sun, I've already recovered. There's no need to worry about me. With her hands on her hips, Sun Fei scolded, nonsense. You exhausted yourself too much in the battle and injured your vital energy. How could you recover in just a few days? Let me tell you, at your age, you must take care of your body. If you end up with any after effects, your happiness for the rest of your life could be. Yun Chen couldn't help but cover his ears and interrupted. All right, Nurse Sun, I'll go back to the ward and lie down, okay? Hearing Yun Chen's words, a smile finally appeared on Sun Fei's pretty face. That's more like it. Be good and listen to your elder sister. She watched Yun Chen return to his ward before turning to leave. In the hallway, another young nurse approached and, seeing Sun Fei, smiled and asked, Hey, Sun Fei, did Yun Chen sneak out again? Sun Fei sighed with a wry smile. Yes, he did. I don't know where he gets the energy. He just can't sit still on the bed. The other nurse chuckled. Well, he's young and strong, full of energy. It's not surprising that he recovers quickly from minor injuries. Sun Fei shrugged helplessly. Even you say that. You should know that martial artists are most afraid of leaving hidden injuries. And Yunshun is so young, with shallow martial arts skills. Even a small injury, if not properly healed, could lead to lasting effects. The nurse blinked mischievously at Sun Fei. Sun Fei, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on Yunshun, would you? Sun Fei's cheeks turned crimson at the remark, and she hurriedly denied it. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just doing my job. The nurse teasingly poked Sun Fei's slender waist. Come on, be honest. You've been single all your life, and now that you have the chance, you should seize it. Sun Fei's face flushed even more, and she stammered. Stop talking nonsense. I'm working. In reality, the nurse's teasing touched upon a part of Sun Fei's feelings. A few days ago, when the Eastern Sea Theater was attacked, the military hospital of the Eastern Theater took in many wounded soldiers. Sun Fei, as a special nurse, was assigned to Yun Chen's ward, becoming his dedicated nurse. Within a day, word spread throughout the department about a handsome guy in the ward, and many young nurses tried to get closer to Sun Fei, hoping to switch wards. However, from the moment Sun Fei first laid eyes on Yun Chen, something stirred in her heart, and she refused the requests without hesitation. She wasn't sure what these feelings were. Perhaps it was possessiveness? At this moment, the nurse stared at Sun Fei's face for several seconds, suddenly pausing in surprise. Sun Fei, I was just joking. You're not seriously falling for him, are you? Sun Fei's face turned even redder, and she shook her head without saying a word. The nurse looked at her suspiciously, and after a few seconds, said, Xiao Fei, at your age, it's fine to have some fun with a young guy, but don't get too emotionally involved. At our age, we should be thinking about marriage and pursuing a stable life. Sun Fei and the nurse were discussing this, and Sun Fei believed they should find someone slightly older who is an official martial artist. They felt that someone like Yun Chen, who is young and not very strong, would have a tough future unless he had a privileged background. The nurse mentioned that a while ago, an official martial artist named Zhang Yuan had pursued Sun Fei. He was a first-tier, two-star martial artist, about 10 years older than Sun Fei, and already owned a house and a car in his hometown, with significant savings. Everyone in the department envied Sun Fei at the time, but she turned him down. Sun Fei seemed unfazed by this and shook her head, saying she didn't think Zhang Yuan was suitable. The nurse teased her, asking if Yin Shun was more suitable. She argued that good looks alone couldn't provide a living, and that they should be more practical. As they were talking, the elevator dinged, and a woman in a white dress pushed another woman in a wheelchair out. Sun Fei and the nurse immediately stood up when they saw Yang Yuanyin and Sidu Han. Yang Yuanyin asked if Yin Shun was in the ward, and Sun Fei replied that he was in room 09. Yang Yuanyin wheeled Sidu Han towards the room, and the nurse quietly marveled that Yang Yuanyin, the Valkyrie of Daxia, was so close to them. Sun Fei added that Yang Yuanyin had been appointed as the principal of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University this year, and might be promoted to the cabinet in the future. The nurse was curious why Yang Yuanyin was visiting Yin Shun and suggested they go take a look. Meanwhile, Yang Yuanyin had reached the door of room 09 and knocked. Inside, Yun Chen's voice invited them in. Yin Shun was lying on the hospital bed, munching on an apple Sun Fei had peeled for him. He sat up in surprise upon seeing Yang Yuanyin and Sidu Han, asking why they were there. Yang Yuanyin smiled and said, as the principal, she was there to check on her students. Were they not welcome? Yun Chen gave a wry smile and invited them to sit. Outside the ward, the nurse was shocked to learn that Yun Chen was a student at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, and Sun Fei was equally astonished. The nurse looked at Yun Chen, shock quickly spreading across her face, and couldn't help but mutter, the Martial University in the Imperial Capital is the top martial arts school in the Great Xia Kingdom. I've heard that graduates start with a yearly salary in the millions. As Sidu Han was wheeled into the hospital room and saw Yun Chen, she said irritably, Yin Chen, I've heard that you haven't been taking care of your injuries these past few days and keep going out. Is that true? Yin Chen felt a bit awkward, scratched his head, and laughed it off. At that moment, he noticed Sun Fei and the nurse standing outside the room. Sun Fei quickly gestured to Yin Chen, indicating, I didn't report you. It's not my fault. Situ Han sighed and said, you, getting hurt so badly. You passed out that day and nearly scared me to death, you know? If anything had happened to you, She knew well that if Yun Chen hadn't risked his life to save her, she would have been killed by that steel monster. That day, after Yang Yuanyin drove the monster away, Yun Chen immediately passed out, and Sidu Han burst into tears. Of course, she made Yang Yuanyin swear to keep it a secret. Otherwise, how could she maintain her dignity as a lieutenant? Seeing the worry on Sidu Han's face, Yun Chen smiled and said, I'm really fine, but you were seriously injured. How are you doing? Sidu Han's expression softened a bit. I'm okay. Luckily, it wasn't too serious. I just need a few months of rest. Outside the room, the nurse's shock only increased as she whispered to Sun Fei, what's going on? Why is Lieutenant Situ so concerned about Yin Shun? Isn't she the legitimate daughter of the Situ family? I've heard the old master of the Situ family dotes on her. How can Yin Shun be so close to her? But they're talking like they're not even superior and subordinate. Sun Fei shook her head quickly, equally puzzled. Yun Shun asked Yang Yuanyin. Principal Yang, is there something you and the lieutenant came to discuss with me? Yang Yuanyin smiled and said, look at me. I almost forgot the main reason. Yin Shun, I'm here to inform you that based on your performance in the training camp and your outstanding contribution in this battle, the military of Great Xia has decided to award you a special merit and promote your rank. You're no longer a reserve martial artist. You're now a junior sergeant. A sergeant isn't just an ordinary military personnel, it's an officer rank. This is equivalent to skipping 2 levels. With that, Yang Yuanyin took a brand new military-issued martial artist armband from his pocket and personally handed it to Yun Shun at his bedside. Additionally, the military is granting you a special bonus, though it's not much, just 5 million wealth points. But for a junior sergeant, it's an exceptional bonus. Now, I must say congratulations, Officer Yun Shun. Yang Yuanyin joked with a smile. Meanwhile, outside the room, the nurse and Sun Fei stood frozen as if under a spell, their minds nearly blank, with only a few words echoing. Special merit. Junior sergeant. 5 million special bonus. The young nurse's eyes were nearly bulging out of her head as she stood there in disbelief. The young man lying on the hospital bed was actually a sergeant in the Daxia military, and he was only 18. Being a sergeant meant something significant. Ordinary people showed great respect to formal martial artists from the military, as if meeting someone of great importance, and officers were even more revered. The nurse stared intently at Yun Shun on the bed, with sunlight pouring into the bright room, but to her, the light emanating from Yun Shun was even more dazzling, as if he were a golden figure. At this moment, Yun Shun was chatting and laughing with Yang Yuanyin and Sidu Han, but to the nurse, his presence seemed to transcend this space. Beside them, Sun Fei also showed a look of shock. Usually composed, she was silent now, her heaving chest betraying her surprise. Soon, Sun Fei regained her composure, a sense of pride and admiration appearing on her face. She teased, so how about it? Does Yun Shun measure up to those like Zhang Yuan you've mentioned? The nurse responded blankly. He does, then shook her head with a wry smile. Don't mock me. Who would have thought a high school senior could become a military sergeant? 5 million wealth points, my goodness, that's enough to buy a villa back home. No, more than just a villa. It could come with a car. Just then, Yang Yuanyin spoke to Yun Shun by the bed. By the way, your strength must be beyond a first-tier, one-star martial artist now, right? Once you're healed, you should go to the war zone for a new strength assessment. This time, I've arranged for you to be assessed as a sword-wielding martial artist. In the world of martial arts, there's no need to hide your strength. After all, the higher your level, the better the resources you get. Yun Shun nodded in agreement, understanding that showcasing his abilities would earn him more resources and respect. Outside the ward, Sun Fei and the nurse heard Yang Yuanyin's words and were shocked once again. What? Did she just say Yun Shun's strength was beyond a first-tier, one-star martial artist? First-tier 2-star? The nurse's voice turned hoarse, while Sun Fei looked bewildered, her eyes gradually unfocused. 18 years old, first-tier 2-star? Is that even humanly possible? At this moment, Yang Yuanyin looked Yun Shun up and down and couldn't help but laugh. Honestly, Yun Shun, I've never seen anyone progress as quickly as you. It's been less than half a month, and you've already broken through again. I've met quite a few geniuses, but I have to say, you're unbelievable. Sidu Han looked up at Yang Yuanyin in slight surprise. As the head of the Yang family and the principal of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, she had seen countless geniuses, yet even she was shocked by Yun Shun's performance, indicating just how extraordinary Yun Shun truly was. However, Yun Shun's secrets didn't stop there. At this moment, Sidu Han looked at Yun Shun with a complex expression. Only she truly understood Yun Shun's real strength. That dark figure often flashed in her mind. Meanwhile, Yang Yuanyin chatted with Yun Shun for a bit before receiving a phone call and temporarily leaving the hospital room. As Yang Yuanyin exited, she ran into Sun Fei, who was eavesdropping outside the door. Looking at her with confusion, Yang Yuanyin asked, "Aren't you the nurse Sun taking care of Yun Shun?" Sun Fei, unable to hold back her curiosity any longer, asked urgently, "Martial God Yang, you just mentioned Yun Shun's strength is beyond a 1-star level. Could he really be at a 2-star level at such a young age?" As she finished speaking, her voice grew smaller, almost in disbelief. Yang Yuanyin glanced at Sun Fei and replied with a smile, 1-star 2-star? You've misunderstood. My assessment is that Yun Shen's strength is that of a 1-star 3-star warrior. These words struck Sun Fei like thunder, leaving her stunned and slightly numb, unable to move. Seeing this, Yang Yuanyin gently patted Sun Fei's shoulder and turned to leave. It took a long time for Sun Fei to regain her composure, staring at the smooth wall that faintly reflected her figure. She quickly tidied her hair and muttered to herself, "It's almost noon. I need to make lunch for Yun Shun. And touch up my makeup. Yes, touch up." With that, she hurriedly headed towards the elevator. Inside the hospital room, only Yun Shun and Sita Han remained. Sita Han glanced at Yun Shun and asked softly, "Aren't you going to explain?" What exactly is that transformation technique of yours? Yun Shun, pretending to be innocent, replied. Transformation? What transformation? Sidahan bit her lips slightly and insisted. Stop pretending. I saw it with my own eyes. Yun Chen's expression changed slightly, worrying internally about whether he might be taken to a lab for dissection. After all, he had a strange, parasite-like entity inside him, potentially some kind of demon. Sidahan sighed and said, I know you don't fully trust me. I also understand that some powers, once exposed, can lead to unnecessary trouble. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. This matter stays between us. I won't tell anyone, understood? Don't think of me as some airhead woman. Yin Shun understood Sidahan's intentions and gratefully said, Thank you, Lieutenant Sidu. If she really wanted to tell, she would have done so already. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Shin asked, Lieutenant Sidu, I have a question. Are there demons similar to parasites? Sidahan was taken aback and asked, Parasites? Yun Shin continued, or viruses? Or bacteria? Essentially, something that can infect the human body. Sidahan frowned and shook her head, saying, As far as I know, there aren't any. Yinshin, are you suggesting that your all-black outfit is? At this moment, Situhan hit the armrest of her wheelchair in anger and said, It's all because of that damn monster. If it weren't for it, you wouldn't have gone through this. I swear I'll kill it myself. Yinshin asked, Speaking of that steel monster, what exactly is it? Is it really a demon? Sichin's expression turned serious as she replied, According to Sister Yang, the information about that monster is top secret, only known to the military's upper echelons. I'm not entirely sure, but the military currently considers it a demon. Yunshin's expression grew solemn as he pondered. A talking demon with intelligence. I understand why the military keeps this monster a secret. If the public knew about the existence of such a demon, it would cause panic. In this era, humans don't have the upper hand in terms of force. Our greatest advantage is intelligence. If that advantage disappears, many would fall into despair. He shook his head, trying to dispel these thoughts. At this point, Situhan suddenly said, Oh, Yinshin, you've already completed the military training camp at the East Sea War Zone ahead of schedule. Without a doubt, you're the top of this group. After this battle, Situhan believed that Yunshin's skills far surpassed the level of the training camp, which is why she said this. She curiously asked, I don't quite understand why you joined this military training camp. Yunshin confessed, Lieutenant, to be honest, I came here for the scrayed weapon. Situhan was momentarily surprised by his words, then shook her head with a smile. So that's what you've been aiming for. Let me tell you, just because you're the first in the training camp doesn't guarantee you'll get an scrayed weapon. Yunshin's face slightly stiffened, and he asked urgently, Then how can I get it? Are you kidding me? If I can't get the scrayed weapon, why would I work so hard here? I'd rather be at home, relaxing and enjoying all the food in Jiangnan province. Situhan playfully smiled. To get an scrayed weapon, there's only one crucial condition. You need my approval. With that, she blinked her beautiful eyes and continued. As for you, after my comprehensive consideration, I approve. She then held up two delicate fingers. Yunshin asked in confusion, What do you mean? Why are you making a peace sign? Sichin's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained, It's not a peace sign. What I mean is, since you saved me, I can ask my grandfather to forge 2 scrayed swords for you. How about that? Aren't I good to you? Eastern Sea War Zone. After several days of reconstruction and repairs, the Eastern Sea War Zone has returned to its former state. In the training camp's venue, members from the first and second sessions gathered, engaging in lively discussions. Ugh, I thought we could rest a few more days, but the instructors are already back, a slightly chubby boy muttered under his breath. Look at your little belly. If you don't start training soon, you're going to be useless, said Chao Gan, a member from the first session, with a teasing tone. Xiang Xia, does anyone know where Yin Chun is? Xiang Xia, a member of the second session, quietly asked. Those nearby, curious, leaned in but shook their heads, indicating they had no idea what Yin Chun was up to. Just then, the doors of the venue slowly opened, and a figure walked in. Instructors Chai and Anna had arrived, prompting Wu Qianing and Gu Wanwan to quietly remind everyone, Show. Ever since Chai Guang and Anna were injured and in recovery, Wu Qianing and Gu Wanwan had taken on the role of class leaders for the first and second sessions, maintaining daily order. The figure walked to the center of the venue, standing before the members of the training camp. Instantly, the venue fell silent, followed by an explosion of surprise and excitement. Yin Chun? Yin Chun is back. Standing before them, dressed in white and wearing a gentle smile, was Yin Chun. Many couldn't help but stand and cheer. Wu Qianing and Gu Wanwan looked at Yin Chun, their expressions reserved, but their eyes revealing excitement and joy. Chao Gan jumped up, delighted, saying, Yin Chun, you're finally back. We've missed you these past days. After the drone malfunctioned, those in the shelter couldn't see Yin Chun, causing them to worry. Later, they learned Yin Chun fought against monsters, saving the injured Sidu Han and holding out until reinforcements from the Eastern War Zone arrived, which brought them relief. Since then, Yun Chen's image had become even more heroic in their minds. The scene of Yun Chun battling the steel monster with a sword in hand was etched deeply in their memories. Yun Chun, stop just standing there, come over here. We've saved a seat for you. Chao Gan waved eagerly, his mind brimming with questions for Yun Chun. Yun Chun waved back with a smile and replied, everyone, hold on. I'm here with a mission this time. With that, Yun Chun pressed a button in his hand, revealing a large projected screen behind him. On the screen, a phone call icon flashed, and within seconds, the call connected. In the image, Chai Guang lay in a hospital bed, with Anna feeding him. Seeing the call connect, Anna was startled, causing her hand to shake and spill porridge at the corner of Chai Guang's mouth. Chai Guang, who told you to answer the call? Anna's face turned red as she exclaimed in panic. The members of the training camp stared at the screen, stunned. Instructor Anna is feeding Instructor Chai Guang? Since when did they become so close? On the bed, Chai Guang looked at Anna's flushed face with a mischievous grin. Hello everyone, long time no see. Chai Guang cleared his throat and addressed the members of the training camp. As you can see, my injuries haven't fully healed, so it will be a while before I can meet with everyone. In the meantime, I've asked Yinshin to temporarily take on the role of acting instructor to oversee your daily training. That's all for now. I'm off to eat. Goodbye everyone. Chai Guang ignored the noisy crowd and hung up the phone directly. In the training hall, everyone was stunned. Yinshin? Acting instructor? Yinshin put away the holographic projection, smiled at everyone, and said, that's how it is. Please take care of me during this period. As for the training, don't worry. I promise you'll find it both challenging and rewarding every day. With that, Yunshin's face showed a meaningful smile. Hearing this, all the members of the training camp suddenly froze. In the hospital room, Anna, not in the best mood, said to Chai Guang, did you report Yunshin becoming the acting instructor to Lieutenant Situ? Chai Guang took a sip of the porridge Anna fed him and mumbled, well, that's actually Lieutenant Situ's idea. Anna was taken aback and asked, her idea personally? Chai Guang swallowed the porridge and, resting on his arm, said, Yunshin has been registered by the military for a special merit and was exceptionally promoted to junior sergeant. And it turns out this kid has an innate true martial physique, with a body liberation level of 100. It's unbelievable. Now Lieutenant Situ is quite fond of him. Besides, everyone can see Yunshin's strength. He's more than capable of training those rookies. Anna sighed. Ever since he joined the camp, Yunshin has been constantly surprising us. This guy is unbelievable. I originally thought Lieutenant Situ's talent was extraordinary, but I didn't expect. She was referring to Situ Han, who awakened a true martial physique later in life, with a body liberation level of 87, and became the head of the East Sea War Zone at 26. Such a resume is dazzling, but next to Yunshin, it seems a bit ordinary. In the lieutenant's office, Situ Han, sitting in her chair, looked at Yunshin's new file in her hand and couldn't help but shake her head in amazement. 18 years old, a second-tier one-star warrior, yet his combat power rivals a third-tier warrior, body liberation level 100. Yunshin, what on earth is your deal? Situ Han looked at Yunshin with a hint of envy. Yunshin chuckled and explained, no secrets, just getting a little stronger every day. Hearing this, Situ Han was a bit exasperated. You call that a little? Then she laughed lightly, shook her head, and said, all right, what brings you here today? Yunshin then took out an application form. Lieutenant, I'm planning to leave the camp. Situ Han's eyes widened slightly, and she said somewhat disappointedly, oh, you're leaving? Yunshin nodded and said, Instructor Chai Guang has been discharged, so it's time for me to go home and visit. Situ Han nodded, signed the application form, and said, your 2th-grade weapons are being crafted. Yunshin was slightly delighted and said with a smile, thank you. Situ Han blinked, smiled sweetly, and said, one heavy sword, one soft sword. You can look forward to them. Well, here's your application. When are you leaving? Yunshin took the application form and replied, this afternoon. So soon. Feeling a growing sense of loss, Situ Han managed to say, all right, I understand. She stood up and extended her hand to Yunshin. He was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and shook her slender hand. The Eastern Sea War Zone always welcomes you, Yunshin. After exchanging salutes, Situ Han silently watched Yunshin leave the office. Once he was gone, she collapsed into her chair, murmuring to herself, that guy, he's so indifferent about leaving, not a hint of reluctance. Just then, a video call came through. Sister Yang. Situ Han answered Yang Yuanyin's call. The two exchanged serious expressions and discussed the recent attack on the Eastern Sea War Zone and the infiltration by the cult 12 Flower God Society. After finishing their discussion, Yang Yuanyin smiled at Situ Han on the screen and said, Xiaohan, Yinshin is leaving, right? Situ Han nodded. Don't even mention it, Sister Yang. He's in such a hurry. He just told me he's leaving this afternoon. Caught me completely off guard. Yang Yuanyin chuckled. Try to understand. Staying at the training camp isn't doing much for him anymore. Situ Han pouted, resting her chin on her hand, thinking to herself, that guy is unbelievable. An 18-year-old second level, one-star warrior with a natural true martial physique. And I never saw him train that hard. Yang Yuanyin laughed. It's normal. His potential in the sword Dao profession is SSS. Some talents are just innate. SSS potential. Situhan replied with a wry smile to Yang Yuanyin. I never thought I'd be envious of someone else's talent one day. Yang Yuanyin reassured her. Silly girl, you're not bad yourself. Dual martial arts profession talents, both a level. Situhan shook her head, smiling bitterly, thinking, Sister Yang doesn't understand. Only I know that guy has hidden strengths. Yang Yuanyin then said, all right, enough chit-chat. I've got things to handle at the school. I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Yang Yuanyin sat in her military office, picked up a document, and fell into deep thought. The document bore the title. Notice on the selection of new students for the 5024 cohort of the Imperial Martial University to participate in the Global New Star Martial Arts Competition. Training camp. Upon hearing that Chen was about to leave, everyone headed to the high-speed rail station to see him off. Gu Wanwan accompanied Chen to the ticket gate and said reluctantly, Chen, if you ever get the chance, come visit our Gu family. Chen smiled and nodded. Sure. Wu Qianing quickly added, Chen, my home is in Jining City. Let's meet up if we get the chance. Chen nodded again, preparing to leave. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Wait. Everyone turned to see it was Yidu. Yidu had slimmed down quite a bit, looking much more spirited compared to his former plump self. Yidu, why are you here? Didn't you swear you'd never come to see Chen off? Someone teased. Yidu's face flushed slightly, ignoring the teasing, and pointed at Chen, saying, Chen, even though you're leaving, don't forget, I will defeat you. Lingling told me that it's not scary for a man to fail, as long as he dares to challenge stronger opponents. He's a successful man. So remember, you are my target. Lingling, mentioned by Yidu, is a young idol whom Yidu is a devoted fan of. After being betrayed by his girlfriend, Yidu found solace in Lingling. At an idol meet and greet, Lingling's encouragement helped him regain his confidence, prompting him to train diligently in martial arts, even challenging Chen, who was then the acting instructor. The outcome was predictable. Yidu suffered a crushing defeat, which was a significant blow to him. If not for Lingling's encouragement echoing in his mind, Chen might have become his nightmare. Since then, Yidu has regarded Chen as his goal. Chen looked at Yidu, understanding that he had come to bid farewell, but was too proud to admit it, so he smiled and said, all right, I'll be waiting for you. With that, Chen waved goodbye to everyone. All right, everyone. I'm leaving. Chen, safe travels. They all wished him well, as Chen walked through the ticket gate, onto the platform, and boarded the waiting train. As the train slowly pulled out of the station, everyone pressed against the windows, watching the train grow smaller until it was just a dot, sighing in unison. The feeling of parting spread in their hearts. After spending over a month together, it was hard not to feel emotional seeing a companion leave. Chen's departure left everyone with mixed feelings. Although they were reluctant to see him go, the training he put them through as the acting instructor was undeniably intense. Take Chao Gan from Batch 1, for example. After the first day of training, he lay in bed for an entire day. Needless to say, others felt the same. Chen was excellent, but his time as acting instructor was truly daunting. After Chen left, Wu Qianing and Gu Wanwan resumed their roles as class leaders for batches 1 and 2. Turning to the now relaxed group, they said, all right, enough idle chatter. Chen told us before he left to continue training at the same intensity. Let's get back to it. There's still over a month until the training camp officially ends. As soon as they finished speaking, everyone's faces stiffened, silently thinking, Chen. In the principal's office at Suhai No. 1 High School, Jiangnan Province, Principal Li Song was hosting an elderly man with white hair and a robust build. Old Wang, it's been 3 years since you retired, hasn't it? You retired and ran off to the US to enjoy life, leaving your old buddy behind. Li Song said with a laugh as he took out a bottle of his treasured liquor from the cabinet. Today, you're in for a treat. The old man glanced at the bottle in Li Song's hand and said, oh, old Li, is this a 50-year-old Moutai? You're really willing to part with it? Li Song chuckled. Since you finally came back, I have to treat you well. Otherwise, how could I live up to our 30-plus years of friendship? The old man, sitting on the sofa, seemed to see through Li Song's little scheme. He snorted and said, I bet you've run into some good fortune recently, haven't you? The old man knew Li Song's personality all too well. Unless something good happened, he wouldn't take out such fine liquor given his frugal nature. Li Song poured a small amount into their glasses and said with a grin, look at you, always suspicious. Can't I just treat an old friend? He took a small sip and winked. But, about that good news you asked about? Well, yes, there is something big. Let me tell you, at our humble Suhai No. 1 High School, guess what? We've got a martial arts prodigy who comes around once in a century. He came to see me today. Perfect timing for you to meet our provincial champion. At 18, he's as strong as a first-tier, 2-star martial artist. How about that? Never seen anything like it, right? The old man, hearing this, confirmed his suspicions and understood Li Song's true intention for inviting him. He chuckled, downed his drink, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be talking about the provincial martial arts exam champion this year, that young man named Chen, right? Is that all? I thought it was something more impressive." Li Song was immediately anxious. "What? That's not enough. Wang Bang, you've been the principal of Jining City #1 High School for over 30 years. Tell me, have you ever met a more talented prodigy than Chen?" The old man, named Wang Bang, was the former principal of Jining City #1 High School and an old comrade and colleague of Li Song. He retired 3 years ago and was taken abroad by his son to enjoy his retirement. This time, Wang Bang returned to pay respects to his ancestors and visit his former students. Having been a principal for over 30 years, he had students all over the world. Wang Bang put down his glass and calmly said, "At 18, in my 30-plus years as a principal, I truly can't think of anyone more talented." Li Song's expression froze at this. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Bang laughed. "To be honest, my grandson is 18 and a senior in high school in the US. He has already secured a full scholarship to the National Martial Arts University in the US. He has been receiving scientific martial arts education since he was young. Let me put it this way, through postnatal training, his bodily liberation has reached 70, and those professors in the US say he might be awakening a postnatal true martial physique. I wonder which is more impressive, an 18-year-old with a postnatal true martial physique or an 18-year-old at the first tier, 2-star level?" Wang Bang suddenly remarked sarcastically. Hearing this, Li Song's expression turned as stiff as a rock, and he slowly sat back in his seat. 18 years old, with a body liberation degree of 70? The innate true martial physique is something only 1 in 100,000 possesses. If Wang Bang's grandson has truly awakened the true martial physique, even if it's a postnatal awakening, that's still incredibly impressive. Li Song never imagined that scientific martial arts could have such an effect, allowing a martial artist to awaken a true martial physique later in life. Chen's talent is exceptional, but compared to the true martial physique, Li Song had to admit that Chen seemed somewhat lacking. 18 years old, with a body liberation degree of 70. How many college students graduate with a degree of just over 20? No wonder Wang Bang had been so composed earlier. He had this trump card all along. Although Li Song felt stifled, he could only swallow his frustration. Looking at Wang Bang's smug face, Li Song's face twitched with envy, wishing he could land a couple of punches on him. Wang Bang wasn't satisfied yet. He looked at Li Song and said with a smile, "I remember you mentioned that Chen from your school went to join the Donghai military training camp, right?" At this, Li Song's face darkened, and he replied, "He did go. So what?" Now, Li Song just wanted to end today's meeting quickly, as he had a bad feeling about this. Wang Bang smirked mischievously and said, "Well, to be honest, I have a student who's also at the Donghai military training camp." Li Song was taken aback and asked, "Who?" Wang Bang then said, "Wu Qianing. She also participated in the independent martial arts exam and was admitted to Modu Martial University. Did you forget?" As soon as Wang Bang finished speaking, he theatrically slapped his thigh and said, "Oh, I forgot. 3 years ago, Suhai City #1 High School didn't even qualify to participate in the independent martial arts exam. Haha, my bad, my bad." Li Song gritted his teeth, wishing he could grind his teeth to dust. Wang Bang continued, "From what I've heard, the Donghai military training camp isn't over yet, is it? If he's here now looking for you, what does that mean?" Li Song remained silent. Wang Bang looked at Li Song's expression with satisfaction, poured himself a glass from Li Song's cherished bottle of fine wine, and said, "Heh, it looks like your genius from Suhai City #1 High School was eliminated and sent home early." Wang Bang shook his head and sighed. "Ah, but you don't need to feel bad. The military training camp is really meant for college students. It's great that Chen from your school got some experience there. Of course, if my grandson went to that military training camp, he'd definitely last until the end, haha." Seeing this, Li Song immediately snatched the wine from Wang Bang's hand and waved him off, saying, all right, stop drinking and hurry up and leave." Wang Bang laughed heartily and said, "Hey, weren't you the one who invited me here? Why are you kicking me out now?" Li Song's face turned dark. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside Li Song's office. "Come in," Li Song said irritably. The office door slowly opened, and a handsome young man dressed in white walked in. "Principal, what's got you so worked up? Aren't you worried about high blood pressure?" Chen said with a smile as he looked at Li Song. "Chen, you finally made it." Li Song's face, which had been stiff, blossomed into a smile as bright as a flower upon seeing Chen. After over a month apart, his longing for Chen had only grown stronger. The bad mood stirred up by Wang Bang's earlier words dissipated significantly at the sight of Chen. So what if Wang Bang's grandson is a genius? What does that have to do with me? Chen is the unseen-a-century genius of Suhai City. Even if he isn't quite on par with Wang Bang's grandson right now, what does it matter? Give Chen some time, and he might surpass him. Even if he came back after being eliminated from the training camp, it wouldn't matter. Your own child is always your own child, the closest to your heart. With this thought, Li Song felt much more at ease. Li Song quickly took Yin Chun by the hand and led him to his desk. Meanwhile, Wang Bang leisurely poured himself another glass of fine wine. Li Song's expression darkened again as he angrily said, "Old Wang, aren't you leaving? Do I have to kick you out?" Wang Bang chuckled sarcastically. "Ha! Easy to invite the gods, hard to send them away." He then glanced at Yin Chun and said with a mocking tone, "Oh, is this your precious gem, the genius of Suhai City, Yin Chun? He is indeed quite handsome." Hearing Wang Bang's sarcastic words, Li Song nearly choked with anger. Yin Chun, looking at Wang Bang with a slight frown, asked, "And who might this gentleman be?" Wang Bang introduced himself. "Oh, I'm an old friend of your principal Li. Just call me Old Wang." Li Song quietly added. He was the principal of Jining City High School, but he's retired now. Yin Chun understood and thought to himself that the atmosphere suggested some tension between the principal and Old Wang. As Yin Chun was pondering this, Wang Bang suddenly turned to him and said, "Hey, Yin Chun, I heard you came back from the military training camp in the EC war zone?" Yin Chun nodded, "Yes." Wang Bang blinked and continued, "The training camp must have been tough, huh?" Yin Chun paused and casually replied, "It was all right." Wang Bang, thinking Yin Chun was putting on a brave face after being eliminated, remarked, "Well, the training camp is indeed hard for ordinary people. You shouldn't blame yourself too much. Even if you got eliminated, there's always a next time. As they say, repeated failures lead to eventual success. Haha." Li Song's face turned red with fury at these words. It was clear Wang Bang was trying to embarrass him in front of Yin Chun. Li Song felt an urge to silence Wang Bang and also to smack himself for inviting him in the first place. At this moment, Yin Chun finally understood the situation. He didn't give Wang Bang a chance to continue and said directly, "Old Wang, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I wasn't eliminated. I was recognized as the top performer in the war zone and came back early after completing the training camp." Boom. Recognized as the top performer? Came back early? Principal Li Song's mind was blown by this revelation, almost unable to process it. He quickly grabbed Yin Chun and asked eagerly, "Yin Chun, what did you say? You were recognized as the top performer in the training camp?" Yin Chun nodded. "Yes, otherwise why would I be back so soon?" Li Song's face broke into a joyous grin, not doubting the truth of Yin Chun's words for a second. Because Li Song knew Yin Chun's character, he believed that whatever Yin Chun said must be true. At that moment, Wang Bang's expression suddenly stiffened, and he said sternly, "You're so young, don't lie. You claim to have been recognized as number one and returned early? Do you have any proof? Honestly, Old Li, how does your school educate young people? If you ask me." Yin Chun interrupted Wang Bang calmly, saying, "Oh, I do have proof." With that, Yin Chun took out a document folder from his storage bracelet. "Principal, my personal file is still at the school, right? Could you please add these documents to my personal file?" Yin Chun came to see Li Song today for this reason. At this point, Li Song's face showed great anticipation. He quickly took Yin Chun's documents, glanced at them, and was immediately shocked, exclaiming, "Second, second, second." Wang Bang hurriedly asked, "Second what? Just say it." Li Song finally managed to say, "Second-tier warrior?" Bang. Wang Bang jumped up from his chair, causing the chair to fall to the ground. He hurried over to look and exclaimed, "Second-tier warrior? How is that possible? I don't believe it. Advancing from a first-tier to a second-tier warrior in less than a month? Who would believe that? There's never been such a person in Jiangnan province's history." At this point, Li Song pointed to the document in his hand and said, "You don't believe it? What use is your disbelief? Look at this, the official military certification. Second-tier one-star warrior, Yin Chun. And here's the completion certificate from the military training camp. See? It's in black and white." Wang Bang looked at the document in Li Song's hand, his eyes trembling slightly, his expression uncertain. He suspiciously glanced at Yin Chun and muttered quietly, "Could these documents be fake?" Li Song pointed at Wang Bang and said, "Wang Bang, say that again. Do you believe I'll get angry with you?" Wang Bang retorted angrily, "Angry? What's the point of getting angry? These documents can be forged. Technically, forging such documents is indeed feasible, but it's a serious crime." No wonder Li Song was so furious at Wang Bang's remark. Wang Bang then took out his phone, saying, "Old Li, don't get all worked up with me. We'll find out soon enough if it's true or not. I'll get someone to check." He grumbled while tapping vigorously on his phone screen. Soon, a video call was connected, and a projection emerged from the screen. The image showed Wu Qianing. Inside the training hall, Wu Qianing, who had just finished a 1v1 sparring match with Gu Wanwan, was slightly out of breath. Seeing Wang Bang calling her, she felt puzzled. "Principal Wang? Why are you calling me all of a sudden?" Wang Bang looked at Wu Qianing with a kind smile, saying, "Oh, Qianing, are you training now?" He looked at her as affectionately as a grandfather would look at his granddaughter. Wu Qianing nodded and said, "Yes, I just finished training." "Principal Wang, is there something you need?" Wang Bang glanced at Yun Chen beside him, who remained quite calm, and his expression slightly darkened. He then asked Wu Qianing, "Hey, Qianing, I wanted to ask you something. Has the final assessment at your training camp been completed? Are the rankings finalized?" Wu Qianing was taken aback by his words and said, "The final assessment." Upon hearing the news, Wang Bang's face lit up with joy, feeling secretly proud of himself. He glanced at Yun Chen beside him, noticing his calm demeanor, which sparked a flicker of anger within him. This young man dared to keep up the pretense. Wang Bang thought to himself, "Don't blame me for making you lose face in public." Deliberately, he angled the phone camera towards Yun Chen and excitedly said, "Qianing, do you know this guy?" Wu Qianing stared at the phone screen, and as the camera shifted, Yun Chen's fair and handsome face appeared for everyone to see. She exclaimed, Yun Chen?" Her face instantly lit up with joy. The surrounding training camp members, drawn by Wu Qianing's exclamation, quickly gathered around. "Yun Chen, where is he? Where is he? Qianing, are you video chatting with Yun Chen? What's the deal? When did you two get so close? Hey, Yun Chen, can you hear us? Are you back home?" In an instant, Wang Bang's screen was filled with the faces of excited training camp members, their enthusiastic greetings echoing one after another. Facing the screen full of friendly faces, Yun Chen smiled and waved. "Hi, everyone." The screen was immediately filled with squeals from the girls. "Yun Chen, you seem to have gotten even more handsome." "Yun Chen, I added you the other day. Please accept my friend request." Yun Chen's face showed an awkward smile as he raised his hands in surrender. Meanwhile, Wang Bang's expression grew increasingly sour. He was shocked. Was this guy really that well known in the training camp? He quickly turned the camera back to himself and directly asked Wu Qianing, "Qianing, is this Yun Chen guy back because he got eliminated early?" Inside the training facility, everyone fell silent upon hearing Wang Bang's words, their eyes collectively turning to the screen, as if looking at a fool. Even Wu Qianing looked at Wang Bang with a puzzled expression. Just then, a burly figure suddenly appeared on Wang Bang's screen. It was Coach Chai Guang. "Oh, isn't this our training camp's top genius, Yun Chen? You rascal, you've been home for so many days and didn't even drop me a message to let me know you're safe." Chai Guang teased with a smile. Yun Chen replied with a grin. "Coach Chai, I got busy and forgot." Chai Guang laughed and scolded. "Busy, huh? Busy with what? I've been the one actually busy these days. You took first place and left early, and when Lieutenant Sidhu came to pick on me these past few days, I had no excuse to use." Hearing this, Wang Bang was dumbfounded, frozen in place. Top genius, took first place and left early? Wang Bang was shocked, but he heard it clearly. Beside him, Li Song was so excited he was punching the air, unable to contain his excitement. Wang Bang finally snapped out of it, looking at Coach Chai Guang on the screen, stammering, "Coach, did you just say Yun Chen is the top of the training camp?" Chai Guang nodded. "Yes, Yun Chen took first place and went home early. Why?" Wang Bang looked incredulous. No way. Didn't Qianing just say the final assessment hasn't been held yet?" Chai Guang put his hands on his hips and said, "Oh, you're talking about that. The final assessment is for the regular members. Yun Chen's abilities far exceed the training camp's level. He's recognized as the strongest, and no one disputes it, so naturally, he doesn't need to participate in such assessments." At this point, Wu Qianing couldn't help but quietly remind Wang Bang, "Principal Wang, what are you doing? Don't you know? Yun Chen even served as our acting coach." Boom. The words from Chai Guang and Wu Qianing hit Wang Bang like two bolts of lightning, leaving him stunned. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at Yun Chen, unable to utter a single word. "Huh, ha, ha." Li Song looked at Wang Bang with an expression as if he had eaten something unexpected and laughed heartily. It felt exhilarating. Li Song then pulled Yun Chen over and gave him a big thumbs up, saying, "Good job, kid. I knew you could do it." Meanwhile, Wang Bang's expression turned extremely awkward as he slowly sat back in his seat, feeling utterly drained. He looked up at the arrogant Li Song, feeling a tightness in his chest that he couldn't shake off. This situation left Wang Bang's martial spirit somewhat unsettled. Just then, a familiar playful voice came through the phone. "Yun Chen, are you there?" Yun Chen immediately responded, "Lieutenant Situ?" "Lieutenant." Li Song was also shocked. Could it be the granddaughter of the Situ family from the East Sea Military District? Wang Bang was stunned. He had been in America for years and wasn't familiar with the current political landscape of Xia, but he understood the rank of a lieutenant well. It's a mid-level officer in the military, a real authority figure. "Mr. Wang, may I borrow your phone?" Yun Chen asked as he naturally took the phone from Wang Bang's hand, who didn't even resist. On the screen was the pretty face of Situ Han. "Yun Chen, long time no see." Yun Chen laughed. "It's only been a few days, and it's already long time no see." Situ Han chuckled lightly, and then said, "By the way, did Sister Yang mention the Global Rising Star Martial Arts Tournament to you?" Yun Chen nodded. "Principal Yang called me the day before yesterday and mentioned it." The Global Rising Star Martial Arts Tournament is an international martial arts competition hosted by the world's 5 major powers, with over 100 countries participating. The participants are limited to young martial artists who have just turned 18. In most countries, this is the age of college freshmen, so it could also be seen as the Global College Freshman Martial Arts Tournament. This martial arts event is organized by the world's 5 major powers. Achieving good results in the Global Rising Star Martial Arts Tournament would bring fame and resources beyond ordinary imagination. From Xia, top universities like the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University would send their freshmen to compete. Yang Yuanyan has high hopes for Yunshun, and Yunshun is eager to participate. According to Yang Yuanyan, if Yunshun performs excellently in the tournament, the martial arts resources of the entire Xia would be directed towards him. At that point, Yunshun would be recognized as a national strategic talent. Situhan looked at Yunshun and said with a smile, "I'm really looking forward to your performance. I'll definitely watch the live stream of the tournament. Don't let me down." Yunshun shrugged and said, "Lieutenant, you're putting a lot of pressure on me." Situhan laughed. "Come on, I knew you'd say that. I know your skills well enough. Oh, by the way, your 2 class weapons have been forged." Yunshen's eyes lit up. "So soon?" Situhan looked proud. "Don't underestimate the Situ family's forging skills, okay? The 2 swords are already on their way. I've asked the Jiangnan Province Military Weapons Department to hand them over to you. Someone will notify you to pick them up." After exchanging a few more words, Yunshun and Situhan ended the call. When Yunshun returned the phone to Wang Bang seemed a bit dazed, staring blankly at Yunshun as if he hadn't processed what just happened. Yunshun asked with concern, "Mr. Wang, are you okay?" He waved a hand in front of Wang Bang's face. Wang Bang snapped out of his stupor, snatched the phone back, and his face rapidly cycled through a myriad of emotions: shock, embarrassment, shame, envy, and jealousy. Li Song, standing nearby, couldn't help but tease, "Hey, old Wang, watch your blood pressure. If you're going to collapse, don't do it in my office." Wang Bang was so angry his lips trembled, and he stammered, "Old Li, don't be so smug, I." His words were disjointed, showing his intense anger. Li Song, seeing Wang Bang in such a state, couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling incredibly satisfied. A moment later, Wang Bang regained his composure and glared at Li Song, saying, "Don't get cocky. It's just a first place in a small military training camp. What's the big deal? If my grandson were here, he'd take first place too." The grandson he mentioned was his last Pridea successor of the acquired true martial physique. Upon hearing this, Li Song's pride and joy slightly diminished, and he merely snorted, choosing not to say more. The true martial physique was indeed remarkable, but Yunshun was no less impressive. At just 18 years old, he was already a second-tier martial artist, a rarity. Li Song flipped through Yunshun's file, muttering to himself, "It's just some American scientific martial arts program. If necessary, we can send Yunshun abroad as well. If your grandson can awaken the acquired true martial physique, why can't Yunshun?" His voice trailed off, and he looked utterly incredulous, his old face trembling slightly. This. Li Song looked up at Yunshun, his eyes narrowing in shock. Wang Bang, noticing this, couldn't help but ask, "What's going on now?" "Let me see." He hurried over to Li Song's side, and what he saw left him pale and weak-kneed, nearly unable to stand. The document in Li Song's hand clearly stated a few lines about Yunshun. Innate true martial physique. Full body release, 100. Special attention required by military and official organizations. Innate true martial physique. This time, it was Li Song's turn to stutter. Innate true martial physique, with a full body release of 100? At this moment, Li Song's perception of Yunshun completely changed. Yunshun was no longer just an extraordinary talent in his eyes, but something beyond human, almost monstrous or prodigious. "Yunshun, you really are? I don't even know what to say." Li Song gingerly placed the document back on the table, as if handling a priceless artifact. Meanwhile, Wang Bang sat slumped on the sofa, his eyes vacant and mouth slightly open. Compared to Yunshun, his grandson suddenly seemed so ordinary, like a blade of grass on the roadside. Li Song personally escorted Yunshun to the school gate. At this moment, Li Song looked at Yunshun with a smile and continued, "Li Yun has gone traveling. Lu Yingkai returned to his hometown, and Bai Yingxue, I heard, is also out exploring. Among the 4 outstanding students of Suhai City's #1 high school, you're the only one left. If you need anything, just let me know, and the city will definitely meet your needs." Yunshun replied with a smile, "Thank you, Principal. I'm planning to move in the next few days." Li Song nodded. "Oh, right, you're moving to the Lake District, aren't you?" Yunshun had been awarded a standalone villa in the Lake District by the city as a reward for his achievements in the independent martial arts exam. Yunshun nodded. Li Song remarked, "The Lake District is wonderful. A villa there would cost several tens of millions in market value." Yunshun smiled. In fact, besides moving, Yunshun had more important matters to attend to. Ever since awakening the true martial mode, Yunshun realized that although it was powerful, its duration was too short. Currently, it could only be maintained for a little over a minute. If he pushed it any longer, he would pass out like last time. After leaving the school, Yunchen suddenly received a call from Yang Yuanyan. Principal Yang? On the other end, Yang Yuanyan's distinctive, slightly lazy, mature voice came through. Yunchen, about the side effects of the true martial mode you mentioned to me last time, I did some inquiries for you. Hearing this, Yunchen focused his attention. Yang Yuanyan held a high position in Daxia and had a wide network, including acquaintances with martial artists possessing the true martial physique. Most of these martial artists were in high positions, and Yun Chun had no way to contact them. Thanks to Yang Yuanyan, Yun Chun could bridge this information gap. Yang Yuanyan then said, the reason the side effects of the true martial mode are so pronounced is that the energy leakage when activating it is quite severe. So, you now need a very special combat suit to mitigate the side effects of the true martial mode. Very special? How special? Yunchen asked curiously. Yang Yuanyan replied, it's a special combat suit made from the corpse of a 6th level fiend. A 6th level fiend? Yunchen was taken aback. A 6th level fiend could destroy a city on its own. Killing a 4th level fiend was already a very difficult task, and preserving an intact corpse was even more challenging. One could imagine the cost of producing such a special combat suit. Yang Yuanyan continued, such special combat suits are hard to come by. Because of their value retention, many wealthy individuals hold on to these suits as investment products and are unwilling to sell them. Hearing this, Yun Chen frowned and said, isn't anyone regulating this phenomenon? The threat of fiends still looms over humanity, and these wealthy people are using martial arts resources for investment. Yang Yuanyan sighed. Those who can obtain such a suit are people with money and power. Who would dare to intervene? However, I did find out that there is a suit made from a 6th level fiend in your city, Suhai. Moreover, it seems that the owner of this suit has some connection to you. So, I thought you might try to persuade them to sell it to you. If that doesn't work, I'll think of another way. Yun Chen's expression became slightly serious. The rarity of a combat suit that even Yang Yuanyan found difficult to obtain was apparent. He didn't want to owe anyone a significant favor, as favors are the hardest to repay. Yun Chen asked, Principal Yang, you mentioned this person has some connection to me? Who exactly are they? Su Dinghua, from the Su family in Suhai City. Upon hearing Yang Yuanyan's words, Yun Chen looked puzzled and asked, the Su family in Suhai City? What does that have to do with me? Yang Yuanyan responded with surprise. What? You don't know? Your high school homeroom teacher, Su Qing, is the legitimate granddaughter of the Su family. Yun Chen was taken aback and exclaimed, what? At this moment, the Bangwa Martial Arts Exhibition Hall stood prominently in the city center of Suhai City. This was a private exhibition hall showcasing martial arts artifacts. According to the information provided by Yang Yuanyan, this exhibition hall was one of the properties of the Su family in Suhai City. A taxi approached from a distance and stopped right in front of the entrance to the Bangwa Martial Arts Exhibition Hall. After getting out of the car, Yun Chen looked up and was amazed by the grandeur of the exhibition hall, which was even more impressive than many public museums. As he approached the entrance, Yun Chen went through an identity verification process, and the system informed him that he could enter without a ticket. He walked in confidently. However, the staff member at the entrance gave him a suspicious look, thinking, how can he enter for free? For the general public, the Bangwa Martial Arts Exhibition Hall charges an entrance fee, but it's free for certain special individuals, including those with a Jiangnan Province Gold household status, military personnel, and Great Xi'an National Honor citizens. But Yun Chen looks only about 17 or 18 years old, which doesn't seem to fit those profiles. The staff member found Yun Chen's face somewhat familiar, filled with curiosity. Strange. Where have I seen him before? As Yun Chen was about to walk away, the staff member couldn't contain their curiosity and rushed to the control room to check the visitor information. Scrolling down, the staff member saw Yun Chen's registration details and murmured his name, Yun Chen. Suddenly, something clicked, and he exclaimed, oh my gosh, the provincial top scorer, Yun Chen. Recently, Yun Chen's achievements had dominated the headlines of major media outlets in Suhai City. As a high school student from Suhai City, he overcame numerous challenges to become the top scorer in Jiangnan Province. The news had been repeated countless times. The staff member continued scrolling, and a few lines of text appeared that shocked him even more. Jiangnan Province Gold household status, military personnel, rank, junior sergeant. The staff member was stunned. An 18-year-old junior sergeant, which was an officer rank. At that moment, the staff member quickly gathered his wits, grabbed a piece of paper and a pen from the table, dashed out of the control room, and called out, Mr. Yun Chen. Yun Chen was just about to ascend the stairs to enter the exhibition hall when he heard a voice from behind. He turned to see a staff member in uniform, holding an A4 paper and a black pen, breathlessly running towards him. Mr. Yun, could you give me an autograph? Upon entering the exhibition hall, Yun Chen was deeply captivated by the dazzling array of artifacts, thinking to himself, wow, are these really private collections? How extravagant. Inside the exhibition hall, there were countless rare treasures, including elixirs, weapons, armor, and martial seals, as well as items used by some of the top human warriors. Inside the exhibition hall, Yunshin's attention was caught by a rusted iron sword. This seemingly ordinary weapon once belonged to a sixth-tier warrior. While the sword itself wasn't valuable, its worth lay in its former owner. Yunshin continued to explore the exhibition and soon found his target at the center. Inside a three-metertal crystal display case, a set of pure white battle armor floated quietly, as if it were alive. Approaching the display, Yunshin read the armor's description. Battle armor. Polar Day, 6th tier. Crafted from the corpse of the 6th tier ferocious demon, Bifone. Bifone once wreaked havoc in the northwest of the Daxia kingdom, capable of transforming into a small, high-temperature light sphere. It destroyed 3 major cities and 14 counties, causing the direct deaths of millions and displacing tens of millions. Reading these words, Yunshin was transported back to a time when humanity struggled to survive. The power of the ferocious demons was terrifying, but it was the sacrifices of the predecessors that allowed him to grow up in a relatively peaceful environment. As Yunshin gazed at the armor named Polar Day, he suddenly felt an inexplicable stare from behind. He quickly turned around, but saw only the passing visitors, unable to pinpoint the source of the gaze. While Yunshin pondered, a tour guide arrived with several visitors and began a lively introduction beside the armor. At this moment, a mischievous little boy tried to cross the safety line to touch the display case protecting Polar Day, while his parents were engrossed in conversation, ignoring their child. Suddenly, a young female manager approached briskly, her voice firm as she commanded, "Little boy, don't touch with your hands." Her tone carried a hint of authority. The little boy ignored her, and the manager had to rush over to pull him away. This action immediately drew the displeasure of the boy's parents. "Hey, why are you touching my child? Let go of him," they shouted angrily at the manager. The manager pulled the boy away from the safety line and released him, explaining, "Parents, please keep an eye on your child." No sooner had she spoken than the boy sat down and began to wail. The manager's expression instantly turned awkward. The boy's parents verbally attacked the manager. "What are you doing? Arguing with a child? If my child is hurt, you won't hear the end of it. Is this how your Bangwa exhibition treats its visitors? I'm going to expose you." Despite the accusations, the manager's face showed a sense of grievance, but her professionalism kept her silent. At that moment, Yunshin suddenly asked, "How old is your child?" The boy's parents, startled by the unexpected question, turned to Yunshin. 8 years old. So what? Are you a staff member here too?" Yunshin pointed to the nearby sign reading, "Do not cross the safety line," and smiled. 8 years old and can't read? Seems like your education has been quite a failure, huh? The surrounding crowd chuckled at this, leaving the boy's parents embarrassed. Meanwhile, the boy's cries grew louder. Yunshin approached the boy, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and lifted him up. The boy's fake cries ceased abruptly, replaced by loud protests. "If you keep pretending to cry, I'll give you a good scolding. Believe it or not," Yunshin said, pointing at the boy's nose, exuding a powerful aura. The boy was so frightened he immediately stopped talking, his body trembling slightly in midair, not daring to make any more noise. "Now that's better," Yunshin said, putting the boy down. The boy quickly ran behind his parents, peeking out timidly at Yunshin, his lips quivering as if about to cry again. Yunshin looked at the boy, who was so scared he covered his mouth, swallowing the impending fake cry. At this point, the boy's parents pointed at Yunshin, angrily exclaiming, "Ew, I'll sue you for harming a minor. Let me tell you, we have connections in the Martial Arts Association, so just you wait. This isn't over." The boy's father dialed a number, had a brief conversation, and then smugly handed the phone to Yunshin. "Here, Vice President Liu of Suhai City's Martial Arts Association wants to have a word with you." The surrounding crowd murmured in surprise. "Vice President? Of the Martial Arts Association? Wow, that's a big connection." The Martial Arts Association is an official organization managing ordinary warriors, usually under the local military district. However, Yunshin remained unfazed as he took the call. "Hello," he said calmly. The boy's parents wore smug expressions, their eyes fixed on Yunshin, who was on the phone. This young man, who seemed no older than 17 or 18, must be regretting his actions now. Huh, it's too late for regrets. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Today, you'll get a taste of how harsh society can be. Meanwhile, the female manager watched Yunshin with concern, fully aware that this family had genuine connections and wasn't bluffing. She felt terrible, believing she had brought trouble to Yunshin, and silently vowed to do something to help him. She bit her vibrant red lips gently, approached the boy's parents, and bowed deeply, maintaining the posture as she spoke. "This incident started because of me, and it's entirely my fault. Let me negotiate with you. Please don't make things difficult for him." The female manager was prepared to face any unreasonable demands. The boy's parents sneered, looking at the female manager with disdain, and mocked. "You only know to turn when the car hits the wall, buy stocks when they rise, repent when sentenced, and wipe your nose when it reaches your mouth? It's too late. Neither you nor this young man will escape today." They crossed their arms, their gaze growing more arrogant. The young boy behind them sensed the shift in atmosphere, realized he was regaining the upper hand, but still felt somewhat intimidated by Yun Chun, choosing to hide behind his parents while making mocking faces at the female manager and Yun Chun. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. This family is really going too far. Yeah, having connections doesn't mean they can do whatever they want. They were in the wrong to begin with. I've never seen such bullying. Honestly, isn't there anyone who can deal with them? Just then, Yunshin suddenly turned up the speaker volume on his phone and handed it to the boy's parents. Your Vice President Liu has something to say to you. Have a good chat. The boy's parents were caught off guard by Yunshin's actions, staring at him in stunned silence, a sense of unease creeping into their minds. The boy's father took the phone from Yunshin, eyeing him suspiciously, and tentatively said, "Hello." From the phone speaker came the furious voice of a middle-aged man. "Hello, my ass. How many times have I told you not to use my name to cause trouble, just because we're related? This is a harmonious society now. What do you two think you're doing? Trying to turn the world upside down? I've long suspected you of having a crooked heart. If you dare use my name again, I won't forgive you. And that son of yours, that little brat, if you can't raise a child, don't have one, damn it." The middle-aged man couldn't help but curse. The boy's parents were left dumbfounded by the scolding coming from the phone, their minds blank. It wasn't like this before. The boy's father timidly said, "Big brother, what's wrong with you today?" Before. The voice on the phone cut him off. "What are you trying to say? I've never bent the law for personal reasons. I'm telling you, apologize to them before this gets out of hand." The boy's parents looked at Yun Chun in disbelief, filled with confusion. What on earth did this guy do? The crowd watching Yun Chun was taken aback. The sympathy they felt for him earlier was quickly replaced by shock and confusion. This calm and handsome young man seemed to have an extraordinary background. The female manager's lips parted slightly as her gaze fixed on Yun Chun, her face full of surprise. At that moment, Vice President Liu's trembling voice was heard again. "Master Yun, are you satisfied now? I take responsibility. I failed to properly supervise my relatives. I hope you can overlook this." Upon hearing this, the expressions on the boys' parents' faces were beyond mere shock. Yun Chun chuckled and asked, "Vice President Liu, it seems your relatives are reluctant to apologize, aren't they?" There was a moment of silence on the phone before an explosive voice erupted. "Damn it. Liu, didn't you hear me tell you to apologize?" The boy's father was visibly shaken, witnessing his older brother's anger for the first time. He turned to Yun Chun, bowed with trembling hands, and said, "Sir, I'm sorry. We failed to recognize your status and offended you. Please, don't hold it against us." The boy, hiding at the back, was deeply impacted by the scene. Usually, it was others who apologized to his father, so why was it reversed today? Yun Chun laughed. "You only change direction when your car hits a wall, buy stocks when they rise, learn from mistakes after sentencing, and wipe your nose when it reaches your mouth? Too late." He walked over to the female manager and said calmly, "This family is guilty of provoking trouble. Have the arbitration bureau take them away." The female manager, still shocked, looked at Yun Chun with a mix of awe and respect, stammering, I. Yun Chun patted her shoulder with a smile, saying, "Just do as I said." Yun Chun's words seemed to have a magical effect, compelling the manager to comply. Meanwhile, the boy's parents looked as if all hope was lost. Provoking trouble, the arbitration bureau. They understood what this meant. Neither their son nor grandson could engage in official martial arts-related work, effectively ending their family's future prospects. The boy's father sat down on the floor, silent and dazed. Soon, several martial artists from the arbitration bureau arrived on the scene. After understanding the basic situation, they took the boy's family away for investigation. Before leaving, the leading martial artist saluted Yun Chun. "Rest assured, sir, we will handle this matter impartially and will not disappoint you." After the arbitration bureau left, the female manager looked at Yun Chun with admiration and reverence, as if he were a legendary hero. She led Yun Chun to her office, personally poured him a cup of hot tea, and gratefully said, "Sir, I can't thank you enough for your help. Otherwise, I might have lost my job." Yun Chun waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing, don't worry about it." The female manager handed him a business card respectfully. "If you ever visit the exhibition hall again and need anything, just let me know." After accepting the card, Yun Chun asked, "Actually, there is something I need." The manager's eyes brightened. "Please, go ahead." Yun Chun took a sip of the hot tea and said, "I want to buy that set of polar day armor from your exhibition. Is it for sale?" The manager's expression suddenly froze. The female manager looked at Yun Chun with an awkward expression and hesitantly said, "Sir, how should I answer your question? All the exhibits in our Bangwa Martial Arts Exhibition Hall are private collections. To be precise, they are all privately owned by our boss, Su Dingwa. For some ordinary items, it might be possible. But the armor you mentioned, regardless of the price, is made from a fierce demon and is extremely rare. I don't think Mr. Su would sell it." She spoke sincerely, her tone tinged with helplessness. After listening, Yun Chun patted his knee, stood up, and said lightly, "All right. Seeing this, the female manager quickly stood up, feeling anxious, worried that Chen might be displeased. Just then, a few voices came from outside the office, saying, "Hello, Mississippi." Moments later, a graceful figure in dark green entered. The female manager was stunned upon seeing the newcomer, Miss Su. Su Qing was also surprised, her gaze landing on Chen. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Chen?" The female manager noticed that they knew each other and asked with a hint of surprise, "Do you two know each other?" At this moment, Su Qing and Chen were standing inside the exhibition hall. Su Qing blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with concern, "I just got a call saying someone was causing trouble in the exhibition hall. I didn't expect the one resolving it to be you. Have you finished moving these past few days?" Chen nodded with a smile. "Almost done." Su Qing shyly glanced at Chen and asked hesitantly, "How long do you plan to stay home this time?" Chen replied with a smile, "There's still a few months before university starts. Unless something special comes up, I won't be going out." He understood that once he went to the capital, chances to come back would be rare, so he wanted to spend this time with family and friends. Looking at the grand exhibition hall, Chen remarked, "Qing, you've hidden well. I never imagined you were the heiress of a wealthy family." Su Qing was slightly taken aback, then playfully pouted, "I didn't expect you to return as a military sergeant. And a second rank, one-star warrior. Should I start calling you Officer Chen?" Saying this, Su Qing stood in front of Chen, slightly bending over to look up at him, appearing playful and cute. Chen scratched his head and responded with a smile, "Sure." Just as Su Qing was about to speak, her phone rang. She answered it. "Hello, Grandpa." "Yes, it's resolved." "The vice president of the Martial Arts Association?" "Yes, don't worry, it's been handled." As she spoke, Su Qing glanced at Chen beside her, her eyes carrying a meaningful look. "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I'm not discussing this with you anymore. I'm hanging up." She glanced shyly at Chen and hung up the phone. Chen asked Su Qing, "Qing, was that your grandfather?" Su Qing nodded. "Yes, the patriarch of the Su family, Su Letian." Chen had previously looked into his background. Starting from scratch with a martial arts school, he eventually developed it into a large-scale enterprise with a workforce of 100,000 Bangla Group. It's rumored that last year's annual profit reached tens of billions, making it a colossal entity in Suhai City and one of the top 10 groups in Jiangnan province. While Chen was recalling the information in his mind, Su Qing suddenly asked, "Chen, my grandpa said he'd like to invite you to our home. Are you available in a few days?" Chen's cultivation level had reached 501.5, plus a 20 increase, making him a second-level one-star warrior with 93 cultivation points. After freshening up, he checked his status panel and discovered that in his normal state, his cultivation had broken through to the second-level one-star, and when wielding a sword, it could soar to the third-level one-star. Chen then realized he had previously underestimated his level passive martial skills Heaven and Earth Sword Heart and Heaven and Earth Sword Intent. As his strength grew, the effects of these passive skills became more pronounced. With a thought, Chen allocated all his cultivation points to his main cultivation, bringing it to 613.1 plus 20. Meanwhile, he hadn't neglected practicing the Brahma breathing technique. The Brahma breathing technique, and level active martial skill, had reached the third stage with a proficiency of 100,040,000. It could restore a certain amount of cultivation per second and provide a level 1 golden aura shield, reducing damage by 200 cultivation points. As Chen activated the Brahma breathing technique, a faint golden aura appeared on his body's surface. The so-called aura is a protective force naturally generated when a warrior's internal strength reaches a certain level. Generally, aura cultivation is a mandatory course for juniors or seniors in college. Yet Chen had already awakened a level 1 golden aura, ahead of most of his peers. Reflecting on his progress, Chen withdrew from the Brahma breathing technique, held his breath, and mobilized his full cultivation, channeling strength between his muscles and bones. Boom! In an instant, black lightning enveloped him, activating the true martial mode, and his momentum surged, his gaze becoming sharp. After nearly 2 minutes, Chen exited the true martial mode, breathing heavily, his face slightly pale. He realized the mode's consumption was immense. Despite nourishing his body daily with top-grade spiritual herbs for the past half-month, the duration only increased by about 10 seconds, with evident side effects. Looking in the mirror, Chen noticed his face was somewhat pale, increasing his desire for combat attire. After a hot shower, he changed into a traditional white summer outfit chosen by Su Qing and took a taxi to the Zijin Manor, a property owned by the Su family on the outskirts of Suhai City. The summer outfit is a traditional national costume of the Great Xia Kingdom, with a history of thousands of years. Chen chose to wear it today because Su Qing mentioned that Old Master Su was quite traditional and favored vintage items. Adapting to local customs to leave a good impression on the elder was a wise move. As soon as he got into the taxi, the driver started chatting with Chen. "Hey there, are you an actor?" Seeing Chen's attire, The driver thought he might be a small actor heading to a costume drama set. Yunshin smiled and replied, "No." The driver was quite talkative, chatting with Yunshin about various topics throughout the journey. As the driver repeatedly glanced at Yunshin, he felt Yunshin seemed familiar, contemplating whether to check the Suhai City News app, but for safety's sake, he held back. After a 3 to 4 hour drive, the taxi stopped at the entrance of Zijin Manor. Yunshin took out his phone to scan and pay, while the driver hurriedly tapped on his phone, seemingly checking something. At that moment, the driver suddenly took a good look at Yunshin, slapped his forehead, and tentatively asked, "Hey there, are you Yunshin?" Yunshin smiled gently and said, "Yes." The driver's face lit up with excitement and enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "I knew it. You look familiar. My daughter is a fan of yours. She also goes to Suhai City No. 1 High School. She's been talking about you nonstop lately." Yunshin gave a slight smile and nodded, preparing to pay. But the driver quickly waved his hand, saying, "No, no, no. No need to pay. You're a martial arts prodigy of Suhai City, and it's our fate to meet like this. How could I take your money?" Yunshin felt a bit uneasy and replied, "Sir, this was quite a long ride. It's not right for you not to charge me. After all, the taxi ride had lasted 3 to 4 hours, and the fare was well over 100. Yunshin would feel guilty accepting a free ride. The driver chuckled and pulled out his phone, saying, "That's why I have a small request. Could you take a picture with me?" Yunshin's lips twitched slightly at this. After taking the photo, the driver eagerly sent a message to his daughter, who replied almost instantly, "Wow, Dad, where did you get a picture with Yunshin?" Seeing his daughter's excited messages, the driver felt pleased and drove away humming a tune. Yunshin watched the departing taxi and mused, "Is this what it's like to be famous? A single photo, and I save hundreds on taxi fare. Unbelievable." In truth, Yunshin's financial situation had improved significantly. With several bonuses, he had accumulated over 10 million wealth points. However, the cost of additional elixirs and supplements was high, and he had spent a considerable amount. Future expenses could be even greater, so saving where he could was prudent. Yunshin turned and headed towards Zijin Mountain Villa. Inside the villa, Su Qing was strolling along a stone path with a young woman. Today, Su Qing wore a dark cyan skirt, exuding elegance and dignity. The young woman beside her wore a sky blue robe. Su Pampan looked at the photos on Su Qing's phone and asked in surprise, "Qing, is this Yunshin? He's so handsome. No wonder you've been a bit distracted." Su Qing blushed slightly and quickly said, "Stop joking. If you hadn't insisted on seeing the photos, I wouldn't have shown them to you." Su Pampan teased, "I'm curious, given your family background, why did you become a high school teacher? Now I see you had other motives." Su Qing retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. Being a teacher is my dream, and I only met Yunshin after I became one." Seeing Su Qing's serious expression, Su Pampan laughed. All right, just teasing. Let's go meet Mr. Yunshin. I want to see if he looks as good in person as in the photos." After passing security checks, Yunshin was about to enter the villa. Zijin Mountain Villa, covering thousands of acres, is a high-end resort area that typically hosts prominent individuals. Yunshin was invited this time thanks to Su Qing's grandfather, Su Lishan's 90th birthday celebration. Meanwhile, Su Qing and Su Pampan were waiting for Yunshin on the stone path, not far away. Su Pampan looked at Yunshin from a distance and quietly asked Su Qing, "Qing, what's Yunshin's family background like?" Hearing this question, Su Qing felt a bit offended, even though Su Pampan was her best friend and didn't want to answer. Su Pampan quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything by it." She glanced at Su Qing and wisely kept quiet. Earlier, Su Pampan had noticed Yunshin arriving in a taxi and felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, the Purple Mountain Villa was frequented by luxury cars worth millions, and Yunshin arriving by taxi seemed somewhat out of place. Though they were young and could overlook such things, others might not be so forgiving. In this high society, appearances are crucial. Lacking in that regard might lead others to think you lack substance. Su Pampan thought to herself, well, Qing mentioned that Yunshin has outstanding martial arts talent. Although he might be a bit poor now, he is sure to achieve great success in the future. With that thought, she stopped worrying for Su Qing, mainly because she was concerned about Su Qing meeting the wrong person. Soon after, Yunshin approached Su Qing. Su Qing, with her bright eyes sparkling, shyly complimented Yunshin's outfit. "Yunshin, you look really good in this." Yunshin looked at himself and laughed. "Really? Haha, you picked it out for me, so it shows you have good taste." At that moment, Su Qing noticed Yunshin's complexion and asked with concern, "Yunshin, are you sick?" Yunshin's face was slightly pale due to the immense energy expenditure from the true martial mode, and his internal energy was still not fully settled. He waved it off lightly, saying, "No, just a bit tired, nothing serious." Su Qing looked at him worriedly, but said nothing more. Su Pampan, observing Yunshin, showed a hint of surprise on her face. "He really is that handsome. Honestly, he looks even better in person than in photos." However, noticing Yunshin's complexion, she felt puzzled and thought to herself, "Why does he seem a bit frail?" Su Qing introduced Su Pampan to Yun Shun, and the three of them headed inside the Purple Mountain Villa. On the way, Su Pampan pulled Su Qing aside and whispered, "Qing Qing, is Yun Shun really okay? He looks a bit unwell." Su Qing shook her head, replying, "I don't know. He's usually very healthy. I'm not sure what's going on." Su Pampan gave Yun Shun another skeptical glance and murmured quietly, "Though he has a good physique, he looks a bit delicate, and it seems his energy is somewhat depleted. Is he really the martial arts prodigy everyone says he is?" Su Qing had praised Yun Shun so highly that Su Pampan couldn't help but have some doubts. Sigh. "Qing Qing, I'm not sure if I should say this, but Yun Shun doesn't really look like a formidable martial arts genius, does he?" Su Qing sighed and responded, "Pampan, I know what you're trying to say. You haven't spent much time with Yun Shun, so it's normal to have doubts. But soon, you'll see him differently. Yun Shun is truly remarkable." Su Pampan looked at Su Qing's dreamy expression and couldn't help but caution, "Don't let love blind you, Qing Qing. You haven't been in a relationship before, so you might not understand. Money and power are nothing compared to real martial arts prowess. Money and power can be temporarily absent, but if a man's martial arts foundation is weak and unstable, he has no potential." Su Pampan spoke confidently. Su Qing smiled wryly and said, "All right, if I had known you were going to gossip so much, I wouldn't have brought you along. I only brought you here because you got dumped recently and needed a change of scenery." Su Pampan's face stiffened at these words, and she retorted, "Dumped? I dumped that jerk. Damn it, what's so great about him anyway? Just because he recently advanced to a second-level 3-star warrior, he thinks he's too good for me." At this point, Su Pampan finally shifted her attention from Yun Shun to her ungrateful ex-boyfriend. The three of them continued walking when suddenly a strong male voice called out from behind, "Xiao Qing, Pampan." Su Qing and Su Pampan turned around to see a middle-aged man in a simple black Xia dynasty outfit, accompanied by a beautiful woman and a little girl. Su Qing greeted, "Second uncle, second aunt." Su Pampan respectfully said, "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su." The little girl pouted and ran to Su Qing's leg, whining, "Sister, why aren't you saying hi to me?" Su Qing affectionately patted the girl's head and laughed. "How could I forget our precious Rui Rui?" The man who called out was Su Qing's second uncle, Su Dinghua, with his family of 3. Su Dingua's gaze fell on Yun Shun beside Su Qing, and he smiled, saying, "I presume this is Yun Shun?" Yun Shun nodded slightly and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Su." Su Dinghua, the second son of Su Letian and the current main manager of the Su family business, approached Yun Shun, extending his right hand with a smile. "Pleasure to meet you. I heard you're already a junior sergeant in the military. Quite impressive for someone so young." Yun Shun shook Su Dingua's hand and humbly replied, "You're too kind, Mr. Su." Su Pampan, listening from the side, was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? A sergeant?" Su Dinghua laughed and said, "I should thank you for helping us with a troublesome matter at the Bangwa Martial Arts Exhibition Hall a few days ago." Yun Shun waved his hand and said modestly, "It was nothing." Su Dinghua looked at the poised young man before him with growing admiration. After a few more pleasantries, Su Dinghua had to attend to other matters and couldn't accompany Su Qing and Yun Shun to see the old master. As he watched them leave, Su Dingua's gaze became more complex as he followed their departing figures. Upon seeing her husband's expression, the beautiful woman beside him couldn't help but feel worried and softly asked, "Dinghua, do you think there's something off about this Yun Shun?" Su Dinghua was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't know. Maybe I've just been too suspicious lately. I feel like everyone approaching our Su family has ulterior motives." With that, he rubbed his forehead, looking very fatigued. The woman said with concern, "Dinghua, you've been working too hard recently. You need to take care of yourself and rest." At this moment, Su Dinghua's expression became even more solemn, and he murmured, "I'm about to gather all the evidence of my elder brother's murder from years ago. It's a race against time now, and I can't afford to slack off. This time, I must bring down the Shui family and avenge my brother and sister-in-law." A fierce determination flashed in his eyes. The woman looked worried, feeling uneasy about her husband's health. Just then, Su Rue ran over. "Dad, Mom, shall we go? Didn't we say we were going to pick out a birthday gift for Grandpa?" Seeing his daughter, the heaviness on Su Dinghua's face dissipated significantly, and he smiled genuinely. "Yes, let's go." "Qingjia, was that your second uncle just now?" Yunshin asked as he walked alongside Su Qing. Su Qing nodded, reminiscing. "There's something I haven't told you. My parents actually passed away in an accident when I was very young. It was my grandpa and my second uncle and aunt who raised me." Hearing this, Yun Chun was silent for a moment, then said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Qingjia. I never asked about it before." Su Qing chuckled. "What's there to ask? It was all over a decade ago." As she spoke, her face showed a calmness that comes with time healing old wounds, and she looked up at the sky. Beside them, Su Pampan couldn't help but glance repeatedly at Yun Chun, still reeling from the earlier shock, thinking, an 18-year-old sergeant, oh my. The three walked in silence until suddenly, Ahead of them appeared a group of over 10 robust men dressed in simple black uniforms, exuding an intimidating aura. Chen frowned slightly, feeling alert, as these men didn't seem like they had good intentions. However, upon seeing Su Qing and Su Panpan, the men quickly lined up in 2 rows on either side of the path and shouted in unison, Miss! Miss Su! Their voices were loud and synchronized, their discipline on par with military personnel Chen had seen in training camps. Chen felt a chill in his heart, while Su Qing casually waved them off, signaling them to relax, and then asked, Where's Grandpa? Miss, the master just took his medicine and is reading in the Xian Pavilion, one of the men replied. Hearing this, a hint of worry flashed in Su Qing's eyes, and she nodded. I'll go see Grandpa now. You all can continue patrolling, no need to follow. The men responded in unison, yes. After they parted ways, Chen asked Su Qing in surprise, Qingjia, what exactly does your family do? Su Qing thought for a moment and then smiled, a bit of everything. Chen's expression became slightly stiff. They walked through winding courtyard corridors until Su Qing led Chen to an ancient-style building with the words, Wen Xian Pavilion written above the door. An elderly man, with the demeanor of a steward, came out from inside, squinting and smiling. Uncle Zhu. Su Qing greeted the old man immediately. The man bowed slightly. Mississippi. Chen felt a sense of familiarity with Uncle Zhu. When everyone set off from Suhai City to Jining City to attend the independent martial arts exam, it was Mr. Zhu who personally saw Su Qing off at the school gate. The elderly man slightly bowed to Su Panpan and politely said, Miss Su. Su Panpan respectfully returned the gesture, saying, Hello, Mr. Zhu. At this moment, Mr. Zhu's gaze finally turned to Chen, who was standing next to Su Qing. He squinted his eyes and smiled as he asked, You must be young master Chen? Chen, feeling a bit uneasy at being called young master, quickly replied, Mr. Zhu, just call me Chen. He considered himself an ordinary person, and the title made him uncomfortable. Mr. Zhu chuckled and extended his hand in welcome, saying, Come with me. The master has been wanting to meet you for a long time. Led by Mr. Zhu, the group entered Wen Xian Pavilion. The interior of Wen Xian Pavilion was spacious, with 2 rows of bookshelves towering over 10 meters high, filled with a dazzling array of ancient martial arts texts. It was Su Panpan's first time entering Wen Xian Pavilion, and she was visibly amazed, exclaiming, Wow, are these books all from before martial arts were invented? Could they be filled with lost legendary skills? Mr. Zhu laughed and responded, Miss Su, you're exaggerating. These books mainly record basic martial techniques and skills, nothing extraordinary. However, due to their age, they naturally have high collectible value. Just then, a voice, old yet full of vigor, called out, Old Zhu, have they arrived? Mr. Zhu slightly bowed and replied, Master, they have. A burly old man with white hair, dressed in a summer outfit of red and black, slowly emerged from a partition. His face was deeply lined, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Despite his advanced age, he exuded an imposing presence. This was Su Letian, the old head of the Su family. Upon seeing him, Su Panpan trembled slightly and whispered to Su Qing, Qing, why does the old master's aura suddenly seem so terrifying? Su Letian fixed his gaze on Chen, carefully observing his expression. Although Chen didn't appear to be in the best of health, he remained calm and steady under Su Lishan's pressure. After a few tense seconds, Su Letian suddenly relaxed his aura and laughed heartily. Good lad. Good lad. Come, have a seat. He took Chen by the arm and led him into the partitioned area. Su Qing and Su Panpan both breathed a sigh of relief, exchanged a look of gratitude, and followed them in. Mr. Zhu waited patiently outside. Once inside, after a few pleasantries, Su Letian smiled at Chen and said, Young friend, our Qing often talks about you, so much so that this old man's ears are getting calloused. Su Qing quickly interjected, Grandpa. Su Letian laughed heartily. What's there to be embarrassed about? At this point, Chen glanced around the room, noticing several calligraphy pieces on the wooden walls exuding a sense of loyalty and righteousness. Below these pieces was a long sword on display. Chen couldn't help but swallow, wondering to himself, what exactly did this old man do? Noticing Chen's expression, Su Letian smiled slightly. The group continued their casual conversation, with most of it being between Su Letian and Chen. Su Letian simply asked some questions about Chen, particularly concerning his talent in swordsmanship and his self-directed martial arts examinations. These were the aspects he had heard most about Chen. Chen calmly responded to Su Lishan's inquiries, honestly sharing his situation. Meanwhile, Su Letian casually mentioned some military matters. At this point, Chen sipped his hot tea, thinking to himself that the old man must have done some prior investigation on him. Chen had already sensed during his meeting with Su Qing's second uncle, Su Dinghua, that the Su family must have looked into him. Of course, the information they could access was only what the military was willing to disclose. Chen did not intend to hide anything. as pretending to be weak was never a reliable strategy. A true tiger cannot disguise itself as a pig. Thus, during the conversation between Su Letian and Yun Shun, the atmosphere gradually became lively, with Su Letian clearly appreciating Yun Shun. Just as they were chatting, Su Letian suddenly coughed. Su Qing immediately stood up, anxiously asking, "Grandfather, are you all right?" Su Letian waved his hand, softly saying, "It's nothing, it's nothing." At this moment, Butler Zhu quickly entered the room, approaching Su Letian and quietly saying, "Sir, you haven't spoken for such a long time in a while. You should rest. Let the young one step out for now." Su Letian nodded at this, offering a wry smile to Yun Chun. "My young friend, I'm sorry. Age catches up with us, and my body can't keep up." Seeing this, Yun Chun stood up and said, "Old sir, I won't disturb you any longer. Please take care and rest well." With that, Yun Chun left with Su Qing and Su Pampan. After Yun Chun left, Su Letian coughed a few more times. Then, after catching his breath, turned to Butler Zhu and asked, "What do you think of that young man?" Butler Zhu, still with his eyes slightly squinted, replied, "He has a good disposition, steady and composed aura, quite promising." However, Su Letian chuckled. "Go on, it's just us two old folks here, no need to hold back." Butler Zhu nodded and continued. "However, he is still quite young, not yet strong enough to be considered a formidable warrior, and his vitality seems somewhat depleted, possibly due to excessive use of tonics." He shook his head and smiled. But young people are often eager for success, which is understandable. Besides, being an 18-year-old second-tier, one-star martial artist is indeed a rare talent. As long as he remains humble and patient, his future is limitless. Butler Zhu hesitated for a few seconds before adding, "Sir, although Yun Chun is remarkably gifted and the young lady seems fond of him, I think we should continue to observe him." At this, Su Letian glanced at Butler Zhu and asked, "Are you worried that he's approaching Qingqing with an eye on our family's assets?" Butler Zhu nodded. Su Letian laughed. "There's no need to worry about that. I trust my judgment of character. Yun Chun is not the kind of deceitful and greedy person. However, it does seem he has come to our family with a request." Butler Zhu was surprised. "Sir, what makes you say that?" Su Letian shook his head and smiled. "Let's not worry about it for now. We'll wait for Yun Chun to bring it up himself. After all, he's someone Qingqing likes, and as long as the request isn't too excessive, a few million is something we can easily help with." Butler Zhu respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." In a quiet courtyard within the Zijing villa, Su Letian and his son, Su Dinghua, were seated in a small pavilion. Su Dinghua held a warming stove for his father and poured him a cup of hot tea, his expression tinged with concern. "Dad, is your health improving?" he asked softly. Su Letian squeezed his son's hand and smiled reassuringly. "Silly boy, I'm fine. I'm 90 now, and it's normal for an old body to have some minor issues." Su Dinghua earnestly replied, "Dad, for a martial artist, 90 isn't considered old. Martial artists live much longer than ordinary people." However, Su Letian had experienced fierce battles in his youth and suffered severe internal injuries, causing old wounds to resurface at his age. Su Letian smiled slightly and asked, "Where's Rue Rue? Why didn't you bring her along?" Su Dinghua shook his head and laughed. "Don't mention that girl. She's been clinging to Yun Chun these past few days, calling him Brother Chun all the time and following him around like a shadow." Su Letian laughed heartily and gently wiped the corners of his eyes. "That girl always wanted to be a heroine, loves wielding swords and playing with weapons. Meeting such a rare swordsmanship master naturally excites her. It's nothing to worry about. She's just a child." Su Dinghua chuckled and then asked, "Speaking of which, Dad, what do you think of Yun Chun?" Su Letian sipped his tea and replied, "He's quite good. I like him. But I noticed you seem a bit wary of him." Su Dinghua's expression changed slightly, looking a bit awkward. Su Letian sighed, "But I can't blame you for being cautious. Poor Qing. We all hope she'll meet someone decent and not be mistreated." At this point, Su Dinghua hesitated before finally speaking. "Dad, there's something I need to tell you about what happened to my eldest brother and sister-in-law back then." Referring to Su Anbong, Su Lishan's eldest son, Su Dinghua's brother, and Su Qing's biological father, who was assassinated by an unknown killer 16 years ago, Su Dinghua had been investigating the murderer. All evidence pointed to the Su family's archrival, the Shui family of Jiangnan. He explained the evidence chain he had gathered to Su Letian, knowing that his brother's death had always been a thorn in the old man's heart. To protect his father's emotions, Su Dinghua deliberately withheld some details. After listening to Su Dinghua, Su Lishan's expression was uncertain. He drank several cups of hot tea before slowly saying, "Dinghua, you've worked hard all these years." Su Dinghua felt his eyes well up and quickly said, "Dad, please don't say that. On the day my brother died, I swore to uncover the truth. I won't be at peace until this vendetta is avenged." However, Su Letian suddenly said, "Dinghua, this is exactly what I want to talk about. Let this matter end here. Don't make these pieces of evidence public." Su Dinghua felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, staring at Su Letian in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. Dad, what are you saying? These pieces of evidence can bring down the Shui family. Are you losing your mind? Su Letian spoke with a pained expression. Foolish child, so many years have passed. The Shui family's power isn't what it was over a decade ago. Over the years, their family's influence has grown significantly, and their martial artists are formidable, even establishing connections with some martial forces in Wano country. At this moment, Su Dinghua interjected. So what? Our Su family is not weak either. If it comes to a fight, I'm not afraid. Su Letian shook his head, his expression grave, and said, Foolish child, have you thought about what would happen if the Shui family finds out you have evidence against them? They will stop at nothing to take you down. I'm well aware of the Shui family's madness. I've heard that Shui Tai's grandson is already a third stage, one-star martial artist, and has awakened the Ren Sha tyrant body. Hearing this, Su Dinghua's face froze, his frustration unable to find an outlet, and he could only scream internally, Heavens, why do you grant such terrifying power to my enemies? At this moment, Su Lishan's expression turned sorrowful as he shook his head and said, I've already lost one son. I can't lose another. This statement deepened the pain in the heart of the 9-year-old father, a pain perhaps no one else could understand. After a long silence, Su Dinghua slowly stood up. Dad, it's too cold outside. Let's go back. Time flew by, and Su Lishan's 90th birthday arrived as planned. To celebrate this grand occasion, Su Dinghua specially prepared a family banquet at the Purple Mountain Villa. Although small in scale, it invited relatives of the Su family and some special guests. Chen was among them. The banquet had a traditional flair, with several long tables set up, and everyone took their seats in turn. At the feast, Chen seemed preoccupied. At this moment, Su Qing suddenly reached out her slender hand, gently stroking the back of Chen's hand. Chen, don't worry. I'll talk to uncle about the armor. Chen smiled awkwardly. Qingjie, I'm really sorry. I heard a few days ago that the Polar Day armor is Su Dinghua's most cherished private collection, and I know it's difficult to handle this matter. It was said that even the royal family of the great Xia, the Si family, wanted to purchase this armor from Su Dinghua, but he refused, not even giving face to the royal family. And since Chen had no relation to Su Dinghua, suddenly bringing it up might make the Su family think he was approaching Su Qing with ulterior motives for the armor. Feeling frustrated, Chen picked up the glass of water on the table and drank it down. Soon, the guests took their seats, and Su Letian, accompanied by Zhu Bo, slowly sat down. At 90, he looked well and was in high spirits. Many people were already getting up to toast Su Letian. However, Su Letian glanced at an empty seat beside him, his expression suddenly serious, and asked Zhu Bo, Where is Dinghua? Zhu Bo was momentarily stunned and quickly asked the other housekeepers and maids, but they all shook their heads. Su Lishan's face grew increasingly grim, a sense of unease creeping in. Just then, a petite figure joyfully ran in. Brother Chen, look, Su Ruerui, holding a short sword that shimmered brilliantly, bounced over to Chen. Isn't it beautiful? Chen took the short sword, frowned, and asked, Ruerui, where did you get this short sword? Su Letian stared intently at the sword, his expression stiff, and he staggered to his feet, rushing to Su Ruei's side. The guests began whispering among themselves. This short sword was Su Onbong's most beloved treasure before his untimely death, and its whereabouts had been unknown since Su Onbong and his wife were killed. Su Letian asked in a trembling voice, Hey, tell Grandpa, where did you find this sword? Su Ruerui had never seen her grandfather with such an expression and said, Just now outside, an old man gave it to me. Before she could finish, a murderous aura swept in from outside the hall, and the guests' faces instantly turned serious. An elderly man in his 80s, dressed in a luxurious purple robe, entered the hall, followed by dozens of elite martial artists. Su Letian looked at the newcomer, his eyes suddenly sharp, and he gritted his teeth. Shui Taiya. The man who arrived was none other than Shui Taiya, the head of the Shui family. His eyes, resembling those of a venomous snake, fixed on Su Letian with a sinister smile playing at the corners of his lips. Su Letian, are you satisfied with this birthday gift? At this moment, Su Ruerui, like a child who had done something wrong, stood there in fear and anxiety. Despite her young age, she had an uneasy feeling that the short sword in her hand was not a good omen. Fury burned through Su Letian as he stared intensely at Shui Taiya, demanding, Where is Dinghua? Is Dinghua in your hands? Shui Taiya smirked and gestured to an aide who pulled out a phone and played a video. The footage showed Su Dinghua tied to a chair in a dark room, covered in bruises and barely conscious. Daddy! Su Ruerui screamed in terror, her face pale with fear. Seeing his son treated this way, Su Lishan's rage intensified, his eyes blazing like fire. Shui scoundrel! In that instant, his presence seemed to grow more formidable. Several Su family martial artists charged from behind Su Letian to attack Shui Taiya. However, Shui Taiya remained unmoved. As a man in his 30s, dressed in a purple suit, suddenly appeared to shield him. Bang, bang, bang. With simple punches and kicks, the man sent the Sioux family fighters flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spewed from their mouths as they clutched their chests, writhing in agony and wailing. Some had their chests caved in, and after a few rasping breaths, fell silent. The guests turned pale, gripped by fear. Shuetaiha surveyed the room slowly and spoke. I never thought that after all these years, you'd dig up old grievances. I had hoped we could keep to ourselves, but alas, Su Letian, you forced my hand. He knew well that Su Dingwa held evidence against him. For over a decade, the Shui and Su families had maintained a facade of peace, but to preserve the Shui family, a decisive end with the Su family was necessary today. The good news is, Zijin Manor is on the outskirts of Suhai City, making it easy to deal with the Su family quietly. And my grandson is right here with me. A ruthless glint flashed in Shuetai's eyes as he thought. If not now, then when? Just then, a guest discreetly tried to call the arbitration bureau, only to find the signal completely blocked, leaving everyone in shock. The Shui family truly intended to commit murder here. Shuetaiha glanced around, his mind racing. Luckily, the number of people isn't too large, as long as we clean up thoroughly, leaving no trace. He was aware that both the Shui and Su families had emerged from bloody struggles decades ago, and had little hesitation about killing. Now that the Shui family had gained prominence, they had to consider the consequences, making today's actions a reluctant necessity. How come? Take action. These people are the murderers and accomplices of your father's killers. Show no mercy. Shuetaiha's cold voice echoed as the man in the purple suit, his grandson Shui Haoyong, stood firm. Just as he took a step forward, Zhu Bo, who was behind Su Letian, swiftly appeared beside Shui Haoyong and launched a powerful strike. This blow contained explosive force that could shatter internal organs and bones. However, Shui Haoyong remained unfazed by Zhu Bo's formidable attack, and Shuetaiha showed no sign of concern. In an instant, Zhu Bo was sent flying, leaving everyone unaware of what had transpired. Su Letian stared at Shui Haoyong in shock, knowing Zhu Bo's strength was unmatched in Suhai City. Yet this young man in his early 30s effortlessly countered and even retaliated. What was even more shocking was that Su Letian hadn't even seen Shui Haoyong's move. The guests looked pale, understanding the terrifying extent of Shui Haoyong's power. Despite some being martial artists themselves, Zhu Bo twisted in midair, barely landing on his feet while clutching his chest, his face ashen. Shui Haoyong looked at him and chuckled softly. So, this is Su family's chief steward, Zhu Qingfeng of the Shattered Gold Palm? Ridiculous. I thought you were formidable and worthy of respect, but you're just a withered, old tree. Su Letian quickly supported Zhu Bo, asking with concern, Old Zhu, are you alright? Zhu Bo shook his head, his expression grave. Shuetaiha looked at Su Letian and Zhu Bo with prideful ridicule. Did you see Haoyong's strength? After 5 years of training in Wano Kuni, he's reached this level. Su Letian, Zhu Qingfeng, your era is over. Now it's Haoyong's time. Su Letian glanced worriedly at the tense Su Qing and Su Rurue, thinking that he couldn't let them get hurt. He gritted his teeth, swallowing his pride, and said in a submissive tone, Shuetaiha, I can agree to your terms. I will hand over the evidence Dingwa holds to you. I will meet all the Shui family's demands as much as possible. Just release Dingwa and leave, and from now on, our Su and Shui families will stay out of each other's affairs. I promise the Su family won't provoke the Shui family again. Shuetaiha sneered at this, stretching out his left hand, where all 5 fingers were severed, a terrifying sight. The scars from an injury inflicted by Su Letian 40 years ago. He looked at his left hand, then back at Su Letian with hatred in his eyes. Su Letian, you're dreaming. Today, we settle both old and new scores. Su Letian was filled with rage. You've already taken my son's life, Shuetaiha. Isn't that enough? Shuetaiha laughed heartily, his eyes burning with fury. Enough? Far from it. Don't forget, my son, Haoyong's father, also died because of your Su family. Su Lishan's heart was filled with an overwhelming hatred, vowing to make the Su family suffer even more than he had. At this moment, Shuetaiha was already consumed by a frenzy of vengeance, and Su Letian knew that words would be futile. Zhu Bo, pale and gasping for breath, said, Master, I'll hold them off here. You must go, Su Letian resolutely replied. Old Zhu, we've been together for many years. You should know I would never abandon you at a time like this. Loyalty is in my heart. Today we live and die together. Zhu Bo was shocked and urgently exclaimed, Master. Su Letian suddenly turned his head and shouted to Su Qing and Su Rurue, Qing, take Reve and run. Su Qing looked terrified. Grandfather? Su Rue's face was pale, tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, Shuetaiha waved his hand lightly, and the warriors behind him instantly attacked Su Letian and his group, throwing the scene into chaos with screams of terror echoing throughout. Go! Su Letian shouted, causing Su Qing to tremble and immediately pick up Su Rurue, Yun Chun and Pan Pan. Quickly, follow me. Before Su Qing could finish her sentence, Xue Haoqiong appeared in front of her like a steel wall, blocking her path. Su Qing's face froze, and Xue Haoqiong said expressionlessly, "So, you're Su Qing, Su Anbong's daughter? The day my father died, I swore you'd become my slave, to comfort his spirit. Look forward to it. Our future time alone will be interesting." Su Qing's eyes narrowed, a wave of discomfort and disgust rising in her heart. Just then, Su Pampan suddenly stepped forward, blocking Xue Haoqiong's path. "You won't lay a finger on her." Despite knowing Xue Haoqiong's power was beyond imagination, she understood that if she didn't intervene, Su Qing's fate would be unimaginable. "My strength is greater than Qingqing's. I can hold him off for a bit," Su Pampan thought to herself. "Pampan, what are you doing?" Su Qing cried out in panic. Xue Haoqiong sneered at the girl who was a head shorter than him, full of disdain. How foolish. In the next moment, Xue Haoqiong's body swelled, his muscles tearing through the purple suit he wore, and Xue Taihao watched his son's power with pride. Though Su Letian and Zhu Bo were entangled with the warriors, they still fought desperately to reach Su Qing and Su Rurue. Xue Haoqiong's lips curled into a slight smile as he slowly said, "Watch closely. This is what true power is." Just then, a thunderous crash sounded like an exploding cannonball, and Xue Haoqiong's body was flung like a rag doll, slamming into the hall's wall and embedding in it. The scene fell into silence, everyone stunned, their eyes fixed on the young man beside Su Qing. Yun Chen slowly stood up, rubbing his shoulder, his gaze resolute. Su Qing looked at Yun Chen in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Was that powerful force just now really unleashed by Yun Chen? Wasn't he a swordsman? How could he have such formidable physical strength? At that moment, Yun Chen suddenly turned around, pulled Su Qing into his arms, and whispered softly in her ear, "Don't run around. Stay where I can see you." Feeling the warmth of his breath, Su Qing's cheeks flushed, and Yun Chen's words seemed to have a calming magic, gradually soothing her initial panic. She nodded obediently, like a little fox. Then, Yun Chen gently took Su Rurue from Su Qing's arms and placed her on the ground, gently patting her head. "Rurue, stay close to Sister Qingqing, okay?" Su Rurue's face was tear-streaked, but she didn't cry out loud. She nodded vigorously, choking back her tears. "Brother Chen, Daddy he." Yun Chen affectionately patted her head and reassured her, "Rurue, Daddy will be fine. Don't worry. Leave it to Brother Chen." Hearing this, Su Rurue finally stopped crying and nodded obediently. At this point, Su Pampan looked at Yun Chen in horror, her voice trembling. "Yun Chen, what are you doing?" "Qingqing, let's run." Her mind was in a whirlwind, only thinking about how to escape, internally deciding, "Stick close to Qingqing and Rurue if you don't want to get hurt, or you're on your own." However, Yun Chen just left her with a single sentence and ignored Su Pampan, walking around the table towards the Xue family members. Su Pampan finally snapped back to reality, grabbing Su Qing in shock. Was it Yun Chen who just sent Xue Haoqiong flying with a single move? Su Qing looked at Yun Chen with admiration and pride in her eyes, and nodded. Su Pampan was stunned, finding it hard to believe. Is this really the same Yun Chen who seemed weak and exhausted before? If Xue Haoqiong was like a steel wall, then at this moment, Yun Chen was like a towering mountain, mysterious and awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, Yun Chen casually rubbed his shoulder and said in a nonchalant tone, "Ugh, sitting for too long makes me sore." Beside him, Uncle Zhu and Su Letian looked at Yun Chen with shock and disbelief. Uncle Zhu shook his head. No doubt about it, it was definitely young Master Yun Chen who made the move. Su Lishan's face twitched slightly, thinking to himself, This isn't the kind of strength a swordsman should have." In the distance, Xue Taiha was still staring at Yun Chen in a daze, seemingly unable to recover from the shock. Yun Chen pointed to Su Qing and addressed everyone present. "Just a friendly reminder. This girl, I'm protecting her. If you don't want to die painfully, stay 10 meters away from her. Thanks for your cooperation." Yun Chen's tone was light and breezy, but each word echoed through the hall like the depths of the ocean, sending a shiver through everyone present. Su Pampan looked at Yun Chen, her eyes filled with surprise and admiration, thinking to herself, "Wow, he's so bold, but also so cool." At this moment, Su Pampan glanced at Su Qing beside her, a hint of envy in her eyes, and softly said, "Qingqing, he just called you Qingqing." Hearing this, Su Qing recalled Yun Chen's actions earlier, and her cheeks instantly flushed, the heat spreading to her slender neck and collarbone. Meanwhile, Xue Taiha seemed to awaken from a dream, suddenly shouting, "Quick, save your young master." The Xue family's martial artists immediately rushed towards Xue Haoqiong, who was trapped in the wall, attempting to pull him out. However, a low voice from Xue Haoqiong emerged from the wall. "No need." With a loud bang, the wall was instantly covered with cracks, and dust filled the air as Xue Haoqiong's figure burst out from the wall, landing heavily on the ground. His breath was like white mist, and his skin turned a striking red, clearly having activated the human fiend-dominant body. Seeing his grandson in such a state, Xue Taiha felt reassured and showed wild joy. Then, He waved his hand and shouted hysterically, "Kill them all! Kill that kid too!" At that moment, a Shui family martial artist seized the opportunity to charge at Su Qing and the others behind Yun Chun, intending to capture Su Qing and gain favor with Shui Haoqiong. However, before he could take 2 steps, a white figure appeared beside him like lightning. The martial artist's face turned pale with horror, and in the next second, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, his body was sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar inside the hall. Swish! A long sword suddenly appeared beside the Shui family martial artist's left ear, then drilled into his ear like a venomous snake. Accompanied by the grating sound of bone being ground and a piercing scream, the sword pierced through the warrior's head, resulting in a gruesome death. Su Qing and Su Pampan quickly covered Su Rui's eyes and ears, shielding the young girl from the bloody scene. Yun Chen rubbed his ears, seemingly disturbed by the warrior's dying screams, then coldly glanced at the Shui family members and said indifferently, "Didn't I just say? If you don't want to die painfully, stay away from her." The hall fell silent, with nothing but the sound of a pin drop. Witnessing all this, Zhu Bo and Su Letian were overwhelmed with shock, unable to regain their composure. Initially, they were stunned by Yun Chen's terrifying strength, but now, they were intimidated by his ruthlessness and ferocity. Su Pampan, watching Yun Chen, who seemed completely different from before, was so shocked that her body tingled slightly. Is this still the same Yun Chen who spoke softly to Su Qing earlier? His actions are too ruthless. At this moment, Shui Taihe, looking at Yun Chen, was completely subdued by his aura, unable to utter a single word. Then, Shui Haoqiong spoke, his voice deep and resolute. "He's right, don't engage." He gazed at Yun Chen, his facial skin an abnormal red, with faint currents of electricity flowing across its surface. Zhu Bo looked at Shui Haoqiong in shock and said, "A human fiend body, and there's already a faint electric current on his skin." Su Letian was taken aback and said in horror, "Doesn't that mean his body liberation level?" Zhu Bo nodded solemnly and replied, "At least 80. At this moment, Su Lishan's face became extremely stiff, and he looked at Yun Chen with concern. Shui Haoqiong slowly spoke, his gaze fixed on Yun Chen, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "I'll deal with this kid. I'll break your limbs and let you watch as the woman you want to protect is." Before he could finish, his cheek was suddenly slapped, sending him flying. Yun Chen casually flicked his hand and said indifferently, "You've got 2 problems, a filthy mouth and delusions. But don't worry, just be more careful in your next life." Roar! Shui Haoqiong leapt up from the ground, his low growl like that of an enraged beast, veins bulging on his skin, seemingly ready to erupt at any moment. His muscles swelled again as he glared at Yun Chen and coldly said, "Kid, it seems you've mastered an 11 or higher physical martial art, but I'll still crush you into a pulp. Feel the power of an 80 liberated body." With that, Shui Haoqiong's figure suddenly vanished. "Yun Chen, be careful!" Su Letian shouted a warning. The next second, Shui Haoqiong appeared on Yun Chen's left, throwing a fierce punch at his temple. Boom! The fist wind exploded, tearing through the air. As their fists collided, ripples burst out in the air, forcing everyone to squint against the overwhelming force. When the dust settled, everyone was left speechless by the scene before them. Yun Chen had effortlessly raised his left hand, calmly intercepting Shui Haoqiong's full-force punch. Not only that, but Shui Haoqiong's entire body trembled slightly, as he realized he couldn't pull his left fist free, no matter how much strength he used. Yun Chen remained as immovable as a mountain. Yun Chen looked at Shui Haoqiong, whose face was twisted in frustration, and shook his head with a smile. "Your power is far too weak. Compared to that steel-spiked creature earlier, you're like a baby, still nursing." Shui Haoqiong was shocked, his throat moving as he struggled to speak. This can't be. I'm a human fiend body, 80 body liberation. How can you withstand it?" Before he could finish, a tremendous aura erupted from Yun Chen, countless tiny black lightning bolts swirling around him. In an instant, Shui Haoqiong's left arm was twisted several times by Yun Chen. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, Shui Haoqiong let out a scream, but it was abruptly cut off. Yun Chen kicked him hard in the chest, sending him flying through the air. Blood splattered, landing on the face of Shui Taihe, who stood nearby. Although Shui Haoqiong's body was sent flying, his left arm remained in Yun Chen's hand. Shui Taihe, with his grandson's blood on his face, stood wide-eyed and stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. His grandson was supposed to be a formidable warrior, having trained for years with the invincible body of Sha. Yun Chen, looking at the bleeding arm in his hand, grimaced in disgust and casually tossed it to the ground. He thought to himself that the so-called invincible body of Sha was nothing more than a gimmick built on hormones and drugs. During the fight with Shui Haoqiong, Yun Chen observed his muscle patterns and quickly realized that the invincible body of Sha was just a hollow reputation. While it could temporarily enhance the body's capabilities, it was nothing compared to a true martial physique. In fact, Shui Haoqiong's body had long been deteriorating from excessive use of chemical substances. Now, Lying on the ground, he was convulsing in pain, with his limbs beginning to shrink, revealing his true physical condition. Seeing his grandson in such agony, Xue Taihe was finally provoked into a rage, letting out the most frenzied roar of his life. Kill him, chop him up, and feed him to the dogs. At his command, dozens of Xue family warriors charged at Yunchen. However, before Xue Taihe could finish his words, the scene before him rendered him speechless. Yunchen, surrounded by the warriors, suddenly caused countless rippling spaces to appear around him. Hundreds of long swords whistled out, their gleam lighting up the hall. The Xue family warriors, who had leaped to attack, were shredded by the swords before they could react, with blood cascading down like a waterfall, surrounding Yunchen completely. Yunchen glanced around, having dispatched dozens of warriors in mere moments. Then, he leapt over the blood-soaked ground and approached Xue Haoxiong, who was struggling on the floor. Upon seeing Yunchen, Xue Haoxiong's eyes filled with sheer terror. I warn you, don't come any closer. Yunchen sneered and lifted the fallen Xue Haoxiong, his right hand drawing a long sword that slowly emerged from the treasure trove of swords, landing steadily in Yunchen's grasp. As Yunchen poised to thrust his sword into Xue Haoxiong's throat, Xue Taihe suddenly fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Young friend, I beg you, spare Haoxiong's life." Yunchen glanced at the kneeling Xue Taihe, noting the terror on his face, the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and the wrinkles that seemed alive with anxiety. Yunchen did not rush to act, as Su Dingwa was still under the control of the Xue family. Xue Taihe seemed to have an epiphany and quickly crawled towards Su Letian, his voice shaking as he said, "Brother Su, today's events are all my doing. I beg your forgiveness. Please spare Haoxiong. I promise never to trouble the Su family again." As he spoke, he bowed repeatedly, his head hitting the ground like pounding garlic. Su Letian glared at Xue Taihe and demanded, "Where is Dingwa? I want to see him." Xue Taihe trembled as he replied, "Su Dingwa is alive, in a warehouse not far from here." Su Letian erupted in anger. "Where? Speak quickly." Xue Taihe glanced at Xue Haoxiong, held by Yunchen, and reluctantly revealed Su Dingwa's location. Su Letian immediately ordered the Su family to rescue Su Dingwa as quickly as possible, threatening, "If anything happens to Dingwa, you and your grandson will pay with your lives." A few minutes later, Su Letian received news that the Su family had successfully rescued Su Dingwa. Although he was seriously injured, his life was not in immediate danger. Yunchen, holding the barely conscious Xue Haoxiong, asked Su Letian, "Old master, what do you say?" Su Lishan's face showed a conflicted expression as he stared intensely at the terrified Xue Taihe. The Xue family was a powerful entity. Taking extreme measures could have dire consequences. The situation with Su Dingwa had shaken Su Lishan's resolve, making him fearful and hesitant to make a decisive judgment. Finally, Su Letian slowly said, "Young friend, let them go." Relief and joy washed over Xue Taihe's face, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Yunchen heard this and pursed his lips in disappointment. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Yunchen turned to Su Qing and asked, "What do we do?" Su Qing, who had been watching Yunchen with admiration and affection, was surprised that he would ask her. She paused and asked, "You're asking me?" Amidst the bloody chaos, Yunchen appeared relaxed, smiling at Su Qing and nodding. "It's your call." Su Qing looked at the kneeling Xue Taihe and the grievously injured Xue Haoxiong, feeling a pang of sympathy. However, the situation had escalated too far for reconciliation. Allowing the Xue family to continue would be like leaving a ticking time bomb beside the Su family. As Su Qing quickly weighed her options, she realized her grandfather's concerns were valid. The Xue family was too powerful, even a remnant posed a threat to the Su family. At this moment of inner turmoil, Su Qing gazed at Yunchen, her eyes slightly trembling. "No, I can't hesitate. He's already involved. If we let the Xue family go back, they will definitely find a chance to take revenge on Yunchen. Yunchen is different from me. He doesn't have the protection of a powerful family. Letting the tiger return to the mountain would only harm him." Su Qing was not a ruthless person, but thinking of the dangers Yunchen might face, a flash of determination appeared in her eyes. "Kill them." Xue Taihe, hearing these cold words, looked at Su Qing in disbelief. At that moment, Yunchen smiled slightly, understanding that they had reached a complete agreement. If Su Qing had just said, "Let them go," Yunchen would have been deeply disappointed. Just then, Xue Haoxiong, who was held by Yunchen, suddenly roared, "Ah!" In an instant, he unleashed the last of his strength and struck toward Yunchen's dantian. "Die!" Su Qing cried out in alarm and rushed toward Yunchen, while Su Panpan covered her mouth in horror. Boom! However, it was all too late. Xue Haoxiong's life-consuming punch landed squarely on Yunchen's dantian. Damage to the dantian could render someone half-crippled, even if they survived. Xue Haoxiong's face twisted into a final, crazed smile, but the next second, it froze. Yunchen calmly said, "Was that your final strike?" It was only then that Xue Haoxiong realized his punch, which seemed to land on Yunchen's dantian, actually stopped just short. An inexplicable force field had protected Yunshin from this last blow. Seeing Shui Haoxiong's ashen, shocked expression, Yunshin chuckled. Remember, next time put more effort into it. Sometimes strength works miracles. As Shui Haoxiong looked at the black lightning surrounding Yunshin, he finally recalled that legendary power and, with his last breath, murmured, "True, true martial." Then, Shui Haoxiong's life force vanished completely. His cultivation returned to nothing, and he died. Shui Taihe stared at Yunshin, who was closing in on him, his eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Despite the urge to flee, he found himself paralyzed, as if turned to stone. Suddenly, his body jolted, a sharp pain searing through his back as a long sword pierced through him. He looked down in disbelief, thinking, how could I, Shui Taihe, fall at the hands of such a young man? Even in his final moments, he couldn't accept that his plans had been entirely thwarted by a mere 17 or 18-year-old. With a dull thud, Shui Taihe's upper body hit the ground heavily, lifeless. The scene left all the guests present in shock and fear. The Shui family, a prominent family in Jiangnan province, had fallen. The entire province's political landscape was bound to change. Su Letian, staring at the bodies of the Shui family grandfather and grandson, was still reeling from the shock. But years of experience had taught him to act swiftly. Someone, clean up the scene. Seal off Zijing Manor, and make sure no one enters or leaves, he ordered. The downfall of the Shui family swept across Jiangnan province like a hurricane, quickly dominating media headlines. With the spread of online media, within days, the Shui family scandal became the talk of the town. I didn't expect the Shui family to be so sinister. Rumor has it they secretly killed over 100 martial artists over the years, people murmured. The murder of Su Anbong and his wife from the Su family 10 years ago was their doing too. The Shui family truly committed all sorts of evil. Meanwhile, in the opulent reception room of the Su family in Suhai City, Su Dingguo was hosting a mature, professional woman in her 40s. Lawyer Gu, we're counting on you this time, Su Dingguo said with a slight bow, his tone respectful. Gu Area, standing up to return the gesture, replied, Mr. Su, there's no need for formality. Upholding justice is our duty. She was a top lawyer in Jiangnan province, with a flawless record over the past 20 years. Su Dingguo hoped she could help the Su family win and completely bring down the Shui family, ensuring they never rise again. After seeing Gu Area off, a steely determination flashed in Su Dingguo's eyes. Once Gu Area left the Su residence, she received a call from her daughter. Hello, Mingwei? What's up? Mommy's busy. How about you let daddy keep you company, she said gently. After hanging up, she dialed another number, her tone turning stern. Hello, Qin Wujing, are you still going to take care of Mingyue's matter or not? Are you itching for trouble lately? Meanwhile, in the Su family's reception room, Su Dingguo was conversing with Yunshin. Xiao Chen, we really owe you for this. Without your help, our Su family would have been in deep trouble. Su Dingguo expressed his gratitude to Yunshin. Su Dingguo was filled with fear and couldn't bring himself to continue speaking. His daughter, Su Rui, was so young, and if anything happened to her, he would never find peace. This incident completely dispelled Su Dingguo's doubts about Yunshin. He once suspected Yunshin of approaching Su Qing to covet the Su family's wealth, but now he couldn't wait to arrange Su Qing and Yunshin's marriage. If Yunshin became the Su family's son-in-law, what would the Su family have to worry about? At this moment, Yunshin spoke. Uncle Dingguo, there's no need to be so formal. The Shui family has gone too far. The incident with Qingqing's parents years ago, was that also their doing? Upon hearing this, Su Dingguo's expression became complicated as he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes in pain. He slowly said, actually, there seems to be more to the story of my elder brother's murder over a decade ago. Yunshin frowned and pressed further. What do you mean? After calming himself, Su Dingguo explained, as the eldest son of the Su family, my brother always had strong security around him. Over a decade ago, the Shui family's influence wasn't as strong as it is now. How could they have possibly killed my brother? This has always puzzled me. Yunshin continued to probe. Did he offend anyone? Su Dingguo shook his head. My brother was kind and rarely argued with others. He was dedicated to research and stayed out of family conflicts, so it was unlikely he made any deadly enemies. Just then, a noise came from outside the meeting room. Su Dingguo immediately stood up, opened the door, and saw Su Qing standing there in shock. Qingqing, did you hear everything? Su Dingguo asked in surprise. Su Qing nodded and said seriously, Uncle, I have the right to know about this. Su Dingguo hesitated. He didn't want Su Qing involved in these dangerous matters. In his eyes, Su Qing was gentle and more like an ordinary girl, and he hoped she could live a peaceful life. However, Su Qing harbored hatred in her heart, wanting to know who killed her parents and destroyed her family. Countless nights, she dreamt of her parents' smiling faces, waking up with tears streaming down her face. Since she expressed her desire to eliminate the Shui family, the repressed emotions finally released, and the nightmares worsened. In recent days, Yunshin had been by her side almost constantly. Now, Yun Chen's presence brought a turning point in her life. She confided many things to Yun Chen and ultimately resolved to personally avenge her parents. Su Qing sat beside Yun Chen, her eyes slightly trembling as she glanced at the photos on the table, revealing her inner turmoil to Yun Chen. He gently held her hand, trying to reassure her. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing asked, "Uncle, is there anything else about my father's situation that you haven't told me?" Su Dingwa looked at the two of them, sighed, and slowly said, "Xiao Chun, Qingqing, actually, my brother was always involved in scientific research." Yunchen was taken aback and asked, "What kind of research specifically?" Su Dingwa looked at Yunchen and said, word by word, "Xiao Chun, have you ever heard a rumor? That in this world, there exist fierce demons with human-like intelligence." After leaving the meeting room, Su Qing walked silently beside Yunchen, contemplating what Su Dingwa had said. Could these fierce demons truly exist? And her father was engaged in research on these intelligent demons. The information was overwhelming, and Su Qing struggled to process it all. The human race, the first to walk upright on this land, has thrived for thousands of years. 5,000 years ago, celestial phenomena occurred, and countless meteorites fell to Earth, giving birth to these fierce demons. With terrifying power, these demons continually attacked human territories. Su Qing murmured, "So, these demons are actually extraterrestrial beings. It's not surprising that they possess intelligence." Yun Shun, crossing his arms, said, "When I think of intelligent demons, I picture that monster covered in steel spikes. But this is a military secret, and I can't tell you. It's for your safety." Su Qing blinked. "Is that what you think, Yun Shun?" Yun Shun wrapped an arm around Su Qing's slender waist and said seriously, "Regardless of whether these demons are intelligent, they are invaders and enemies to humans. Even if they are intelligent, we shouldn't feel guilty about destroying them. What concerns me more is what your father discovered that made some people willing to kill." Yun Chen's expression turned serious. Although he had no leads at the moment, he was determined to uncover the truth. Su Qing nodded, then suddenly said, "It's us." Yun Chen and Su Qing exchanged a smile. At this moment, Su Qing's cheeks were slightly flushed. She glanced down at the hand resting on her flat stomach and playfully glared at Yun Chen. "You rascal! Where are you putting your hand?" Yun Chen gave an awkward smile. "Your waist is so slim, I accidentally crossed the line." He started to withdraw his hand, but Su Qing suddenly grabbed it and gently placed it back on her waist. Feeling the warmth from her abdomen, Su Qing's face turned red, and she lowered her head, not speaking, as the atmosphere grew intimate. Suddenly, Su Qing spoke. "By the way, Uncle said he has something for you. Shall we go see?" Seeing the mischievous smile on Su Qing's face, Yun Chun was surprised but nodded, "Sure." The Su family residence in Suhai City was a vast estate. Su Letian, Su Dinghua, Su Qing, Uncle Zhu, and others each had their own separate villa. Yun Chen and Su Qing arrived at Su Dinghua's villa. Earlier, Su Dinghua had left the meeting room, asking Yun Chen to wait for him at home. Just as they arrived, Su Dinghua came over with several men in black, escorting a briefcase. "Uncle Dinghua, what's this?" Yun Chen asked, puzzled, as Su Dinghua handed him the briefcase. Su Dinghua and Su Qing exchanged a smile, and then Su Dinghua said, "Open it and see." Yun Chen took the briefcase and slowly opened it. Inside lay a pure white battle suit, emitting a faint, warm glow. The Polar Day battle suit. Yun Chen's face lit up with excitement as he looked at the pure white battle suit. Su Dinghua looked at Yun Chen and said with a smile, "I heard from Qingqing that you really need this battle suit. I bought it from a big trading company a few years ago with the intention of collecting it. But if you can make good use of it, then take it." Yun Chen hesitated and looked at Su Dinghua, saying, "Uncle Dinghua, this battle suit is quite expensive." Su Dinghua waved his hand, interrupting him, "Don't talk to me about money. It's pointless." With that, he ushered Yun Chen and Su Qing out, saying, "All right, you two young people must have a lot to talk about. Don't waste time here. No need to see you off. No need to see you off." Before leaving, Su Dinghua winked at Yun Chen and subtly pointed at Su Qing. After sending off Yun Chen and Su Qing, several men in black looked at Su Dinghua and said with some distress, "Mr. Su, you spent 6 billion wealth points on that battle suit, and now you're just giving it away." Even for someone like Su Dinghua, a top-tier wealthy individual in Jiangnan province, this was a significant sum. Su Dinghua's expression darkened as he replied coldly, "You don't understand. A golden opportunity for a son-in-law is priceless." Seeing the men in black fall silent, Su Dinghua's expression softened slightly, and he turned to head back inside. To him, spending 6 billion to potentially have Yin Chen become his son-in-law was more than worth it. As a businessman, he would never make a losing deal, especially when Yun Chen had saved the Su family during a crisis. It was only fitting to give Yun Chen the battle suit if he liked it. Now, it was up to the young couple to see where fate would take them. Su Dinghua looked up and sighed. "Brother, sister-in-law, you don't need to worry from above. Qingqing has found a good match." In Su Qing's villa, Yun Chen stood in front of the mirror, trying on the Polar Day battle suit and examining himself closely. It was a remarkable outfit, able to adapt to his physique. Yin Shun was slightly more muscular and taller than the suit's original dimensions, but once he put it on, it expanded to perfectly fit his body, providing maximum comfort. Beside him, Su Qing watched Yin Shun in the mirror, her face blushing uncontrollably. Yin Shun thought to himself that it was finally time to test the suit's capabilities, clenching his fists slightly. In that instant, black lightning appeared all over Yin Shun's body once again. The true martial mode was activated. After a minute, Yin Shun was pleasantly surprised to find no discomfort whatsoever. The suit indeed helped reduce the consumption of energy in true martial mode. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. He surpassed his previous record. He couldn't help but exclaim, amazing. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. A full 30 minutes passed before Yin Shun felt any strain on his body. Taking a deep breath, he deactivated the true martial mode, and the black lightning disappeared. Su Qing had been by Yin Shun's side the entire time. Seeing him exhale deeply, she slowly spoke. Yin Shun, could this power be? Although Su Qing's martial arts skills were not strong, only at the first star level, she could feel the powerful aura emanating from Yin Shun, like a tidal wave. True martial constitution, indeed. Yin Shun's confirmation caused Su Qing's eyes to widen in disbelief. It's really the true martial constitution? My God, the legendary true martial constitution. For most martial artists, the true martial constitution was as mysterious as an urban legend. Su Qing's legs weakened slightly, and she sat down on the sofa, shaking her head. No wonder your strength skyrocketed from the moment you took the independent martial arts exam. You have the true martial constitution. Yun Shin chuckled, looking at his right hand, and said, although it's the true martial constitution, it's nothing particularly rare. Among the top-tier fighters in Daxia, the true martial constitution isn't uncommon. He wasn't complacent, thinking of broader horizons rather than staying confined to a small area. Yun Shin understood that the bigger one's heart, the larger the stage. However, he overlooked the fact that among the top martial artists, while many had the true martial constitution, only a few could achieve 100 body liberation and activate the true martial mode. Moreover, those who could activate the true martial mode and wear battle suits made from 6th level class fierce demons were even rarer. A few days after returning from the Su family, Yin Shin received a notification from the Jiangnan Province Military Department. They informed him that there were items from the East Sea War Zone for him to collect, presumably the 2's class weapons. Meanwhile, Yin Shun had nearly finished handling his moving arrangements. Mom, this will be our new home from now on, Yin Shin said, standing with his mother Qin Zhu in front of their standalone villa by the lake, looking up in admiration. Qin Zhu, eyes filled with pride, smiled and said, Xiao Chun, I'm truly proud of you. Yin Shun touched his nose and smiled. Suddenly, Qin Zhu asked, by the way, Xiao Chun, have you been in touch with your uncle since you returned from the East Sea War Zone? Yin Shun was taken aback, feeling a slight resistance towards his uncle. If the Qin family hadn't heartlessly expelled his mother Qin Zhu back then, she wouldn't have had to endure so many years of hardship. Yin Shin knew well how difficult it was for a woman to raise a child alone. His father died on the battlefield, and due to his low military rank, the Federation's compensation was not substantial. Over the years, Yin Shun and Qin Zhu lived a rather frugal life. However, recently, Qin Wujing had helped Yun Shin resolve some issues. After some inner struggle, Yun Shin's resentment towards his uncle lessened, so he asked, what's up with uncle? Meanwhile, in Jining City, Yun Shin's uncle, Qin Wujing, was busy with household chores. Dad, can you please stop cooking next time? It's terrible, Yun Shin's cousin Qin Mingyue complained, looking at the charred food on the table with a grimace. Qin Wujing smiled awkwardly. Since being ousted from the Qin group's board, his authority had been almost completely stripped, leaving him idle at home. Out of boredom, he even started experimenting with cooking, but with little success. I want mom's cooking, Qin Mingyue said, crossing her arms with dissatisfaction. Qin Wujing looked troubled and replied, Mingyue, your mom has been busy with casework these days. All right, don't be mad. I'll take you out to eat tonight. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the door was heard, and Gu Area rushed in. Mom, wife, weren't you at the courthouse? Why are you back? Qin Mingyue and Qin Wujing looked at her in surprise. Gu Area hurried to the study, found a document, and breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. I thought I lost it. Qin Wujing teased her with a smile. Even our top lawyer Gu can be forgetful? That's not acceptable for a star lawyer. Gu Area, hearing her husband's teasing, retorted irritably. You're one to talk. You embezzled funds to bail out your nephew, and ended up getting kicked out of the board. You're really something. Qin Wujing's expression stiffened slightly, and he muttered, it wasn't embezzlement. I just didn't have enough cash on hand at the time. I had no choice but to take money from the company account, and I later reimbursed it from my personal account. Upon hearing this, Gu Area's anger flared up. Yes, you reimbursed it, so what? Qin Shiji caught you red-handed, and he immediately convened a board meeting to have you removed. Qin Shiji, Qin Wujing's half-brother and Qin Mingyue's uncle, had taken advantage of the situation. Qin Wujing's face grew increasingly awkward, unsure of how to respond. Gu Area looked at her husband Qin Wujing with a sigh of resignation. It's been years since you've seen your nephew. Your bond has faded. I really don't understand why you're helping him. Qin Wujing's expression dimmed slightly as he replied. He's still my nephew. After all. Gu Area glanced at Qin Wujing and continued. You know how stubborn the old man is. He doesn't acknowledge this grandson. Qin Wujing countered. It's different now. Xiao Chun is the top scholar in the province and a genius in swordsmanship. I think Dad might accept him. Gu Area shook her head and sighed. I doubt it. The old man has seen plenty of geniuses in his time. Qin Wujing protested. You don't understand. Xiao Chun is different. Gu Area shrugged, unimpressed. What's so different about him? She said, preparing to leave. At that moment, Qin Mingyue asked. Mom, is this case still not over? You haven't had dinner with me for days. Her voice was tinged with grievance. Gu Area's face softened with a trace of guilt, and she promised. Mingyue, once this case is over, I will spend time with you, okay? Qin Wujing interjected. Is it the Shui family's case? Who would have thought that the Shui family, which was thriving a couple of years ago, would collapse overnight? Gu Area remarked. Life is unpredictable. And it was the Su family from Suhai City that defeated them. But I really don't know what methods the Su family used to bring them down. Qin Wujing asked curiously, you don't know? Gu Area shook her head. The head of the Shui family, Shui Taya, disappeared. He's probably dead. Rumor has it something happened at the Purple Gold Villa, but no one knows the details, likely due to the Su family keeping it under wraps. I suspect there's a powerful figure backing them this time. Qin Wujing nodded in agreement. Being part of the Qin family, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. The martial arts families operated with a mix of overt and covert tactics, and everyone was aware, even if they turned a blind eye. If it weren't for the Su family exposing the Shui family's crimes to the media and inciting public outrage, no one would have bothered with the Shui family. In any case, the Shui family is finished. They must have provoked someone they shouldn't have. Qin Wujing mused. He wondered aloud. Who could it be? Gu Area looked at her husband with resignation and laughed. It must be some big shot. With that, she left the house. Qin Wujing crossed his arms, deep in thought, then turned to Qin Mingyue. Mingyue, you should learn from the Shui family's downfall. Even though you're the eldest daughter of the Qin family, you must remain humble and avoid throwing tantrums outside. Look at the Shui family. They were doing so well. I used to worry they might become our competitors, but who would have thought they'd cross a big shot and collapse overnight? Qin Wujing sighed. There's truth in the saying, wealth doesn't last beyond 3 generations. Qin Mingyue nodded. All right, Dad. I get it. I'll keep a low profile from now on, no matter what I do. Qin Wujing looked at his understanding daughter, nodding with satisfaction. Suddenly, Qin Mingyue asked, Dad, do you have any recent news about my cousin? Qin Wujing was taken aback and replied, I think he's attending some training camp, but I'm not sure. That's just what your Aunt Qinju mentioned. Qin Wujing chuckled. Why? Do you want to hang out with your cousin? Qin Mingyue blushed and mumbled. Who wants to hang out with him? Boring. She picked up her chopsticks and took a couple of bites. In truth, when Qin Mingyue was young, Qin Wujing secretly took her to meet Yun Chun and Qin Zhu a few times. Back then, Yun Chun and his mother lived in a small town, while young Qin Mingyue was used to a life of luxury. Their family situations were worlds apart. However, Qin Mingyue never looked down on her cousin. Instead, she often followed Yun Chun, wanting to play with him. Yet, Yun Chun showed little interest and was somewhat aloof. Remembering Yun Chun's calm, almost indifferent face, Qin Mingyue felt a bit stifled and slammed her chopsticks on the table, exclaiming, I'm done. This is awful. Qin Wujing, puzzled by his daughter's sudden outburst, wondered aloud. What did I do to upset her again? Jiangnan Province, Jining City. The logistics hall of the military department was bustling with people. As the most economically developed region of the Daxia Kingdom, Jiangnan Province's military department was naturally well-funded, and the salaries of military personnel were relatively high. This led to significant daily spending, with many people developing a habit of lavish consumption. At the entrance of the logistics hall, Yun Chun registered his information. The young woman responsible for registration was preoccupied with thoughts of her date that evening, absent-mindedly clicking on the computer to retrieve Yun Chen's package information. At that moment, the network experienced a 1-second delay. She blinked twice, surprised to find that the information came from the Eastern War Zone. The transport was also military, and the security level was S-level. She could no longer conceal her astonishment, staring blankly at the young man in white before her, and exclaimed, Sir, please follow me. Passing through the logistics hall, Yun Chun was led to a room furnished with special alloy, resembling a large safe. The alloy door could only be opened through the recipient's identity verification. After the identity check, the door slowly opened, and Yun Chun stepped inside. The room wasn't large, and as soon as he entered, he saw 2 swords. His eyes sparkled with excitement. One of the swords was embedded in a pedestal, while the other floated in midair, seemingly sensing the arrival of its true owner and emitting a faint glow. The sword on the left pedestal was a massive black greatsword, approximately 1.5 meters long, with the widest part of the blade reaching 60 centimeters. Yun Shun approached the greatsword, gently touched the blade, and brought up its information. S-level sword, Tianke, 1.52 meters long, 0.59 meters wide, made of various alloys, including the rare earth meteorite steel. Yun Shun further understood that earth meteorite steel was an extremely rare mineral containing earth energy, but it had a drawback: it was particularly heavy. He reached out, grasped the hilt of Tianke, and pulled it out with effort. Whoosh! Instantly, Yun Shun felt the great sword being drawn to the ground, almost slipping from his grip. Just as the sword tip was less than 3 centimeters from the floor, Yun Shun managed to stabilize the greatsword Tianke. The sword's active effect became apparent. When Tianke struck the ground, it would unleash earth energy, causing widespread destruction. The destructive power was related to the impact speed. The greater the speed, the stronger the effect. The conversion formula was, if the impact speed was x meters per second, it caused damage equivalent to x times the user's cultivation. At this moment, a bead of sweat appeared on Yun Shun's forehead, relieved that he caught the sword in time. With a thought, he stored the greatsword Tianke in the 10,000 swords treasury. To prepare for the arrival of this level weapon, Yun Shun had been enhancing his proficiency with the 10,000 swords treasury, which now had a storage level of S, with an additional damage coefficient increased to 20 times. I am confident that I can defeat not only a 3rd-tier 1-star warrior, but even a 3rd-tier 3-star or a 4th-tier minor master. Yun Shun thought to himself. A 4th-tier warrior is also known as a minor master. At this level, minor masters typically train in powerful defensive martial arts, so even when they take a hit, the actual damage might be less than 10. However, the effect of the myriad sword treasury is so formidable that even most minor masters struggle to withstand its continuous bombardment. Yun Shun then focused his attention on the slender sword floating in midair beside him. How peculiar, it can float on its own without any instruments. Yun Shun marveled. The slender sword was long and enveloped in a peculiar glow. This great sword, Fuyao, has an active effect that allows the user to manipulate their own gravity. Seeing Fuyao's effect, Yun Shun's eyes slightly narrowed with realization. This sword was crafted to complement the heavy sword Tianke for me, controlling one's gravity. The most direct manifestation is the ability to fly. Walking in the air is an ability that even 6th-tier warriors can barely achieve. Even if 6th-tier warriors can do it, the energy consumption is tremendous. Yet Fuyao has almost no consumption. This Fuyao wasn't born for offense. It may not seem as fierce as Tianke, but the ability to manipulate gravity holds limitless possibilities. How did the old master Situ craft such a weapon? The weapon information for Fuyao doesn't mention the materials. It seems the Situ family doesn't want others to know the principles behind Fuyao's creation. Yun Chen eagerly grasped Fuyao. Suddenly, a mystical sensation spread throughout Yun Chen's body. Slowly, Yun Chen's feet left the ground. An invisible force seemed to pull Yun Chen upward. Yun Chen changed the direction of gravity. He began to rise faster and faster. Bang! Ugh! Yun Chen, not paying attention, bumped his head directly against the ceiling. After returning to normal gravity, Yun Chen fell back to the ground, holding his head and gasping in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Rubbing his head, Yun Chen thought, I need to control the intensity of the gravity better. This time, Yun Chen concentrated, his feet leaving the ground again, and he ascended at a more moderate pace. Eventually, Yun Chen hovered in midair. This feeling of breaking free from gravity is truly exhilarating. Humans live on land, but are also bound by it. For countless years, humanity's dream has been to break free from gravity and soar into the sky. However, the presence of fierce demons has kept this dream just a dream. With this thought, Yun Chen sighed slightly, gradually descending to the ground. He placed Fuyao back into the myriad sword treasury and exited the military department. Just then, Yun Chen received a phone call. Hello? Yun Chen was surprised to hear the charming female voice on the other end. Lieutenant Situ? The person on the other end was Situ Han. Got it. Yun Chen replied with a smile. Got it. Situ Han giggled. How is it? Does it meet your expectations? Situ Han deliberately used a formal tone. With these 2 swords, if you don't achieve a good result in the new star martial arts competition, you'll let me down. Yun Chen chuckled, chatting with Situ Han while heading to the Jinling City high-speed rail station. The reason for going to the station was that a special person was arriving today. Jinling City, high-speed rail station. Perhaps following her father's preference, Baiying Xue, wearing sunglasses, emerged from the train with a suitcase. She wore a white down jacket and tight-fitting jeans, her stunning looks and figure drawing many admiring glances. Baiying Xue walked gracefully onto the platform. From a distance, she spotted Yun Chen waving at her. It's been almost 2 months. Baiying Xue couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes as she quickly approached Yun Chen. Yun Chen smiled at Baiying Xue, noticing a subtle change in her demeanor despite only 2 months apart. Just then, a man of similar age to Bai Yingxue approached her from behind and said a few words. The man was dressed in luxurious designer clothes. Yin Chun, unsure of what they were discussing, frowned slightly. I've made myself very clear, sir. I'm not interested in you, and I'm already engaged, so it's not appropriate to add you as a friend. Must you persist in bothering me? Bai Yingxue turned to Qin Lang, frowning as she spoke. Qin Lang looked at Bai Yingxue, smiled slightly, and replied, Miss Bai, don't be so quick to judge. Engagement isn't marriage. I believe you'll change your mind soon enough. Bai Yingxue glanced back at Qin Lang in surprise, shocked by his audacity. Qin Lang continued with a slight smile, It's just adding a friend. I genuinely don't have any other intentions, just hoping to make a friend. If you ever need anything in Jiangnan province, feel free to contact me. My family has some influence there. His eyes betrayed his undeniable affection, thinking to himself that this might be what love at first sight feels like. Just back in the country, he hadn't expected to meet his destined one, and his excitement was hard to contain. However, Bai Yingxue shook her head, no longer wanting any involvement with Qin Lang. She picked up her suitcase and quickly headed up the escalator. Seeing this, Qin Lang hurried after her, saying, Miss Bai, it's tiring to carry a suitcase by yourself. Let me help you. Bai Yingxue was nearly at her wits' end and shouted, No, thank you. Qin Lang, undeterred, reached out to touch her fair hand. At that moment, a strong hand appeared and took the suitcase from Bai Yingxue. Bai Yingxue looked up in surprise and exclaimed, Yin Chun. Yin Chun, having seen Bai Yingxue being harassed from afar, quickly approached. He glanced at Qin Lang's stiff expression and smirked coldly. Thanks for the offer. With that, Yin Chun took Bai Yingxue's hand, and they left together. Qin Lang watched Bai Yingxue's departing figure with regret, his gaze shifting to Yun Chun with a mix of dislike and confusion. Once outside the train station, Yun Chun asked, Who was that guy? Bai Yingxue sighed. He was sitting next to me on the train and wouldn't stop bothering me. It was unbearable. Yun Chun consoled her. It takes all sorts to make a world. Bai Yingxue shrugged helplessly. I finally splurged to sit in business class, and this happens. It ruined my mood. They exchanged smiles and prepared to hail a cab. As they waited, a voice called out behind them. Miss Bai, why are you waiting for a taxi in this cold? Let me give you a ride. Yin Chun and Bai Yingxue turned to see Qin Lang standing behind them, flanked by two burly bodyguards in black. He gestured towards a luxury car parked nearby and smiled at Bai Yingxue. Bai Yingxue firmly declined. No, thank you. Qin Lang chuckled. It's no trouble. I won't charge you for gas. Bai Yingxue was speechless and looked to Yin Chun for help. Yin Chun spoke up. She's clearly said no. Why are you still pestering her? Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing the command, the two bodyguards standing beside Qin Lang immediately stepped forward and approached Yun Chun. Yun Chun frowned slightly, sensing the aura of the two bodyguards, but compared to the powerful presence he exuded, there seemed insignificant. Observing the situation, Qin Lang cleared his throat, signaling the bodyguards to step back. He then smiled slightly and said to Yun Chun, In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. Have a pleasant time. With that, Qin Lang, accompanied by his two personal bodyguards, headed towards the luxurious car and left. Inside the car, Qin Lang's expression gradually darkened. He made a phone call, speaking with a calm and firm tone. Bai Yingxue, find out everything about her for me within 3 minutes. After hanging up, Qin Lang understood that Bai Yingxue's name was not self-reported but discovered through her train seat number. Now that he had her real name, obtaining the rest of the information wouldn't be difficult. He put away his phone, a slight smile playing on his lips as he murmured to himself. I told you, our family has some influence. What does it mean to have eyes and ears everywhere? Bai Yingxue, you'll soon find out. Meanwhile, at Qin Lang's home, the family of three was gathered around the dining table, enjoying a lavish dinner. Qin Lang curiously asked, Dad, I heard you got rid of Uncle. Is that true? Qin Qiji nodded, looking proud. He's been removed from the board. Qin Lang was delighted. Doesn't that mean our family can rise up now? Grandpa will surely favor you. Qin Qiji smiled slightly, but his tone was cautious. It's hard to say. You know how temperamental your grandfather is. Talking about his father, a hint of reverence appeared on Qin Qiji's face. Qin Lang continued eating and remarked, If Grandpa hadn't married so many wives, there wouldn't be so many troublesome matters now. Qin Qiji tapped his bowl with his chopsticks, sternly saying, Watch your mouth. Qin Lang shrank back a little, then asked, Dad, how did Grandpa manage to marry 3 wives at once? Qin Qiji looked at Qin Lang in confusion. Why do you ask? Qin Lang replied with a smile. Just curious. Qin Qiji explained, Your grandfather is a martial arts master. According to Federal Law Number 003, a martial arts master can legally have multiple spouses. Qin Lang pressed further. What if the other party disagrees? Qin Qiji answered, Unless the other party is ranked higher by the Martial Arts Association or already has a spouse ranked higher, the Federation mandates marriage and childbirth. Qin Qiji then looked at Qin Lang suspiciously. The background to this law's enactment was to spread the genes of outstanding martial artists as widely as possible, which is why such a law exists. Law number 003 is quite controversial nowadays. Why are you asking about this? Qin Lang shook his head. It's nothing. Qin Shiji glanced at his son and continued. Anyway, if you've taken a liking to someone recently, keep a low profile and avoid trouble. Try to solve things with money if you can. I'm about to negotiate business with the military, and I don't want any negative news coming out. Qin Lang nodded. I understand, Dad. Suddenly, he added. But Dad, what if I told you the person I'm interested in is the daughter of a military officer? Qin Shiji was taken aback. The daughter of a military officer? Qin Lang grinned. And not just any military martial artist. I've had her investigated. Her rank isn't low. She was once a major general in the military. Qin Shiji was astonished. A major general. I'm desperately trying to establish relationships with the military. If Qin Lang could marry a major general's daughter, it would be a golden opportunity. However, Qin Shiji was puzzled. How did you come to know a major general's daughter? Qin Lang sipped his red wine and said calmly. She was a major general before, but made a mistake, got demoted, and lost all her privileges. Qin Shiji frowned. Losing all privileges? That must have been a significant mistake. But on second thought, Qin Shiji's interest was piqued. Even so, she was still a general. Her connections and resources within the military must be substantial. He then showed interest. Tell me more about this girl you're interested in. In Jining City, at the Qin family gathering, the atmosphere was lively. An elderly man, frail and thin, sat at the head of the table, his head slightly bowed as if dozing. This was Qin Feng, the head of the Qin family. At this moment, Qin Shiji spoke passionately. Father, I disagree with this decision. Qin Zhu has long been disowned by our family, and now you say she should have a share of the family inheritance in the future? How is that reasonable? The elders of the Qin family chimed in, expressing their dissatisfaction. Qin Feng spoke slowly, his voice deep. Indeed, it was my decision to disown Qin Zhu back then. She defied the family's will by marrying a man of unknown origin, something I couldn't tolerate at the time. However, time has passed, and I am now 150 years old. I must consider how you, the younger generation, will manage after I step down. After all, Qin Zhu still carries the blood of the Qin family and has suffered a lot over the years. He paused for a moment before continuing. 20 years have passed, and she still refuses to bow her head and admit her mistakes. Stubborn, just like me. Realizing further argument was futile, Qin Shiji understood that the old man had already decided to make arrangements for the future. At this point, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Qin Wujing, who had remained silent, and asked, Eldest son, have you been in contact with that girl Qin Zhu recently? Qin Wujing was taken aback, but admitted honestly. Yes, father. Qin Feng continued. I heard that Qin Zhu's grandson was the top scorer in the provincial martial arts exam this year. Qin Wujing nodded. Yes, that's correct. Qin Feng smiled faintly. I also heard he got into some trouble in Jining City and ended up in the arbitration bureau. I understand you misappropriated company funds to smooth things over for him. Is that right? Qin Wujing's expression stiffened as he hurriedly explained. Father, that was my mistake. Qin Feng waved his hand, his tone gentle. No matter, I didn't intend to blame you. After all, the boy is half a Qin family member, and we can't let minor figures bully him. Just be careful not to make such a basic mistake again. In a while, find an opportunity to rejoin the board of directors. Hearing this, Qin Wujing felt a surge of joy. The old man was allowing him to return to the board. Meanwhile, Qin Shiji's expression turned sour. He had gone to great lengths to oust the eldest, and now, with just a word from the old man, he was to return? Qin Feng then said to Qin Wujing, Find a chance to bring my grandson here. I'd like to meet him. He took a sip of tea and chuckled. Being the top scorer in the provincial martial arts exam, he has potential. Qin Wujing felt troubled at these words. He knew Yun Chen's temperament, and getting him to come to the Qin family wouldn't be easy. Just then, Qin Shiji interjected. Father, I recently had Xiao Lang certified as a martial artist, and he is now a third-level, one-star warrior. Qin Feng's eyes lit up at this. Is that so? Third-level one-star? Qin Wujing, beside him, was also taken aback, his mind racing. Third-level one-star? 2 years ago, Qin Lang's strength was only at second-level, one-star. Is studying abroad really capable of helping someone improve so quickly? Qin Shiji smiled slightly and replied. Yes, I'm a bit surprised myself. Qin Feng nodded in agreement and praised. Among all my grandchildren, Xiao Lang is indeed the most outstanding and the one who resembles me the most. Before long, Qin Feng's attention was drawn to Qin Lang's achievements, and the Qin family members echoed with praises. I refuse, Yin Chen said coldly after taking a sip of tea. At this moment, Yin Chen was chatting with Qin Wujing at his home. Qin Wujing urgently said, Don't be stubborn. The old man said this time that you'll get a share of the family inheritance in the future. Is it too much to ask you to meet him? Yun Chen spread his hands, unconcerned. Meet him? I haven't seen him once in 18 years, and now you want me to? It's pointless. Qin Wuzheng was too angry to speak. At this moment, Qin Mingyue walked out from the bedroom, glancing at her uncle and Yun Chun in the living room. The two remained silent, creating a tense atmosphere. Finally, Qin Wuzheng spoke first. Xiao Chun, even if I owe you a favor, will you do it? Yun Chun remained silent, continuing to drink his tea. To be honest, Yun Chun found the idea of dividing the inheritance absurd. A family that once kicked him and his mother out now wanted to give him a share? Brother, are you participating in the new star martial competition soon? Qin Mingyue suddenly asked. Yun Chun nodded. Yes, this time the Imperial Capital Martial Tournament is selecting new participants. Qin Mingyue thought to herself. As expected, her eyes showed a complex emotion, as if she felt she was always left behind, watching Yun Chun move further ahead. At this point, Qin Wuzheng suddenly clapped his hands excitedly, saying, the new star martial competition, why didn't you say so earlier? Yun Chun frowned. What's the matter? Qin Wuzheng continued. Xiao Chun, here's the deal. If you go meet the old man just once, I'll give you something good. How about it? Yun Chun crossed his arms, asking in confusion, what good thing? Qin Wuzheng acted mysteriously. A martial arts technique. How about it? Yun Chun asked, what level? Qin Wuzheng made an exaggerated scurve gesture, jokingly saying, this level. Yun Chun and Qin Mingyue exchanged looks, and Qin Mingyue said helplessly, Dad, can you be serious? Qin Wuzheng cleared his throat and seriously said, all right, no more jokes. You know I like to find treasures at auctions. A few days ago, there was an S-level martial imprint at the auction related to power amplification. I was lucky enough to win it. Xiao Chun, since you're participating in the new star martial competition, you might need it, right? Power amplification, in simple terms, is like a critical hit. While some martial artists can only deal 100 damage with 100 points of cultivation, others can deal 1,000. That's the difference power amplification makes. Yun Chun thought for a moment and asked, where's the martial imprint? He understood the saying, seeing is believing. Qin Wuzheng, slightly offended, replied, what? Do you think your uncle would lie to you? As Qin Wuzheng spoke, he retrieved a golden martial seal from his storage ring. Yunqing took the martial seal, examined it closely, and discovered it was an S-level passive martial skill. After returning the seal to Qin Wuzheng, Yunqing glanced at the storage ring on Qin Wuzheng's hand and asked, Uncle, is that storage ring the latest model? Qin Wuzheng paused for a moment, then understood Yunqing's implication. Gritting his teeth, he said, all right, if you're willing to go, I'll buy you a storage ring with a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters, deal? Yunqing replied without hesitation, deal. Qin Wuzheng felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. Qin Mingyue watched her father's conflicted expression and couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Qin Wuzheng suddenly said, by the way, Xiaoqing, this time when you visit the Qin family, I won't arrange for you to meet anyone else. Just meet with the old master alone. I'm worried others might not be friendly to you and could cause trouble. After sitting for a while longer and having a meal, Yunqing prepared to leave. Qin Wuzheng crossed his arms, looking at the table full of unappetizing dishes, frowning in thought. Why did he leave after just a few bites? I thought my cooking had improved. In Jining, at the Qin family residence, the household staff were bustling from early morning, having heard that a special guest was arriving today. In the reception hall, Qin Feng sat at the head of the table, with Qin Wuzheng and his family accompanying him, waiting for the guest to arrive. Qin Feng appeared somewhat indifferent. Ever since learning that Qin Lang had advanced to the third tier, his mind was preoccupied with how to nurture this grandson. As for Yunqing, Qin Feng felt it wasn't necessary to see him, but since Qin Wuzheng had made special arrangements, meeting him wouldn't hurt. After all, Yunqing was the top scorer in the provincial martial arts exam, and if he could be brought into the Qin family's fold, he would be a valuable asset to Qin Lang in the future. Meanwhile, Qin Wuzheng kept checking his watch, showing signs of impatience. It's almost time. Why isn't that kid here yet? Just then, the butler's announcement echoed from outside the hall. He's here, he's here. Yin Chun, dressed in white, strode into the Qin family's reception hall, accompanied by several butlers. Qin Wu let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Yun Chun enter, wiping sweat from his forehead. Gu Area, however, frowned slightly, feeling displeased. Her dislike for Yun Chun stemmed from the fact that he nearly cost Qin Wu his position on the board, and his casual attitude irritated her. Qin Mingyue, on the other hand, curiously observed Yun Chun, a hint of anticipation in her eyes, particularly noticing the sword at his waist. It was the first time she'd seen him with a sword, making her wonder why, as a sword martial artist, he rarely used it. Meanwhile, Qin Feng slowly raised his head, his old yet clear eyes fixing on Yun Chun. Are you Yun Chun? He asked. Seeing his grandson for the first time, Qin Feng initially thought he wouldn't feel much, given the numerous grandchildren he had, nearly 20, not counting illegitimate ones. Yun Chun's existence seemed insignificant. Yet, upon seeing him, Qin Feng was surprised. As a minor master himself, Qin Feng seldom misjudged people, and Yun Chun's aura was unlike any typical 17 or 18-year-old. Qin Feng pondered, Realizing this top provincial martial arts examinee was indeed extraordinary, a faint smile appearing on his face, thinking Yin Chun might help shoulder some of Qin Lang's responsibilities in the future. After exchanging greetings, Yin Chun took a seat. Qin Feng asked symbolically, "How old are you now?" 18. Yin Chun replied succinctly. Qin Feng continued, "I heard you've been offered a place at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University." "Yes," Yin Chun answered, lacking much affection for his grandfather, casually responding, thinking he could receive something valuable from Qin Wu after half an hour, so why not? Qin Feng continued to assess Yin Chun, smiling. "You should be more than a first-tier martial artist now, right?" "Second tier," Yin Chun replied promptly. Qin Feng nodded, quietly impressed. Being a second-tier martial artist at 18 was no small feat yet, compared to his grandson Qin Lang. Yin Chun seemed unremarkable. Qin Lang, at 21, was already a third-tier, one-star martial artist, attending a top private martial arts university. The conversation shifted, with Qin Feng's interest in Yin Chun waning as he inquired about Qin Wu's family's recent developments. "Area, I heard you're handling a major case involving the Shui and Su families." Qin Feng addressed his daughter-in-law. Gu Area nodded. "Yes, father." Qin Feng continued. "Although the Shui family has fallen, they still have extensive connections. Be cautious with this case, and avoid causing trouble for our Qin family." Gu Area's expression stiffened slightly, quickly assuring, "Don't worry, father, I'll handle it carefully." Qin Feng nodded, then asked, "By the way, how did the Su family manage to topple the Shui family? Do you have any information on the powerful figure behind it?" Gu Area looked embarrassed, replying, "Not yet. I'm still trying to find out." Qin Feng said, "We need to act quickly if we're going to help the Su family eliminate the Shui family. I estimate this person's strength is at least at the peak of the third tier, or even a fourth-tier junior master." Everyone present was visibly shocked by his words. Gu Area was the first to speak, exclaiming, "A fourth-tier junior master? Are you serious, father?" Qin Feng, with a proud expression, replied, "Huh. Do you think that just because I've stayed out of trivial matters all these years, I don't know the depths of Jiangnan province? That Shui Haoqiong from the Shui family has been making a name for himself in Japan for a few years now. His strength is at least that of a third-tier one-star warrior, and I've heard he's awakened a special constitution. Plus, with the warriors the Shui family supports, their power shouldn't be underestimated. It would take nothing less than a peak third-tier warrior or a junior master to completely wipe out the Shui family's power without giving them a chance to retaliate. You've all underestimated the strong figure behind the Su family. We must recruit him for the Qin family." Gu Area quickly responded, "Yes, father." Qin Feng then turned to Qin Wujing and said, "Eldest, I'm going to teach you something today. The reason our Qin family has endured in Jiangnan province for so many years is because we make good connections and build relationships with powerful individuals. In this regard, you're not as good as your younger brother. You should learn from him." The younger brother he referred to was Qin Lang, under the guidance of their father, Qin Qiji. Qin Wujing's expression instantly became stiff at these words. Meanwhile, Yin Chun sipped his tea and nibbled on snacks, observing the changes in everyone's expressions. He thought to himself how awkward the atmosphere was, like a leader reprimanding his subordinates. In contrast, the Su family didn't have such cumbersome rules. But then, Yin Chun couldn't help but smile at the thought of old Master Su Lishan's chivalrous demeanor and the ever-present words of loyalty and righteousness in the Su household. At that moment, a hearty laugh from a middle-aged man echoed from outside the hall. "I could hear father praising me from afar. Haha, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Qin Qiji strode in confidently, followed by Qin Lang. Qin Wujing's expression darkened upon seeing them, and he said, "Third brother, why are you here?" "I said today was just a meeting between Shao Chun and father. No one else was to interfere." Qin Qiji chuckled and replied, "Elder brother, that's not right. Even though we're not born of the same mother, Yin Chun is still half my nephew. It's not too much to come and meet him, is it?" Qin Wujing was about to respond, but Qin Feng raised his hand and said, "Your third brother is right. It's good to meet and chat." With their father having spoken, Qin Wujing fell silent. Qin Mingyue, meanwhile, glanced at Qin Lang, who was lazily walking over from behind Qin Wujing. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. She didn't have a good impression of this cousin of hers. Having grown up together, she found him particularly irritating. In contrast, she'd rather look at her cousin Yun Chen's extremely indifferent face. At least he was handsome. Qin Feng suddenly addressed Yun Chun. "Shao Chun, this is your third uncle, and behind him is your cousin Qin Lang. Get acquainted. No matter what, you're half a member of the Qin family. If your cousin Qin Lang gets into any trouble in the future, you can help him out. After all, brothers should support each other. Xiaolang, come over and meet your cousin. You're older and stronger, so help your cousin out when you can." Yun Chen frowned instinctively, feeling displeased. He looked up and met Qin Lang's intense gaze. "It's you," Qin Lang exclaimed. Yun Chen also frowned. Wasn't this the guy who had been harassing Ying Xue at the train station? When everyone heard Qin Lang shout, they looked puzzled. At this moment, Qin Feng asked, What's going on? Xiao Lang. Xiao Chen, do you two know each other? Qin Lang quickly calmed down after hearing his grandfather's question and replied with a smile. Oh. Oh, Grandpa. We met once at the high-speed railway station. He then turned to Yin Chun and smiled. I didn't expect you to be Yin Chun. It seems we really do have a unique connection. Yin Chun responded with a cold smile. Indeed. After Qin Lang and Qin Shiji took their seats, everyone chatted for a while. During this time, Qin Lang's gaze was almost constantly fixed on Yin Chun, with a hint of smugness on his face. He had been worried that Bai Yin Xue might already have someone she fancied, and since he wasn't a 4th-level warrior, he couldn't use Decree 003 to forcefully bring Bai Yin Xue to his side. But now, finding that the person beside Bai Yin Xue was Yun Chun made things much simpler. Yun Chun, the son of a woman expelled from the family, couldn't compare to him in terms of background or strength. Qin Lang secretly resolved that as long as he put pressure on Yun Chun, Bai Yin Xue would eventually change her mind and come to him willingly. Thinking of this, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile. Qin Feng noticed and affectionately asked, Xiao Lang, what's making you smile? Share it with Grandpa, so I can be happy too. Qin Lang shook his head with a smile. It's nothing, Grandpa. Qin Feng smiled and didn't press further. At this point, Qin Shiji noticed the sword at Yun Chen's waist and asked with a smile. I heard Xiao Chun might be a swordsmanship warrior? It's been a long time since I've seen a swordsmanship warrior. Has Xiao Chun found a swordsmanship teacher? Yun Chen shook his head, and Qin Shiji feigned regret, saying, Oh? The path of swordsmanship is notoriously difficult to cultivate. How can you not find a teacher? He understood that most of the once famous swordsmanship warriors had already fallen, and those not officially declared dead had vanished without a trace. As a result, the tradition of swordsmanship had essentially been broken. In this context, where could Yun Chen possibly find a swordsmanship teacher? At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly laughed. Third brother, Xiao Chun is now a 2nd-level warrior. In terms of talent, Xiao Chun isn't much worse than Xiao Lang. Qin Shiji chuckled upon hearing this. Oh? A 2nd-level warrior, impressive. He gave Qin Lang a look, and Qin Lang immediately said, Cousin Yun Chun, to be honest, I've admired swordsmanship for a long time. Now that I know you are a swordsmanship warrior, would you mind sparring with me a bit? Yun Chen put down his teacup, fully aware that these two were finally revealing their true intentions. Qin Lang looked at Yun Chun with an amused smile. At this point, Qin Wu sternly said, Third brother, what mischief are you up to? Qin Lang is older than Xiao Chun and already a 3rd-level warrior. What's there to learn from sparring? Clearly, Qin Wu sensed that Qin Shiji and his son did not have good intentions and stepped in to defend Yun Chun. Qin Shiji wagged his finger. Sigh, big brother, you can't say that. I heard that when Xiao Chun was attacked in the East Sea battle zone, he saved his fellow comrades and received a special commendation from the military district, even being awarded a rank. Although Xiao Chun is only a 2nd-level warrior, he has at least experienced real combat, right? If Xiao Lang and Xiao Chen spar, both sides will surely gain something. Yun Chen glanced at Qin Shiji and Qin Lang. The father and son wore confident expressions, clearly well prepared. Qin Shiji had conducted a preliminary investigation on Yun Chun, but due to increased confidentiality levels in military information, even the Qin family's connections could only uncover partial details. Yun Chun was a 2nd-tier, 1-star warrior who had participated in a training camp in the East Sea War Zone and received a commendation for rescuing someone. In Qin Shiji's mind, the strength of a 2nd-tier, 1-star warrior was worlds apart from that of his son, Xiao Lang. Although the commendation was somewhat unusual, the East Sea War Zone was newly established, so such occurrences weren't surprising. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yun Chun was no match for his son. Feeling smug, Qin Shiji thought, Today, let's make Yun Chun retreat in defeat. At this moment, Qin Feng chuckled and said, The third brother has a point. For a warrior to improve, fighting is the fastest way. Why not arrange for the two young men to have a sparring match? Qin Feng, being shrewd, understood the third brother's intention to establish dominance through sparring and make Yun Chun submit to Qin Lang. The arrogance of a young genius needs to be tempered to make them truly acknowledge and respect you. Now is the perfect opportunity to showcase the Qin family's strength. Turning to Yun Chun, Qin Feng asked with a smile, Xiao Chun, what do you think? Qin Wujing looked at Yun Chun with concern. Yun Chun shook his head and smiled. Let's not do that. However, Qin Lang insisted, Cousin, are you afraid? Don't worry, I'll only use 50% of my strength. How about that? Yun Chun chuckled and looked at Qin Wujing. Qin Wujing was initially worried that Yun Chun would fall for the provocation, but was relieved when Yun Chun refused, nodding in approval. Yun Chun was taken aback, thinking, what's going on? Do you really want me to spar with him? He initially thought that if he accepted and defeated Qin Lang, Qin Wujing would be in an awkward position, but to his surprise, his uncle genuinely wanted him to spar. With no choice, Yun Chun sighed and said, All right, let's have a sparring match then. Qin Wujing's expression turned stiff, while Qin Lang beamed with joy. having already seen Yun Chun as a rival and was thrilled at the chance to let off steam. Seeing this, Qin Feng clapped his hands and said, "Great. In that case, let's arrange it in our Qin family's martial arts training hall, shall we?" The Qin family owned multiple properties in the city center, including a luxurious martial arts hall. Qin Lang immediately responded, "No problem, Grandpa. I'm ready anytime." Yun Chen shrugged, "I'm fine with anything." Qin Feng nodded. "All right, you two go prepare, and we'll pick a good day for this friendly sparring between brothers." Qin Feng's eyes gleamed as he continued. "However, remember, this is a brotherly contest, so let's keep it friendly and avoid any hard feelings. Xiao Lang, your strength is much greater than Xiao Chen's, so take it easy." Qin Lang, with a mischievous smile in his heart, replaced it with a bright smile and said, "Got it, Grandpa." Yun Chun, unfazed, was munching on sunflower seeds and oranges, casually saying, "Who knows what you mean by that nod? I thought you wanted me to go for it." Qin Wuzheng wore a bitter expression, spreading his hands. "What do we do now? The third brother's son is a third tier, 1-star warrior. What's your level now?" Yun Chen remained calm. "Second tier, 1-star, I guess." Qin Wuzheng murmured, "Second tier, 1-star? That's a whole tier apart." At this moment, Qin Mingyue came out of the kitchen carrying a few glasses of juice. "Dad, brother, here you go." Seeing Yun Chen's indifferent demeanor, Qin Wuzheng couldn't help but get upset. "Are you really that calm? The third brother and his son want to embarrass you in public. Can't you see that?" Yun Chen chuckled. "Who's going to be embarrassed is still up in the air." Qin Mingyue blinked her beautiful eyes, pondering over his words. Qin Wuzheng continued chatting with Yun Chen for a while, mainly reminding him to be cautious of Qin Lang's underhanded tactics. He also shared some past stories of the Qin family. Qin Wuzheng and Yun Chen's mother, Qin Zhu, are full siblings, which is why he felt comfortable sharing many personal thoughts with Yun Chen. Over the years, Qin Wuzheng had no one to confide in, and now that Yun Chen was grown, it was time for him to learn some truths and facts. For instance, the love story between Qin Zhu and Yun Chen's father, and her struggle against the family to fight for her marital freedom. The more Yun Chen listened, the more he realized that his mother was an extraordinary woman. Typically calm and composed, Yun Chen now understood that his mother was once a woman who dared to love and hate passionately. The Qin family situation was complex. Qin Feng's first wife was the mother of both Qin Wuzheng and Qin Zhu, making her Yun Chen's maternal grandmother. Later, under Decree No. 003, Qin Feng legally took 2 more wives. Qin Shiji was the son of Qin Feng's third wife. Currently, there are about 10 registered grandchildren in Qin Feng's lineage, not counting some illegitimate children. If included, the number of grandchildren might be around 20. At this point, Qin Wuzheng opened a bottle of beer, took a big gulp, slammed the table, and exclaimed excitedly, "I tell you, it's all the old man's fault. If he hadn't been fooling around everywhere, we wouldn't have all this mess now." Qin Mingyue looked at her increasingly agitated father and softly said, "Dad, you're drunk." Qin Wuzheng waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not drunk. I need to speak. I've held it in for 20 years, and I can't even vent to my nephew." After Qin Wuzheng got drunk, Yun Chen helped him to rest and said to Qin Mingyue, "Mingyue, I need to go. When your dad wakes up, make him some sobering soup." Qin Mingyue nodded obediently. "Okay." At some point, Qin Mingyue no longer acted as proud as before in front of Yun Chen, often resembling a gentle kitten. As Yun Chen turned to leave, Qin Mingyue called out, "Brother." Yun Chen turned back. "What's up?" Qin Mingyue bit her lip, mustered up the courage, and said, "In 3 days, for the sparring match, you." Yun Chen laughed. "What? Is this little girl worried about me?" Qin Mingyue glanced at Yun Chen with a playful reproach, but still nodded. Seeing this, Yun Chen stopped teasing her and just smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I'm strong enough." Qin Mingyue, still concerned, said, "It's not that I don't believe in you. Our third uncle's family has invested heavily in Qin Lang's martial arts training since he was young, and they even spent a lot to send him abroad for further training. He's definitely more than just a third rank, 1-star." She hesitated, took a deep breath, looked up at Yun Chen, and said with determination, "I don't want you to lose." Yun Chen was slightly taken aback by her words, then laughed heartily, patting Qin Mingyue's head. "Don't worry, I won't lose." With that, Yun Chen turned to leave. Qin Mingyue watched his departing figure, her cheeks slightly flushed, touching her head and muttering softly, "Rascal." 3 days later, in the Qin family-operated martial arts hall in Jining City, many martial artists gathered. They had all heard that young Master Qin Lang of the Qin family was going to have a public sparring match with Yun Chen, the provincial champion of the independent martial arts examination. This is a rare spectacle indeed. A showdown between the heir of a wealthy family and a scholar from a humble background, an age-old rivalry. But today's competition is a bit different. Qin Lang is at stage 3, star 1, while the young Yun Chen, although at stage 2, star 1, is still a whole stage behind Qin Lang. It's surprising that Yun Chen dares to accept the challenge despite such a disparity. Don't underestimate this event. There's quite a crowd gathered to watch. Moreover, there's an interesting twist to this duel. Yun Chun is a martial artist specializing in swordsmanship, while Qin Lang excels in archery. A long-range versus close combat duel. How fascinating. The spectators below the stage are buzzing with discussion, and most seem to favor Yun Chun. The Qin family's martial arts hall is vast, covering an area equivalent to several football fields, with a central stage spacious enough to fit 3 football fields. For Qin Lang, who uses long-range weapons, this is obviously a geographical advantage. Below the stage, an older martial artist crosses his arms and analyzes seriously. If they were fighting in a confined space, Yun Chun might have a slight chance. But in such an open hall, Yun Chun has almost no chance. His words are met with agreement from the surrounding martial artists, and some have even quietly set up a betting pool within the hall, appointing a respected veteran martial artist as the host. I bet on Qin Lang to win. Qin Lang. I'm betting on Qin Lang too. Most martial artists place their bets on Qin Lang, though a few choose Yun Chun, allowing the betting to proceed. Besides the onlookers, many from the Qin family have also arrived. Just then, a wave of exclamations sweeps through the crowd as Qin Feng, escorted by a group of black-clad individuals, slowly enters the hall and takes a seat in the center of the viewing area. Wow, the head of the Qin family. Master Qin. Ordinary martial artists must address a fourth-stage martial artist as master. Today's event is truly grand, with Master Qin personally attending to watch. The crowd is abuzz with chatter. Seated next to Qin Feng are Qin Qizhi and Qin Wujing. Qin Qizhi looks smug, which greatly annoys Qin Wujing. He glances at Qin Wujing and chuckles. Big brother, you don't look too well. Qin Wujing's expression immediately turns even more rigid upon hearing this. Qin Qizhi chuckles, adjusts his tie, and continues, Big brother, don't be so tense. It's just a spar. Although Xiao Lang is stronger, he won't go too hard. Qin Feng also smiles and says to Qin Wujing, Yes, relax, eldest brother. It's just kids fooling around. Why are you so nervous? At this moment, Gu Area, sitting next to Qin Wujing, gently pats his hand, trying to soothe him. Qin Wujing smiles at his wife. Thank you, honey, I'm fine. Gu Area returns a sweet smile, showing their good relationship. The Shui family's case has just been concluded, with the Su family emerging victorious. Gu Area can finally rest and accompany her husband and daughter to watch the event. Although she doesn't have a deep connection with Yun Chun, she naturally supports him over Qin Lang, as Yun Chun is her nephew. However, Gu Area doesn't have high hopes for her nephew, believing it's reckless for a second-stage martial artist to face a third-stage one. As a lawyer, she disapproves of such recklessness, but there's nothing to be done now. At this moment, Qin Mingyue steps onto the viewing platform. Qin Feng looks at his granddaughter and asks with a smile, Mingyue, where did you go just now? Qin Mingyue purses her lips and smiles. I took a walk downstairs, Grandpa. Qin Feng doesn't press further and simply says, It's about to start, have a seat. Qin Mingyue obediently sits next to Gu Area, who frowns and quietly asks, Mingyue, did you place a bet with those people? Qin Mingyue is startled. Mom, you saw? Gu Area responds with mild annoyance. You little rascal. Qin Mingyue sticks out her tongue. She had just bet a month's allowance on Yun Chen to win, not to make money, but to wish Yun Chen good luck. It's starting, Qin Mingyue says as she looks towards the stage. The crowd leans forward, watching the stage intently. On the spacious stage, Qin Lang and Yun Chun stand facing each other. Qin Lang looks at the empty-handed Yun Chun and asks with a hint of surprise, Cousin, not using a sword? Thinking to himself, this guy is really overestimating himself. Yun Chun looks at the confident Qin Lang and smiles. If I use a sword, it wouldn't be any fun. Qin Lang's expression turns rigid upon hearing this. Martial artists have hearing far superior to ordinary people, so many in the arena clearly heard the exchange between Yun Chun and Qin Lang. Wow, Yun Chun actually dared to talk tough to Qin Lang? Without a sword? That's so arrogant. Everyone looked at Qin Lang's face, which had noticeably darkened. At that moment, Qin Lang squinted his eyes, glaring at Yun Chun with a grim expression, and questioned, No sword? Are you serious? Yun Chun dismissively beckoned him with a smile, saying, Let's talk. Come on. Qin Lang's face grew even darker, and he laughed angrily. All right. Since my cousin is so confident, he'll gladly accompany him. With that, he assumed a fighting stance, saying, Cousin, let me experience your martial arts. Qin Lang forced a smile, suppressing his anger. Seeing this, the spectators began to chatter. Qin Lang isn't planning to use a weapon either. Interesting. These two are really going head-to-head. At this moment, an elderly martial artist in the audience suddenly clapped his hands and said, Smart. His exclamation startled those around him, who quickly asked, What do you mean? The elder explained, I mean Yun Chun is smart. He must know this arena is disadvantageous for him. If both use weapons, his chances of winning are almost zero. So he's taking a risk by voluntarily giving up weapons. This way, if Qin Lang still uses a weapon, even if he wins, where's his honor? He has no choice but to give up his weapon. This move targets the mind. Upon hearing this, everyone marveled. So that's it. Indeed, very clever. They began to see Yun Chun in a new light. On the viewing platform, Qin Wujing and others also heard the discussion in the arena. Qin Wujing chuckled softly and said, "This kid is quite clever." However, Qin Shiji's expression was grim. He hadn't expected Yun Chun to use such a tactic. Qin Feng smiled and praised. "I didn't expect little Chun to use some strategy." Hearing this, Qin Shiji's face darkened further, and he mocked Qin Wujing. When it comes to physical prowess, a third-rank martial artist is definitely stronger than a second-rank one. Big brother, don't celebrate too soon. Qin Wujing clenched his fist slightly, feeling a bit nervous, but thought that at least Yun Chen's chances of winning had increased. Meanwhile, Gu Arya watched Yun Chen on the stage, pondering. "I thought he was a bit reckless, but I didn't expect him to be so strategic. But if that's the case, why did he accept this challenge? After all, fighting across ranks is always a disadvantage." Gu Arya was filled with conflicting thoughts. At the same time, Qin Mingyue listened to everyone's discussions and muttered quietly. Is it possible that he didn't think it through that much? Just then, on the fighting platform, Qin Lang suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "Watch closely." In an instant, Qin Lang's aura erupted as he stomped the ground forcefully, his figure moving like a phantom in the night, charging straight at Yun Chun. This move drew gasps from the audience. What a sharp technique. In less than a second, Qin Lang had closed the distance between him and Yun Chun. Swoosh. A palm strike aimed directly at Yun Chen's left face, the force slicing through the air with a series of explosive sounds. Wow, that's intense. He was clearly an archery warrior, yet his raw power in hand-to-hand combat was astonishing, leaving the crowd below gasping in surprise. Even the elderly martial artist couldn't help but remark, "We underestimated the strength of a third-tier warrior." However, before he could finish his sentence, the scene on stage left everyone stunned. Qin Lang's seemingly fierce palm strike halted abruptly about 20 centimeters from Yun Chen's face. Upon closer inspection, they saw Yun Chen's calm expression as he raised his right hand high, firmly grasping Qin Lang's wrist. The elderly martial artist stood frozen, his eyes wide as saucers in disbelief. Did he just block that strike and directly control his opponent's wrist? The crowd below was equally baffled, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Most of them were martial artists themselves and knew how difficult it was to directly grab an opponent's wrist in the face of an attack. This indicated that Yun Chun was superior to Qin Lang in terms of reaction speed, agility, and strength. This initial exchange of attack and defense revealed much more than it seemed. On the stage, Qin Lang exerted all his strength to break free from Yun Chen's grip and withdraw his right hand. However, no matter how hard he tried, Yun Chen maintained an unyielding hold on his wrist. In frustration, Qin Lang shouted, "Let go." Yun Chen, watching Qin Lang's reddened face, smiled slightly and replied, "All right." With that, Yun Chen suddenly released his grip. Caught off guard, Qin Lang, who was still pulling back, stumbled and fell to the ground. In the arena, a few spectators couldn't help but let out chuckles. Although the Qin family was influential, and they dared not openly mock, the laughter echoed sharply in the otherwise silent venue. Sitting on the ground, Qin Lang's face turned ashen with humiliation, causing his facial muscles to twitch slightly. On the viewing platform, Qin Shiji's expression darkened immediately. Qin Wujing couldn't suppress his laughter, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Well done. That was satisfying." Gu Arya, her bright eyes fixed on Yun Chun, was filled with disbelief. A second-tier warrior overpowering a third-tier one? His physical abilities are incredible. Qin Mingyue clenched her fists slightly, her face brimming with excitement and joy. She was now certain that Yun Chen's previous words were not just empty boasts. Meanwhile, Qin Feng on the platform had a complex expression. After all, Qin Lang was his direct grandson. Yun Chen's actions had embarrassed Qin Lang in front of everyone, tarnishing the Qin family's reputation. Sensing Qin Feng's displeasure, Qin Shiji quickly tried to defend Qin Lang, saying, "Father, Xiao Lang he." Qin Feng raised his hand to interrupt. No need to explain. Xiao Lang is primarily an archery warrior. It's normal for him to struggle with physical combat. His statement clearly favored Qin Lang. Qin Shiji, hearing this, immediately brightened and nodded with a smile. Father's insight is unmatched. Xiao Lang fell into Yun Chen's trap. If he had used his weapon, he would have easily won. At this point, Qin Wujing's face turned grim. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so biased towards Qin Lang, completely disregarding the fact that Yun Chun was also his grandson. Instead of celebrating Yun Chen's victory, he sided with Qin Lang. An unexplainable anger simmered within Qin Wujing. Gu Arya shook her head, whispering to Qin Mingyue, "That reasoning makes no sense. Higher-tier warriors are stronger in every aspect: strength, speed, focus. Using the excuse that an archery warrior isn't skilled in physical combat is hard to believe." Qin Mingyue agreed, understanding that this was simply her grandfather's favoritism. She then blinked and asked, "Mom, If my brother is just a second-tier warrior, how is he so formidable? How did he so easily suppress Qin Lang, a third-tier warrior? Yun Chen's physical prowess was undeniably superior to Qin Lang's. Gu Area, caught off guard by her daughter's question, hesitated for a moment and replied, "How would I know? His performance is beyond anything I understand." Qin Lang awkwardly got up from the ground, with anger and jealousy burning in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and stared intently at Yun Shun. Yun Shun, however, remained calm and seemed indifferent to Qin Lang's emotions. Qin Lang was furious but helpless. Their recent skirmish had made it clear to him that he was no match for Yun Shun in close combat. Yun Shen's strength was beyond his imagination. Should I use the bow? Qin Lang thought to himself, longing for a chance to prove himself with his archery skills. With a bow in his hands, his abilities would be significantly enhanced. However, he had just promised to test Yun Chen's martial arts, and using a weapon now would be admitting defeat. This left him feeling humiliated and trapped in a dilemma. The audience below watched Qin Lang's internal struggle, fully aware of his predicament. A few martial artists began to whisper among themselves. It was obvious who was stronger. Would the young master of the Qin family really resort to using a bow against Yun Chen's bare hands? That would be disgraceful. Yet, most of the crowd hoped the contest wouldn't end just yet, as many had placed bets on Qin Lang. If he gave up, they would lose everything. An elderly martial artist sighed. It's a battle of the mind. Young Master Qin just can't let go of his pride. The sparring match had reached a stalemate. On the viewing platform, Qin Wu was anxiously urging, "Xiao Chen, what are you waiting for? Press the advantage. Don't give him a chance to use a weapon. If you're physically stronger, end it now." Qin Wu was worried that if Qin Lang swallowed his pride and used the bow, Yun Chen might be at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Qin Shiji turned to Qin Feng and said, "Father, it's clear Xiaolang can't let go of his pride. Please, order them to use weapons and prohibit hand-to-hand combat." Qin Wu's face stiffened at these words, and he scolded, "Third brother, how can you interfere in the sparring? And asking father to intervene, you?" At that moment, Qin Feng raised his hand to signal Qin Wu to be quiet. Qin Wu fell silent, looking extremely displeased. Qin Feng himself was also stiff, not expecting Yun Shun to overpower Qin Lang. Who would believe a third-tier martial artist could suppress a second-tier one? But if Qin Lang lost, it would be a blow to his own reputation. Caught in a bind, Qin Feng's gaze wavered, not anticipating the trouble Yun Shun would cause him. Yet, as the tension hung in the air, Yun Shun broke the silence first. "Young Master Qin, don't trouble yourself. If you wish to use the bow, go ahead." He gestured with his hand, showing he didn't mind. Qin Lang glared at Yun Shun and said in a low voice, "Yun Shun, don't be so arrogant. I admit you have some skills in martial arts, but if I use the bow, you won't last 3 rounds. Since you suggested it, let's settle this with our weapons." Qin Lang's words were fierce, but the audience wasn't convinced. It was clear this young master of the Qin family wanted to use weapons, yet he was still making a fuss, trying to cover it up. Everyone thought, how could he be so disgraceful? Hearing the murmurs from the audience, Qin Lang was both angry and embarrassed. With a wave of his right hand, a longbow appeared, and he shouted angrily, "Yun Shun, use your sword." Yun Shun shrugged and replied casually, "Just use your bow. I already said, using a sword is pointless for me." Qin Lang was consumed with shame and fury, his anger boiling over. "Fine, you're asking for it. Don't blame me." On the viewing platform, Qin Wujing's face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "What's Xiao Chen doing?" Qin Lang has drawn his bow, and he's still not using his sword. Qin Feng squinted slightly, thinking to himself that Yun Chen's actions were a huge slap in the face for the Qin family. With a sullen expression, Qin Feng said slowly, "In that case, let Xiao Lang teach him a lesson." Qin Qiji sneered, "Arrogant brat. He deserves a lesson." Gu Area watched nervously, her heart involuntarily in her throat, beginning to share Qin Wujing's concern for her nephew. Only Qin Mingyue, despite her tension, still had eyes full of confidence and anticipation for Yun Shun. On the martial stage, Qin Lang rapidly retreated, trying to put distance between himself and Yun Shun. He was very nervous, knowing Yun Chen's terrifying strength but clueless about his speed. If Yun Chen closed in, Qin Lang wasn't confident he could maintain the distance. So he pushed his skills to the limit, using his full cultivation. Among the audience, a keen-eyed martial artist exclaimed, "Level movement technique." And at a proficient level, a martial skill is considered proficient when it reaches 75 mastery. Yun Shun, watching Qin Lang desperately trying to distance himself, couldn't help but laugh. "Are you that afraid of me?" These 4 words, though softly spoken, echoed loudly in Qin Lang's ears. Qin Lang went completely berserk, pulling his bow with all his might. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows, glowing with a purple light, shot out, aiming directly at Yun Chen's legs. At this moment, Qin Wujing slammed the table and stood up, leaning forward and shouting, "Isn't this supposed to be a friendly match? Qin Lang is going too far." The power of these 3 arrows was clearly beyond the scope of a friendly competition, causing the audience to exclaim, "He's trying to cripple Yun Chen's legs." Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the venue fell silent, and all the spectators stared dumbfounded at the stage, as quiet as mice. On the viewing platform, Qin Wujing's mouth hung open, his body leaning forward as if frozen in place. Gu Area also stared blankly at the stage, her body rigid. Beside her, Qin Shiji's eyes were narrowed, his face full of disbelief, muttering, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Even Qin Feng, who was accustomed to dramatic events, was filled with shock. Only Qin Mingyue, watching the scene on the stage, showed excitement and delight, her body trembling slightly. On the stage, Yunchen simply lifted his leg, swatting away the 3 arrows aimed at him, blocking them with his body without a scratch. Qin Lang looked at Yunchen, who seemed unfazed, his eyes losing focus, his legs weak. He blocked my 3 arrows with his leg. Those 3 arrows were almost all my strength. Yunchen glanced at the despondent Qin Lang, shaking his head and sighing. These young masters are all show and no substance. All that glitters is not gold. Yunchen found this phrase perfectly fitting to describe noble heirs like Qin Lang. These scions are born with silver spoons in their mouths, benefiting from martial arts resources from the womb. With the protection and resources of their families, they effortlessly achieve great power. If they happen to possess a bit of talent, their future in human society is boundlessly promising. However, warriors nurtured solely by resources lack the real test of battle. Qin Lang is a prime example. Arrogant, proud, and underestimating others, his hubris will eventually cost him his life on the battlefield. As they say, weakness isn't the obstacle to survival, arrogance is. Of course, not all noble heirs are like Qin Lang. The truly formidable ones are those with good backgrounds, resources, talent, and hard work. These are the ones worthy of being Yun Chen's opponents. But Qin Lang? He doesn't even qualify. Yun Chen shook his head with a smile. The stage in Jiangnan province was too small. It was time to end this farce. He had had enough fun. Yun Chen looked at the disheartened Qin Lang and spoke. Instantly, a look of fear appeared on Qin Lang's face as he sensed Yun Chen's aura shift dramatically. If Yun Chen's presence had been like a dormant dragon before, now it had unfurled its massive form, soaring into the sky, displaying its terrifying claws and fangs. Cold sweat soaked Qin Lang's back and forehead. The audience below also felt Yun Chen's transformation and instinctively held their breath. On the viewing platform, Qin Shiji could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Lang, what are you standing there for? Use the thunderbolt mechanical bow I bought you." Qin Lang was jolted awake by Qin Shiji's shout, hurriedly extending his right hand as his storage ring glowed slightly. However, Yun Chen, having decided to end the charade, wouldn't give him the chance. In a flash, Yun Chen vanished from his original spot. A perfect mastery of level movement technique. An elderly warrior in the audience exclaimed in shock. Perfect mastery. The crowd was dumbfounded. Moments ago, Qin Lang's specialized level movement technique had already amazed them, but as a long-range archer, his high level of movement skill was reasonable. Yun Chen, however, was a close combat warrior, yet his movement technique reached perfect mastery. Qin Lang was terrified as a purple mechanical bow emerged from his storage ring, but before he could grab it, Yun Chen appeared beside him. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed, staring in horror at Yun Chen beside him, his face frozen in fear. Bang! Yun Chen swept his leg across, delivering an unprecedented impact to Qin Lang's knees, producing a cracking sound. Ah! Qin Lang fell heavily to the ground, screaming in pain. "You wanted to cripple my legs. This is just reciprocation," Yun Chen said coldly, then grabbed Qin Lang by the collar, lifting him and hurling him out of the arena with force. Qin Lang's body, like a kite with a broken string, tumbled through the air, flying out. "Quick! Catch the young master." The Qin family's bodyguards quickly moved into action, forming several circles to catch the falling Qin Lang. Qin Lang was already unconscious, and the bodyguards carefully laid him on the ground, exchanging glances of disbelief. Who would have thought the young master would lose so miserably? At that moment, Qin Shiji on the viewing platform suddenly sprang up, shouting, "Xiao Lang!" He jumped down from the stage and rushed to Qin Lang. Seeing that Qin Lang was only unconscious and not in any life-threatening condition, Qin Shiji breathed a sigh of relief, but then noticed Qin Lang's legs fractured, seriously injured. He immediately flew into a rage, leaping back onto the stage and glaring at Yun Chen, demanding, "You dare to hurt Xiao Lang? It was just a spar, yet you struck so viciously." Yun Chen responded calmly, "When he tried to cripple my legs with an arrow, why didn't you step up then? I thought it was acceptable to use such force during a spar." Qin Shiji's face froze, speechless. At that moment, a figure suddenly stepped in front of Yun Chen. It was his uncle, Qin Wujing. He coldly addressed Qin Shiji. "Third brother, if you dare touch Xiao Chen, don't say I didn't warn you." Qin Shiji's expression stiffened slightly, and the atmosphere in the martial arts hall instantly dropped to freezing point. The spectators, who had come for entertainment, were now silent. shocked at how a simple sparring match had escalated to such tension. At this moment, an elderly yet commanding voice echoed through the venue. Enough! On the stage, Qin Feng had already stood up, looking at his two sons with an undeniable authority in his tone. Third, take Xiao Lang to the hospital. Eldest, take Xiao Chen home. Qin Feng issued his orders. Qin Shiji's face turned ashen, but he dared not defy his father, casting a fierce glare at Yun Chun and Qin Wujing before leaving the hall with the bodyguards carrying Qin Lang. With the crisis averted, the crowd in the hall finally relaxed and began to chatter. Wow, Yun Chun actually won. This was no spar. It was a complete one-sided defeat. Although Yun Chun won, many wore bitter expressions. Damn, if only I'd bet on Yun Chun winning. I always said you can't judge the top scholar by ordinary standards. They started blaming each other for not giving a heads up, lamenting their losses. However, while some were upset, others were overjoyed. A small group of martial artists who bet on Yun Chun's victory couldn't hide their excitement and joy, having not only recovered their stakes, but also made a significant profit. Haha, serves you right. Who told you to underestimate our Jiangnan province's martial arts champion? At this moment, Qin Mingyue quietly arrived at the side, opening her personal account to see a substantial sum credited, a look of satisfaction on her face. However, for her, winning money was just a bonus. Her cheeks flushed as she approached Qin Wujing and Yun Chun stepping off the stage, excitedly saying to Yun Chun, "Brother, you really won." Yun Chun smiled, patting Qin Mingyue's head, adding a rosy hue to her cheeks. Qin Wujing, standing beside Yun Chun, also showed unmistakable excitement and pride on his face. Yun Chun looked at Qin Wujing, somewhat surprised, and asked, "Uncle, you're not mad at me?" Qin Wujing paused, then replied, "Why would I be mad at you?" Yun Chun explained, "I injured Qin Lang. I'm afraid it might be difficult for you to explain to the Qin family." Qin Wujing waved his hand dismissively. "Explain what? They proposed the spar first, and they struck hard first. We had no choice but to fight back, so what's there to explain?" Qin Wujing had decided to let go of his fears. In the past, he lived cautiously, intimidated by the family's pressure, unable even to protect his own sister. This had always been a source of regret for him, but this time, he resolved not to be weak any longer. When he leaped down from the viewing platform to stand in front of Yun Chun, it felt as if a new world had opened up before him. Besides, with such a talented nephew, what was there to fear in the future? "Xiao Chen, let's go. Uncle has a lot of questions to ask you." At home, Qin Wujing pulled Yun Chun aside as soon as he came in, concernedly asking, "Xiao Chun, come sit down. Let your uncle see if you're hurt." Yun Chun smiled and waved his hand, indicating he was fine. Qin Wujing skeptically looked him up and down and asked again, "Are you sure you're okay? Don't just put on a brave face." Yun Chun replied with a smile, "Do I look like I'm injured?" Qin Wujing breathed a sigh of relief and asked in confusion, "How did you do it, kid? Qin Lang's arrows are powerful. How did you block them with just your body? It's unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed it." At this moment, Qin Mingyue and Gu Area also came in. Qin Mingyue, with a slight blush on her cheeks, sat beside Yun Chun, eager for his explanation, while Gu Area busied herself in the kitchen, occasionally casting curious glances at Yun Chun. The fact that a second-tier martial artist could block a third-tier martial artist's arrows with his body completely overturned Gu Area's understanding. Yun Chun smiled softly, took a sip of the hot tea Gu Area brought, and said calmly, "Actually, I just recently managed to cultivate a protective aura." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of Qin Wujing and Qin Mingyue slightly changed. Qin Mingyue asked in disbelief, "Brother, are you serious? You cultivated a protective aura?" Although she was just a high school sophomore, she had witnessed her teachers demonstrate this advanced martial arts technique at the best public high school in Jining City. According to her teachers, cultivating a protective aura was a relatively advanced martial arts technique, typically mastered by senior students at prestigious martial arts schools. However, Yin Chun had just graduated from high school and had never received education or training from a martial arts college. Qin Wujing also asked incredulously, "Xiao Chun, is it true? A protective aura?" Gu Area sat next to Qin Wujing. Although she had her doubts, she understood that it was best not to easily question someone as exceptionally talented as Yun Chun. Yun Chun smiled slightly, extended his right hand, and instantly, golden rings of light emanated from his palm. "A protective aura!" Qin Wujing exclaimed in shock, his astonishment evident. "Xiao Chun, you really mastered the protective aura. And it's a golden aura?" He could hardly believe his eyes. The quality and level of the aura have clear distinctions, with colors ranging from white, blue, purple, to gold, and levels starting from the lowest, level 1, with no upper limit. Qin Wujing mumbled to himself, "Golden aura. Xiao Chun, your talent is truly extraordinary." Although the quality of the aura can be improved through training, reaching the golden quality requires immense time and effort, which is determined by one's genes. However, Xiao Chun woke up with a golden aura, skipping 20 years of hard work. Qin Mingyue looked at Yun Chun, her eyes filled with admiration and amazement. Brother, you're incredible. At this moment, Chen smiled and said, it's not as exaggerated as you guys make it out to be. My current chi is only at level 1, and I'm still far from reaching a higher level. Qin Wujing retorted with a hint of annoyance. Stop being so modest, will you? The speed at which golden quality chi improves is much faster than other qualities. Even though you're at level 1 now, your improvement speed surpasses 99 of people. Chen just smiled. Qin Wujing and Qin Mingyue were still immersed in shock, while Gu Area was the first to regain her composure, filled with doubts. Can level 1 golden chi withstand a full-force attack from a third-level martial artist? And come out unscathed? Although she had her doubts, since Chen had said so, she didn't feel it was appropriate to question further. After the meal, Qin Wujing invited Chen to stay for a simple dinner. At the table, everyone clinked glasses and the atmosphere was lively. At that moment, Gu Area inadvertently noticed Chen's slightly rolled-up sleeve, revealing a piece of pure white, uniquely textured clothing. She froze and exclaimed, Xiao Chun? Chen looked at her in confusion, and Gu Area quickly shook her head. It's nothing. Let's continue eating. Chen stayed for a little while longer before leaving. As soon as Chen left, Gu Area immediately grabbed Qin Wujing, looking panicked. Do you think the third brother will let things go after what happened today? The third brother has always been unscrupulous, and I'm worried he might plot against Xiao Chun. Hearing this, Qin Wujing's face stiffened, and he felt a vague sense of worry. The third brother, Qin Qiji, had always done as he pleased, relying on the old man's favoritism. Open attacks are easy to avoid, but hidden ones are not. Chen might not be afraid, but his friends and family are still in Jiangnan province. In any case, I cannot let him plot against Xiao Chun. Qin Wujing exclaimed, slapping the table with determination. Gu Area looked at her impulsive husband helplessly. What are you going to do? The old man clearly favors the third brother, and the Qin family is on his side now. Once the old man truly steps down, will the third brother even listen to you? I can't just stand by and do nothing, Qin Wujing said anxiously. Gu Area calmly analyzed. Why are you in such a rush? The third brother is so arrogant because the old man believes Qin Lang is a promising grandson, right? After this battle, the old man will definitely be disappointed in Qin Lang and will see Xiao Chun in a new light. Are you suggesting that the old man will transfer the Qin family's resources to Yun Chun, allowing him to control the Qin family in the future? Qin Wujing asked tentatively. Gu Area shook her head. How could that be? Xiao Chun doesn't even have the Qin surname. However, as long as the old man understands that the Qin family cannot be enemies with Xiao Chun and must win him over, wouldn't that be enough? As long as Xiao Chen's status in the Qin family is high enough, and the third brother loses family support, what kind of trouble can he stir up on his own? What you're saying makes sense, but how do we make Xiao Chen's status high enough in the old man's eyes? Qin Wujing pondered, frowning. Yin Chun defeating Qin Lang is ultimately a fight among the younger generation, and this battle has somewhat embarrassed the Qin family. Right now, it's hard to say whether Qin Feng is pleased or angry with Yin Chun. Gu Area's concern was evident. Gu Area whispered, Honey, I accidentally saw something on Xiao Chun. Qin Wujing asked curiously, what was it? Gu Area replied softly, a battle suit. A very special one. Qin Wujing immediately inquired, a battle suit? A special battle suit. Gu Area continued. Do you remember the battle suit we saw 6 months ago at the martial arts exhibition in that foreign country with Mingyu? Qin Wujing instantly recalled and exclaimed, the Polar Day battle suit. He had a vivid impression of it, as it was crafted from a 6th grade class fierce demon, a top-tier item in the entire Great Xia. Qin Wujing, in disbelief, said, are you saying Xiao Chun is wearing the Polar Day battle suit? That suit is the Su family's treasure. If Yun Chun is really wearing the Polar Day battle suit, does that mean? He gasped, Honey, are you suggesting Xiao Chun might be the powerful figure who helped the Su family take down the Shui family? Gu Arias said, I can't be sure, but I am very suspicious now. Qin Wujing was stunned, thinking to himself, Qin Feng has repeatedly ordered the Qin family to find an ally with the powerful figure behind the Su family. If Xiao Chun is indeed that person, it would turn the entire Qin family upside down. Why don't we just ask Xiao Chun directly? Qin Wujing suggested. Gu Area replied helplessly. Even if Xiao Chun admits it, what good would it do? Would the old man believe it? Qin Wujing quickly added, can't we just have Xiao Chun show the Polar Day battle suit? Gu Area's forehead furrowed in exasperation. She thought to herself, he wasn't this foolish when I married him. Qin Wujing quickly realized, I overlooked this. The battle suit is so precious, we can't let outsiders know. If anyone finds out Yin Chun is wearing such a valuable suit, it would definitely attract trouble. Qin Wujing was troubled. Then how can we make the old man believe us? Gu Arias said, don't worry, I've already hired someone to investigate what happened that day at the Zijing Manor. I believe the truth will come to light soon. A few days later, at the Qin family home, Qin Feng sat solemnly in the patriarch's seat, looking gravely at Qin Qiji beside him, and asked, How is Xiaolong's injury? Qin Shiji quickly replied. Father, Xiaolang is still in the hospital, but he's recovering quite well. Qin Feng nodded, seemingly uninterested in asking further. Qin Shiji felt uneasy and hurriedly added. Father, Yunqing was ruthless this time. Not only did he injure Xiaolang, but he also brought shame to our Qin family. I really can't accept this. Qin Feng frowned slightly and said coldly. Enough. You proposed this sparring match yourself. If you're not strong enough, it's only natural to lose face. From now on, you must learn your lesson. Qin Shiji was at a loss for words, feeling aggrieved. Qin Wujing, observing Qin Shiji's embarrassment, couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feng turned to Qin Wujing and asked, Eldest, what has Xiaoqing been up to lately? Qin Wujing replied, resting at home. Qin Feng nodded and continued. This time, Xiaoqing's performance exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect him to be so powerful at such a young age. Have you asked Xiaoqing about the source of his strength? Qin Wujing selectively answered. Father, I asked him. The reason Xiaoqing won so easily is because he's cultivated golden qi. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the Qin family gasped in shock. Golden qi. Is it true? Qin Feng's face also showed surprise, thinking to himself. After years of cultivation, even his qi was only of purple quality, and golden qi was indeed rare. He murmured, Golden qi, golden, no wonder. Qin Feng continued to probe. Anything else? With just qi protection, it's hard to believe Yunqing could withstand Xiaolong's arrows. Even Gu area could see that, and as a small master martial artist, I certainly can't ignore it. Qin Wujing feigned innocence. What else? That's all of Xiaoqing's hidden strength. To protect Yunqing, he would never mention the extreme daylight armor. Qin Feng gave him a meaningful look, but only shook his head, not pressing further. At this moment, Qin Shiji couldn't help but interject, Father Xiaolang. He felt a faint worry, as Qin Feng had initially intended for him to succeed as the family head, but now he felt uneasy. Qin Feng took a sip of hot tea and said calmly, Third, there's no need to say more. In any case, Xiaolang is my grandson. Once he recovers, I will make it up to him. Qin Shiji's face lit up with joy, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that as long as the old man valued Xiaolang, he could rest easy. Qin Feng sighed and continued, It's a pity, Xiaoqing is not one of our Qin family. Qin Wujing immediately interjected, Father, why not consider investing in Xiaoqing? Our Qin family has abundant resources in Jiangnan province. If we invest in Xiaoqing, his future potential is limitless. By then, our Qin family would also share in the glory. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and shook his head. In this sparring, Xiaoqing clearly harbored grievances against the Qin family and was so harsh on Xiaolang. How can I expect him to help the Qin family in the future? Qin Shiji quickly agreed. Father is wise. Yunqing is ruthless and harbors resentment towards our Qin family, which may become a threat in the future. Qin Feng looked at Qin Shiji and said slowly, Third brother, after all, he is your nephew. Qin Shiji was momentarily speechless, understanding his father's intention, not wanting to give up on Qin Lang, yet not wanting to offend Yunqing. At that moment, Qin Shiji secretly clenched his fist, realizing that dealing with Yunqing would have to be done privately. Qin Feng then brought up another topic. Area, have you made any progress on the investigation of the Su family strongman I asked you about? Gu Area responded calmly. Father, we will have the results soon. Qin Feng nodded, his tone firm. We must find out. There shouldn't be any powerful figures in Jiangnan province that our Qin family is unaware of. This cannot happen. His insistence stemmed from Yunqing easily defeating Qin Lang, which made him worry about the Qin family's future. The grandson he had high hopes for was defeated so effortlessly by Yunqing. Qin Feng thought to himself, Xiao Chen is just an 18-year-old second-level martial artist, and Xiao Lang can't even defeat him. If the Qin family encounters stronger enemies in the future, how can Xiao Lang lead the family through tough times? This doubt took root in Qin Feng's heart, prompting a desperate need to bring in external strongmen. With the family's own members not living up to expectations, they could only forge good alliances. Meanwhile, Qin Shiji secretly observed the changes in Qin Feng's expression, also growing suspicious. Is the old man already losing confidence in Xiao Lang, since he's so eager to find the strongman behind the Su family? With this thought, his anger towards Yunqing deepened, thinking to himself, it's all his fault. If it weren't for that despicable kid, I wouldn't be in this predicament. As everyone harbored their own thoughts, Gu Aria's phone suddenly vibrated, bringing back news from an informant. She quickly took out her phone and opened a video, her eyes widening in excitement and shock. Qin Wujing noticed his wife's unusual expression and quickly leaned in. The video footage was shaky, indicating the person filming was in a state of panic. In the video, a young man in white swiftly killed a strong member of the Shui family, with hundreds of long swords floating behind him, as if loyally guarding their master. With just a command, these swords would transform into lightning, shredding any threat. Even through the phone screen, Gu Area and Qin Wujing could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the young man in white, sending shivers down their spines. The camera suddenly zoomed in, focusing on the face of the young man in white, revealing none other than Yun Chun. Gu Area could no longer contain her excitement, covering her mouth with her right hand to stifle a gasp. The Qin family members noticed the strange behavior of Qin Wujing and his wife, and were puzzled. At this moment, Qin Qiji quietly took out his phone, preparing to contact his hired muscle. Boss, Area, what are you two looking at? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. Gu Area handed the phone to Qin Wujing, giving him a meaningful look. Qin Wujing understood, stood up, and walked toward Qin Feng, saying slowly, Father, haven't you always wanted to find the strong man behind the Su family? Qin Feng frowned. Yes, that's right. Qin Wujing turned the phone screen towards Qin Feng and said firmly, Father, see for yourself. What is this? Qin Feng stared at the screen with a puzzled expression. At this moment, the elders of the Qin family gathered around, eager to see what was happening. Gu Area spoke directly. Father, this footage is the recording of the confrontation between the Shui and Su families. The case is closed, and the Shui family has completely fallen, so there's no need to keep this video confidential. She pointed at the young man in white on the screen. This is the powerful figure backing the Su family you've been looking for. Father, don't you think this young man in white looks familiar? Though Qin Feng was old, his vision was still clear. After listening to Gu Area, his face slowly revealed a look of immense shock and disbelief. This is Xiao Chun. Qin Feng's voice trembled slightly, sounding incredibly dry. As soon as he spoke, the Qin family members present erupted in exclamations. Yun Chen? The power behind the Su family. Although Qin Feng couldn't comprehend it, there was no doubt that the young man in white with a sword in the footage was Yun Chun. He was single-handedly slaughtering dozens of second-tier martial artists, as effortlessly as cutting through vegetables. Qin Feng shakily extended his finger to rewind the video, watching it several times, his expression of shock deepening. Ow, how is this possible? One person against dozens of Shui family martial artists. Qin Feng muttered to himself as he leaned back in his chair. Good heavens! This is truly his grandson. A boy who was driven out of the family, who lived with his mother, and came from a small county? Qin Feng was stunned, his emotions a mix of surprise and regret, as if a bottle of mixed spices had been overturned in his heart. After a long while, he came to his senses and hurriedly called out, Eldest, go. Bring Xiao Chen here. From now on, he is a member of the Qin family. We will be his support, and if anyone dares to trouble him, the Qin family will not stand for it. Qin Wujing's face lit up with joy at these words, while Qin Qiji beside him turned ashen, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Yun Chun, a sword-wielding martial artist, helping the Su family defeat the Shui family. Xiao Chun, why won't you accept the Qin family? After all, the Qin family is a prominent family in Jiangnan province. With our resources, you would surely benefit greatly. Qin Wujing looked at Yun Chun, unable to understand. Yun Chun shook his head and said, Uncle, what the Qin family decides to do is their business. From now on, I don't want to have much involvement with the Qin family. Hearing this, Qin Wujing showed a bitter expression. He knew that Yun Chun had made up his mind, and nothing he said would change it. Yun Chun's thoughts were simple. The resources of the Qin family? It's too naive to think there are free lunches in this world. If you take someone's benefits, you naturally have to bear the corresponding obligations. Many in the Qin family have the bad habits of an entrenched family. Should trouble arise in the future, would he have to clean up their messes? Yun Chun didn't want to deal with such nonsense. Uncle, you haven't forgotten my real goal this time, have you? Yun Chun steered the conversation back to the main topic. Qin Wujing sighed. How could I forget? What I promised you, I won't go back on. As he spoke, Qin Wujing handed Yun Chun a storage ring. Yun Chun took it, contemplating silently. The space within the storage ring was a staggering 10,000 cubic meters. Yun Chun projected his consciousness into the ring, filled with anticipation. Suddenly, a golden martial seal appeared in Yun Chun's right hand, emitting a radiant glow. Upon closer inspection, red flames seemed to flicker within the golden light surrounding the seal. Even without using it, Yun Chun could feel the terrifying power contained within, undoubtedly its glass martial seal. At that moment, Qin Wu remarked, this seal only has one use left. The last time it was used was 100 years ago by a martial god of the Great Xia. A martial god is the title for a 6th-level martial artist. Yun Chun calmed his excitement and placed the martial seal into his storage ring. As he prepared to leave, Qin Wu quickly stood up and asked with concern, Xiao Chun, are you heading to the capital soon? Yun Chun nodded in response. The New Star martial trials are about to be held, and I have to participate in the selection. A few days earlier, Yang Yuanyan had called Yun Chun. Looking at Yun Chun, Qin Wu's eyes showed both pride and worry. Be careful in the capital, it's unfamiliar territory for you, he advised. Yun Chun nodded and made his way to the door. Before leaving, he turned back and said to Qin Wu, Uncle, please take good care of my mother after I leave. No matter what, she is truly part of the Qin family. With that, Chen left without looking back. In the Jiangnan Provincial Military Department, Bai Yinshua's father, Bai Qi, was chatting with an old friend in a specially prepared reception room. The friend appeared to be around Bai Qi's age, in his 40s, with a menacing scar across his face that made him look particularly intimidating. Old Yan, it's been over a decade since we last met after the final battle, hasn't it? Bai Qi remarked with a smile, while munching on sunflower seeds. Yanshi looked at Bai Qi with dissatisfaction, responding, "And you're still cheeky enough to say that? If I hadn't asked Minister Luo, you probably wouldn't have planned to see me, right?" Bai Qi chuckled awkwardly. "You're now with the capital's martial defense. How could I dare to disturb you?" Yanshi waved his hand dismissively. "Cut the nonsense." After a moment of silence, Yanshi asked softly, "How have you been all these years?" Bai Qi grinned. "Not bad. Jiangnan is a great place to live. Good drinks, good smokes, living the carefree life." Yanshi continued, "Have you never thought about going back?" At this, Bai Qi fell silent for a rare moment before giving a self-deprecating laugh. "Go back? How could I? The royal family and the cabinet wouldn't want to see me again." He then sighed deeply. "Besides, I have a family now. I just want to see my precious daughter grow up, marry well, and live a safe and happy life. That's enough for me." Yanshi looked at Bai Qi and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I never imagined hearing such words from the killer god of Great Xia." Bai Qi laughed. "Don't call me that anymore. I'm just a useless second-level martial artist now." Yanshi replied self-deprecatingly. "Don't kid around. Out of all of us from our cohort, I'm at the bottom. Besides, I know your true strength. Even if you're at the second level now, once you activate your domain, I'm sure you can return to your peak." Bai Qi gave a faint smile and said no more. Seeing that Bai Qi wasn't interested in these topics, Yanshi changed the subject to more mundane matters. "I heard you wanted your daughter to marry that young man from the Yun family. Is that right?" Bai Qi gave a bitter smile and replied, "You've got your information straight." He instinctively took out a cigarette and said softly, "I didn't want to match them up. Sigh, I owe Xiao Chen so much. Brother Yin died saving me back then. I can't just ignore Xiao Chen." Upon hearing this, Yanshi showed a hint of sympathy. "I know this has been a burden on your heart for years. But that's the battlefield. Life and death aren't for us to decide. Yanshi wouldn't want to see you blaming yourself." Bai Qi lit the cigarette in silence. Yanshi then asked, "That boy's name is Yunshun, right? What do you think of him?" Hearing Yunshen's name, Bai Qi perked up a bit and smiled, saying, "He's extraordinary. That's the only word I can use to describe him. Honestly, I've never seen such a prodigy. His talent in swordsmanship surpasses his father's by at least tenfold." Yanshi was astonished. "Really?" Bai Qi eagerly recounted stories about Yunshun, leaving Yanshi in awe. After listening, Yanshi remarked, "If that's the case, Yanshi would find some comfort in the afterlife." Yanshi continued, "Since he's got a direct pass to the Imperial Capital Martial University, I suppose he'll soon be reporting early to prepare for this year's Global Rising Stars Martial Tournament?" Bai Qi nodded, and Yanshi remarked, "This year, Imperial Capital Martial University has really pulled out all the stops. I've heard they've secured all the geniuses from the 9 provinces of Xia. Other universities are really overshadowed this year. The competition will be fierce, but hopefully, the young man from the Yun family will do well." At this point, Bai Qi suddenly asked, "By the way, Old Yan, what brings you to Jiangnan province this time?" Given Yanshi's high rank as a Wubei guard in the imperial capital's Jinwu division, his visit to Jiangnan province puzzled Bai Qi. Yanshi replied with a hint of mystery, "I'm here because we've discovered signs of activity from the 12 Flower God Society in Jiangnan province." Bai Qi asked in confusion, "What is the 12 Flower God Society?" Yanshi sighed and replied, "You've been away from the front lines for many years, so it's normal you haven't heard of it. The 12 Flower God Society is a cult that has emerged in recent years, allied with demons and hostile to humans." Bai Qi frowned and said, "Such organizations are really hard to eradicate." Yanshi nodded, sighing, "But this time we responded quickly and managed to eliminate quite a few members of the 12 Flower God Society, so we've made some progress." "Old Yan, how long will you be staying in Jiangnan province this time?" Bai Qi asked. Yanshi smiled wryly. "Not long. I'll have to return to the capital in a few days." At the high-speed train station in Jiangnan province, Lu Haohao excitedly said to Yunshun and Bai Shui, "I can't believe we're on the same train to the capital. What a coincidence." Today, she was wearing a sailor suit and white stockings, with a brand new storage bracelet on her wrist, clearly a gift from her family for getting into college. Lu Haohao excelled in the autonomous martial arts exam and was directly admitted to the Daxia Physical and Martial Arts Academy. Today was the day she set off for the capital. Bai Shui smiled and replied, "The capital has a special status, and everyone entering or leaving must register in advance and take designated trains. Sharing the same train is only natural." Lu Haohao curiously asked, "Shui, I heard you were admitted to the Capital Arts and Martial Academy. Is that true?" Bai Shui nodded, and Lu Haohao continued, "That's great. The campuses of the Capital Arts and Martial Academy and Daxia Physical and Martial Academy are neighbors, so we can meet up for meals often. I was worried I wouldn't have any friends in the capital. Bai Shui smiled faintly. Of course, that sounds great. At this moment, Lu Haohao looked at Yun Chun mischievously and said, of course, once we're in the capital, we'll rely on Yun Chun to look out for us. You've been specially recruited by the president of the Capital Martial University. Yun Chun chuckled awkwardly. You two are strong women. You probably don't need me to look out for you. The three of them shared a laugh, the atmosphere light and pleasant. Soon, they checked their tickets and boarded the train. On board, Bai Shui leaned against the window for a nap, while Yun Chun took out a pair of VR glasses from his storage ring. These were high-tech products applied for from the Jiangnan Province Military Department, capable of connecting to the military database. Yun Chun put on the VR glasses, and as he silently focused, the scene before him transformed, as if he were in an advanced command center. Long time no see, Yun Chun Junior Sergeant, Tianji's voice sounded. Yun Chun smiled slightly. Tianji, you remember me? The electronic voice of Tianji replied, I am an artificial intelligence. I don't forget anyone I've met. Moreover, Yun Chun Sergeant left a deep impression on me. Yun Chun chuckled. Let's get down to business. I heard you can perform fusion evolution of similar types of martial skills. I happen to have two similar types of martial skills here. He was referring to the B-level passive skill explosive power and the S-level passive skill star power. Yun Chun possesses two passive martial arts skills, the force of violence and the power of stars, which have a certain chance to cause a critical hit at B level and S level, respectively. During a critical hit, the power of stars can amplify damage by up to 2 times. As the power of stars accumulates during battle, the chances and amplification of a critical hit can increase, reaching a maximum of 10 times. Yun Chun learned from the military martial department that Tianji has a powerful computational ability that can help warriors merge martial arts skills to create even stronger new ones. However, this function requires a significant amount of computing power, which ordinary military personnel cannot access. Yun Chun, being no ordinary military warrior, has been granted permission to use this feature. While waiting for Tianji's calculations, Yun Chun quietly removed his VR glasses, preparing to find something to eat. At that moment, a little girl's voice came from behind him. Big brother, do you want some jelly? This is for you. Yun Chun turned around and saw a 5 or 6-year-old girl holding a cup of jelly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Her parents stood nearby, smiling and nodding. Yun Chun accepted the jelly with a smile, gently patting the girl's head. Thank you. Then, he took out a tin of butter cookies and gave them to the girl. Her face blushed with joy as she happily returned to her parents. Just then, Bai Yingxue teased from the side. You sure are popular with kids. Yun Chun smiled slightly, about to respond when another woman's voice came from ahead. Little brother, those glasses you had on looked pretty nice. Not cheap, I bet. He looked up to see a mature-looking woman, her eyes hidden under a black hat, but her delicate features were unmistakable. The woman asked eagerly, Little brother, what are you going to the capital for? Do you have a place to stay there? Want to come home with your big sister? Sensing her intentions were too obvious, Yun Chun exchanged a few words with her and tried to end the conversation. However, the persistent woman continued to cling to Yun Chun. Bai Yingxue felt displeased and frowned at the woman. Yun Chun also felt a bit uncomfortable and was about to speak when a loud voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, beautiful lady, this guy already has a girlfriend. How about we get to know each other instead? Yun Chun glanced to the side and saw a man with a long scar on his face casually sitting next to him. The woman in the black hat glanced at Yin Shi and then fell silent. Yin Shi gave Yun Chun a slight smile, and Yun Chun nodded politely in response. Although he didn't know this man, he was undoubtedly helping him out of a tight spot. Yin Shi sat beside Yun Chun, humming a tune, but occasionally glanced at the woman in the black hat. The train sped through a desolate wilderness. Due to the prolonged war between humans and fierce demons, many areas had been ravaged by conflict and were no longer suitable for human habitation. These areas were known as the wilderness. Yun Chun looked out of the train window at the endless gray wasteland. In the distance, a few pairs of wanderers struggled to walk, while others lay motionless on the ground, leaving their fate uncertain. A group of hungry wanderers surrounded those who had fallen, doing something unknown. The desolate scene outside made the atmosphere inside the train even more oppressive. A young couple hurriedly covered their little girl's eyes to shield her from the grim sight. Bai Yingxue silently held Yun Chun's hand and whispered, Yun Chun, this makes me feel uneasy. Yun Chun gently squeezed her hand and reassured her, don't look. Bai Yingxue was silent for a moment, then shook her head. No, I want to see. This is the real world outside. It's cruel, but only by witnessing it can we understand the plight of humanity. Only by seeing this devastation can we realize that these invading demons must be driven out of our home. Her eyes gradually became resolute. At that moment, the woman in the black hat sitting opposite Yun Chun suddenly spoke. Do you think it's the fierce demons who caused this tragedy? Yun Chun now got a clear look at her face and felt a chill. Her eyes were entirely white, with no pupils. Humans are the true embodiment of evil. As soon as the woman in the black hat finished speaking, the train shook violently, accompanied by a thunderous noise. As panic and helplessness spread among the passengers, the train began to shake violently once again. Accompanied by the sharp screech of metal grinding against the tracks, the train suddenly derailed. Inside the carriage, people were flung in all directions, their hysterical screams filling the air. Crash, crash, crash. At that moment, in the carriage where Yun Chun and his companions were, the ceiling suddenly caved in, as if a gigantic creature was stomping on it. The screams inside the carriage turned into cries and wails. Watch out! At that moment, Bai Yingxue pushed Yun Chun aside. Behind the woman in the black hat, 6 enormous white petals suddenly unfurled, aiming straight for Yun Chen's throat. However, the attack missed. The woman in the black hat glared at Bai Yingxue angrily, then extended her hand, sending the white petals flying towards Bai Yingxue like knives. Being too close, Bai Yingxue had no time to dodge. Bang! At that moment, a large sword blocked in front of Bai Yingxue, catching several of the white flower knives with its blade. The woman in the black hat looked at Yen Shi indifferently and said coldly, "As expected, there's something unusual about you." Yen Shi raised his large sword again, staring at the woman with fierce eyes, and whispered, "That should be my line. It seems my sixth sense is never wrong." Earlier, Yen Shi had sensed something odd about the woman in the black hat, but he wasn't sure. Who could have imagined that there would be enemies on a train bound for the imperial capital? Boom. At that moment, the train's ceiling suddenly exploded, revealing a massive hole. A twisted, lizard-like crawling monster emerged through the opening. A demon beast? A martial artist in the carriage exclaimed in shock, and chaos ensued as many people rushed desperately towards other carriages. The passageways between the carriages were immediately crammed with people. The little girl who had given Yunshin jelly earlier was crying in terror, with her parents tightly protecting her. The family couldn't escape in time because the lizard demon beast was right above the girl's head. The lizard demon hissed, sniffing the delicious scents inside the carriage, and drooled disgustingly. Its skin slowly turned a pomegranate red. It was a blood lizard, with a cultivation level of 781, a third-tier demon beast. At this moment, the woman in the black hat slowly stood up. Yen Shi noticed the narcissus tattoo on her wrist, his eyes narrowing as he whispered, "You're from the 12 Flower God Society." The woman ignored Yen Shi's question and simply said, "Take away the disaster body." The blood lizard seemed to understand her command, its eyes glowing fiercely, and it suddenly turned its head to focus on Yun Chun. Immediately, the blood lizard dove into the carriage, its massive body widening the hole in the train's ceiling as it lunged at Yun Chun. "Yun Chun!" Bai Yingxue screamed. Yen Shi, hearing this, exclaimed in shock, "He's Yun Chun." Just as the blood lizard opened its bloody maw, ready to swallow Yun Chun whole, a long sword suddenly appeared in Yun Chun's hand. At the same time, a fluctuating space materialized above the blood lizard's head. Flash! With a swift motion, Yun Chun beheaded the blood lizard. Yun Chen's cultivation level is at 890-103-2120, making him a third-tier, one-star warrior. The blood from the headless body of the blood lizard sprayed everywhere, turning the inside of the carriage crimson. Even though the woman in the black hat lacked pupils, her face showed a look of shock, suggesting that the master's warning to be cautious of Yun Chun was indeed justified. She curled her lips slightly, casting an intrigued glance at Yun Chun. Yen Shi also looked at Yun Chun, his expression a mix of confusion and astonishment, thinking to himself, could the target of the 12 flower deities be Yun Chun? Yun Chun furrowed his brows, feeling a jolt in his heart. The 12 flower deities. They were behind the last attack on the Eastern Sea War Zone. Clearly, their target this time was him. Fighting here would mean turning the entire train's passengers into hostages. With this in mind, Yun Chun leaped up and escaped along the train roof. The woman in the black hat clicked her tongue and followed him. Just as Bai Yingxue was about to pursue them, several blood lizard heads reappeared in the carriage. Yen Shi stopped Bai Yingxue, saying sternly, "Stay here. Going out won't help him." Bai Yingxue bit her lip in frustration, knowing her strength was too weak to face third-tier fiends. Yen Shi gripped his sword tightly and shouted, "Those above second-tier warriors, pick up your weapons if you don't want to die." Outside the train, Yun Chun fought off the blood lizards while leading the fiends away. On the gray wasteland, he moved swiftly in his white attire, as if racing against death. Boom. Suddenly, a thick stalk burst from the ground, blocking Yun Chen's path. He turned to see the woman in the black hat approaching, with several thick stalks growing from her back. "Had enough running?" she taunted. "It's time to end this childish chase. Come back obediently, and you won't have to suffer." Yun Chun eyed the daffodil tattoo on her wrist and asked, "What are you exactly? Human or fiend?" The woman chuckled. "What do you think I am?" At that moment, a voice from the sky interrupted. "Daffodil, why waste words with him?" Boom. A figure descended, a humanoid monster entwined with branches, covered in vibrant camellia flowers. Its arms were made of countless intertwined branches, reaching 3 meters long and trailing on the ground. The woman, called Daffodil, looked at the creature and laughed. Camellia, you look hideous. Camellia replied indifferently. You're holding back. The master said this kid's strength is strange. If we mess up, aren't you afraid of the master's wrath? Daffodil's expression stiffened slightly, and she sighed. Understood. Instantly, 6 white petals grew from beneath her feet, enveloping her. As the petals unfolded, the woman disappeared, replaced by a pure white, protrusion-covered monster, oozing milky fluid. Daffodil's voice turned coarse. Don't be afraid, little brother. Come with us, and we'll ensure your death is painless. Facing these grotesque creatures, Chen clicked his tongue, a mocking smile on his lips. Disgusting. My mood's ruined. Camellia remained unfazed, while Daffodil coldly retorted. Are you ready to fight to the death with us? You ungrateful, overconfident brat. Daffodil's cultivation level was 2,290, a 4th tier, 1 star. Camellia's was 3,180, a 4th tier, 2 star. Chen smiled slightly, clenching his fists as his aura surged, with black lightning flickering around him. He spoke. I should be asking you that. Are you two ready to face me? With a flip of his right hand, Fuyao emerged from his dimensional space, landing in his grasp. Camellia and Narcissus stared at Chen, momentarily stunned. Narcissus, enraged, let out a sarcastic laugh and said coldly, Little brother, have you lost your mind? A mere second-rank warrior with such a sharp tongue. I bet you don't even know how to spell death. Camellia snorted and interrupted. Stop wasting time on this overconfident kid and finish him off. As soon as the words left their mouths, Camellia and Narcissus launched themselves at Chen from both sides at an incredible speed. Inside the train, Chen held his knives with both hands, covered in blood, though none of it was his own. He looked around at the dismembered blood lizards in the carriage, panting heavily. The blood lizard's strength fluctuated between 3rd rank 1 star and 3rd rank 2 star. Even though Chen was from the Marshalltown Bureau, taking down so many blood lizards while protecting the passengers was exhausting. He turned to Bai Yingxue beside him and said, Thanks, girl. Bai Yingxue had been covering and assisting Chen, keeping casualties to a minimum, and Chen realized he had underestimated the Bai family's girl. Fortunately, no more demons were attacking the train, reinforcing Chen's suspicion that the 12 flower gods were targeting Chen. At that moment, a figure rushed in from another carriage. Lu Haohao, carrying a bloodstained shield. Yingxue, Chen, are you alright? Lu Haohao asked breathlessly, looking around in a panic. In the wilderness, Chen held Fuyao, hovering in the air, breathing heavily as sweat dripped from his forehead. The ground was riddled with craters of varying sizes, each pierced by long swords. In the distance, Camellia and Narcissus lay motionless, their bodies pierced with swords. Chen took a deep breath, activating the Brahma breathing technique to restore his strength. If not for Fuyao aiding him in airborne combat, he might not have been able to handle the combined assault of 2 4th-rank opponents. The advantage of the 10,000 sword treasury was vastly amplified in air-to-ground combat, allowing Chen to suppress Camellia and Narcissus from the start, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Chen's only weakness was his current lack of substantial strength for prolonged battles. However, the Brahma breathing technique somewhat compensated for this. He thought to himself, wondering how Yingxue was doing and that he needed to return quickly. Just then, a strange noise came from behind him. Chen turned to see Camellia's body trembling violently, his eyes narrowing slightly. On his interface, Camellia's previously zeroed-out strength suddenly spiked and started to grow slowly. Chen had no time to think further. He raised his hand to summon the Tianke heavy sword. But at that moment, Camellia's body rapidly swelled, with cells dividing and reconstructing at a frantic pace. In an instant, Camellia's body transformed into a giant, 4-meter-tall red carnivorous plant. Simultaneously, the ground cracked open, and numerous thick vines erupted, entangling the Tianke, sword suspended in midair. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Camellia's spirit swiftly burrowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, Chen had no choice but to retract his weapon Tianke, thinking to himself that it hadn't died after all. He hadn't expected the Camellia's fake death to deceive his eyes. Just then, several long swords suddenly pierced the Narcissus corpse lying on the ground. The body wobbled a bit, but showed no reaction, confirming that the Narcissus was indeed dead. From a distance, voices called out, Chen. It was Bai Yingxue, Lu Haohao, and Chen rushing over. Bai Yingxue was the first to reach Chen's side, anxiously asking, Are you alright? Chen shook his head and replied, I'm fine. Chen looked around at the devastation in surprise and asked Chen, Did this kid do all this? A second-level sword fighter causing such widespread damage. However, Chen didn't linger in astonishment and immediately rushed to the fallen Narcissus corpse, crouching down for a closer inspection. He reached out and gently wiped the Narcissus's body, discovering that the milky white liquid on the surface was corroding his skin. Yanshi gasped, feeling a sharp pain in his finger. He quickly wiped off the liquid, but in just a few seconds, his flesh had been corroded about a centimeter deep. The toxicity was terrifying, and Yanshi was filled with dread. This venom could easily corrode his flesh. At this point, Yanshi could no longer contain his amazement and turned to Yunshun, asking, "Did you kill this creature?" Yunshun nodded and sighed. "Another one got away by sheer luck." Yanshi's shock deepened. Another one? Looking at the slightly fatigued Yunshun, Yanshi couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension, thinking to himself, "What a prodigious young man. Judging by the venom from the Narcissus's corpse, even in an unknown fight, I couldn't guarantee victory, let alone against two." Only now did Yanshi fully understand that Bai Qi's high regard for Yunshun was not exaggerated. Yunshun glanced at Yanshi and quietly asked Bai Yingxue, "Who's the scar-faced uncle?" Bai Yingxue replied, "He claims to be from the Imperial City Martial Bureau. He also says he knows my dad, so he knows my name." Yunshun was surprised. The Imperial City Martial Bureau? Knows Uncle Bai? I didn't expect the scar-faced uncle to be from the Imperial City Martial Bureau. The Imperial City Martial Bureau is a special martial institution established by the Grand Xia Cabinet, composed mainly of elite warriors selected from the military, tasked with eliminating any threats to the cabinet and the royal family. At that moment, Yanshi stored the corpse in a storage ring, then walked over to Yunshun, sheathed his sword, and asked, "You're Yunshun, right?" Yunshun stared at Yanshi, asking, "How do you know me?" Yanshi replied, "Your uncle Bai Qi mentioned you. Earlier on the train, when Bai Yingxue called Yunshun by his real name, Yanshi recognized him." Bai Yingxue and Yunshun still had some doubts about Yanshi's identity, but Yanshi didn't mind, smiling. "You two are pretty good. Being skeptical and cautious around strangers greatly increases a warrior's survival rate. I know you're a bit suspicious about my identity, but that's all right. You can call old Bai later to confirm. But first, we need to get back to the train. I've already called for Imperial City Rescue. The rescue team will be here soon." Meanwhile, in a mysterious cave chapel, several women knelt trembling, saying, "Master, please forgive us. We will prove our worth." In the darkness, a girl's voice laughed, "No need. You've done plenty over the years. It's time for the 12 flower goddesses to exit the stage of history. I need to find more powerful toys now. Return the parasitic curse within you to me. Rest in peace, everyone." Upon hearing this, the women's bodies stiffened, then twisted, their mouths opening wide as a mass of green liquid emerged, merging into one. A few hours later, with the arrival of the rescue team, military martial artists, and those from the capital town martial bureau also reached the scene. They quickly cordoned off the wilderness area, prohibiting any external personnel from entering. Meanwhile, the military and the bureau registered the identities of all passengers on the train and requested that everyone maintain strict confidentiality about the events of the day. Subsequently, the military arranged for everyone to be taken to the nearest aid station. At the aid station, Bai Yingxue and Lu Haohao inquired about the battle in the wilderness from Yunshun. Due to the military's confidentiality notice, Yunshun only briefly described the battle without revealing details. Even so, Lu Haohao listened with a pounding heart, her admiration and respect for Yunshun deepening. Only Bai Yingxue understood that Yunshun risked his life to divert the powerful enemy to protect the passengers on the train. If such a level of battle had occurred inside the train, it would have resulted in significant casualties. At that moment, Yunshun received a call from Yang Yuanyan. She had learned from the military about Yunshun's attack and asked about his well-being, offering a few words of advice before hanging up. Was Yunshun the target of the 12 flower deities? Yang Yuanyan pondered, her brows furrowed in confusion as she reviewed the report from the bureau. What exactly happened? The situation in the East Sea War Zone made her increasingly uneasy, prompting her to call Sidohan. "Hello, Xiaohan. What exactly happened when the East Sea War Zone was attacked, and Yunshun saved you? Are you hiding something from me?" Sichin's voice on the other end sounded hesitant. "All right, I should get going. This bus will take you directly to the capital university town, so stay safe on the way." In the aid station, Yanshi bid farewell to Yunshun and the others, his tone hurried as if he had urgent matters to attend to. He left with a group of martial artists from the bureau. Yunshun, Bai Yingxue, and Lu Haohao boarded the bus arranged by the aid station, heading towards the capital. On the bus, Bai Yingxue hesitated for a moment before asking Yunshun, "Were those monsters yesterday after you?" Hearing Bai Yingxue's concerned tone, Yunshun gently patted her hand to reassure her. "It's okay, don't worry." He gazed out the bus window, his right hand unconsciously touching the area near his dantian, pondering the issue of the parasitic demon. "Master, they were likely after the parasitic demon that entered your body before," Yunshun thought. How was the parasitic demon now? Since returning from the East Sea War Zone, he hadn't felt any abnormalities in his body and had gradually forgotten about the demon implanted within him. However, the attack by the 12 flower deities forced him to reconsider the issue. Unable to sense the presence of the parasitic demon, it might have been assimilated by you, or it might be dormant. Yunshun recalled the appearance of the steel-spiked creature, suspecting it might be the leader of the 12 flower deities. In any case, this attack was unlikely to be the last. Although Yun Shun emerged victorious this time, he knew the next move from the 12 flower deities was uncertain. He clenched his fist slightly, pondering, is there any way to quickly become stronger in a short time? At that moment, Yin Shen's phone suddenly received a message. He quickly opened it and found it was from Tianji. Hastily retrieving his VR glasses from his storage ring, Yin Shen put them on and silently thought, connect. His brainwaves rapidly established a transmission channel, and Tianji's voice echoed in his mind. Sergeant Yin Shun, the calculation is complete. The fusion of Blevel Martial Skill Explosion Force and Slevel Martial Skill Star Power has been successful. The result is in Slevel Passive Martial Skill Starburst. You can choose to record the skill information into the martial imprint or learn it directly. Yun Shen chose to learn it directly without hesitation. Starburst and Slevel Passive Martial Skill allows you to permanently accumulate star power with your attacks. The more star power you have, the higher the critical hit rate and critical hit multiplier. Currently, the critical hit multiplier is 15 times, and this can be increased. Yin Shun was secretly delighted. A 15 times multiplier was higher than the previous combined 12 times of explosion force and star power. Is this the power brought by the fusion of martial skills? The base multiplier itself is 15 times, and it has unlimited growth potential. Anyone would be amazed at how incredible this martial skill is. Tianji, I never expected your calculation ability to be so formidable. Yin Shun praised Tianji in his mind. Sergeant Yin Shun, you're too kind. In the early days of martial arts, skills were developed through continuous experimentation and improvement by martial artists. My creation merely simplifies this process, Tianji replied calmly. Yin Shun understood that, ultimately, Tianji stood on the shoulders of countless human martial artist predecessors to reach this level. If anything, it was human wisdom that was truly commendable. Soon after, the bus entered the outskirts of the imperial capital. The capital of Xia, located in the northern part of Jingluo province, was near an area occupied by fierce demons. Officially, it was said that the Son of Heaven guards the nation's gate, the king dies for the country. This slogan indeed bolstered the confidence of all the Xia citizens at the time. The city's structure was well organized, with all universities concentrated in a special area called the Imperial Capital University Town. The bus stopped at the entrance of the university town. Lu Haohao looked out the window in amazement, exclaiming, "Wow, this place is huge." The university town, as its name suggests, was like a city within a city. Rumor had it that this university town was built on the ruins of a royal forbidden city from 1,000 years ago and had been expanded multiple times. The imperial capital itself covered a vast area, nearly 10 times that of an ordinary prefecture-level city, and the university town size was comparable to a second-tier city. After getting off the bus, Yin Shun immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of the imperial capital and was secretly shocked. So many strong people. Looking up, he noticed that more than half of the passers-by on the streets were martial artists of the third rank or higher. No wonder there was a saying that if you threw a brick in the imperial capital, you'd hit a bunch of third-rank martial artists. Yin Shun and the others walked towards the entrance of the university town when Lu Haohao took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, senior. I'm here." "Yes, yes." After Lu Haohao finished the call, she soon spotted a tall, sun-kissed senior girl emerging from the university town. The girl waved at Lu Haohao and smiled as she approached. Her name was Lin Cheng, a sophomore at Daxiao Sports and Martial Arts Academy, and Lu Haohao Sr. The two had met through a campus group, and Lin Cheng had offered to welcome Lu Haohao. "Yin Shun, Ing Shui, this is Senior Lin Cheng," Lu Haohao introduced. "Senior Lin Cheng. These are my friends Yin Shun and Bai Ing Shui. They're also from Jiangnan province." The two sides exchanged greetings. At this moment, a dark-skinned, muscular boy followed behind Lin Cheng. He stood beside her and asked, "Lin Cheng, are these the new freshmen?" Lin Cheng frowned slightly and replied curtly, "Yes." Then she turned to Lu Haohao. "Haohao, let's go." Clearly, Lin Cheng wanted to avoid the boy and quickly leave with Lu Haohao and the others. The dark-skinned boy eyed Lu Haohao's white-stockinged legs with a bold gaze, licking his lips. He then noticed Yin Shun and Bai Ing Shui standing behind her. His eyes widened at Bai Ing Shui, thinking, what a stunner. Bai Ing Shui's outfit today was white on top and blue below, with jeans hugging her long, shapely legs, sparking the boy's imagination. Of course, the boy also noticed Yin Shun next to Bai Ing Shui. Seeing how close they were, he felt smug and approached Yin Shun with a smile. "Hello, freshman. First time in the capital? Let me show you around." Lin Cheng frowned at this and told the boy, "I can take them, please leave." However, he ignored her, sizing up Yin Shun. To an average person, Yin Shun's physique was well-proportioned and fit, the kind that looks lean in clothes but muscular without. In contrast, the boy's muscles seemed exaggerated, almost like they were artificially enhanced. Yet, he said with a grin, "You're not built enough. At Daxiao Sports and Martial Arts, guys need to be muscle-bound. But don't worry, I'll help you train. Once you're like me, You'll give girls a sense of security. While speaking, he again focused on Buying Xue, as she was his real target, with Chen merely serving as a pretext to approach her. Miss, don't you think I'm right? He flirted with Buying Xue. At this point, Lu Haohao stepped forward, shielding Buying Xue, and said directly, "Hey, dark-skinned senior. She's a new student at the Imperial Arts and Martial Academy, so she's not really connected to you." Huh? You're from the Imperial Arts and Martial? The dark-skinned boy was taken aback, thinking that Chen and Buying Xue didn't quite have the vibe of physical martial artists. He clicked his tongue, looking at Chen with a hint of disdain. So, you're an arts martial artist, huh? The relationship between arts and sports martial artists is like that between scholars and soldiers. Just then, Lu Haohao, hands on her hips and chin slightly raised, said to the boy, "Sorry, he's not from the Imperial Arts and Martial either. He's from the Imperial Martial University." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.